The ship cut through the Arabian Sea like a shadow, its silhouette barely visible under the dim glow of a quarter moon. Moore stood outside the pilot house of the Kuwait, a Pakistani fast attack craft built by Karachi Shipyard, a Soviet-era relic armed with surface missiles and twin anti-aircraft guns. Running dark meant no navigation lights, a deliberate risk. If anything went wrong, international maritime laws would pin the blame squarely on them, no matter the circumstances. Earlier that evening, Moore had boarded with Sub-Lieutenant Seed Mallah and a team of Pakistani naval commandos, their skills a far cry from the precision of U.S. CLs. A quick tour led to a brief, distracted introduction to Lieutenant Maqsud Kayani, the ship's wary, unshaven commander. Despite his rough appearance, Kayani commanded instant obedience from his crew. His handshake was firm, his Urdu fluent as he welcomed Mr. Fredrickson, Moore's cover identity. With his dark beard and ponytail, Moore could have passed for a local. But tonight, he was just another American advisor along for the ride. Their destination, Point Foxtrot, 3 miles off the coast near the Indus River Delta. There, they'd rendezvous with an Indian patrol boat to take custody of actor Adam, a captured Taliban commander with critical intel on insurgent movements along the Afghan-Pakistan border. Kayani assured Moore they'd arrive ahead of schedule. This boat lives up to her name. Kuwait means prowess, he said with a smirk. Moore nodded, though he couldn't shake the unease creeping up his spine. Something about the mission felt off, like the quiet before a storm. The local operatives were convinced Adam hadn't managed to signal his own forces about his capture. He'd simply vanished for a full day, but the clock was ticking. Both governments were desperate to keep the Taliban from discovering Adam was now in American custody, which meant no official military presence could be involved in the transfer. The only exception, a lone SIA paramilitary officer, Maxwell Stephen Moore. Moore wasn't thrilled about relying on a security team led by a green sub-lieutenant. But intel assured him this kid, Mallah, a local from Thada in Sindh province, had earned fierce loyalty and respect. In Moore's world, trust wasn't given. It was proven. And tonight, they'd see if the kid could handle the pressure. Mallah's role was straightforward. Supervise the handoff and keep Moore and the prisoner secure. If everything went smoothly, Moore planned to start questioning actor Adam during the trip back to Karachi's docks. He needed to figure out if this guy was a high-value target worth SIA resources or just another pawn for the Pakistanis to deal with. The night was thick with tension. 3 sharp white flashes from the Tertian mouth lighthouse cut through the darkness, marking the entrance to the Indus River, their rhythm steady every 20 seconds. Farther east, the Qajar Creek light pulsed a single white beam every 12. Moore had memorized these details from the briefing charts. Old habits from his SEAL days never faded. With the moon setting at 2020 am and clouds covering half the sky, he knew visibility would be near zero by the 300 Amam rendezvous. The Indians were running dark too, but those lighthouses would be his lifeline if things went sideways. Lieutenant Kayani delivered as promised, reaching Point Foxtrot 10 minutes early. Moore moved to the pilot house, where Kayani was already glued to the night vision scope on the port side. Below, Mallah and his team waited on the main deck, ready to haul the prisoner across once the Indian vessel pulled alongside. Kayani stepped back, handing the scope to Moore. Even with the thickening clouds, starlight cast an eerie green glow over the approaching Indian patrol boat, the Agray. Twice the size of the Kuwait, the 500-ton beast bristled with Grail missiles and Asa rocket launchers. The Kuwait felt like a dinghy next to her. As the Agray maneuvered into position, Moore caught her name painted boldly across the stern. Then, from the starboard side, a flicker of light. Short, long, short, long. Lighthouse. Yeah, right. Moore's instincts flared. That was Alpha Alpha in Morse, a challenge, a demand for identification. His gut tightened. Lieutenant, he said, voice low. We've got an Alpha. Alpha signal on starboard. The game had just gotten a lot more complicated. The tension in the pilot house shattered as the alert came through. Another challenge. Kayani bolted toward the starboard wing, Moore right on his heels. How many times had they faced this already? They were well within Pakistan's waters, but the rules of engagement remained unclear. A flare erupted overhead, its harsh light slicing through the darkness and casting long, jagged shadows across both patrol boats. Moore's gaze snapped toward the water, where something monstrous emerged from the waves. A submarine, its black sail cutting through the surface like a blade, its decks slick with seawater as it turned toward them. The commander had surfaced deliberately, confirming his target with that blinding flare. Kayani snatched the binoculars hanging from his neck and adjusted the focus. His voice was tight. That's the Shushuk. One of ours! She's supposed to be docked. Moore's stomach dropped. What was a Pakistani sub doing in his operation zone? He whipped his head toward the Agray, where the Taliban prisoner should have been on deck by now. Dressed in black, wrists bound, flanked by 2 Indian Marcos commandos. But before he could process it further, a streak of phosphorescent light tore through the water. Racing past their stern, his shout was raw. Torpedo! In one desperate motion. Moore shoved Kayani overboard and leaped after him just as the torpedo slammed into the Agray. The explosion was deafening, a wall of fire and shrapnel erupting into the night. The shockwave sent debris clattering against the Kuwat's hull before raining into the sea. Moore barely had time to register the scalding water as he plunged beneath the surface, narrowly avoiding a twisted piece of metal. When he resurfaced, gasping, the Agray was a nightmare of flames, secondary explosions ripping through her as missiles and rockets detonated in a chain reaction. He spotted Kayani floating nearby, dazed, blood streaking down the side of his face from a deep gash. Moore splashed toward him, shaking him roughly. "Lieutenant, stay with me!" The sea around them was a hellscape. Burning fuel, choking smoke. The distant screams of survivors. The submarine's engines rumbled somewhere beneath the chaos, a predator waiting for the fire to die before moving in. Moore kicked off his shoes, tied them around his neck, and scanned the wreckage. The Kuwat was already tilting, seconds from sinking. The Agray's bow had vanished beneath the waves, ammunition still cooking off in sporadic bursts. The air stank of scorched metal and melted plastic. 3 miles to shore, if he could even find it in this mess. Right now, survival was all that mattered. The darkness was absolute except for the flickering glow of flames, each glance at the fire ruining his night vision. Then, flash, 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 it clicked. He started counting. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and at 19, 3 more quick bursts confirmed it, the Tertian Mouth Lighthouse. Moore yanked Kayani around, but the lieutenant, barely conscious, took one look at the inferno around them and panicked. His hands shot out, grabbing Moore's head in a desperate grip. Adrenaline made people do stupid things, and right now, Kayani was a drowning hazard. Moore didn't hesitate. He planted his hands on the man's hips, thumbs digging into his sides, and shoved him backward to break his hold. "Relax," Moore barked, wrenching free. "I've got you. Turn over and breathe." He grabbed Kayani's collar. "Now float on your back." With the lieutenant secured, Moore switched to a modified combat side stroke. weaving through burning debris as pools of diesel fuel spread across the water. The heat seared his skin, the roar of flames drowning out everything but the pounding in his ears. Kayani quieted until they passed half a dozen bodies. His crew, now just wreckage in the waves. He shouted their names, but Moore kicked harder, dragging him away. The ocean grew more grotesque. A severed arm, a leg, then a dark shape ahead, a turban. The prisoners. Moore stopped, scanning until he spotted the body, face down. He rolled it over. Black jumpsuit, beard, a deep gash across the throat. Their guy, dead. Teeth clenched, Moore adjusted his grip on Kayani and glanced toward where the sub had been. Gone. 2 ocean miles without fins in under 70 minutes. That was his SEAL standard. Towing a man would slow him, but not break him. He locked onto the lighthouse, his strokes rhythmic, efficient. Breathe, kick, glide. No wasted motion. Then a shout, a group of men. Maybe 15 struggling toward him. "Follow me!" he yelled. Now it wasn't just Kayani. He was their beacon. Navy trained, yes, but 3 miles was brutal, especially injured. They needed to see him to push through the pain. His muscles screamed, lactic acid burning. But he shook it off. I will not quit. Ever. The voices of his instructors echoed in his head. Lessons on endurance, on digging deep. 90 minutes later, the crash of waves reached him. Flashlights dotted the shore, bobbing like fireflies, people. Hope. He drove forward, kick after agonizing kick, leading them home. Moore had led them to the shoreline, drawn by the distant glow of fireballs erupting over the water. The spectacle might have been mesmerizing if not for the grim reality. Their mission had just gone catastrophically wrong. Glancing over his shoulder, he realized the others had fallen far behind, struggling against the current. By the time his feet hit the sand, exhaustion weighed him down like an anchor. The Arabian Sea had taken everything from him tonight. Dragging Kayani through the shallows, Moore collapsed onto the beach as curious locals gathered. "Get help," he barked. Behind him, the horizon pulsed with fire, the ships now just ghostly outlines swallowed by the inferno. His phone was useless, salt water having killed it. Next time pirates or rogue subs decided to ruin his night, he'd invest in something waterproof. A young villager handed him a phone, stammering about the explosions. "Yeah, no kidding," Moore muttered before Kayani croaked from the sand, demanding the device. Turns out, the lieutenant had connections. His uncle, some high-ranking army officer, promised choppers within the hour, far better than waiting for the Coast Guard's sluggish patrol boats. Moore scanned the waves, watching for survivors, but the ocean offered only carnage. Blood, debris, and the occasional limb drifted in the tide. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Nothing. The sharks had likely finished what the explosion started. When the first body surfaced, limp as driftwood, Moore knew more would follow. The MiG-17's thunderous approach was almost comical, a relic from the Soviet-Afghan War, notorious for its mechanical tantrums. Moore had heard the jokes flying scrap metal held together by prayers and duct tape. Still, it beat swimming. As they lifted off, medics pumped Kayani full of painkillers, smoothing his pained expression into something resembling calm. By dawn, they reached the hospital in Liaquatabad, a Karachi suburb. Kayani lay bandaged, IV in his arm, already plotting how to spin his new scar into a bar story. "Head's still killing me," he admitted. Moore took a swig from his water bottle. "You'll live." Kayani hesitated. "I owe you." Moore shrugged. "Just don't make me do it again." Outside the window, the sun climbed higher, indifferent to the night's wreckage. Somewhere, paperwork was being filed, reports rewritten. But for now, they were just 2 men in a hospital room, one with a headache, the other with salt still crusted in his hair, Moore waved off the conversation as movement at the door caught his eye. Douglas Stone, an agency colleague, stood there stroking his salt, and Pepperbeard peering over his glasses with that infuriatingly calm expression. "Gotta run," Moore muttered before turning back. "Hold on, Fredrickson." He frowned, tapping his fingers against his thigh. "How can I reach you?" Keani glanced at Stone, then gave a tight, lipped smile. "Don't worry about him. He's solid." The lieutenant hesitated, shifting his weight before finally speaking. "I owe you something." Moore grabbed a pen from the tray table, scribbled his email on a scrap of paper, and handed it over. Keani clenched it in his fist like a lifeline. "I'll reach out." With a shrug, Moore turned and strode into the hallway, his shoulders tense. The second he was out of earshot, he whirled on Stone, his voice a low growl. "All right, Doug. What the hell went wrong?" Stone sighed, that maddening composure still intact. "We guaranteed the Indians a clear path. They had to cross into Pakistani waters. They weren't happy about it. We were promised the Pakistanis had it handled. Then who screwed up?" Stone adjusted his glasses. "Their sub-commander claims he never got orders to stay docked. Routine patrol saw what he thought was a firefight. Says he issued warnings, no response." Moore scoffed. "Yeah, because we weren't exactly looking for him. By the time we spotted him, the damage was done. Worse, he reported seeing Indians taking prisoners on deck. So he was ready to blow his own people to hell too." Stone shrugged. "Who knows?" Moore froze mid-step, spinning to face him. "The only prisoner they had was our guy." Stone held up his hands. "Max, I get it. Try swimming 3 miles in open water. Then you'll really get it." Rubbing his eyes, Stone exhaled. "Could be worse. Imagine being Slater and O'Hara, smoothing things over with the Indians, while making sure they don't turn Islamabad into a crater." Moore smirked darkly. "Lucky me. I'm heading there now." Decisions Marriott Hotel, Islamabad. Pakistan. 3 weeks later, Keani's idea of repayment came in an unexpected form. An introduction to his uncle, Colonel Sadat Khudai of the Pakistani Army. Moore's inbox held the lieutenant's cryptic email when he landed in Islamabad. The same colonel who'd arranged their rescue was wrestling with a moral crisis, his nephew explained. No specifics, just a hint that meeting Moore might help them both. Weeks of tea-soaked conversations followed, Moore pressing for intel on Taliban sympathizers in the army, Khudai dodging with the skill of a man who'd spent decades in shadows. The colonel's dilemma was clear: betray his brothers, in arms, or watch his country fracture. His loyalty was a wall, but Moore chipped away, forcing him to stare into the void. If not you, then who? Then, one night, the call came. Khudai was ready. Moore picked him up, the colonel silent in the passenger seat as they wound through Islamabad's streets to the hotel, where 2 of Moore's team waited. The air hummed with the unspoken. This was the point of no return. The car rolled to a stop in the hotel's visitor parking area. Colonel Khudai, now 50, carried the weight of his years in the sharp lines of his face. His salt and pepper hair was trimmed short, and the stubble along his jaw had grown out just enough to catch the light. Though dressed in casual slacks and a button down, the scuffed military boots gave him away. His fingers fidgeted with the BlackBerry in its worn leather holster, spinning it absently as Moore moved to exit. Khudai held up a hand. "Hold on. I thought I was prepared, but now." His voice trailed off, uncertainty flickering in his tired eyes. Moore knew the man's background. Punjab University engineering degree, a career built on precision and discipline. Despite the heavy accent, Khudai spoke with the authority of someone used to being heard. It was no surprise he'd climbed the ranks so fast. Moore leaned back, letting his hand drop from the door. You are ready. And one day, you'll stop blaming yourself. You actually believe that. Moore pushed a stray strand of hair from his forehead and exhaled. I need to. A tired smirk crossed Kodai's face. Your ghosts weigh as much as mine. That's a bold assumption. Please. I recognize a soldier, even in civilian clothes, and given your position, you've seen things most people couldn't stomach. Maybe. But here's the real question. What's harder? Acting or standing by? Kodai studied him. You're young, but you don't think like it. I get where you're coming from. The colonel's voice dropped. You swear my family will be safe. You don't need to ask twice. What you're doing, it matters. You know that? I do. But this isn't just about me. The Taliban, my own people, they don't forgive. And I'm not convinced your people can shield us, no matter what you say. Then I'll stop saying it. It's your call. But we both know what happens if you walk away. That part's certain. Kodai's jaw tightened. You're right. I won't let them dictate our honor. Not anymore. Moore pressed further. The offer still stands. Relocate your family to the States. We can protect them better there. Kodai rubbed his temples. No. My boys are in school. My wife just got a promotion at the tech center. Pakistan is home. We stay, then help us fix it. Make it safer. Kodai turned sharply, locking eyes. What would you do? Moore didn't hesitate. I wouldn't let fear win. This is the hardest choice you'll ever make. I know that, but I respect the hell out of you for stepping up. You want justice. Walk through that door. Let's take back the Army's honor. Kodai shut his eyes, breathing uneven. You sound like a campaign speech. More. Differences, I mean every word. A faint smile. I'd have guessed you grew up privileged before joining up. Not even close. Moore paused. Ready, Colonel. A slow nod. Wes. They stepped out into the humid evening, crossing the lot beneath the hotel's glowing awning. Moore's gaze swept the street, the rooftops, nothing out of place. A few cabbies leaned against their cars, cigarettes dangling, while valets loitered near a key box. The world moved on, oblivious to the weight of the moment. Stepping through the newly reinforced security barrier, they entered the hotel lobby, where polished ivory marble floors reflected the soft glow of chandeliers. Uniformed attendants stood behind the check-in desks, their crisp suits a contrast to the relaxed melody drifting from a baby grand piano in the corner, played by a man in a cream, colored linen suit. The space was nearly empty. Just a handful of businessmen at the counters, giving the place an air of quiet luxury. Moore exchanged a brief nod with Kodai before they headed toward the elevators. You ever think about having kids? Kodai asked as they waited, his tone unexpectedly casual. Moore shook his head. Not really. My life's not built for that. Kodai studied him for a moment. Everything we do, it's for the next generation. You ever wonder what kind of father you'd be? Moore smirked. Probably the kind who misses birthdays and school plays. Not exactly Dad of the Year material. Kodai's grip tightened on his shoulder. Don't wait too long. Regret's a bitter thing. Moore almost laughed. If only Kodai knew the half of it. The string of failed relationships. The late night encounters with women who expected nothing from him, the way his mother still nagged him about settling down. He'd tried explaining once, how the job left no room for a real family. But she just told him to quit, as if it were that simple. The elevator dinged, cutting off any reply. Inside, Kodai's expression darkened, his usual confidence slipping as the doors sealed them in. The silence stretched until they reached the 5th floor. Stepping out, Moore immediately noticed the figure lurking in the stairwell, an easy operative, phone pressed to his ear. Instinctively, Moore reached for his own device, only to curse under his breath. Left it in the damn car. Regina Harris answered the door, Douglas Stone hovering behind her. Forgot something. Moore muttered before turning back down the hall. That's when he spotted the second agent, scruffy, nervous, guarding the elevators. The EC had the floor locked down. Smart. Too smart. Moore kept walking, mind racing. This wasn't just a meeting anymore. It was a trap. The man was dressed in a crisp blue button-down, khaki pants, and scuffed black sneakers, his sharp features giving him an almost rat-like appearance. The moment he noticed Moore, he abruptly ended his phone call and darted back down the corridor toward the stairwell, leaving Moore momentarily confused. But before he could process it, instinct kicked in. Moore spun around just as the explosion erupted. A wall of fire and debris erupted from the meeting room, sealing off the hallway and sending Moore crashing to the floor. Thick, acrid smoke billowed out, choking the air as he struggled to his hands and knees, his eyes stinging from the chemical stench. All the colonel's warnings flashed through his mind. Every doubt, every hesitation. Now realized in this single, violent moment. The thought of Kodai and his team being torn apart by the blast sent a surge of adrenaline through him, propelling Moore to his feet. He sprinted toward the stairwell, his only thought catch the bastard who did this. There was no time for guilt, no room for regret. If he stopped to dwell on the fact that he'd talked Kodai into this meeting, only for their security to fail so catastrophically, he'd crumble. And that was the problem with Moore. He cared too much. A past evaluation had once called him ferociously loyal to his team, a trait that had haunted him since his SEAL days. Now, Kodai's death was just another ghost to carry. Moore slammed through the stairwell door, spotting the fleeing figure several flights below. Teeth clenched, he vaulted down the steps, gripping the railing to take them 3 at a time. His pistol was still locked in the car, thanks to hotel security's strict no-weapons policy. They'd agreed to the rule to avoid escalating tensions, trusting their usual precautions. The room had been swept for bugs, the 5th floor vantage point offering a clear view of the street for any suspicious activity. They'd called it their early warning system. But it hadn't warned them about this. The realization that explosives had slipped past screening was a gut punch. Either the bomber had hidden them well, or the security checkpoint was compromised. The wary suspect hit the 1st floor and bolted outside, Moore hot on his heels. Bursting into the lobby, Moore scanned the chaos. Alarms blaring, staff shouting, smoke seeping into the vents. To the left was the main entrance. To the right, a hallway leading to the spa and a rear parking lot bordered by dense trees. The bomber had a head start, but Moore wasn't about to let him disappear into the woods. Not after this. Glancing back one more time, the man bolted for the exit, but Moore spun on his heel and charged after him, drawing startled shouts from a pair of housekeepers who frantically waved for security. Perfect. Moore narrowed the distance as the suspect threw his weight against the rear door, bursting outside into the crisp night air. Moore crashed through right behind him, his breath sharp in his lungs as he spotted the man sprinting toward the parking lot. The same one where Moore had parked his car. The wooded area beyond offered an escape route, but it meant passing Moore's vehicle, and the pistol tucked inside. Rage surged through Moore's veins, sharpening his focus. This wasn't about choices anymore. It was inevitable. The guy wasn't getting away. Moore could already see it. His capture was just a matter of seconds. As predicted, the man's stamina faltered first, his pace slowing as his legs burned with exhaustion. But Moore, He was just getting started. Closing in like a predator, he swept a brutal low kick into the man's left leg, sending him sprawling onto the grass with a pained cry, mere feet from the asphalt. There's an old saying in Muay Thai, kicks beat punches, punches beat knees, knees beat elbows, and elbows, they lose to kicks. Well, this idiot had just learned that lesson the hard way. Moore wrenched the man's wrists behind his back, pinning him down with a knee pressed into his spine. "Stay down. It's over," Moore growled in Urdu, the city's most common tongue. The man twisted, his face contorting, not just in pain, but in sudden, chilling recognition. Then, a deafening crack split the air. The man's skull erupted in a spray of blood, and Moore reacted without thought, rolling clear as instinct took over. SEAL training kicked in, every movement precise, every reflex honed by years of combat. 2 more shots thudded into the dirt beside him as he scrambled to his hands and knees, then lunged toward his car, just 30 feet away. That sound, the deep, echoing report, was unmistakable. A Russian Dragunov. Moore knew it well. He'd fired them, seen them fired, and dodged their bullets more times than he cared to count. With an effective range of nearly half a mile, and even farther in skilled hands, that rifle was a serious problem. Another round punched through the driver's side door as Moore fumbled for his keys, unlocking the car with a sharp beep. He ducked behind the vehicle, out of the sniper's sight line, and yanked open the passenger door just as the windshield exploded. From the glove box, he grabbed his Glock 30, the Austrian-made, .45 cool in his grip. Peering around the door, he scanned the tree line, then the adjacent 2-story tech center. There, on the roof, the sniper, clad in a black beanie, stared back through the scope of his Dragunov, his bearded face twisted in concentration. Before Moore could react, 3 rapid shots hammered the doorframe, forcing him to dive back toward the driver's side as shattered glass rained down around him. The 3rd gunshot had barely faded when Moore sprang into action, gripping his pistol with both hands and squeezing off several rounds toward the sniper's position 40 meters away. His shots chipped the concrete just inches from where the shooter had been moments before, far beyond his sidearm's effective range. But accuracy wasn't the point. He just needed to keep the sniper's head down. 4 hotel security guards charged into the parking lot, and Moore waved frantically, yelling, "He's on the roof! Take cover!" One guard lunged at Moore, shouting for him to freeze, only to be cut down by another precise shot from above. The remaining guards scrambled behind parked cars while one barked orders into his radio. Moore's eyes snapped back to the building just in time to see the sniper scaling down a maintenance ladder on the far side, moving with eerie, spider-like grace. He took off running, his boots pounding over uneven ground. Grass, gravel, then pavement again. A narrow alley between the tech center and a row of offices led toward Aga Khan Road, the main drag in front of the hotel. The air was thick with the smell of roasting pork from the hotel's kitchen vents, a cruel taunt to his empty stomach. He didn't slow down. Rounding the corner, his Glock up, he spotted a white Toyota Hiace van idling ahead, 2 armed men leaning out the rear windows. The sniper sprinted toward it and vaulted inside as the gunmen opened fire. Moore barely had time to dive into a shallow alcove before bullets chewed through the brickwork above him. He tried twice to peek out, hoping to catch the license plate, but the barrage was relentless. By the time the shooting stopped, the van was already merging onto the highway, vanishing into traffic. Back at his car, Moore fumbled for his phone, hands shaking. He needed to call it in, get aerial surveillance on that van, but the words wouldn't come. More security swarmed him, demanding answers. Everyone was dead, and all he could do was stand there, breathing. Said per village. Islamabad, 3 hours later nestled in the Margala Hills, said per village was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, a place where tourists came to glimpse the so-called soul of Pakistan. But if the city had a soul tonight, it was stained with smoke and blood. From the safe house balcony, Moore watched dark plumes still rising from the Marriott, cutting across the starry sky. The blast had obliterated their room and 2 others beside it, collapsing the entire section before anyone could reach it. With backup from fellow operatives, forensic teams, and local authorities, Moore had managed the chaos, feeding carefully crafted lies to the press. By the time Sin picked up the story, it was all about a Taliban bombing, revenge for Shia attacks on Sunni extremists. Even a Pakistan Army colonel had been caught in the crossfire. The truth, buried under rubble and spin. Moore exhaled, gripping the railing. The night wasn't over yet. Moore struggled to keep track of the tangled web of factions and shifting alliances, each name blurring into the next. The situation was spiraling out of control, and he knew it. His team had taken every precaution. No IDs. No telltale signs of their real affiliations. But it didn't matter. As he stepped back from the balcony, an inner voice cut through the chaos. This isn't just about the mission anymore. His family was here now. His wife thriving in her new role at the tech hub. His sons settled into their high school lives. Pakistan wasn't just an assignment, it had become their home. Leaving wasn't an option. His grip tightened on the railing as a wave of nausea hit him. Doubled over, he gasped for air, the taste of bile sharp in his throat. The bombing had ripped open old wounds he'd spent years burying. Nights spent wrestling with memories, resisting the temptation to drown them in whiskey. He'd almost convinced himself he'd moved on. Almost. But now, with the smoke still curling over the city, the past was back with a vengeance. The loss of his fellow operatives stung, but Kodai's death was the real gut punch. The colonel had trusted him, and Moore had failed him. Horribly. The news of Kodai's family, slaughtered in their own home, the guard vanished, was a brutal reminder of how deep the Taliban's reach went. No matter how well he thought he'd blended in. The beard, the local clothes, the fluent Urdu. They'd seen right through him. The city stretched before him, lights flickering like distant stars, smoke still hanging in the air. He straightened up, wiped his mouth, and muttered the only words that came to mind. "I'm sorry." Hours later, Moore sat across from Greg O'Hara on a grainy video feed. The deputy director's piercing blue eyes, magnified by his glasses, locked onto him with unnerving intensity. O'Hara's signature gold tie-leamed under the office lights. Another in what seemed like an endless collection. Moore gave him the bare bones of the disaster, and they agreed to reconvene in the morning after the field teams had pieced together their reports. His direct superior from special activities would join the call, turning it into a full-blown debrief. Just as the call ended, Israr Rana slipped into the safe house. Young, sharp, and effortlessly charming, Rana was one of Moore's best assets. A college student by day, a cricket enthusiast, and an intelligence goldmine by night. His family's reputation as both warriors and shrewd businessmen gave him an edge most operatives could only dream of. Moore collapsed into a chair, exhaustion weighing him down. "Lad, you're here." Rana smirked. "Wouldn't miss it, money." The nickname was fitting. Rana didn't come cheap. Moore rubbed his temples. "We need to find the leak. Was it us? The army? The Taliban?" Rana's expression darkened. "I'll dig." But no promises. Moore dismissed the offer with a wary hand. "Don't bother with the drink. Sleep isn't coming tonight." Rana gave a knowing nod before asking, "Mind if I borrow your computer? I need to make a few calls." Moore gestured vaguely toward the desk before retreating to the bedroom, convinced rest would elude him. Yet exhaustion proved stronger than his racing thoughts, pulling him under within the hour. His sleep was anything but peaceful. Dark, churning waves of nightmares jerked him awake, his heart pounding like helicopter blades. He sat up gasping, the sheets damp with sweat. After a moment to steady himself, he flopped back down, only to give up entirely 30 minutes later. The pre-dawn streets were empty as Moore drove back to the crime scene. His eyes flicked between the bombed outbuilding and the adjacent tech center, its windows still intact. Spotting a security guard, Moore flashed his credentials and, with the help of 2 local officers, secured access. The rooftop was familiar. He'd been there earlier collecting shell casings, hoping for fingerprints. But now, in the hazy space between sleep and wakefulness, a different possibility had taken shape. A simple, almost obvious answer to how the explosives had been planted. He needed proof. His flashlight beam crawled across the rooftop, dust swirling in its glow until it caught on something. A faint scuff mark near the edge. His pulse quickened. This was it. Moore's background in the special activities division had prepared him for moments like this. Recruited from the Navy SEALs, he'd spent years in Iraq and Afghanistan, directing drone strikes and gathering intel. The SAD wasn't some bureaucratic fantasy. It was a tight, knit unit of fewer than 200 operatives, trained in everything from sabotage to hostage extraction, their roots traced back to the OSS, the World War I-era spies who answered directly to Roosevelt. When the CIA formed, the SAD became its shadow arm, handling missions too sensitive for official ties. Now, as dawn broke, Moore sat in a safe house in Saidpur village, staring at his tablet. On screen, SAD Chief David Slater, a hardened former Marine, and Deputy Director O'Hara peered back at him. "Sorry I missed you yesterday," Slater said, his voice crisp. "I was airborne, heading back stateside." Moore shook his head. "No problem, sir." "Glad you're here now." O'Hara offered a curt nod. "Morning, Moore. Let's get to work." Moore clenched his jaw, barely containing his frustration. "With all due respect, this situation is a complete disaster." O'Hara sighed. "We get it. Losing our team and years of intelligence is devastating." Moore forced himself to stay calm. "What's the latest update?" Harris and Stone were pulled from the wreckage. "What little remained," Slater said grimly. "Gallagher, who was at Kudai's place, is still unaccounted for. His tracker's dead, so they've either got him underground or somewhere shielded. The guy you chased, skilled but just a foot soldier," Moore scoffed. "You think Kudai was rigged?" "Could be," Slater admitted. "I suspected as much. That lobby checkpoint was a joke, controlled by them. Even if he was wired, the scanners wouldn't catch it. He walked right through. Maybe they threatened his family, forced him to cooperate, then killed them anyway." O'Hara nodded, solid theory. Moore rolled his eyes. "Except it's wrong." Slater leaned in. "Then what's your take?" "Hotel security's decent, but they exploited the staff. Housekeepers planted the bombs in the rooms next to ours." Slater held up a hand. "Hold on. How'd they even smuggle explosives into the building? No way they walked them through the front door." Moore smirked. "They used the tech center next door. Less security, easier to bribe. Ran a pulley system between rooftops to transfer the payload." O'Hara groaned. "You're joking." "Dead serious. I checked the roofs myself. Ropes still in place. Photos coming your way soon." O'Hara muttered, "Unbelievable. We overthink everything while they're out here playing with basic tools." Moore shrugged. They could have just thrown the damn things if they were feeling bold. O'Hara pieced it together. So the rooms near yours were booked under fake names, kept empty. Exactly. Someone inside doctored the system. Local cops should grab the front desk traitor soon. Rana's working on it. O'Hara exhaled. Good. But right now, we need you stateside. Moore's eyes darkened. You think I dropped the ball, don't you? That I missed something. I checked everything. Just let me finish this. His voice wavered. He couldn't bring himself to say it was for the fallen, or for himself. Slater cut in. Yesterday, Kodai's officers were spotted with Tito Lamas, Joe Rez cartel, plus 2 possible Taliban operatives. Photos are en route. Moore let out a bitter laugh. So corrupt Pakistani military, Mexican cartel, and Taliban walk into a bar. What's next? A punchline. Slater ignored the jab. You know the players, Max. We're forming a task force. You'd lead it in the field. Moore blinked. A promotion. After this mess, I've got a perfect losing streak going. This was planned long before today. You're still our top pick. Moore shook his head. Those guys in the hall, I swore they were easy. The agents were confirming the explosives had detonated as planned. O'Hara leaned closer to the camera, his expression intense. We're tracking how deep the ties run between Mexican cartels and those Afghan, Pakistani smuggling networks. Think of it as staying on the same investigation, just shifting your focus. Moore took a breath, trying to piece it together. So the Mexicans aren't just moving product. What's their real role? O'Hara sank back into his chair with a sigh. That's the million-dollar question. Slater flipped through his notes before cutting in. Your job is to figure out if this partnership is purely about expanding their drug trade or if the Taliban's using Mexico as a staging ground. Recruiting, building networks, finding back doors into the U.S.? Moore frowned. You mentioned a joint task force. Who else is in on this? Slater smirked. Every 3-letter agency you can think of. CIF, plus local support. It's all hands on deck. The weight of it hit Moore hard. I get what you're asking, but... It's not a request. O'Hara interrupted. Moore clenched his jaw. Give me 48 hours. Let me chase down Kodai's killers, dig into Gallagher's trail. That's all. Slater shook his head. We've already got boots on the ground. Moore didn't back down. Then let me take one last shot. O'Hara's face tightened. This wasn't just your failure. Moore's voice turned razor sharp. They slaughtered the colonel and his family. He was decent. Tried to do right. We owe him. I'm not walking away. After a long pause, O'Hara relented. 2 days. No more. Deep in the Colombian jungle, Juan, Ramon Ballesteros swore under his breath, fishing his phone from the pocket of his cargo shorts. His sweat-drenched sleeveless shirt clung to him, the unlit cigar in his mouth limp from humidity. The jungle heat was relentless, thick enough to choke on. At barely 40, stress had aged him beyond his years. Gray streaked his beard. His back ached constantly, and the lines around his eyes spoke of too many sleepless nights. But none of that mattered now. 4 bodies lay sprawled in the dirt, bullet holes in their skulls. Flies swarmed their faces, crawling into slack mouths. The stench of death and voided bowels made Ballesteros gag. Nearby, a makeshift cocaine lab hummed with activity. Tents sagged over piles of coca leaves, while another shelter housed barrels of gasoline and sulfuric acid. In the past, he'd proudly shown buyers the process, how a mountain of leaves yielded just a kilo of paste. Today, his men hacked at leaves with weed whackers, mixing in salt and limestone, before stomping the mess into a dark, gritty sludge. But the dead men. That was a problem no amount of product could fix. The workers poured 20 liters of gasoline into the drum. letting the mixture steep for 4 hours before moving on to another container that had already finished soaking. They carefully drained the liquid into a bucket, discarding the leftover pulp and leaves. What remained was the valuable extract, now suspended in the fuel. Next, they mixed in 8 liters of water and 8 teaspoons of sulfuric acid, stirring vigorously with a plunger before letting it settle. The sediment at the bottom was then treated with sodium permanganate and a generous amount of caustic soda, just enough to fully submerge it. The mixture turned milky white as the paste thickened, and after filtering the excess liquid through a cloth, they spread the paste under the sun until it hardened into a light brown substance. For Ballesteros, producing a single kilo cost around $1,000, but once processed into cocaine and smuggled into Mexico, its value skyrocketed to 10 zalozn. By the time it hit U.S. streets, dealers were selling it for 30 zalozn or more, and after cutting it with fillers, a single kilo could fetch upwards of 175,000. Somewhere along the way, a buyer had once asked him, "Why do you do this?" as if he didn't know the consequences. The overdoses, the shattered families. But to Ballesteros, it was just business. He saw himself as a farmer, carrying on the legacy of his family, who had once worked coffee plantations. Born in Bogota, he'd even studied business in Florida before returning home to start an organic banana farm. A venture that collapsed spectacularly. That's when his old connections introduced him to the drug trade, and well, here he was. 2 decades later, he was living the high life, his family settled in an upscale European neighborhood, his sons thriving in private school, his wife enjoying every luxury except his constant absence. He spent most of his time in a jungle hideout near the lab, maintaining a smooth partnership with FARC, the Colombian paramilitary group that handled distribution. But tensions had flared recently with a FARC colonel named Dios over pricing disputes, and now his men had been executed in their sleep. Clean, professional hits. He quickly dialed Dante Corrales, his Mexican contact, who answered with his usual impatience. "You only call when there's trouble," Corrales snapped. "But it better not be trouble." Ballesteros muttered, "Dios," and before he could explain further, the line went dead. Corrales was part of the new wave of traffickers. Young, brash, obsessed with power and Hollywood fantasies, he had no respect for the old ways, no patience for caution. Ballesteros had only met him once, when the Joe Res cartel sent him to assess operations. Now, with his men dead and Dios possibly involved, he wondered if his luck was finally running out. Ballesteros despised relying on the cartel, but with government crackdowns squeezing his operation, he had no choice. They were now his biggest clients. After a tense call with Corrales last week, he'd received word that the cartel leader would be arriving soon, demanding the next shipment without delay. Cursing under his breath, Ballesteros stormed back to his compound and ordered 2 more men to retrieve the bodies from the lab. Outside, 4 battered trucks with tarp, covered beds idled as workers loaded banana crates, some filled with fruit, others hiding something far more valuable. Fighting back his rage over the killings, Ballesteros barked at his crew to move faster. The transport boat was already waiting in Buenaventura's harbor. The convoy rumbled down cratered roads, the men bouncing in sweltering cabs with broken ack. A deliberate choice. Comfort bred carelessness, and Ballesteros needed them sharp. His eyes darted to every passing car, every bystander. This shipment was massive, 7 tons, and with his operation still reeling from the attack, he wasn't taking chances. He'd personally oversee the handoff past the first few checkpoints. At the dock, the crew of a Houston-based shrimp boat sprang into action as Ballesteros arrived. A forklift whirred alongside the boat's net boom, transferring pallets of crates with practiced efficiency. Nearby, 2 FARC soldiers observed silently. One nodded at Ballesteros, who, to the crew's shock, marched up the gangway. "Yeah," he snapped when they questioned him. "I'm coming. How far?" "Far enough." They sailed west, the sun glinting off the jagged cliffs of Isla de Malpilo as they pretended to trawl for shrimp, trailed by silky sharks. Ballesteros barely spoke, his mind replaying the bloodshed. Then, near dusk, a dark shape breached off the port side, rising massive, water sluicing from its mottled hull. A submarine. As it glided alongside, Ballesteros yelled to the captain emerging from the hatch. This trip, "I'm not staying behind!" The diesel-electric sub was a marvel. 31 meters of fiberglass, twin screws propelling it at 20 kf even under full load. Its conning tower bristled with tech, capable of diving 20 meters deep. Built in a hidden jungle dry dock for over $4 million, it was one of the Joe Rez cartel's 4 operational subs. Military seizures hadn't slowed them down, they just built more. Ballesteros stepped aboard, the hum of engines vibrating through his bones. This was power, raw, untouchable. And for now, it was his. Ballesteros couldn't help but smirk as he recalled the old days. Rusty fishing trawlers, creaky sailboats, and the occasional cigar boat when they wanted to feel daring. But times had changed. Now they operated with precision, their submarines slicing silently through the water, undetectable from the air. The semi-submersibles of the past were relics compared to this. Stepping onto the deck, he swapped places with one of the crew, knowing the Rendezvous point was 100 miles off Mexico's coast. Once the cargo was transferred to a waiting fishing vessel, they'd turn back toward Colombia. Sleep wouldn't come until he knew the shipment was secure. Below deck, the narrow compartment hummed with cool air as the crew outside worked swiftly. Meanwhile, in Brewster County, Texas, U.S., Border Patrol Agent Susan Salinas crouched low in the desert, her sub hidden in a shallow ditch. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, leaving the landscape bathed in the eerie glow of her night vision goggles. Beside her, her partner Richard Austin scanned the terrain, skeptical. Probably just kids joyriding again. He muttered, adjusting his scope. Salinas shook her head. "Nah, tonight's our night." "How do you figure?" "Because I'm staring right at them." A dust cloud trailed behind a beat, up F-150, its flatbed stacked with banana boxes, barely concealed under a frayed tarp. No one hauled produce through these mountains. Not like this. Either they were terrible at hiding their contraband, or they just didn't care. Zooming in, she counted 3 men crammed into the cab, shadows shifting behind them. Could be 6 total. Her pulse quickened. 3 years on the job, hundreds of apprehensions, and she still got that rush. Funny how life worked. Cheer captain in high school, drifting through community college without a clue, until a friend's brother mentioned the Border Patrol. 50. 5 grueling days in Artesia, New Mexico, learning everything from immigration law to firearms training. Now here she was, 27 and single, loving every adrenaline-fueled second. Last week she'd smirked at a captured smuggler. "What, you thought we were out here playing fetch?" Her mom, over the moon. Finally, "Someone's doing something about the border." Her dad, less enthusiastic. Picture a Super Bowl Sunday with no beer. That was his level of disappointment. Her father had lived a life of quiet routine. A tax attorney in a modest office on the edge of Phoenix, content with silent weekends and far from the aggressive posturing of called alpha males. The idea of his daughter wielding a firearm was unthinkable to him, something he'd made painfully clear. He'd once quoted Gandhi, warning her that carrying a gun would make men see her as less feminine, ruin her dating prospects. and even raise questions about her identity. And, of course, there was his favorite prediction: she'd gain weight, just like every cop, Border Patrol included. Those words had stuck with her, sharp as a blade. Austin wasn't so different from her. Single, a bit of a loner, with parents he barely spoke to. A rule follower in every aspect of his job, except when it came to her. He'd made his interest clear, but she wasn't having it. His sharp features and slightly soft frame didn't appeal to her, and she'd turned him down as kindly as she could. Now, as he nodded and reached for his radio, his voice was all business. "All right, I'm calling backup." "You're right, this could be huge." "Copy that," she replied. "Get Omaha and the ATVs in the loop. Send coordinates." Omaha was their Black Hawk's call sign, and the ATV team was their rapid response unit, built for speed across the rough desert terrain. He was about to transmit when he suddenly lurched forward, sprinting toward a figure in the distance. "Hey, stop!" "Border Patrol." She spun around to shout after him. Then a gunshot cracked through the air, jolting her like an electric shock. She dropped low, yanking her sidearm free, and spotted two men near their SUV, both in denim jackets, both armed. The older one, his hair streaked with gray, gripped a sleek Fan 5.7, a pistol notorious in Mexico for punching through body armor. He had used. The other man held a wicked-looking fillet knife, his grin flashing a single gold tooth. The first man barked at her in Spanish to freeze. Her breath came fast. Austin was down, clutching his chest. His vest had failed against that brutal round. He gasped, barely conscious. The knife wielder lunged toward her. She didn't hesitate. She fired, hitting the gunman in the shoulder just as a pickup truck barreled into view. Gunfire erupted from the passenger side, bullets kicking up dirt near her boots. She bolted for a nearby gully, sprinting full, tilt, her pulse hammering in her ears. She didn't look back, just ran, her boots pounding over rocks and sand. She needed distance, a moment to call for help, but stopping wasn't an option. Then a scream tore through the valley. Against her better judgment, she skidded to a halt, whirling around, and saw him. The knife man, holding up Austin's severed head like a trophy for the men spilling out of the truck. Their laughter was feral. She didn't wait. She flung herself into the gully, pressing flat against the earth behind a scraggly bush, her gun tucked tight against her ribs. She forced herself to breathe slow, steady, but her father's voice slithered into her thoughts. "You'll die like a dog out there forgotten." Then, hope. The truck's engine faded, growing distant. Were they leaving? Had they given up? She strained to listen, then grabbed her radio. "Road Runner, this is Coyote 5, over." Static. Then a frantic voice. "Susan, what the hell's happening?" "We lost contact." "Richard's dead," she whispered. "I can't hear you." She mashed the Jeep's button on her wrist. "I said, Richard's dead. Get over here now." Her voice broke as she relayed the GP's coordinates before switching off the radio, the growl of the truck's engine dissolving into the desert wind. Donna Corrales stood inside the charred remains of the Pemex gas station, the acrid scent of burnt metal clinging to the air. His thoughts kept drifting back to Maria in Joe Rez. Her laughter, the way she arched her back when they were together, the way her nails left marks on his skin. Last weekend had been electric, raw and untamed, and now, miles away, the memory alone made his pulse race. Around him, his crew unloaded banana crates, transferring bricks of cocaine into backpacks with practiced efficiency. Los Caballeros, the gentlemen, were anything but gentle. Sharp suits, polished boots, and cold precision set them apart from the other cartel enforcers. They didn't just kill, they made statements. And right now, Corrales was in no mood for mistakes. His phone buzzed. Juan, his lead runner, reporting trouble near Brewster County. Some idiot they'd hired last minute had decapitated a Border Patrol agent. "What kind of amateur bullshit is this?" Corrales snarled before cutting the call short. He adjusted his leather trench coat, brushing a speck of dust from his designer slacks. At 24, he was already a millionaire, a rising star in the cartel. Not bad for a kid who'd grown up scrubbing motel floors, but the stench of soot brought back darker memories. 17 years old, standing in an alley, two gangbangers warning him to abandon his friends or watch his parents burn. He'd told them where to shove their threats. 2 nights later, he came home to flames. The motel was ash, his parents bound and left inside. That night, he'd stolen a gun and roared through Jew-Res like a ghost seeking vengeance. Now, years later, the fire still burned inside him, just controlled, refined. He smirked. Maybe he had polished his machismo after all. After smashing his car into a fence and leaving it behind, he stumbled back to a dimly lit bar, collapsing in the restroom until the cops hauled him off to his relatives. Living with his godmother and scrubbing floors to scrape by while finishing high school made him realize he couldn't follow his parents' path. No way. The grind wasn't for him. So he made the call. If he couldn't beat them, he'd join them. Los Caballeros had taken everything from him, but they were his only shot at escaping the gutter. And because he was sharper and angrier than the usual muscle, he climbed fast, soaking up every detail about the cartel's operations, their rivals, their weaknesses. Knowledge was leverage, and he hoarded it like gold. Ironically, the 2 guys who'd killed his parents got whacked by a rival crew just weeks before he signed up. Karma served messy and quick. Nobody mourned them. Now, Corrales eyed his crew, hoodies pulled low, backpacks stuffed tight, as he led them to the back of a dingy convenience store. He yanked up a sheet of plywood, revealing a gaping hole with a ladder descending into darkness. The air smelled like damp earth and rust. "Listen up," he said, voice low. "Stay inside the safe house till the cars show. 3 at a time, no more. Anyone screws up, you bolt back through the tunnel." "Got it." Mumbled nods. One by one, they dropped into the shaft, flashlights cutting through the gloom. The tunnel stretched a football field's length, barely wide enough to shoulder through, its ceiling braced with heavy beams. In a country drowning in unemployed builders, digging crews were a dime a dozen. Eager, disposable. Corrales' men moved fast, hunched like shadows beneath the Arizona checkpoint overhead. One wrong move, one overloaded truck, and the whole thing could collapse. No Giles was tunnel central, a spaghetti maze of passages under the border, most found, more dug. But lately, the Jew-Res cartel had muscled in, controlling the prime roads, paying top dollar to keep rivals out. They'd even sunk the tunnels deeper, hiding them under layers of drainage pipes to fool radar. A commotion at the door snapped his attention. Pablo and Raul dragged in a bloodied stranger, his face a mess of crimson. The guy thrashed, spitting a wad of blood that barely missed Corrales' designer shoes. Probably clueless they cost more than his life. Corrales sighed, thumbing the grip of his pistol. "The hell is this?" Rail grinned. "Looks like we caught a rat." Corrales narrowed his eyes, studying the trembling man before him. "You've got Xenosaga's stink all over you." He muttered, running a hand through his sweat, dampened hair before pressing his Glock against the captive's forehead. The metallic click of the safety disengaging echoed through the abandoned warehouse. "Last chance. Who sent you?" The captive coughed, blood trickling from his split lip. "Go to hell," he rasped. Corrales leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Wrong answer." Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot reverberated off the concrete walls as the man crumpled to the ground. His men exchanged uneasy glances, but Correll's just wiped his shoe against the dead man's jacket, scowling at the fresh bloodstain. "Wrap him up. We're paying Zinaga a visit." Pablo exhaled sharply. "You promised him mercy." Corrales smirked, already dialing a number on his burner phone. "Mercy's for people who don't lie to my face." 4 days later and hundreds of miles north, FB Special Agent Michael Ansara crouched behind a cluster of boulders in Sequoia National Park, binoculars trained on the U, Hall parked near a sprawling canvas tent. 2 men unloaded crates while another pair stood guard, rifles slung casually over their shoulders. The audacity of the operation still stunned him. Cartels weren't just smuggling drugs across the border. They'd turned protected wilderness into a fortress. Marijuana fields sprawled across hidden valleys, shielded from aerial patrols by dense tree canopies. Ansara had spent days navigating booby, trapped terrain. Foot, deep pits lined with rusted nails, tripwires rigged to send hikers tumbling onto sharpened stakes. One misstep could have cost him his kneecap. He wiped sweat from his brow, watching as the tallest of the men lit a cigarette, the glow illuminating a jagged scar down his cheek. These guys weren't amateurs. They'd turned nature into a weapon, and Ansara was running out of time to prove it. About an hour's drive north of the massive tent Ansara was currently watching, hidden deep in the wilderness and a grueling 2-hour trek from the nearest paved road, sprawled what he'd come to call the Emerald Paradise. Beneath the towering canopy of sugar pines stretched an astonishing sight. Over 50,000 cannabis plants, some reaching nearly 6 feet tall, meticulously arranged in perfect rows with military precision. The plantation climbed the rugged hillside, thriving in the fertile earth, with many clusters nestled among dense thickets and alongside crystal, clear streams the cartel had repurposed for irrigation. The operation was nothing short of professional. Buried pipes snaked through the terrain, small dams redirected water flow, and an intricate gravity-fed drip system ensured each plant received just the right amount of hydration. No more, no less. Around the perimeter, clusters of small tents housed the workers and armed guards, their food supplies hoisted high into the trees to keep them safe from the black bears that roamed freely. Security was tight. 30 armed men patrolled the fields around the clock, their presence a silent warning to any would-be intruders. Supplies arrived discreetly, delivered by couriers who likely had no idea what they were supporting. Under the cover of darkness, harvest crews moved the trimmed plants out, escorted by armed escorts, while daytime teams zipped through the rough terrain on high-end mountain bikes, swift and silent. Ansara suspected many of these workers were cartel insiders, family, friends, people who could be trusted. Park rangers monitored every main entrance, but Ansara's surveillance had uncovered a flaw. One night guard had been bribed, allowing vehicles to slip in and out undetected between midnight and dawn, roughly every 10 days. Ansara knew this world all too well. Growing up in East Los Angeles, in a modest Boyle Heights duplex, he'd spent his childhood under the wing of his uncle, Alejandro de la Cruz. By day, his uncle landscaped the manicured estates of Bel Air's elite. By night, he cultivated premium cannabis for those same wealthy clients. Ansara had been his right-hand man, learning the trade before most kids even knew how to ride a bike. By age 10, he could not only spell Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, but explain its effects. He'd spend afternoons prepping foam cups, poking drainage holes, filling them with soil, and carefully planting each seed, pointy end up. Rows of these cups sat under heat coils, and he quickly mastered the art of transplanting seedlings without disturbing their delicate roots. His uncle drilled into him the importance of airflow. Oscillating fans running nonstop, and the delicate balance of light cycles. Regular timers couldn't handle the grow lamps, so they relied on heavy-duty contactor switches. But secrecy was everything. Blacked-out windows drew suspicion, and excessive power usage could trigger utility alerts. Even ventilation was risky. Opening windows at odd hours, no matter the weather, was a gamble. By 12, Ansara could rattle off the most potent cannabis strains by Thuxis percentage, from White Widow to Low Rider, like a sommelier listing fine wines. It wasn't just knowledge, it was survival. And now, standing at the edge of this hidden empire, he understood just how deep those roots ran. Ansara had spent years avoiding marijuana. Even when surrounded by it, his uncle Alejandro had drilled into him the principle that suppliers shouldn't indulge in their own product. You don't see bakers stuffing themselves with cupcakes, his uncle used to say. But that philosophy didn't matter once Ansara's mother found out about his uncle's real business. The fallout was brutal. She cut ties with Alejandro for months. Now, years later, Ansara found himself in the FB, arresting growers while standing in the middle of the very thing he'd once been warned against. The irony wasn't lost on him. California's vast federal forests were crawling with illegal operations, but Ansara wasn't part of the drug enforcement team assigned to them. He was there for one man, Pablo Gutierrez, a smuggler tied to the Jew-Rez cartel and responsible for killing an FB agent in Calexico. Tracking Gutierrez had led Ansara straight into the heart of a massive marijuana empire. The feds could have shut it down immediately, but they held back, hoping to gather intel on the cartel's higher-ups. Strike too soon, and they'd just relocate. With border security tightening, cartels had shifted operations north, turning public lands into their personal farms. A Bureau of Land Management agent had told Ansara that rangers once seized 11 tons of weed in a single week. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Crouched in the brush, Ansara adjusted his binoculars, pulse quickening as one of the loaders glanced his way. He stayed still, then raised the lenses again. The men had unpacked supplies: toothbrushes, soap, propane tanks, canned food. A bird rustled overhead, and he froze, exhaling only when the danger passed. His mind drifted to Lisa, her voice echoing in his head. I thought I could handle this, but I can't. She'd been different from the others. A writer, a professor, someone who swore she understood his life. For a year, she'd held on, even joked about his resemblance to actors like Jimmy Smits. But in the end, the distance wore her down. He didn't blame her. At their age, out of sight usually meant out of mind. Letting her go had been the right call. So why did he keep replaying her words? Her laugh, the way she'd once called him unassuming in a Facebook post. He shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand. Sentimentality was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when cartel scouts might be watching. The memory of their first date flashed through his mind. A cozy Mexican restaurant tucked away in Wickenburg, Arizona, where he'd shared stories of his days at Arizona State University and his time as an Army Special Forces operator in Afghanistan. He'd even told her about his transition to the FB, and she'd arched an eyebrow, asking, "Wait, is this classified intel you're dropping on me?" He'd smirked and shot back, "Depends. Does classified info turn you on?" She'd laughed, shaking her head, but the mood shifted when she asked about the war, about the friends he'd lost. By dessert, she was making excuses to leave, and he could tell she wasn't sold on him yet. But he wasn't the type to give up. Flowers, cheesy handwritten poems, and late night diner runs eventually won her over, until his job wrecked everything. Now, standing in the quiet of the mountains, he almost wished for a boring office job. Almost. The thought of fluorescent lights and micromanaging bosses made his skin crawl. No. He'd rather be here, binoculars in hand, tracking movement in the shadows. It was adrenaline, pure and simple. Below, the men finished unloading the U-Haul and disappeared, only for another group to emerge, stuffing backpacks with whatever was in those crates before vanishing toward the garden. Ansara waited, scanning the area. Then froze. A glint of metal caught his eye. A laser trip wire, barely visible beneath a mess of leaves and twigs. More of them dotted the trees, expertly hidden. One wrong step, and he'd trigger an alarm. His pulse spiked as shouts erupted below. Spanish, sharp and urgent. Up on the mountain, east side. Had they seen him? Or worse, had he already tripped a laser? He didn't wait to find out. As figures burst from the tents, he took off, boots pounding against the dirt. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, Moore and his local contact. Israr Rana rolled deeper into North Waziristan, a rugged stretch of land near the Afghan border. This was Pakistan's tribal belt, where the government's reach was thin and history ran deep. The British had once tried to tame these hills with harsh laws, leaving behind a legacy of distrust. By the 1980s, Soviet invaders pushed Afghan fighters into the region, and after 9/11, it became a notorious hideout for militants. Moore knew the risks. Every shadow here had teeth. The villagers welcomed them warmly, seeing the Taliban as defenders of their traditional way of life, fiercely independent and deeply suspicious of outside authority. For Moore, this only reinforced the danger of the mission, but Rana had assured him the risk was justified. Their destination was Miran Shah, a rugged village that had once been a refuge for Afghans fleeing Soviet forces across the border from coast. Even now, the place felt frozen in time, crumbling roads, sporadic electricity from aging generators, and a landscape that seemed untouched by modernity. Yet, amid the dust and decay, Moore spotted faded soda ads clinging to mud, brick walls, a jarring contrast to the scene around him. Kids darted through trash, strewn alleys while men in long cotton shirts and worn-out sandals moved past, some shouldering rifles. A greasy mechanic led a chattering monkey on a rope, barely glancing at the wreckage of a bombed market where locals still picked through debris. The smell of roasting goat hung thick in the air, mixing with the acrid scent of burnt concrete. Another failed attack, Rana muttered, nodding toward the ruins. They missed the tribal leader, but took out half the building. Moore smirked. At least they're consistent. At the checkpoint, 2 Pakistani soldiers scrutinized them, their rifles slung loosely. The government had ramped up security, but Taliban-backed militants still slipped through, bribing officials and ambushing patrols from the surrounding hills. Rana explained they were there to see Nek Wazir, a prominent council leader known for opposing the Taliban. Moore's forged papers, claiming he was a gunsmith from Dara Adam Kell. Passed inspection, though the guard raised an eyebrow. No weapons delivery, just visiting an old friend, Moore said with an easy grin. As they drove on, Rana shared his connection. His grandfather had fought alongside Wazir against the Soviets. He's got eyes everywhere, even in Islamabad, Rana added. If anyone can hide those men in your photos, it's him. Moore exhaled, watching the sun dip behind the mountains. 2 days. That's all they had before Rana's bosses called him back. Time was already slipping away. Moore couldn't help but admire the old man's impressive connections. His network is something else, he muttered under his breath. Yeah, but look where he chooses to live. His companion shot back, eyeing the weathered brick houses tucked into the hills. Wazir didn't stay here year-round, but the remote location had its advantages. low profile, minimal government attention. The dirt path curved gently upward, leading them past grazing goats and satellite dishes perched on rooftops. Behind the main building, generators rumbled beneath makeshift tents, while farther out, fields of wheat and barley stretched toward the valley. 2 armed guards appeared on the roof, rifles at the ready. Moore smirked. Wazir had turned this place into a fortress. An elderly man greeted them at the door, his long white beard cascading over his chest. Dressed in a light brown robe and a crisp white turban, he clutched a water bottle in his right hand. His left was a mess of scars, fingers missing, the damage trailing up his arm. A chunk of his ear was gone too. Mortar fire, Moore guessed. The guy was lucky to be standing. Introductions were quick. Moore went by Kodak, a Pashtun name that almost fit, given his dark hair and Mediterranean complexion. Almost. Wazir chuckled when he heard it. "That's not you," he said in accented English. "You're American, but that's fine. Gives me a chance to practice." "No need," Moore replied smoothly in Pashto. "Let me play the part." Wazir grinned, his sharp blue eyes betraying years of hard-won wisdom. Inside, the air was cool, the living area lined with vibrant cushions and a hand-woven Persian rug. The scent of caramelized onions and spices drifted from the kitchen. A young boy, Wazir's great-grandson, brought out a traditional washing set, and they rinsed their hands before tea was served. The first sip hit Moore like nostalgia, rich and nutty. "How was the trip?" Wazir asked. "Quiet," Moore said, pulling out his tablet. "You ready for the photos?" Wazir flipped through the images with surprising ease. Moore raised an eyebrow. "You've used one of these before." The old man's grin widened. "Come see." He led them down the hall to a back room that looked like mission control. Computers humming, screens flashing news feeds, social media streams and encrypted chats, tablets identical to Moore's sat on a nearby desk. "Like my setup," Wazir said, sweeping his good hand across the room. "I do enjoy my toys." Moore could only shake his head in disbelief. The guy was full of surprises. Moore shifted in his seat, studying the old man across from him. "I've been in this country for years. 2, maybe 3. How is it I've never heard of you before today?" Wazir took a slow sip of tea before answering. "Because I didn't want you to, so why reveal yourself now?" The warmth drained from Wazir's expression. "Finish your tea. Then we eat. After that, we'll talk." They moved to the living area, where the boy served a rich onion stew, tangy chutneys, and fresh naan straight from the clay oven. The meal was hearty, leaving Moore pleasantly full. Just as the silence settled, Wazir shattered it. "Tell me, what's the hardest thing you've ever done?" Moore shot Rana a questioning look, but the man's posture told him this wasn't optional. "Does it really matter?" "Not at all. Then why ask?" Wazir leaned forward, his voice low. "Because I'm old and death isn't far off. Brotherhood isn't forged in easy moments. It's born in sacrifice. Call me a collector of painful truths. Sharing them, especially when it hurts, is how courage takes root. So, as one man to another, what was yours?" Moore exhaled sharply. "I've never had to answer that before. Are you scared too?" "It's not fear. It's just—" "You buried it deep." The words hit like a hammer. Moore's breath caught, his eyes flickering away, before he forced himself to meet Wazir's gaze again. "Everyone has their burdens," Moore muttered. "I want the heaviest one. Should I go first?" Moore nodded. Wazir lifted his stump. "I wanted my father's pride. More than anything. And that was hard. After this," he gestured to his missing hand. "The moment I walked and wounded, the light in his eyes died. His son wasn't a warrior anymore. Just broken. Nothing I did after that ever changed it. You must have made him proud eventually." Wazir's smile was thin. You'd have to ask him. He's still alive, an hour's drive from here. Probably the oldest man in his village. Then he is proud. Me, I was a terrible son. By the time I realized it, he was gone. Cancer. Wazir's side, we wanted was to be good sons. Life doesn't work that way, does it? Moore's throat tightened. He knew what was coming. The hardest thing, Wazir pressed. Moore stared at the floor. I can't. The old man said nothing, sipping his tea, letting the quiet stretch until it was unbearable. Finally, Moore looked up. Guess if I don't answer, you won't help me. If you answered too fast, I wouldn't believe you. Pain like that doesn't rush. I know it. And I will help you. Moore swallowed hard. There's a decision I made. Still don't know if it was right. Thinking about it makes me sick. Wazir's eyes gleamed. Then leave it in the past! You just ate my best stew. Don't ruin it! The joke drew a reluctant grin from Moore. Wazir said, turning serious again. Those men in the photo, finding them is easy. It's who they answer to that you need to stop. You have names. Wazir smirked. You saw my office. I have everything. He led Moore to his computers, pulling up images of two men. Mullah Abdul Samad, mid-40s, and Mullah Omar Rahmani, nearing 60. Taliban leaders. Moore frowned. How have I never heard of them? Because they don't want you to. Think of it like this. There's the Taliban everyone knows, and then there's the shadow Taliban. Rahmani runs that here. Samad, he's the enforcer. Moore shot Rana a sharp look. The old man knew way too much. Rana just shrugged. Had to fill him in if we wanted his help. Moore sighed. Fine. He turned back to Wazir. No, this guy's vanished. He passed Wazir a photo of Agent Gallagher. Long gray hair, scruffy beard. The kind of face that didn't blend in. Gallagher's parents had fled Syria, settling in the U.S., where he was born. His real name was Bashir Wasaf, but he ditched that as a teenager, opting for Bobby Gallagher instead. He'd once confided in Moore about the relentless bullying he'd faced growing up in Northern California. Keep a copy. Wazir said, studying the photo. Now, what about the other one? The Hispanic guy. Mexican cartel. They've ramped up their opium buys. Used to be small time, but now 10 times the volume. And guess who's helping them move product through Pakistan? The U.S. Army. You know where they are right now. Got a lead. Moore exhaled. Wazir, thanks. For the tea, the stew, all of it. The old man nodded. Come back when you're ready to talk. I've got time. And ears. On the drive back, Moore's mind wandered to the past. Specifically, Fairview High in Boulder, Colorado. Home of the Knights, and where he'd met Walter Schmidt, the school's resident burnout. Schmidt flaunted his reputation. Skipping class, smart, mouthing teachers. Smoking weed behind the bleachers. He'd tried dragging Moore into his orbit, and for a while, the chaos was tempting. With his parents' divorce tearing everything apart, rebellion seemed like an escape. But Moore held out. Barely. He wasn't exactly acing classes himself, watching Schmidt's reckless charm win over girls and admirers. The guy would smirk at him like, this could be you, man. Then, near the end of the year, Moore caved. A party. A girl he liked. His first taste of weed. He pedaled toward Schmidt's place, only to find cops swarming the scene. Schmidt was thrashing in cuffs, spitting curses, while officers hauled out the rest, including the girl. Moore froze. That could have been him. Something clicked. This wasn't his path. His dad, an IBM desk jockey, had nagged him about wasting potential. But that night, Moore finally listened to someone else. Mr. Loneguard, his gym teacher. The guy saw something in him no one else did. SEAL. The word stuck. His dad called the Navy a dead end. Fine. He'd prove him wrong. Moore stayed on the right path, earning his high school diploma, before heading to the Navy recruitment training command in Great Lakes, Illinois, for an intense 8-week boot camp. There, he tackled grueling challenges, navigating the obstacle course twice, mastering ship operations, handling weapons, and enduring the infamous tier, gas-filled confidence chamber, where recruits had to calmly recite personal details amid the stinging fumes. After graduation, he proudly adjusted his Navy ball cap and shipped off to San Antonio's Law Enforcement Academy for the 6-week Ligma program. The thrill of firearms training hooked him, and his sharp-shooting skills didn't go unnoticed. His persistence paid off when instructors finally granted him the recommendation he'd been chasing. Promoted to seaman, Moore's next stop was Coronado, California, the legendary home of the Navy SEALs, where the real test of grit awaited. Meanwhile, over 200 guests mingled across the sprawling oceanfront estate of Casa de Rojas in Punta de Mita, Mexico. Nestled within the exclusive Four Seasons resort, the 20 Zalozan Square foot property boasted 4 lavish master suites, bunk rooms for kids, and a private villa, making it the crown jewel of the community. The grand entrance, with its hand-carved doors and cathedral like marble foyer, left visitors speechless. Miguel's girlfriend, Sonia Batista, froze mid-step, her breath catching as she took in the towering granite columns and the shimmering infinity pool beyond. "Everyone has secrets," she murmured, tilting her head toward the skylights. "But this place, it's next level." Her gaze dropped to the intricate stone floor, a masterpiece that had taken artisans years to perfect. Miguel smirked, already planning the full tour, though for now, they were racing against his father's schedule. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Sonia, her sunlit curls gleaming like polished obsidian, her toned frame a blend of elegance and strength. For weeks, he'd memorized every inch of her, from the gold flecks in her eyes to the way she laughed when he surprised her. He leaned in, brushing his lips against hers, and she giggled as he tugged her forward. "Hurry up," he teased. "Dad's speech starts in 5, and he'll skin me alive if we miss it." Sonia stumbled, too busy gaping at the gourmet kitchens and banquet hall to watch her step. The ceiling soared 20 feet, adorned with stonework that glittered under the lights. Later, Miguel would explain how his father, George Rojas, had sourced each piece of furniture from across the globe, each with its own story. But for now, they wove through the crowd, her grip tightening on his hand as they reached the pool deck. "I'm seriously nervous," she admitted, eyeing the sea of faces. Miguel squeezed back, grinning. "Relax. Just wait till you see the shooting range." Fernando Castillo stood like an immovable sentinel near the poolside, his towering frame clad in a tailored black suit, the ever-present earpiece and mirrored sunglasses completing his imposing presence. Miguel flashed a grin as he turned to Sonia. "Meet Castillo, my father's head of security. Don't let the tough guy act fool you. He still can't beat me in Call of Duty. Only because you cheat." Castillo shot back, the corner of his mouth quirking up. "Modded controllers, glitch exploits. I've seen your tricks. Or maybe you just need better aim," Miguel teased. With deliberate slowness, Castillo removed his sunglasses, revealing a face marked by a single piercing eye, the other sealed shut with neat, surgical precision. Sonia caught her breath but recovered quickly, offering her hand. "Pleasure to meet you," she said, voice steady. "The pleasure's mine," Castillo replied, sliding the glasses back on with practiced ease. "Some things are better left hidden." "No." Miguel tugged her away, murmuring as they wove through clusters of well-dressed guests. "Don't underestimate him. That man notices everything." "How did it happen?" Sonia asked, glancing back. "Childhood accident," Miguel said. his tone briefly somber before brightening. But tonight, we're here to celebrate. He squeezed her hand, leading her past 4 bustling bars, where bartenders poured endless streams of champagne beneath a banner stretched between palm trees. Welcome to the George Rojas Education Initiative Gala, it read, the Pacific's twilight hues painting the sky behind it. $1,000 a plate, and every cent went to schools his father's foundation had rebuilt. Projects the Mexican government couldn't touch. Miguel? A voice cut through the chatter. His Aunt Mariana and Uncle Arturo, Chihuahua's governor, emerged from the crowd, both dressed like they'd stepped off a magazine cover. Look at you. Mariana cooed, adjusting his jacket sleeve. New York designer. Miguel nodded, omitting the price tag. Beside him, Sonia extended a hand, her diamond necklace catching the light as she greeted them with effortless grace. His uncle's appreciative glance didn't escape him. Miguel barely registered their conversation, too absorbed in watching Sonia. The way her laughter lit up her face. The effortless charm she wielded like a second language. His father had introduced them after a business deal with mutual contacts. Her lineage impressed George. Her confidence, and yes, her curves, had captivated Miguel from the start. As the evening unfolded, he caught Castillo's lone eye watching from the shadows, a silent reminder that in this world of wealth and power, some things were always seen, even when hidden behind dark glasses. He found out she'd studied at Complutense University, one of Europe's most prestigious institutions, and it didn't take long for him to realize there was sharp intelligence behind her striking looks. "Don't underestimate me," she'd said with a playful smirk. "No fancy prep school for me, but I walked out with honors." After graduation, she spent the summer exploring New York, Miami, and Los Angeles, cities she'd only dreamed of before. Fashion and film fascinated her, and with a business degree in hand, she imagined herself working for a major Hollywood studio or a top designer in Manhattan. But her father had other plans. He'd allowed her a year of freedom, but come fall, she'd be joining the family company. Miguel, however, had his own ideas for her future. Back from Spain at last, his aunt remarked, raising an eyebrow. "How long were you gone?" "Just a month," Miguel replied, flashing Sonia a grin. His aunt's eyes widened. "Your father mentioned it was a graduation gift." "Exactly," Miguel said, pride lacing his voice before turning to his uncle. "How's everything back home?" Arturo ran a hand over his smooth head and sighed. "Still a mess. The violence isn't letting up." Mariana cut in with a dismissive wave. "Not tonight, Arturo. Tonight's about celebration." With a reluctant nod, Arturo smiled at Sonia. "A pleasure meeting you. Now, let's get you to our table. Just over there." "Perfect. We're sitting together," Sonia said. But before they could make it across the poolside terrace, Miguel was stopped by a parade of familiar faces. His father's business partners, old US soccer teammates, and, awkwardly, an ex-girlfriend who turned a brief greeting into an eternity of stilted French. Sonia stood by, looking bewildered. "You never told me you spoke French," she said once they finally escaped. "English, French, Spanish, German. Dutch," he rattled off with a smirk. "And occasionally some street slang. You feel me?" She laughed as they settled at the lavishly set table, where even the napkins were a testament to luxury. Miguel had been raised to appreciate the finer things, no matter how small, whether it was the weight of the silverware or the craftsmanship of his belt. His father's words echoed in his mind. Gratitude was non-negotiable. Nearby, a polished lectern stood beside a projection screen, true to his father's philosophy. Full stomachs don't listen. The presentation would come before dinner. Arturo stepped up to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd take your seats, we'll begin shortly. For those who don't know me, I'm Arturo Gonzalez, Governor of Chihuahua. Tonight, I'd like to say a few words about my brother-in-law, George, though he hardly needs an introduction. Still, I thought I'd share some stories from our school days, since we've known each other since we were kids. He paused, then deadpanned. George was a crybaby. I'm not joking. The room erupted in laughter. Every time we had homework, he'd whine for hours. Then he'd show up at my place. I'd do the work, and he'd pay me in Coke or gum, see. Even back then, he knew how to strike a deal. More chuckles filled the air before Arturo's tone softened. But in all seriousness, George and I owe everything to our education and our teachers. That's why we're both so committed to giving back, because every child deserves the same chances we had. George was about to share more details about the Foundation's initiatives, and with a quick introduction, Arturo gestured toward the bar. Out stepped George Rojas, dressed in a sharp suit identical to Miguel's, except for his bold crimson tie, edged with delicate gold embroidery. His hair was slicked back, freshly trimmed, and for the first time, Miguel noticed silver streaks threading through his temples and sideburns. It struck him. His father wasn't just aging, he was evolving. George had always been a powerhouse, a former USC soccer star and triathlete before an injury sidelined him. Even now, at 6'2", with a commanding presence, he towered over Miguel, who had plateaued at 5'10". Normally, George sported a few days' scruff, claiming he was too swamped to shave, an excuse that always earned eye rolls, given his wealth. But tonight, his jawline was smooth, Hollywood-worthy. He flashed a grin, jogging from the bar to the lectern, where he embraced Arturo before playfully pretending to throttle him, drawing laughter. At the mic, George chuckled. I told him not to mention the homework meltdown, but yes, folks, it happened. Passion for education comes in many forms. Miguel caught Sonia's odd expression. George had that magnetic pull, and though it occasionally sparked envy, pride won out. For the next 15 minutes, George outlined the Foundation's impact. New schools, cutting-edge classrooms, top-tier educators recruited across borders. Charts and test scores backed his claims, but the real showstoppers were the kids. A fourth-grade class lined up, 3 stepping forward to share their experiences. Their earnestness melted the room, and George seized the moment. "This is where your donations go," he declared, voice rising. "Invest in the future, starting tonight." "Now, enjoy dinner!" As he stepped down, his girlfriend Alexei joined him. A striking blonde with emerald green eyes, she'd been waiting by the bar. They'd met in Uzbekistan. She, a polyglot attorney fluent in 3 languages, her father a Supreme Court justice. Unlike George's past flings, she'd lasted nearly a year, matching his intellect and curiosity. Then, from the far side of the yard, a soft bossa nova swelled. An orchestra had slipped in unnoticed. Setting the evening's rhythm, Alexei gracefully made her way to the chair George had pulled out for her, flashing a bright smile at the group as she settled in. "Looks like our globe. Trotters have returned from Spain," Rojas remarked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Sonia. "It's wonderful to have you back, Ms. Batista." Sonia returned the warmth. "Great to see you too, sir. That presentation earlier, truly inspiring." Rojas nodded thoughtfully. "Those kids deserve everything we can give them." Then, catching himself, he turned to Alexei. "Where are my manners? This is Alexei Gorbatova, a dear friend. Alexei, meet Sonia Batista, my son's companion." As polite introductions unfolded, Miguel subtly tensed while waiters circled the table, pouring a deep red wine. His eyes flicked to the bottle. Show Mouton Rothschild Pauillac, vintage 1986. He recognized it instantly, knowing full well its hefty price tag. Sonia, oblivious to the cost, inhaled the rich aroma, her expression one of quiet awe. George raised his glass with a flourish. "To Mexico's bright future! Viva Mexico!" Before dessert arrived, Miguel and Sonia excused themselves. His father was deep in conversation with his uncle and a cluster of local politicians, cigars in hand, the thick smoke making Sonia's eyes water. They retreated to a quieter spot near the orchestra, where a skilled rendition of Samba de Yuma, Noda Sayo filled the air. Sonia arched a brow as Miguel named the tune. Music classes weren't just for show, huh? She teased, resting her hand over his. "Thanks for tonight," he chuckled. "Want the full tour?" "Maybe later," she said. "Right now, I'd rather just talk." In the distance, sirens wailed. Probably just an accident. Not the kind of violence his uncle had warned about, the kind that clung to Joe Rez like a suffocating haze. Sonia tilted her head, studying him. "Alexi seems lovely." Miguel shrugged. "She's good for my dad, but he won't marry her." "Why not?" "Because no one replaces my mother." Sonia hesitated. "You never told me how she passed." His smile faded. "I thought I did." "That was your ex," she corrected gently. He playfully nudged her before his expression darkened. "Breast cancer. Money couldn't save her." "I'm sorry," she murmured. "How old were you?" 11. She leaned in, her arm slipping around his shoulders. "That's so young." "Yeah. I just wish my father had handled it differently. He shipped me off to La Rosie, thinking I couldn't handle the grief. But you liked it there." "I did, but it wasn't home." Sonia hesitated, then admitted. "I looked it up after you mentioned it. Switzerland elite education sounds incredible." It was. But I missed him. We barely saw each other after that. It's like he didn't know how to be a father without her. He exhaled. Maybe all this charity work is his way of making up for it. "Have you ever told him how you feel?" Miguel shook his head. "He's always moving, always busy." "I don't even know where to start." "Maybe it's time to slow down," she suggested softly. "Before it's too late. Running a vast empire across Mexico probably requires constant attention." Or so Miguel figured. "Your dad strikes me as a straight shooter," he said. "If you talked to him honestly, he might actually listen." Sonia sighed. "I'm nervous about that. He's already mapped out my entire future. One conversation and he'll hand me a step-by-step guide. Honestly, I just want to enjoy the rest of summer before he drags me into the family business. After that, grad school in the fall. You never mentioned grad school before." "There's a lot I haven't told you. Remember when you said you wanted to move to California?" "Of course." "Well, this fall, we could go together. I'll be studying, and you could land a job at one of those studios you always talk about." Her eyes lit up. "That would be incredible!" I could finally. Then her excitement faded. "Wait. You know my father would never allow it." "I'll talk to him." She shook her head. "That won't work. He's got this whole speech about his unwavering commitment to excellence. That's how he justifies everything. And his unwavering commitment to controlling my life is just as strong. Then I'll have my father reason with him." Sonia arched a brow. "Miguel, what are you suggesting?" "I'm saying your father wants you happy. And believe me, I can deliver on that. Or at least, I'll give it my best shot. You already do." She leaned in, their kiss slow and electric, leaving Miguel breathless. When they pulled apart, he spotted his father watching from the deck. George motioned them over. "Here comes the interrogation," Miguel muttered. "He'll grill me on every world crisis, and heaven help me if I don't have an opinion." Sonia smirked. "Relax. I'll jump in if you freeze up." He squeezed her hand, grinning. Perfect. The Swords, Edge Shawl region. North Waziristan, the tribal chief had summoned his council to his mud, walled fortress in the Mana Valley. But Mullah Abdul Samad had no interest in attending. While the chief's men gathered below, Samad stayed hidden on the ridge, flanked by his two most loyal fighters, Atif Talwar and Wajid Niazi. Through his binoculars, he spotted two figures on the opposite slope. One was bearded and broad, the other younger, wary, with a patchy beard. They wore tribal garb, but one fiddled with a satellite phone while the other checked a handheld device. Likely jeepies. Talwar and Niazi, though young, had been sharpened under Samad's command. Both agreed these were scouts. American spies, Pakistani army, or worse, special forces. The chief's men, oblivious as always, had missed them entirely. Their incompetence would cost them. The chief loved flaunting tribal law in the government's face, boasting about how his people needed no outside rule. He swore no criminals hid in Shawwal, no foreigners, no threats. But Samad knew better. The man couldn't lie to save his life, though soon he wouldn't have to. The scouts remained motionless, scanning the valley through their own lenses. Samad's grip tightened on his rifle. Patience. Their reckoning would come. The men carefully studied the orchard stretching down the hillside. Rows of apple trees giving way to apricots, their branches thick enough to provide decent concealment. Terraced fields carved into the steep slopes overlooked the village, but the guards patrolling the perimeter barely glanced behind them, oblivious to the scouts hidden among the foliage. Samad clenched his jaw in frustration. It was no secret that this region had long been a refuge for militants. The Datakail and Zakakail tribes were infamous for their unwavering loyalty and their land's natural defenses. The current chief had held out against American pressure, but Samad knew it wouldn't last. Sooner or later, the man would crack, leaving him and the 40 others training just inside Pakistan's Shawl Valley exposed. 10 kilometers across the Afghan border, the situation was just as tense. After 9/11, Pakistani forces had moved in to secure the area, welcomed at first by the tribes, a decision they'd come to regret as drone strikes and brutal bombings claimed innocent lives. The Americans offered hollow apologies and meager compensation, all while justifying the bloodshed. But lately, the tribes had grown defiant, refusing demands from both governments. A local militia had even formed to hunt down fugitives, though Islamabad wasn't satisfied. Just days ago, word came that the army might return in force. Samad's group had struck a deal with their leader, Mullah Omar Rahmani, who operated from the Afghan side. If the military advanced, they'd arm the tribesmen in resistance. Rahmani had deep pockets, thanks to the thriving opium trade. His latest venture, a partnership with Mexico's Jew Rez cartel, aiming to flood the market with Afghan heroin and undercut South America's cocaine empire. The cartel's success hinged on wiping out rivals, and Rahmani was ready to supply them, feeding America's addiction from an ocean away. Lowering his binoculars, Samad turned to his men. "They'll be here by nightfall," Talwar frowned. "How can you be sure?" "Scouts move first. Rahmani will call." Niazi shifted uneasily. "Can we escape?" Samad pointed skyward with a grim smile. "They're always watching." Stroking his beard, he motioned for them to retreat along the ridge, using the orchard as cover. Beyond the hill lay a farmhouse, its livestock pens holding goats, sheep, and a handful of cows. Maybe their last chance to slip away unnoticed. The local farmer had been shooting Samad dirty looks every time he brought his fighters to the valley for weapons training. This rugged terrain served as a Taliban practice range, and the old man knew exactly what was happening on his land. Though the village elder had pressured him into cooperating, his resentment was obvious. Samad had never exchanged words with the farmer, but his lieutenant Rahmani had, and came back with a stark warning about the man's untrustworthiness. War demanded sacrifices. That bitter truth had been burned into Samad's memory long ago. His father, a hardened mujahideen who fought against the Soviets, had told him as much the night before vanishing into battle. He remembered the man's cracked sandals, the worn-out backpack slung over his shoulder, the AK-47 gripped tight in his hands. That final glance back, the fierce pride in his father's eyes, was all Samad had left of him. As an only child, he and his mother were left to fend for themselves in a world that showed no mercy. Years later, Samad still carried a faded photograph of his father, the edges yellowed beneath its plastic sleeve. On the loneliest nights, he'd stare at the image and whisper, wondering if the man would have approved of the path he'd taken. Against the odds, he'd finished school in Afghanistan, then secured a scholarship to Middlesex University's Dubai campus, where he studied it. But it was there, surrounded by radical thinkers from the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and Hezbollah, that his idealism twisted into something darker. After graduation, he and a few like-minded friends traveled to Zahedan, a strategic Iranian city near the borders of Pakistan and Afghanistan. Funded by drug money and aided by explosives experts from Iran's Revolutionary Guard, they built a bomb factory. Samad's role, designing the digital network that tracked their deadly shipments. Bombs hidden in cinder blocks, smuggled across borders with chilling precision. Jihad, he had learned, wasn't just a spiritual struggle, it was war. The infidels, especially the Americans, were a blight on the earth. Decadent, arrogant, drowning in their own excess. They had to be wiped out before they poisoned the world further. The Quran's words echoed in his mind. Strike terror into the enemies of Allah. Now, standing outside the farmer's crumbling house, Samad called the old man out. The farmer, frail and leaning on a cane, glared at him. "Get off my land," he rasped. Samad didn't hesitate. With a single, fluid motion, he drove his knife straight into the man's chest. Some sacrifices, after all, were necessary. The farmer collapsed backward, but Samad was quick, grabbing him before he hit the ground. Talwar and Niazi rushed in, helping to drag the limp body inside the mud brick house. They dropped him onto the packed earth floor, where he lay motionless, his glassy eyes fixed on them as blood pooled beneath him. "Once he's gone, we'll need to stash him somewhere," Niazi muttered. Samad nodded. "Obviously." Talwar rubbed his chin. "People will notice he's missing. We'll tell them he went to see his sons in Kabul," Samad countered. "But only if the locals start asking. If the Americans or the army show up, this is our land now." "Got it. Running will just make us look guilty." They dragged the body to a shallow pit near the goat pen, where the old man had been dumping manure. Without ceremony, they tossed him in and shoveled fresh dung over the corpse. Samad smirked. No soldier in their right mind would sift through filth for some dead farmer. He stripped off the man's tattered clothes and pulled them on himself, the fabric reeking of sweat and earth. The three settled into creaky wooden chairs, sipping bitter tea as the sun dipped below the horizon. Meanwhile, Moore and his rookie, Rana, had spotted 3 figures lurking near a cluster of trees on the ridge. Even with binoculars, the distance was too great to make out faces. "Taliban scouts?" Rana whispered. Moore agreed. They backtracked through the rocky foothills, descending into a narrow ravine before climbing to higher ground. Moore pulled out his iridium phone, knowing the signal would cut out if he ventured too deep into the valleys. The mountaintops were riskier exposed. but at least the call would go through. He dialed the number for Captain Dale Osborne, leader of an Oda team, one of the Army's finest. Moore had worked with these guys before, trading jabs about who had the deadliest operators. The rivalry was all in good fun. "Ozzy, it's Blackbeard," Moore said, using his SIA handle. Ozzy's voice crackled through. "What's the word?" "Man, going for 3 tonight," Ozzy scoffed. "You got real intel or just more fairy tales?" "Fairy tales, mostly. So you didn't actually see them?" "They're here. We've got 3 confirmed." "Why do you guys always pull this crap?" Moore chuckled. "Because you love playing in the dirt. Names and photos are uploaded. I want these guys. Shocking. Listen, we've got shell casings everywhere. Sloppy bastards left a mess. Training site, no doubt. I need you here tonight. Surprise party. You sure your source isn't full of it?" "I'd stake my life on it." "Well, damn. You've got yourself a deal. See you at 0:30, hot shot. Copy that. And bring gloves. Wouldn't want to mess up those pretty hands." Yeah. Moore grinned and ended the call. "What now?" Rana asked. "We find a hideout, wait for the cavalry." "Want the chopper scare them off?" Moore shook his head. "They know we've got eyes everywhere. They'll just hunker down. Watch and learn." Rana swallowed hard. "I'm nervous." Moore clapped him on the shoulder. "Relax. We've got this." He gestured to his AK-47 and the worn Makarov at his hip. Rana carried one too, though his grip was still shaky. They found a shallow cave, camouflaging the entrance with rocks and brush. As darkness settled, Moore fought off exhaustion, his eyelids heavy. "Stay sharp," he muttered to Rana. The kid was too wired to sleep anyway, his fingers drumming against his rifle. The energy bar Moore had choked down earlier churned in his gut, fueling nightmares that felt more like visions. One moment he was adrift in an endless void, pinned against the darkness like some cosmic sacrifice. The next he was flailing and shouting, "Don't leave me here!" His own voice jolted him awake, only to find Rana's palm clamped over his mouth. Moonlight filtering through the dusty window revealed the man's alarmed expression. "Quiet, you idiot," Rana hissed. "I'm not going anywhere, but keep screaming and the whole valley will know we're here." Moore gulped air as Rana released him, the metallic taste of adrenaline sharp on his tongue. "Hell of a dream," he muttered, rubbing his face. Before Rana could respond, the satellite phone buzzed. A voicemail from Ozzy, their contact laced with his usual colorful insults. "Saddle up, princess. Wheels up in 20. Outside, the night hummed with tension. Somewhere beyond the mud, brick walls. Rotor blades chopped through the thin mountain air. Samad, stirring from his cot in the farmer's house, felt Talwar's grip on his shoulder. "Helicopter," Talwar murmured. "Go back to sleep." But Samad was already moving, knotting a ragged cloth over one eye, a crude but effective disguise. In his experience, simplicity bred success. A wounded farmer, dragged from bed by foreign soldiers. Nothing suspicious about that. The Black Hawk spotlight carved through the village as the translator's amplified voice boomed. "Wasik, 2 men. No harm will come to anyone." Ozzy's team fast, roped into the clearing, their rifles sweeping the shadows. Moore intercepted them near an alley, flashing his penlight at Rana. "Meet my partner, Robin." Rana scowled. "That's Rana, inside joke," Moore said, grinning as Baba. The team's warrant officer feigned disgust. "See a trash, huh?" Moore opened his mouth to fire back, but Ozzy cut in. "Save the comedy for extraction." His gaze locked onto Moore. "This is your play. Don't make me regret it." The team moved out, their training evident in every step. Negotiations here weren't about textbooks. They were about reading eyes, catching flinches, knowing when to press and when to fade. And more. He just hoped his hunch was worth the gamble. The team had immersed themselves in the local culture, learning the language, studying customs, even carrying discreet cheat sheets tucked in their pockets for unexpected social encounters. They saw themselves as unofficial ambassadors, a bridge between worlds for tribesmen who might never meet another Westerner. Moore, Rana Ozzy, and Bob O were moments from crossing a rough dirt path near the village's mud. Brick homes when gunfire erupted, the sharp cracks bouncing off the mountains. Moore froze mid-step as Bob O spat a curse. Raceman. Where's that coming from? Ozzy snapped into his headset while Moore and Rana ducked against a wall. Bob O was already barking into his radio, demanding updates from other units. The gunfire escalated, distinct rhythms revealing two sides. The sharper, controlled bursts were Ozzy's team, their Scar rifles answering the ambush with precise 5.56 and 7.622 numbered rounds. Then came the chaotic replies, the stuttering roar of AK-47s, the fight now just a few houses away. Moore's instincts kicked in. An AK-47 could be fired single shot, magazine loaded, safety off, charging handle pulled. Or switched to full auto, emptying the clip in seconds. The difference told a story. Full auto spray usually meant ammo to spare. Single shots hinted at scarcity. It wasn't foolproof, but Moore had learned to trust his ears. Right now, the enemy wasn't holding back. Stay put. Moore told Rana, whose grip tightened on his Makarov. Oh, I'm not moving. Rana muttered, eyes scanning the shadows. Ozzy, peering around the corner, directed Neo and Big Dan to flank the southern ridge. We've got 8, maybe 10 hostiles, he said, then turned to Moore, cowling in an Apache. Let's see how they like a taste of that. The Apache longbow, armed with a chain gun rockets and Hellfires, was a nightmare for insurgents who'd seen its devastation firsthand. Ozzy radioed the pilot, urgency in his voice. Get here fast. Light him up. Moore nudged Rana. We're pulling back. Just hold on. Rana exhaled sharply. This feels wrong. Before Moore could reassure him again, movement caught his eye. A shadow rounding the far corner, rifle glinting in the moonlight. Moore's AK-47 barked 4 rounds, dropping the fighter into the dirt. But as the body fell, muzzle flashes lit up the opposite side of the house. 3 more Taliban opened fire, forcing Ozzy and Bob O to scramble for cover. The alley was no longer safe. Bob O quickly moved in front of Rana, shielding the kid while Moore hesitated for just a second before darting forward to join Ozzy. Across the street, 2 weathered houses stood like silent witnesses, their cracked walls hiding danger. Muzzle flashes flickered from 3 different spots. One shooter perched on the flat roof, using the low parapet as cover. Another crouched behind a knee wall, at the back, and a third popping in and out of a shattered window. The thick mud bricks made them feel invincible against incoming fire. Rana, stick with them. Moore ordered before crawling closer to Ozzy. Keep their heads down. I'm flanking, starting with the rooftop guy. Ozzy scoffed. Seriously, just let me drop a grenade on M. Moore shook his head. We need one alive. Hand me those flex cuffs. With a disbelieving chuckle, Ozzy tossed them over. Moore flashed a grin. Back in a flash. Hey, money! Rana called out nervously. But Moore was already sprinting down the alley. Dressed like a local and armed with their weapons, he knew confusion might buy him a split second advantage. He weaved past 2 more crumbling houses, crossed the dirt road he had used, and reached the back of the rooftop shooter's hideout. The guy had climbed up on a shaky wooden ladder, and Moore timed his ascent with the next burst of gunfire, letting the chaos mask his footsteps. Peering over the ledge, he saw the fighter, black turban bobbing as he popped up, fired, then ducked behind cover. Bob O and Ozzy hammered the parapet with suppressing fire, kicking up dust and chips of stone. The shooter, focused on the fight ahead, never noticed Moore creeping up behind him. Gripping his Makarov by the barrel, Moore took a breath, then launched himself forward like a hawk diving for prey. His knee slammed into the man's spine as the pistol grip cracked against his neck, just below the ear, sending him crumpling to the roof. A quick zip tie later, and the guy was hogtied, unconscious but breathing. Moore descended the ladder, dusting off his hands as Ozzy and Bob-O kept the remaining two pinned down. Hugging the wall, he circled toward the second fighter, who was dug in behind a low barrier, rifle ready. The guy had a sidearm and a bulging pack, probably stuffed with ammo. Moore hesitated. Charging straight in was risky. One wrong move, and he'd catch friendly fire. Getting taken out by enemy rounds was bad enough, but getting dropped by his own team, that'd be the kind of dumb move that lands you in a Darwin Award. With his AK-47 in hand, Moore weighed his options. If he fired, the last shooter might mistake it for his buddy's shots. But silence was safer. For now, he adjusted his grip, ready to move. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, the sound cutting through the tension like a bad joke. War was hell, but at least it wasn't boring. Just when the tension couldn't get any thicker, the sky erupted with the deafening roar of an Apache longbow helicopter. Its massive rotors kicked up dust. As it banked sharply overhead, the blinding searchlight sweeping across the alley like a spotlight on a stage. The distraction was perfect. Moore didn't hesitate. He squeezed off 3 quick shots, watching as the rounds struck the Taliban fighter square in the back, sending him sprawling. Without missing a beat, Moore ducked low, crawling beneath a side window before circling to the front of the house, where the last insurgent was holed up. Bob-O and Ozzy held their fire, giving Moore the opening he needed. He crouched beneath the open window, listening to the frantic clatter of the enemy's rifle. A grenade would have been easy, too easy. Instead, Moore rolled onto his side, his muscles straining as he reached up and seized the barrel of the insurgent's AK. With a sharp yank, he wrenched the weapon free, using it to pull himself upright just as the stunned fighter fumbled for his sidearm. Too slow. Moore's Makarov barked 3 times, dropping the man where he stood. The Apache's thunder faded as Ozzy called it off, leaving behind an eerie silence broken only by the distant bark of a dog and a muffled shout in English. Moore jogged back to regroup with his team, his hands still trembling from the adrenaline dump. "Nice work, Pook," Bob-O muttered, clapping him on the shoulder. Moore just nodded, catching his breath. "Got one alive on the roof. Gonna have a little chat with him." Ozzy pressed a hand to his earpiece, scowling. 4 down, but the rest slipped into the mountains. We lost, Moore's jaw tightened. "I want to hear what Old Man Shah has to say about this." The village chief wasn't hard to find. He stormed out of the mud, brick fort like a man used to getting his way. Towering, turbaned, with a beard so thick it looked like steel wool. Beside him, a frail cleric shook his head like he was trying to ward off bad luck. Moore shoved the photos into Shah's hands. "We came in peace," he said, voice tight. "Then your friends showed up." Shah barely glanced at the pictures. "I don't know these men," he said smoothly. Ozzy let out a derisive snort. Moore's grip tightened on his pistol. "Yeah. Then you won't mind if we take a look around." "Chief, were you aware the Taliban were operating in this area?" Moore asked, his voice tight with frustration. The village leader shook his head, his expression unreadable. "I have told you before, Captain. We do not shelter terrorists." Ozzy scoffed, his patience long gone. "Funny how they keep turning up here, then. Do they just parachute in when we're not looking?" He turned to Moore. "Let's finish the sweep. Just a small team." The chief crossed his arms. My men are occupied with protecting our people. Fine, Ozzy snapped, motioning for Bob O to follow as he strode away. The cleric stepped forward, his voice low but clear. Leave this place. Take your men and go. Rana couldn't hold back. You're siding with killers! Moore shot him a warning look, but the damage was done. The cleric's gaze darkened. You are the one who misunderstands, boy. For the next 2 hours, Ozzy's team scoured the village and surrounding fields, weapons ready, expecting an ambush at any moment. Meanwhile, Moore grilled their lone captive, shoving photos in his face. Name. Origin. Have you seen these men? Kill me. The man repeated, his voice flat. Moore clenched his jaw. This was going nowhere. The CIA could handle the interrogation, though it might take days to break him. When the team regrouped at the helicopter, Moore studied the satellite image. This farmhouse. Did anyone check it? Bobo nodded. One-eyed farmer, couple of sons. Not our guys. Ozzy threw his hands up. So what now? We're stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a bunch of armed locals who hate us. Maybe we should send them apology gift cards. The mission wasn't a complete waste. At least now they knew where the chief's loyalties lay. Moore left behind the photos, a silent plea for cooperation. Did we fail? Rana asked as they boarded the chopper. Moore smirked. Just hit some bad weather. Bad weather? Yeah. A whole storm of people refusing to talk. Rana frowned. Why protect the Taliban? Because the Taliban pays better, Moore said bitterly. Survival isn't pretty out here. You think we'll find them, eventually. But time's not on my side. As the helicopter lifted off, Moore's phone buzzed, Slater calling. Before they even landed in Kabul, he got the update Tito Lamas, the cartel lieutenant, had been found in a trunk with a bullet in his skull. Kadeh's associates, all dead. Moore exhaled, the weight of unfinished business pressing down. Justice was slipping away, and the fire inside him burned hotter than ever. Moore was the last man standing from that photo. Everyone else had met a grim fate except the Taliban. He knew he had to return to Islamabad immediately. His plan was to check in with the local authorities about Lamas and dig up any additional leads. To buy himself more time, he considered, accidentally, missing his flight home. By the time he reached the city at dawn, he sent Rana off to rest while he headed straight to the police station. There he confirmed the identity of Tito Lamas, whose fake passport and forged documents only deepened the mystery. Sharing intel from the agency with the detectives earned him their gratitude, until Weiser's unexpected email arrived. The message revealed that the 2 remaining Taliban in the photo were actually Punjabi Taliban, operating out of North Waziristan with ties to groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed. But the real shock, both men had been executed. The Taliban had rooted out their leak and eliminated everyone involved. Except Moore. Now, he was undoubtedly their next target. Maybe it was time to book that flight home after all. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan's Shawwal Valley, Samad and his lieutenants had slipped across the border before sunrise, blending in with a group of merchants to avoid detection. Samad knew better than to take the scenic route. American surveillance was relentless, from ground sensors to satellites that could pinpoint their movements in seconds. One wrong step, and a drone strike would be the last thing they ever saw. They found Mullah Omar Rahmani lounging in a tent beneath walnut trees, shielded by lemon vines. Morning prayers done, he sipped tea and nibbled on rote bread, apricots, and yogurt, a rare treat in the mountains. His sharp, calculating eyes, magnified by wire, frame glasses, gave nothing away. The worn camouflage jacket draped over his shoulders carried the weight of battles past, a reminder of his days fighting the Russians. His presence alone was enough to command silence. even from men like Samad. Samad sensed Rahmani's displeasure beneath the surface, despite the man's possible approval of how he had outmaneuvered the Americans yet again. With a slow, deliberate motion, Rahmani raised his chin and addressed the group. "Peace be upon you, brothers. Let us give thanks for this meal and another day of life, though each dawn brings greater trials." The men settled around him as young attendants served steaming cups of tea. Samad took a careful sip, the heat doing little to ease the cold dread creeping down his spine. Being in Rahmani's presence was never easy. The man's reputation wasn't exaggerated. Samad had witnessed the brutal executions firsthand. Some were swift, others agonizingly drawn out, the victims choking on their own blood before the final cut. Rahmani exhaled deeply, set down his cup, and crossed his arms, the fabric of his dark clothing straining against his broad frame. His piercing gaze lingered just long enough to make Samad's stomach twist before he spoke again. "The army's instability has made our position precarious. Kadai could have inflicted far worse damage, and while your men handled Islamabad well, loose ends remain, especially that agent our sniper mentioned at the hotel. He's still at large. Worse, our alliance with the Joe Rez cartel is now in jeopardy after we had to eliminate their operative. Time is no longer on our side." Samad nodded. "The SIA's recruitment efforts here have intensified. They offer good money, and temptation is hard to resist. My men are tracking one of their informants now. A young operative named Israr Rana. We believe he exposed critical intel." Rahmani's expression darkened. "Some say patience will see us through, that the Americans won't stay forever, but I refuse to wait. The problem must be cut at the root. For 5 years, I've been refining a plan, one that's nearly ready. The framework is set. All I need now are the right men to carry it out." "We stand ready," Samad replied. "You'll lead them," Rahmani said sharply. "And you'll use your Mexican connections to bring jihad back to American soil." "Understood." Samad forced a nod, though unease coiled in his chest. Dealing with the cartel was dangerous. Any misstep could provoke them. But if he played his cards right, their resources could prove invaluable. He'd have to rely on deception, as the Kern permitted against unbelievers. "Listen closely," Rahmani warned. "Nearly 100 men have already pledged their lives to this mission. Some have already fallen. The stakes couldn't be higher. Failure is not an option." Samad swallowed, the phantom weight of a blade pressing against his throat. "We know the cost." Rahmani's voice rose as he quoted scripture. "Whoever fights in Allah's cause, whether slain or victorious, will be granted a mighty reward. Paradise awaits." Samad added fervently, "And if we must die, then rise and die again, we will. That is why we embrace death." A slow, knowing smirk curled Rahmani's lips. "That is why." He gestured to the food. "Now eat. I'll explain the details. This operation will test your resolve. But in days, you'll be on your way. When the moment arrives, you'll deliver a message from God unlike anything the Americans have ever witnessed." "We won't let you down," Samad promised. Rahmani gave a slow, solemn nod. "Do not fail God." Samad bowed his head. "We are his instruments." Meanwhile, at Islamabad International Airport in Pakistan, Moore was preparing for the grueling trip ahead, a 17-hour journey to San Diego to meet his new joint task force. As he waited at the gate, his sharp eyes scanned the crowd business travelers, what he guessed were foreign journalists, and a few families, including one that was unmistakably British. His tablet, secured behind military-grade encryption, displayed the latest declassified reports on cartel violence along the border, though he'd already reviewed the classified intel in private. Most of the cases detailed brutal turf wars between rival factions, particularly the Sinaloa and Joe Rez cartels. The signs were everywhere. Mass graves, decapitated bodies strung up on bridges, a grim escalation in savagery led by ex-Special Forces sicarios. Government officials spun the bloodshed as proof their policies were working, claiming the cartels were tearing each other apart. But more knew better. These organizations had grown so powerful they practically ruled entire regions, their violence a twisted form of governance. One journalist's report stuck with him, a year-long investigation revealing how, in remote southeastern towns, the cartels were the only ones providing jobs and security. That journalist didn't last long. He was gunned down outside a shopping mall, 17 bullets ending his life before his mother even arrived. The parallels to Afghanistan were unsettling. Just like the Taliban, the cartels thrived on distrust of the government, exploiting the desperation of people abandoned by their own leaders. Both groups understood the power of fear and the profits of the drug trade. Moore skimmed through crime scene photos that would haunt most people, federal officers slaughtered in the streets, migrants beheaded and dumped in sheds, a sicario crucified and burned alive in front of his family. The brutality was endless, and then there were the unspoken fears. What if this spilled across the border? His phone buzzed with 3 unread emails from Leslie Hollander. Whatever came next, Moore had a feeling his mission was about to get a lot darker. Leslie's first message asked when he'd returned to Kabul, while the second inquired if he'd gotten her email. The third carried a sharper edge. Why was he ghosting her? She promised if he replied. She'd arrange another session where, as she phrased it with deliberate coyness, she'd leave him stumbling like a rodeo rider after a long night. A press officer at the U.S. Embassy, Leslie had transferred from Islamabad to Kabul, her sharp wit and dark, framed glasses masking a fiery confidence. At 27, he had used her slender frame and bookish demeanor had initially led Moore to peg her as the type who'd debate the mechanics of intimacy with some spreadsheet-obsessed counterpart before an awkward, overly analytical encounter. But holy hell, had he misjudged her. Behind those glasses and buttoned, up blouses lay a woman who could unravel him with a glance. Their stolen weekends in the city left him equal parts exhilarated and exhausted, though he'd known from the start how this story ended. The script was tired guy prioritizes career, delivers the "it's not you" speech vanishes into the bureaucratic ether. He'd even warned her over their first dinner. This was transactional, an exchange of intel with benefits. No promises. "Okay," she'd said. So casually he nearly spat out his beer. "You think I'm easy?" "Not even a little." "Good. Because I am," he'd laughed. "No. You're just terrifyingly good at playing the game." "And how's that working for you?" "Too well. But dial it back." "You've already won," she'd grinned. "Look around. Kabul's no theme park. We make our own fun." That unshakable optimism, that refusal to let the world harden her, it hooked him deeper than he'd expected. Now, standing in the airport, the weight of the inevitable pressed down. He could have copied his usual exit strategy, a sterile email, a vague apology. But Leslie deserved more. Her voice crackled through the receiver. Finally. "Lose your signal, or just avoiding me. Got your emails. Sorry for the radio silence. Where are you?" "Boarding a flight, too." "Leslie, they're reassigning me. No clue when I'll be back." A beat. "You're serious?" "Yeah." Silence. Then, quiet but steady. "You could have given me a heads up." A proper goodbye. "I've been in the field." There wasn't time. Her sigh carried static. "This blows. I know. Maybe I'll resign. Become your personal shadow." He huffed a laugh. "You're not the stalking type." Damn right. So what's the play here? We'll figure it out. The line hummed between them. Moore's chest tightened, her unspoken plea ringing louder than words. Don't go. Don't go, she pleaded, her words trembling with emotion. I think I was actually falling for you, she confessed suddenly, her voice breaking. He sighed, shaking his head. Come on, we both knew this was just fun. You set the rules, remember? I warned you this moment would come. And yeah, it stings bad. His voice softened as he added, we can keep in touch if you want, but if it's too painful, I get it. Honestly, you deserve someone better, someone without all my baggage, someone who can give you more. She let out a bitter laugh. Wish we got what was coming to us. Still, those moments were worth it, weren't they? Not sure I can go through this again, he admitted quietly. What goodbyes? She asked. Or relationships in general. A pause. Then she whispered, remember how I used to help you sleep? Those stupid college stories I'd tell when you couldn't shut your eyes. Yeah, he murmured. Don't forget that. Okay, never? She exhaled shakily. Hope you sleep better now. Me too. You should have told me what was really keeping you up. Maybe I could have done more. It's fine. I'm better now. Thanks for everything. A smirk crept into her voice. Thanks for the sex. He laughed under his breath. You make it sound so wrong. It was, she shot back, a playful edge in her tone. You're impossible. Takes one to know one. A beat of silence. Then, reluctantly, I'll call you soon. Take care. He hung up, knowing full well he wouldn't. The lie tasted bitter. Moore clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to turn back, to drag her away from her job, to ditch his own and try for something real. But he knew the truth. 6 months in, he'd be restless. 8 months, divorced, and he'd be right back where he started, hating himself all over again. The boarding announcement crackled overhead. With a heavy sigh, he joined the line of passengers shuffling toward the gate agent. George's Shadow Casa de Rojas Punta de Mita. Mexico the morning after the fundraiser, Miguel led Sonia to the library before breakfast. He hadn't planned to show her yet, but as they passed by, she spotted the framed photos lining the walls and insisted they stop. The grandeur of the room struck her instantly. The towering stone fireplace, the gleaming black ash mantel, the floor, to ceiling shelves crafted from rare hardwoods. Rolling ladders flanked the walls, and Sonia climbed one, marveling at the vast collection. Your father must love books, she exclaimed, scanning the endless rows of hardcovers. No paperbacks in sight. George had demanded only the finest editions, many bound in leather. Knowledge is power, right? Miguel quipped with a grin. Near the entrance, a polished wet bar stood ready, stocked with top-shelf cognacs. Courvoisier, Delamain Hardy, reserved for his father's guests. Plush leather sofas and imported tiger. Skin rugs formed an inviting seating area, with deep recliners scattered throughout. On the coffee table sat magnifying glasses and stacks of Warren Forbes issues, his father's favorite. Even the coasters were edged in 18th karat gold. Sonia descended the ladder and drifted back to one of the photos that had caught her eye. Who is she? Sophia. Miguel answered, his voice barely steady. She's stunning. She was. The word lodged in his throat. He'd never been allowed to attend her funeral. Deemed too traumatic for him. The guilt still gnawed at him, sharp as ever. He'd wept the entire flight to Switzerland, alone with his grief while strangers bid her farewell. The picture of Miguel's mother was taken on the shores of Punta de Mita, where the ocean stretched endlessly behind her in shades of turquoise. She stood there in a sleek black bikini, her radiant smile making her look like a vintage Hollywood star. My dad adored this photo, Miguel said softly, Sonia moved closer to another frame, a smaller one showing his parents holding him as a baby, wrapped in delicate linen and silk. The backdrop was a chapel glowing with candlelight, its walls covered in religious icons. "That's my baptism," he explained. "And those over there. First communion, then confirmation." Sonia studied the images, lingering on his mother's face. She has this presence, like she could command a room without saying a word. Miguel chuckled. "Oh, she did. My dad never listened to anyone, except her. She ran the show." He paused, remembering. "Once, we were in Cozumel, snorkeling near a sunken plane. She thought something stung her, then suddenly she was gone. We panicked. Turns out she'd hit her head on coral. My dad dove in, dragged her out, and gave her CPR right there on the sand. She coughed up water like some dramatic movie scene. 'Your dad's a hero,' Sonia murmured. Miguel shook his head. 'Nah.' When she thanked him, he just said, 'No, you saved me.' Sounds like a real romantic." "Yeah. Well, that night he told me if she hadn't made it, he wouldn't have known how to go on. Then, months later, they found the cancer. Almost like that trip was some twisted warning we didn't understand." His voice tightened. Didn't help in the end. Sonia reached for his hand, but he forced a smile. "Simon, let's grab breakfast." They ate fluffy omelets loaded with salsa, jack cheese, and spices, whipped up by his father's private chef, Jane C., who mentioned George had gone for a beach run. Alexei, meanwhile, was already lounging by the pool, 3 mimosas deep. Afterward, Miguel gave Sonia a tour of their home gym, a space so lavish she joked it put luxury resorts to shame. "Dad's obsessed," he admitted. 2 hours a day, 5 days a week with a trainer. Me, I stick to soccer. Lifting metal. No thanks. Next was the media room, a mini theater with a screen big enough for a blockbuster premiere. But the real surprise was downstairs. Behind a secured door, down 2 flights, lay a basement lined with soundproofing. Miguel punched in codes, and the lights revealed a sprawling marble floor, split by a plush black runner. Gleaming display cases held rows of weapons, antique swords, jewel-encrusted pistols, even a centuries-old crossbow. "Your dad collects guns," Sonia breathed, heels echoing as she stepped inside. "Guns, blades, you name it," Miguel said, guiding her toward a table of modern firearms. "AR-15s, AK-47s, he calls those goat horns. Plus custom pieces with gold plating and our family name. Says they're art, not for shooting." He smirked. "That door leads to his private range. Pretty insane, right?" Sonia's eyes widened. "Insane doesn't even cover it." Miguel grinned as he ran his fingers along the polished barrels of the handguns lined up on the counter. "These are our favorites," he said, nodding toward the Berettas, Glocks, and Sig Sauers. "Go ahead, pick one." She blinked in disbelief. "Wet." "Seriously, dead serious," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "Ever held a gun before?" No, that's insane. If my dad found out." "Relax. It'll be our little secret." She chewed her lip, hesitating. The way she bit down just slightly sent a thrill through him. "Miguel, I don't know. Won't your dad freak out?" "Nah, we do this all the time." He lied smoothly. Truth was, it had been years since he'd last fired a shot, but she didn't need to know that. "Can't we just use blanks or something?" He smirked. "Scared already?" "A little," she admitted. Miguel pulled her close, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Trust me. Once you feel that kick in your hands, you'll love it. It's like nothing else." She gave him a playful smirk. "I can think of a few things I'd rather hold." He rolled his eyes but couldn't help laughing. "Come on. Let's go be badasses for once." With a reluctant sigh, she picked up a Beretta. He grabbed one too, then unlocked a cabinet, loading the magazines before leading her to the range. The lights flickered on as they stepped inside, the scent of gun oil and metal thick in the air. At the booth, he loaded both pistols and handed her ear protection and safety glasses. She wrinkled her nose. "Do I really have to wear these? They'll ruin my hair." Miguel burst out laughing. "What's the bigger tragedy? Bad hair or permanent hearing damage?" "Fine," she muttered, slipping on the headphones with exaggerated reluctance. He went first, demonstrating the stance, the grip, the safety. 2 shots rang out, both slightly off-center, rustier than he'd expected. Then it was her turn. He stood behind her, his breath warm against her neck as he guided her hands. When he stepped back, she fired. 2 perfect headshots on the silhouette target. "No way!" he shouted. "That's insane!" She stared at the holes in disbelief. "Beginner's luck, I swear!" Her next shot missed entirely, and the one after that hit his target. With a frustrated groan, she set the gun down, rubbing her wrist. "It's getting hot, and my hand hurts!" Miguel pulled off his gear, the sharp tang of gunpowder clinging to them. "Let me see." He took her hand, massaging her palm gently. Then, without warning, she pressed against him, her thigh brushing his, and suddenly they were on the floor, her breath hot in his ear. A few minutes later, he froze, pulling away abruptly. She sat up, lips pursed. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, it's not you." "Then talk to me," he exhaled sharply. "It's just the fundraiser, all these people faking smiles, acting like they adore us. But do they? Or are they just terrified of my father?" She touched his arm. "That's not true. Your dad's a good man." "Yeah, but people don't respect him. They fear him. And that kind of power, it's terrifying, even to me. We can never truly escape being watched, can we?" Sonia mused, swirling her cocktail as the ocean breeze tousled her hair. Miguel adjusted his sunglasses, acutely aware of the surveillance cameras discreetly positioned throughout Casa de Rojas. Disabling them would have triggered alarms. Castillo's security web left no blind spots. As they splashed in the turquoise waves, 2 stone-faced bodyguards lounged nearby, their presence as subtle as a sledgehammer. Castillo himself monitored them from the pool deck, binoculars glinting in the sunlight. "Your dad's goons." Sonia nodded toward the men, peering over her cat, eye sunglasses. "What gave it away?" Miguel quipped. "The earpieces, or the fact they're sweating through suits at the beach." The resemblance struck him suddenly. Sonia's laughter echoing against the shoreline mirrored an old photograph of his mother Sophia in this very cove. The parallel unsettled him, like some modern Greek tragedy playing out under the Colombian sun. Later, as they toweled off, Sonia remarked, "Money paints a target on your back. My uncle got snatched outside Caracas last year. Took 3 months and $2 million to get him back." Miguel grimaced. Dade's paranoid about that. His friend's daughter vanished after tennis practice in Mexico City. They found her sneakers in a dumpster, but never. He trailed off, watching Castillo adjust his earpiece. "Speaking of travel," Miguel brightened. "What if we ditched this gilded cage? Dad's flying to Bogota tomorrow. Something about presidential meetings and custom, tailored suits." Sonia rolled her eyes. "Must be nice. My dad met Macron once at a cycling race and framed the selfie." Their laughter dissolved into the clink of ice cubes until the grandfather clock chimed 6, summoning them to dinner. Miguel had briefed Sonia on the sacred Rojas family meals, rare occasions where silverware placement mattered more than stock portfolios. Tonight's intimate setting featured JC's legendary 4-course feast, a culinary homage to Miguel's late mother. The adjacent wall displayed an Olmec stone mask, its hollow eyes overseeing their plates of mole negro. As George raised his mineral water, Sonia deadpanned, "Honestly, this is the worst vacation ever. Your security team stalks me. The tacos taste like cardboard. And I'd rather be in a dentist's chair. Miguel's fork clattered against his charger plate as Castillo's hand twitched toward his holster. Sonia couldn't contain her laughter, shaking her head as she clarified, "Just joking. It's absolutely amazing, really." George's face lit up as he turned to Alexei. "No, that's the kind of wit I appreciate. You could stand to lighten up a little. You're gorgeous, but you take life so seriously." Alexei smirked, swirling her wine before replying, "Looking this good doesn't happen by accident. You know, sharp and beautiful," George teased, planting a quick kiss on her cheek. Miguel exhaled sharply, deliberately avoiding eye contact. The dinner conversation revolved around Sonia. Her university days, her take on Spain's political climate. He had used, even her predictions for Europe's financial future. She handled George's relentless questioning with surprising ease. By the time dessert plates were cleared, everyone leaned back, stuffed and content, until George locked eyes with Miguel. "Son, I've got news. Bernard approved your summer internship." Miguel's stomach dropped. An internship. At a bank. Was his father determined to sabotage his summer? He forced a neutral expression, but George caught the hesitation. "You don't seem thrilled." "This is hands-on experience, Miguel. Exactly what you need before your EMBA. You can't learn this from textbooks." "Yes." "Sir," Miguel muttered, "you have doubts." Before he could respond, Sonia stood abruptly. "Excuse me, I need the restroom." Alexei shot Miguel a meaningful look and followed. Once they were gone, George motioned toward the terrace, where the ocean glittered under the moonlight. Glass in hand, George studied his son. "Did you really expect to spend the summer doing nothing?" Miguel clenched his jaw. "No, but I had plans. I wanted to take Sonia to San Cristobal de las Casas." George's stern expression faltered. The mention of the Highland city, his late wife's favorite, struck a chord. Memories flooded back cobblestone streets. Vibrant houses nestled against emerald hills, the whispers of Mayan history. "Your mother adored it there," he said quietly. After a pause, he relented. "Fine. Take the helicopter, go for a week. But afterward, you report to Bernard. And if Sonia stays, she stays. But you work." Miguel blinked. "Thank you. Security goes with you," George reminded him. "Understood. Just keep them low, key, like in Spain." George nodded, then smirked. "This girl, she's something, isn't she?" Miguel hesitated. "She's incredible." "I agree. She'd fit right into this family." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Miguel countered. "Of course," George said, just as Miguel's aunt appeared in the doorway, announcing dessert with Arturo in tow. "Did we miss our chance?" she asked anxiously. George responded with a reassuring kiss before firmly shaking Arturo's hand. As they exchanged pleasantries, Castillo subtly caught Miguel's attention with a nod. "Something on your mind, Fernando?" Miguel inquired, moving closer. Fernando rubbed his tired eye. "Trying to keep an eye on those screens is getting harder these days. If you catch my drift." Miguel gave a grateful nod. "Appreciate the heads up." Fernando's expression turned stern. "But don't push it. Your old man wouldn't take kindly to that kind of behavior. He'd say you're disrespecting her." "Point taken," Miguel admitted, shaking his head. "That was reckless of me." Fernando chuckled. "We've all been young and stupid." With a firm pat on the back, Miguel replied, "You're a solid friend." He then wandered back to the deck, where his father was deep in conversation with Arturo about the escalating violence in Juarez. "I'm just the governor, George. My hands are tied. The president's strategies are failing. Bloodshed keeps rising. Just this morning, another report of murders crossed my desk, and yesterday another death threat landed in my lap." George's voice was steady. You're the best we've got. You know the solution. Stay strong. This chaos won't last forever. I'll back you however I can." Archero hesitated before speaking. "George, others have said it. But now it's my turn." "Spit it out. You should run for president." George nearly choked. You've got the influence, the resources. You could launch an unbeatable campaign." George burst into laughter. "Absolutely not. I'm just a businessman." Miguel watched his father closely, noticing the flicker of doubt in his eyes, like he'd be failing everyone if he refused. Just then, Sonia slipped her arm through Miguel's. "Miss me," she teased. He leaned in, whispering, "More than you know, and I've got something special planned for you. Trust Bonita Real Hotel Joe Rez. Mexico Dante Corrales had read about the thrill of erotic asphyxiation, and when Maria admitted it excited her to be dominated, he couldn't resist. But as his hands tightened around her throat, her legs locked over his shoulders, he lost control. By the time he finished, Maria lay motionless. "Maria, wake up!" Frantic, he rolled her limp body aside, pressing his ear to her lips. Nothing. His pulse skyrocketed as visions of her funeral flooded his mind. A cold wave of terror shot through him. "Oh, God, what have I done?" Then, her eyes flew open. "You idiot! You almost killed me!" Dante recoiled. "You were faking. You think I'd actually let you choke me out?" "Get a grip, Dante!" Enraged, he slapped her. "You stupid. You nearly gave me a heart attack." She retaliated with a sharp slap of her own. For a second, he looked ready to strike back, until she burst into laughter. He yanked her over his knee, delivering stinging spanks until her skin burned. "Don't ever pull that again." "Yes, Daddy," she purred. 15 minutes later, Dante strode through the lobby, nodding at Ignacio. A few low-level dealers were arriving for a pickup, and he quickly confirmed the details. The hotel, his latest acquisition, was mid-renovation, every inch being upgraded. He smirked, imagining his parents' shock. "I don't just work here," he'd tell them. "I own it." The 4-story building had 40 rooms, 10 of which he planned to transform into high-end suites. Perfect for impressing VIP clients. Finding skilled engineers had been tougher than expected, with most top talent already snapped up for border tunnel projects. A bitter irony that didn't escape him. The construction crew was already in place, so he brought in an interior designer from San Diego and, at Maria's insistence, a feng shui consultant who doubled as a real estate agent. If aligning the energy flow kept Maria smiling, he could swallow his skepticism. The Escalade rolled through an upscale neighborhood near the border, where wrought iron gates and barred windows shielded luxury townhomes. Tiled roofs gleamed under the sun, and armored sedans sat in driveways. Homes mostly owned by cartel affiliates. Corrals idled at the Cole, deep sack until Raul and Pablo emerged, dressed like they'd stepped out of a high-end catalog. "Tonight's about sending a message," Corrals said, cutting to the chase. "The other 4 idiots ready to go?" Pablo nodded. "Locked and loaded." "Funny, that's what you said before the Nogales disaster." Corrals shot back, referencing the botched hit on Zidai-Iga's spy. They'd left the first body on Zidai-Iga's doorstep like a twisted greeting card, but the man hadn't flinched. Ernesto Matador. Zunga wasn't some amateur. His ranch outside Ju Rez was a fortress, complete with armed patrols, surveillance, and a driveway that probably cost more than most houses. Subtlety wasn't the goal tonight. Zidaiga needed to feel them coming. Corrals knew his enemy inside out. Suga, a rancher's son turned cartel kingpin, had clawed his way up from hauling fruit to hijacking shipments. By 30, he was moving product by plane and boat, outmaneuvering rivals with brutal precision. The Joe Res cartel still seethed over a dozen stolen loads, and Zeno Iga's rise to power after the 90s police crackdown was the stuff of underworld legend. Even his personal life read like a telenovela, marrying a soap star, losing her and their kids to cartel vengeance. The Thousand Roses at their funeral. A flair for drama, but showing up would have been suicide. Tonight, Corrales wasn't just settling scores. He was writing the next bloody chapter. Corrales fantasized about leveling Zidai's compound with military-grade firepower. Rocket launchers, automatic rifles, even a javelin missile streaking skyward before plunging straight down onto the roof, turning the whole place into a smoldering crater. He'd seen footage of that weapon in action on a late-night documentary, and the idea stuck with him. But his bosses insisted on restraint. Small, calculated strikes to keep Z and Iga on edge until they got the green light for a full assault. Capturing him alive had its perks, too. They could squeeze intel out of him, seize his assets, and dismantle his smuggling ring piece by piece. When Corrales pressed for why they had to wait, the answers were always the same. Political red tape, bad timing. So he took matters into his own hands. That night, he led his crew to the wreckage of a demolished apartment complex, its skeletal remains jutting from the rubble like broken teeth. Parked between mounds of shattered concrete, they found 4 fresh recruits. Kids, really, barely out of their teens, holding 2 scruffy-looking men at gunpoint. The recruits wore baggy street clothes, their arms inked with amateur tattoos, while their captives sported patchy goatees and nervous twitches. "Nice job," Corrales drawled, though his tone dripped with sarcasm. "Honestly, I expected you to screw this up." One lanky kid with a neck like a pipe cleaner glared back. "These clowns practically walked into us." "Show some respect." Corrales smirked. "Respect." He motioned for the kid's gun, and when it was reluctantly handed over, he didn't hesitate. Just put a bullet straight through the punk's foot. The scream that followed was ear-splitting. The other recruits froze, one even wetting himself. The 2 captives sobbed until Corrales silenced them with 2 quick shots to the head. Their bodies crumpled into the dirt. "All right." He sighed like a man finishing a tedious chore. "Let's move." He turned to the wounded recruit, now writhing in the dust. "Shame about the attitude. You had potential." Before the kid could beg, another gunshot cut him short. Corrales exhaled, then glanced at the remaining 3. 5 minutes. They sped to Ziwan Iga's estate, stopping just short of the front gates, where 2 guards were already advancing. His men dumped the bodies near the entrance before peeling away. As the guards radioed for backup, 4 more emerged, clustering around the corpses. Corrales watched in the rearview, waiting until they were close enough before pressing the detonator. The explosion tore through the night, flames swallowing the gates, and the men in a fiery bloom. Told him to back off. Corrales muttered as his crew whooped. Gussie needed a reminder. At the base of the hill, a black sedan rolled up. Corrales stopped, rolling down his window to face the driver, a grizzled man with a thick mustache and a walkie-talkie in hand. "Dante," Corrales said, feigning disappointment. "Thought we had a deal." Dante's eyes flicked toward the smoke curling into the sky. "You broke it first, Alberto. 2 more men were caught attempting to sabotage one of our tunnels, and they had to be handled. You swore you'd help keep them out of our way." "I wasn't aware of this," came the reply. "That's an issue. Are your men too scared to act now?" "Is that it?" "No. I'll handle it." "You'd better." Alberto exhaled sharply, irritation tightening his jaw. "Every time you pull something like this, you put me in an impossible position." "I get it, but this won't last forever." "That's what you always say." And it's always the truth. Fine, get moving before the rest of the squad shows up. How many were there? Just 2. All right. Corrals gave a curt nod and slammed the gas, tires spitting gravel behind them. Inspector Alberto G. Collar's had spent over 2 decades with the Mexican Federal Police, but for most of that time, he'd been on the cartel payroll. Now, nearing retirement, he'd become increasingly irritable and overly cautious, qualities that made him more of a liability than an asset. Still, Corrals kept him around because he still had connections inside the force. The feds would be useful in wiping out the Sinaloa cartel. Good optics for them, good profits for the cartel. Pablo leaned forward. What's next? Corrals smirked. We drink to victory. Raul, fidgeting in the back seat, ran a shaky hand over his patchy beard. Can I ask you something? Corrals groaned. What now? You killed that guy back there. He had fire in him. We all did when we started. Is something eating at you? What's your point? I mean, are you pissed off about something? You think I'm using these idiots to vent, maybe. Corrals tightened his grip on the wheel. Listen, Raul, I'm only 24, but even I know these kids today don't have the discipline our fathers had, the respect we should still carry. But you told us there are no rules anymore. Women, kids, anyone's fair game. You said we hit back twice as hard. Damn right. Then I don't get it. Shut up, Raul, Pablo snapped. He's saying we respect our own, not our enemies. Right down to. Corrals smirked. Why respect how dangerous they are? And that means we got them before they got us? Pablo added. Raul hesitated. That guy could have been an asset. A loudmouth like him might have been useful. Like you. Corrals shot back. No, sir. Corrals watched Raul in the rear view, his eyes distant, fingers tapping nervously against the door. The kid was sweating. Rattle. Let me tell you something. A man who runs his mouth can't be trusted. If he disrespects his boss, he's only looking out for himself. Raul swallowed hard. The punk Corrals had put down. He was just like Rattle, untrustworthy. And Corrals would never forget that while he worked for the cartel, his parents' blood still stained their hands. Naval Special Warfare Center, Coronado, California, the October chill bit deep as Maxwell Stephen Moore lay on his bunk, seconds away from throwing in the towel. Quitting wasn't in a SEAL's vocabulary. If the thought even crossed your mind, you didn't belong here. But yes, training was supposed to forge him into something greater. But after weeks of relentless hell, the 18-year-old was done. 2 months ago, he'd arrived at Coronado full of fire, ready to prove himself. Now, every muscle screamed for mercy. The pain was one thing. The doubt was worse. The instructor, a hardened veteran named Jack Killian with a face like worn leather and shoulders that looked carved from solid rock, stood before Moore's class with the familiar challenge every Coronado recruit had heard before. So, you think you've got what it takes to be a frogman? The room erupted in a thunderous "Hoo-yah!" before Killian cut them off. Prove it. Drop! Moore and the rest of Class Line Dynave 123 hopefuls in total hit the sand and started hammering out push-ups. As mere candidates, they weren't yet allowed on the sacred blacktop known as the Bud S. Grinder, reserved only for those who'd survived Indoc. That brutal 2-week gauntlet was just the ticket to enter first phase. 7 weeks of relentless physical and mental trials designed to strip men down to their core. The initial screening was no joke. A 500-yard swim under 12:30, at least 42 push-ups and 50 sit-ups in 2 minutes each, 6 dead hang pull-ups, and a grueling 1.5-mile run in boots and pants, all in under 11 minutes. Moore breezed through the swim and run, leaving most of his classmates in the dust, but his upper body still needed work. It was here he learned the sacred rule of the swim buddy. Never leave your partner behind, no matter what. You will never be alone, Killian barked. Fail that and you'll regret it. Deeply, his swim buddy, Frank Carmichael, looked more like a carefree surfer than a future SEAL. Sandy hair, bright blue eyes, and a lazy grin. Raised in San Diego, he'd taken a path similar to Moore's boot camp, then a shot at Bodess. Carmichael joked about how he'd slacked off in high school, wrecking his chances for Annapolis. Could have been sipping coffee with the Canoe Club, he'd say with a laugh. But here, rank didn't matter. Everyone faced the same hell. The two bonded fast, grinding through 4-mile beach runs in under 32 minutes. Their lungs burning, legs screaming. Killian's favorite command. Get wet and sandy. The class would charge into the icy waves, emerge coated in grit, then stumble into the next evolution like zombies. Running was nonstop. Even the mile to the Chow Hall was a sprint. Moore often joked about how different things were for recruits now. Back in '94, the internet was just some weird novelty. Today's candidates could binge, watch Buddy S. prep videos, or read detailed guides online. All Moore had were wild rumors and horror stories passed down like ghost tales. But then again, maybe a little mystery made it all the more thrilling. Moore and Carmichael had tackled their challenges with far less preparation than the current team, but they adapted quickly. During indoc, Moore found himself drawn to the water. Swimming drills became his favorite part of training. The instructors taught him to move effortlessly, turning each stroke, and kick into second nature. SEALs had an edge over other military branches because of their ability to operate unseen underwater, gathering intel that often saved lives. He mastered intricate knots while submerged and stayed calm, even when his hands were tied behind his back during drown-proofing. While others panicked and quit on the spot, Moore embraced the challenge. He'd sink to the pool's bottom, holding his breath with eerie composure as instructors in scuba gear watched, waiting for him to break. Then came the moment that stunned them all. He stayed under for nearly 5 minutes. One instructor, eyes wide behind his mask, frantically signaled for him to surface. Moore just grinned, lingered a few extra seconds, then casually swam up for air. His training had pushed his limits. Sprint runs and swims had conditioned his body to endure longer without oxygen. When Killian caught wind of the stunt, he warned Moore not to push it again, though the smirk on his face said otherwise. The underwater 50-meter swim was another test that broke some recruits, but Moore sliced through the water like he was born to it. Killian's dry reassurance, "Don't worry, we'll revive you if you pass out," only made Moore push harder. Even the instructors muttered in disbelief. Moore's natural talent had been spotted years earlier by Mr. Loengard, his high school gym teacher and cycling enthusiast. A simple fitness test revealed Moore's VO2 max was an astonishing 88.0, rivaling elite athletes. His resting heart rate hovered around 40 BPM, proof his body processed oxygen with freakish efficiency. Loengard, despite having no military ties himself, saw potential and nudged Moore toward the SEALs. Outside the pool, training shifted to the brutal reality of the beach. Sand invaded every crevice, clinging stubbornly even after ice, cold showers. The Navy wanted them to merge with the elements. Carmichael and Moore would lie on their backs, legs pumping in relentless flutter kicks, toes never touching sand. Killian drilled them endlessly, obsessed with building core strength, turning Moore's abs into steel cables. Upper body work became crucial too. Killian hinted at a grueling second week, but refused to elaborate. By the first week's end, 16 recruits had vanished overnight, their bunks empty. Moore and Carmichael barely acknowledged the dropouts, focusing instead on staying sharp. The real test was just beginning. At 500's am sharp on their second week, Class 198 faced the infamous obstacle course, a brutal initiation designed by sadistic minds to test their limits. The beach was lined with 20 merciless challenges, each more daunting than the last. As Moore scanned the setup, his stomach tightened. Killian strolled over, smirking. 12 minutes, gentlemen. Don't keep me waiting. With a ragged, hooyah! Moore sprinted toward the parallel bars, muscles screaming as he hauled himself across. Gasping, he pivoted into the tire hop, legs burning as he cleared the staggered rows. The low wall came next. 2 quick steps up the stumps, a grunt as he vaulted over, then a rough landing that sent a jolt through his ankle. No time to dwell. Ahead loomed the 12-foot-high wall, ropes swaying like taunting serpents. He grabbed one, gritting his teeth as the fibers bit into his palms. Killian's shouts blurred into the background as Moore hit the dirt and lunged for the concertina wire. Crawling under the razor-sharp coils, he froze when fabric snagged, just the wood, not a barb. Relief was short-lived. The cargo net stretched skyward, swaying between 2 towering poles. Stick near the edges. He muttered, scaling it fast. Carmichael's voice spurred him on, but a glance down sent the world spinning. In his rush, his foot slipped, airborne for a heart, stopping second before he caught himself. Dangling, the class erupted as he scrambled down, pride bruised but intact. Next up, balance logs, where a misstep meant push up hell. Moore inched forward, arms out like a tightrope walker, barely believing he stayed upright. Carmichael mirrored his steps as they charged the pyramid of Huya logs, thighs burning with each bound. The transfer ropes were worse. Carmichael lagging, breath ragged, but Moore urged him on. "Almost there!" he yelled, swinging between ropes like a deranged monkey. Then came the dirty name, a sadistic tangle of log structures. Moore groaned. Of course it lived up to its title. Moore faced the imposing shaped barrier at the rear of the course, its towering logs looming like a challenge he couldn't ignore. He sprinted toward the first log, launching himself onto it with a grunt, then scrambled up to the taller one beside it. The maneuver was rough. His legs hooked over the wood as he swung around, but the impact rattled his bones, and a curse slipped out as he hit the dirt. Ahead stood another brutal pyramid of Huya logs. This one stacked 10 high instead of 6, its steep incline mocking his exhaustion. Just as he crested the top, his boot slipped, sending him crashing face first into the ground. Before he could even spit out the dirt, Carmichael was in his face, eyes wild, screaming. "Move your ass!" Before bolting ahead, Moore scrambled after him, only to be met by what looked like 2 massive ladders propped at sharp angles. The Weaver. Killian's voice cut through the chaos. "Thread through those poles like you're stitching a damn quilt." Moore latched onto the first pole, swinging himself around like a frantic tailor, weaving up and down until his head spun. Beside him, Carmichael moved like a machine, already descending the far side while Moore was still mid-climb. Next came the Burma Bridge, a single thick rope strung tight, with support lines forming a shaky V shape. Carmichael was already halfway across, his balance effortless. Moore stepped onto the braided line, quickly realizing the knots were the only stable footing. He inched forward, the bridge swaying beneath him, each knot a small victory. By the time he reached the end, a rhythm had settled into his muscles, something he swore he'd remember next time. If there was a next time. One more log pyramid later, they faced the slide for life, a 4-story monster with platforms begging to be scaled. No ropes, no ladders, just raw grip strength. Killian barked orders. "First, timers go all the way up." So up they went, Carmichael taking the left rope, Moore the right. He hooked his leg over the line and slid face first, the friction searing his palms and thighs. He hit the ground before Carmichael, but his brief triumph vanished as he fumbled the rope swing, missing the log entirely. Carmichael, ever the show-off, nailed it on the first try. Moore cursed under his breath, but recovered on his second attempt, only to find Carmichael already ahead again. They plowed through another tire pit, scaled a short wall, and then came the spider wall. 18 feet of sheer terror with nothing but small wooden blocks bolted to the side. Moore clung like his life depended on it, fingertips screaming, toes barely finding purchase. Just as he reached the last step, his grip failed, but he managed to leap off before eating dirt. Carmichael wasn't so lucky. His boot caught wrong, sending him crashing down in a heap, forcing him to restart. For once, Moore wasn't the one lagging behind. Moore faced the final stretch with only one obstacle remaining. The vault, a series of 5 horizontal logs suspended at hip height, each spaced 6 feet apart. Killian's sharp warning echoed in his ears. Hands only, no legs. Gritting his teeth, Moore launched himself at the first log, palms slapping against the rough bark as he swung his body over again. And again. His rhythm faltered on the last log, his knee slamming hard against the wood as he crashed to the ground with a groan. Carmichael was there instantly, hauling him up and throwing Moore's arm over his shoulder. Together, they hobbled across the finish line, more of a determined shuffle than a sprint. Killian gave a rare nod of approval. Carmichael, you did right. Never leave your swim buddy. Then, eyeing Moore's swelling knee, he barked, You good? Moore forced a grin through the pain. Legs fine. Instructor! Then quit whining, hit the surf. The oak course was just the beginning. Between grueling training sessions, he had used, the instructors delighted in wrecking their barracks, tossing gear like tornadoes, testing their resilience under pressure. Moore pushed through, surviving the final phase of Indoc, where they trained with IBS, 13 foot inflatable boats that weighed a punishing 180 pounds. 7. Man crews learned to paddle, flip, and worst of all, carry the unwieldy thing on their heads. Carmichael, despite his lean frame, was a beast with an oar, often leading their team to victory in races. Winners rested. Losers paid in push-ups on the wet sand. They studied the surf, timing their dashes to avoid capsizing in the breakers. By week 220, 7 men had quit. Good men, as Killian reminded them, though his tone warned against judgment. But the truth was clear. Only those who endured would earn the Naval Special Warfare classification, the ultimate badge of grit. A sign loomed over them. The only easy day was yesterday. At Indoc's end, Killian gripped Moore's hand hard. You've got talent. Make it count. And remember, you're one of mine. Moore's Hoya! Rang loud as he and Carmichael hauled their gear into the real deal. The Naval Special Warfare Barracks. No more visitors. They were candidates now. The celebration died fast 30. 1 man quit within Budga's first brutal hour. Bells clanging as helmets lined the Co's door. Instructors unleashed chaos ice, filled boats. Sand choked evolutions. The grinders' merciless circuits. Men shook, vomited, collapsed. And the runs. 4 miles of soft sand that burned lungs and legs alike. Then came log PT, where teams grappled with 160-pound monsters, the weight uneven, the stakes higher. The logs didn't care who struggled. Neither did the instructors. The team wrestled the heavy log through the crashing waves, coating it in salt water and grit as they hauled it across the beach. Instructors barked orders at them nonstop, the shorter ones especially relentless, using their size to shift more weight onto the taller recruits. Moore and Carmichael gritted their teeth, refusing to let their log hit the sand even when their teammate at the rear lost his footing and tumbled into the surf. By week's end, 9 more had quit. Class 198 now stood at 56. The growing pile of abandoned helmets outside the Co's office was a grim reminder of the stakes, and Moore studied it daily, torn between resolve and dread. Over breakfast, Carmichael dropped a bombshell. "You know why those guys really quit," he said between bites. "It wasn't the pain, it was the math." Moore raised an eyebrow. "What?" Carmichael leaned in. McKellen was solid. Never once talked about quitting. Then bam, he's sprinting for the bell. You know why? Because he started counting the days left instead of focusing on the next damn evolution. Moore exhaled slowly. "Hell, you might be onto something." Week 3 brought rock portage. A brutal dance with the ocean. Waves hammered the jagged rocks like a drummer gone mad, spray stinging their eyes as Carmichael lipped out. The boat's line cinched around his waist. He dug his boots into the slick stone, bracing as Moore grabbed the paddles, plunged into the churning water, and clawed his way onto the rocks. The others followed, fighting the surge, gasping as they dragged themselves free. When they finally heaved the boat ashore, their instructor just scowled. "Slower than my grandma's Sunday drive!" By week 4, the cuts came hard. Good men, guys with the spirit of SEALs, but bodies that couldn't keep up, were sent. Packing. Moore and Carmichael made it through, but the real nightmare loomed Hell Week. 5.5 days of nonstop torture, with just 4 hours of sleep total. Not per night. Total. Moore half wondered if it was even possible, but his instructors just smirked. "Most of you'll live." Chosen as a team leader for his freakish stamina in the water and on runs, Moore tried to steady his nerves the night before Hell Week. The class was locked down, gorging on pizza burgers and enough sugar to fuel a small army. They killed time watching grainy Steven Seagal tapes, laughing too loud, all of them pretending they weren't terrified. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Carmichael's words echoed. Don't count the days. Survive the hour. Just past 11 p.m., the classroom door burst open with a violent crash as the lights suddenly cut out. Gunfire erupted from every direction, sharp pops and deafening booms filling the air, as the simulated combat exercise kicked into high gear. Moore dropped to the floor, heart pounding, trying to remind himself the rounds were blanks, even as the deafening roar of a .50 caliber machine gun made it nearly impossible to hear the instructor shouting. "You hear that whistle. Follow the sound. Move toward it." Crawling blindly, Moore and Carmichael managed to escape the room, only to be met with freezing jets from fire hoses the moment they hit the training yard. For 15 brutal minutes, they staggered under the assault, no orders given, just the relentless spray forcing them to shield their faces and stumble forward. When they were finally ordered into the surf, the instructors kept firing, and Moore realized this wasn't just a test, it was a full-scale ambush with over 24 instructors working to break them. "Never quit," he repeated in his head even as exhaustion clawed at him. The challenges came non-stop log drills in the churning waves, hauling their boat through the obstacle course, grueling rock portage drills. And then, after 10 hours of punishment, carrying that damn boat to Cho. Sleep deprivation had already turned his thoughts sluggish. At one point, he called out for Instructor Killian, only for Carmichael to snap. "Wake up! Man!" This isn't Indok anymore. This is Hell Week. Hallucinations crept in. Guys mumbled nonsense, argued with invisible figures, their minds fraying under the strain. For team leaders, it was worse. Instructors deliberately left out key instructions, waiting to see who was still sharp enough to catch the omissions. Get it right, and your team might skip a task. Miss it, and the punishment doubled. Moore, barely conscious, missed the cue entirely. "Grab your logs and get ready!" barked an instructor. Most of the men scrambled to obey, but a few team leaders hesitated. Then one spoke up. "Instructor, you mean wet and sandy, right?" "Damn right," came the reply. "Your team sits this one out." Moore's gut twisted. His mistake just cost his team. Later, during a rare break, he lay in the dark, arm over his face, drowning in guilt. Carmichael's voice cut through the silence. "You messed up. Big deal. I'm dragging everyone down." Moore muttered. "Maybe I should quit." Carmichael scoffed. "No, you won't. Think about it. When we finish this, we'll be the only ones who can say we did it the hardest way possible." No shortcuts. That's how legends are made. Moore exhaled, doubt still gnawing at him. "The others blame me. They're too tired to care." Carmichael shot back. "We're all zombies here. Now shut up and get your head straight." For a long moment, Moore just breathed. Then, quietly, "I don't know if I can." Carmichael leaned closer. "Listen." Moore clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay silent even as the instructor deliberately skipped a critical command. "You're out of your mind," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the pounding rain. Carmichael shot him a sharp glance, his own face streaked with grime and exhaustion. "We won't last another day like this," Moore admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. Carmichael's voice cut through the tension like a knife. "We didn't come here to play it safe. Remember what they told us. This isn't just training. It's a promise to push harder than we ever thought possible." Moore exhaled sharply, his knuckles white from gripping the edge of his bunk. He studied Carmichael, his cracked lips, the raw burns on his arms, the unshakable determination in his gaze. Something inside him shifted. "You're right," Moore growled, standing abruptly. "No shortcuts. No mercy. If we break now, we might as well have never shown up." The next morning, they charged through the obstacle course, barbed wire tearing at their uniforms, smoke bombs filling their lungs. Mud caked Moore's face as he dragged himself forward, his muscles screaming. Then came the moment of truth, the instructor's deliberate omission. Other teams hesitated, but Moore stayed silent. "Missed another one, Moore," the instructor taunted. "Didn't miss a damn thing," Moore barked back. "Then why the hell didn't you speak up?" "Because this team doesn't need handouts." "We came to prove we're the toughest sons of guns here." The instructor smirked. Bold words. "Too bad they just cost your team." Moore didn't flinch. "Watch us." For 5 brutal days, they pushed beyond human limits, slogging through freezing surf, hauling boats through the night, their bodies pushed to the brink. When the instructors lied about their final day, Moore just grinned through chattering teeth. "One more. Fine. We'll take 10 if we have to." By the end, only a handful remained standing. As they collapsed onto the sand, their instructor's voice boomed across the beach. "Look around. These are the men who refuse to quit. Class Mind Dein Afe. Hell Week is yours." Moore dropped to his knees, his vision blurring. The cheers around him sounded like thunder. He turned to Carmichael, his voice rough with emotion. "Frank, I wouldn't have made it without you." Carmichael just nodded, his own eyes glistening. No words were needed. The fight had been won. Moore felt a weight lift from his shoulders as laughter filled the room. The sheer, unfiltered happiness of realizing he'd succeeded sent waves of exhilaration through him, prickling his skin with goosebumps. For a dizzying moment, the ground beneath him seemed to shift, until Carmichael's steady grip hauled him upright. That moment marked the beginning of Moore's reputation as the honor man of Class 108, the one who pushed his peers past their breaking points. It was Carmichael who'd shown him how, and when Moore insisted his swim buddy deserved the title instead, Carmichael just smirked. "You're the one who kept us moving, watching you fight through it." That's what got me to the finish line. Years later, Moore found himself speeding down Balboa Avenue, weaving through San Diego traffic as he headed toward the D office on View Ridge. He was running late, his unkempt hair flopping into his eyes, his beard, now streaked with silver, brushing his collarbone. The wrinkled mess of his dockers and the coffee, stain splashed across his shirt, didn't exactly scream professionalism, but he had bigger things on his mind. Like the photo Leslie Hollander had just sent him, her grin so infectious, he could still see it burned behind his eyelids as he shoved open the conference room door. The room fell silent as he stepped inside. "Apologies," he muttered, running a hand through his tangled hair. Being stuck in the middle of nowhere hitching rides. Forgot how brutal the traffic gets around here. The conference table stretched like a runway, long enough to host a small air show. At the far end, a man with a military buzzcut turned from the whiteboard where he'd just scrawled his name. Henry Towers. Well. Towers drawled, tapping his marker against the empty chair. "Did you crawl out of the woods, or are you just cosplaying as Bigfoot?" Moore couldn't help but chuckle. The scruffy look wasn't doing him any favors, but a clean shave would fix that soon enough. "Where's Polk?" he asked, scanning the room. "I was told Encise was running this show." "Change of plans." Towers shot back. "Wes, you lucked out with me instead." Moore arched a brow. "And you are. A lean guy." And Sarah, judging by the file photo, leaned back with a laugh. "Relax, man. He messes with everyone. Just breaking the ice before things get serious. Damn right." Towers said, flashing a grin. "Because what's coming, it's going to be intense." Moore folded his arms. "Which agency dragged you into this?" "Bortec." Moore nodded. The Border Patrol's elite tactical unit wasn't just domestic. They operated globally, handling threats with the same precision as special forces. If Towers was here, this wasn't just another routine briefing. Whatever was coming, it was big. Bordic units operated alongside military forces in Iraq and Afghanistan, targeting opium and drug smuggling networks along the borders. Known for their professionalism, the team had built a solid reputation in special operations circles, and Moore had frequently exchanged intel with their highly skilled operators. Established in 1984, the unit quickly proved its worth, diving into counter-narcotics missions across South America during Operation Snowcap from 1987 to 1994. Their work spanned multiple countries: Guatemala, Panama, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, where they partnered with the D and the Coast Guard's Interdiction Assist team to dismantle cocaine production and trafficking. Over time, their role expanded to include disaster response, providing tactical relief during hurricanes, floods, and earthquakes, while also training local law enforcement. Moore later discovered that Towers had over 2 decades of experience with Bortec, including deployments during the Los Angeles riots following the Rodney King verdict. He'd also been part of Operation Reunion, the high-profile raid in Miami to return Ellen Gonzalez to Cuba. After 9/11, Towers was sent to Afghanistan to support Army Special Forces in early combat operations. By 2002, he was securing venues at the Salt Lake City Olympics alongside the Secret Service. "I oversee the San Diego sector," Towers explained, "but the deputy commissioner thought I'd be a good fit for this op. Given our mission, taking down the Joe Res cartel and exposing their terrorist ties, it's right in my wheelhouse. And, as you know, that's Moore's specialty too. Reporting for duty, sir." Moore deadpanned, earning a grin from Towers. Welcome to Joint Task Force, Joe Rez. Oh, and by the way, you're leading the field team. Moore smirked. Who came up with that brilliant idea? Your boss. Lauder filled the room before Towers shifted gears. All right, let's get serious. I've got some PowerPoints, because I know how much you all love slides. Ansara groaned, turning to Moore. Good to finally meet you. Your file was pretty light on details. Standard procedure. Just your average neighborhood spook. And ex-SEAL. Had some help along the way. Your work in Afghanistan and Pakistan is impressive. Not sure I'd last a day out there. Moore shrugged. Maybe two. Ansara was a top-tier FB agent with a string of successful ops, including recent recon in Sequoia National Park, where cartels were cultivating marijuana. He'd been tracking a sicario who killed one of his partners. Despite his movie star looks, his easygoing demeanor made it clear he and Moore would get along. Beside him sat Gloria Vega, a no-nonsense CIA operative embedded with Mexican federal police. At 32, she carried herself with quiet intensity, her dark hair pulled into a tight bun. Moore had heard stories. She was respected and feared for her razor-sharp focus. With no family left, the agency was her entire world. No distractions, no compromises. The moment Moore stepped into the room, Vega's sharp eyes locked onto him like a predator sizing up its next meal. Everyone knew the federal police in Mexico had ties to the cartels. That was hardly breaking news, but an American CIA operative collaborating with them. That was a recipe for disaster, or maybe a goldmine of intel, depending on who you asked. The NCs had brokered a deal with federal police brass to give Vega full operational access while keeping her cover intact. On paper, it sounded solid. In reality, she was walking into a den of vipers, and Moore didn't envy her one bit. Across from her sat David Whittaker, an AF special agent with salt and pepper hair slicked back, a neatly trimmed goatee, and wire-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His navy polo bore the ATF emblem, and his badge dangled from a chain around his neck. He stood to hand Towers a flash drive, likely loaded with his latest findings. Whittaker had spent years tracking the cartel's gun, running schemes, recently coordinating task forces in 7 border towns to crack down on straw buyers, Americans who purchased firearms for cartel proxies before smuggling them south. His intel revealed the Juarez cartel had set up an elaborate smuggling hub in, of all places, Minnesota. With border states like Texas and Arizona tightening security, the cartels had shifted operations to more obscure routes. Worse yet, whispers suggested Russian military-grade weapons were filtering up through South America. Whittaker's report ended on a grim note. Stopping the cartels entirely was a pipe dream. At best, they could be slowed down. Moore's attention shifted to Thomas Fitzpatrick, a DIA operative whose appearance screamed cartel enforcer more than federal agent. Mixed Irish, Guatemalan heritage, and a Mexican mother gave him the perfect cover. Recruited straight out of community college, he'd spent the last 18 months embedded not with Joe Rez as planned, but with the Sinaloas, earning the trust of Luis Torres, Zungiga's top lieutenant. Fitzpatrick, call sign Flex X, had arms inked with religious tattoos and a shaved head that added to his hardened look. He smirked at Moore and fired off rapid Spanish. You better know your slang, hermano. These guys will sniff out a fake in seconds. And let's be real. My cover's worth more than you right now, so ditch the textbook Spanish and get street smart. Welcome to the big leagues. Moore replied smoothly. Relax, Vado. I've got this. Flexix leaned in, flashing gold-ringed knuckles, and bumped fists with Moore before slouching back into his chair. Vega shot Moore a sidelong glance and muttered in Spanish. You smell like a 12-hour flight. Yeah, well, jet lag's a bitch. he grumbled. She rolled her eyes as Towers dimmed the lights, revealing a surveillance photo of two young Latino men on the screen. Moore squinted, studying their faces as the weight of the mission settled in. Towers held up the photograph, scanning the room. I'm guessing everyone's familiar with these faces. Moore jumped in, eager to prove he wasn't completely useless. Left side, Dante Corrales, runs the cartel's enforcement squad. They go by the gentleman, ironically enough. Right side, Pablo Gutierrez, wanted for murdering an FB agent near the Calexico border. Ansara here would love to have a private chat with him. Ansara's jaw tightened. You don't know the half of it. Towers nodded. Corrales is sharp, but he keeps picking fights with the Sinaloa cartel. Pretty sure his bosses aren't thrilled about that. Moore frowned. Why not? Fitzpatrick leaned forward. Because of the Guatemalan death squads, Escuadrón de la Muerte. They're back in business after lying low for 2 years. Reorganized, ruthless. They've been wiping out meth labs in Guatemala City and hitting shipping operations in Puerto Barrios and Santo Tomas. Even took out cartel members at San Jose and Champerico ports. Moore smirked. Let me guess. Joe Rez cartel's untouched. Bingo, Towers said. If they wanted to scare Sinaloa, why not use their top hit squad? Los Booters Justicieros, the Avenging Vultures, and we've got intel that at least a dozen of them are in Joe Rez now. These guys make your average sicario look like a Boy Scout. Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Moore muttered. Fitzpatrick exhaled. Torres and Zionai know they're here. Zidaiga's more worried about securing a tunnel than paying Joe Rez for access. Every time he tries digging his own, Corrales shows up and wipes out the crew. The guy's got eyes everywhere, bribed half the engineers in town. It's a stranglehold. Towers tapped the photo. Here's the issue. Corrales is the highest ranking cartel member we've vetted. Classic strategy applies: take out the head. The body collapses. These operations aren't run by amateurs. It takes serious brains to pull off what they do. Whoever's calling the shots has covered his tracks well. Right now, Joe Rez is the most aggressive cartel in Mexico. Moore crossed his arms. Any leads? Not many, Towers admitted. We've looked at the mayor, police chief, even the governor. Guys like Zionaiga crave attention. But this one, Ghost, he pulled up a flow chart, color-coded like a corporate org chart gone rogue. Bottom line, we need connections. Links to terrorists in Afghanistan, meth labs in Colombia, gun smuggling in the U.S. And we've got to expose their cops on the payroll. Phase 1, gather intel. Phase 2, burn it all down. Ansara groaned. Great. More paperwork. Moore grinned. Ever thought about asking Zionaiga for help? Maybe he knows who's really running Joe Rez. Towers nearly choked. You're suggesting the U.S. government teams up with a drug cartel. Moore's smile widened. Why not? Desperate times. Absolutely. Vega smirked. Same old story. Dancing with one devil to take down another. Moore shot her a look. Was that sarcasm? Because you're not wrong. Doesn't exactly fill me with joy either. It's ugly, but it gets the job done. She shrugged. Towers leaned forward, his expression grim. I doubt we'll get official approval for this. Recruiting informants from either cartel is risky. Those people tend to have short lifespans. Moore gave a slow nod. I've got a plan. Fitzpatrick, stay sharp. If there's even a whisper of Middle Eastern involvement. Arabs, I need to hear it immediately. Nothing yet, Fitzpatrick replied. But you've read my report. I haven't met Zionaiga, so I can't confirm if he knows who's really running the show. Luis claims he's in the dark too. Moore exhaled. Fitzpatrick had already proven himself inside the Sinaloa cartel, so he took the lead, detailing their operations, resources, and their hunger to overthrow the Juarez cartel's grip on key border crossings. Most of it was straight from his report, but he added a little flair for emphasis. Towers cut in. More, we're flying blind on your Pakistan ops. All we've got is the file on Tito Lamas, the guy who turned up in a trunk over there. I saw it, Moore said. He's our first lead. The cartel's ramping up Afghan opium buys, but Lamas's trip doesn't add up. His death might have strained their partnership. Hare's hoping. Vega scoffed. No cartel in their right mind would let terrorists slip into the U.S. Why kill your best customers and invite a full-scale war? Moore turned to Fitzpatrick. What about Zito Niga? Think he'd help the Taliban just to screw over Juarez? Not a chance, Fitzpatrick said. Louis swears it's been debated to death. No cartel would willingly back terrorists. It'd have to be some rogue coyotes looking for a quick payday. But even they don't move without cartel approval. Moore cracked a grin. Guess I can pack up and go home. The cartels are our new border patrol, keeping terrorists out so we can keep buying their product. Towers chuckled darkly. Hold up, cowboy. Just because they won't help doesn't mean the Taliban or Al-Qaeda won't force their way in. Fitzpatrick groaned. If they try, they'd better come armed to the teeth. Every time Sinaloa and Joe Rez clash, we're the ones left picking up the pieces. Vega's voice turned icy. Wake up. The terrorists are already here. Sleeper cells, waiting for the signal. Fitzpatrick nodded. She's not wrong. Moore rolled his eyes. Oh, fantastic. All right, let's take this slow. We've got assets if things go south, but our small size keeps us agile. Ansara, you're heading to Calexico. Turn some mules to our side. Last week, checkpoint agents seized nearly $1 million in coke and weed stashed in a tricked-out dashboard compartment. Took a remote and a code just to open it. They even wrapped the drugs in hot sauce to throw off the dogs. That's the level of craft we're up against. Vega, you're going deep. You know the drill. Flexex, get back to Zuananiga. Whittaker, Minnesota's waiting. And more. He flashed a sharp smile. Lock and load. Ahmad Legri, a young operative with the Punjabi Taliban, adjusted his silk shirt and light jacket as he moved through the bustling corridors of Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. At 26, he blended in effortlessly. Just another traveler with a carry-on backpack and a checked suitcase, nothing to draw suspicion. The woman at the check in counter had even smiled at his broken French, a stark contrast to the airport's notorious reputation for impatient staff. He wasn't worried about the no-fly list. The system was a mess, riddled with errors, from toddlers flagged as threats to actual terrorists slipping through unnoticed. Even the late Senator Ted Kennedy had been caught in the bureaucratic nightmare, forced to personally appeal to Homeland Security to clear his name. Legari smirked at the irony. The list was a joke, and he knew it. The Taliban had spent months dissecting how the U.S. screening process worked. Names got funneled through layers of bureaucracy. First to Liberty Crossing in Virginia, where analysts sifted through data in a system called Tide. If red flags popped up, the terrorist screening center took over, adding names to watch lists, but landing on the no-fly list. That required hard evidence. Full names, ages, proof of a genuine threat. Rumor had it, Sixth administrators held the final say. Legari had trained relentlessly for this moment. He'd memorized terminal layouts, rehearsed conversations, even studied the quirks of airport security. If questioned, he'd stay calm. If flagged, he'd play the clueless traveler. After all, unless you were actively wanted, the worst they'd do was pull you aside, ask a few questions, and let you go. His real destination, Colombia, but first a stop in Mexico. As he walked toward his gate, He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The system was flawed, and he was about to exploit it. Ahmad Leghari had grown up in the harsh streets of Dera Ghazi Khan, a forgotten corner of Pakistan's Punjab region, where extremist ideologies thrived in the shadow of crumbling infrastructure. His parents, once operatives in Pakistan's covert war against India in Kashmir, had been forced into hiding when international pressure cut off their funding. Abandoned with distant relatives, young Ahmad found solace in the rigid teachings of a radical madrasa run by a firebrand cleric named Muhammad Ismail Gul, a man with deep connections to violent extremist networks. Now, standing inside the humming scanner at the airport, Ahmad felt the machine's invisible waves tracing his body as he raised his arms. The sterile air smelled of disinfectant, and the distant murmur of boarding announcements filled the space. He had passed through security without issue. No hidden weapons, no suspicious items. But as he moved down the gleaming corridor, two uniformed officers approached, flanked by the same woman who had checked him in moments earlier. Their badges gleamed under the fluorescent lights, and the words, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, sent a jolt through him. His trainers had prepared him for many things, but not this. Not Americans here in this airport. The officer spoke again, slower this time, and the woman translated in French, her voice unnervingly calm. Panic surged through him. Without hesitation, he bolted, shoving past startled travelers, his backpack slipping off his shoulders as he sprinted. The shouts behind him grew louder, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. Rounding a corner, he nearly collided with a security guard. Broad-shouldered, blocking his path. Instinct took over. A struggle, a desperate grab, and suddenly the guard's weapon was in his hands. Two shots rang out, deafening in the enclosed space. Screams erupted as the guard crumpled. Then came the searing pain, sharp, relentless, punching through his back. He collapsed, gasping, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. The world blurred at the edges, the shouts of the Americans fading into a distant roar. In his final moments, he saw not fear, but something worse. Pity in their eyes as darkness swallowed him whole. Half a world away, in a humid jungle hideout northwest of Bogota, Samad exhaled sharply and closed the laptop. The news report from Paris still flickered behind his eyelids. Out of the 15 Taliban operatives, making their way to Colombia through various routes, only one had been captured, predictably the youngest and least experienced among them. Ahmad Leghari hadn't grasped that the Americans in Paris had no jurisdiction to arrest him. They were merely advisors, and his documents were impeccable. Had he stayed calm, he might have faced brief questioning before walking free. But panic had cost him. He had used. The bigger mystery was how he'd been singled out in the first place. Samad figured it had to be the work of paid informants, tribesmen trading secrets for American cash. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head at Niazi and Talwar, who sat across from him, reluctantly sipping warm Pepsi since their crude host didn't even have tea. As he took a swig of his own soda, Mullah Omar Rahmani's words echoed in his mind. You will lead them. You will bring jihad back to the United States, and you must use your Mexican connections to do it. Do you understand? Just then, the door swung open, and in waddled Juan Ramon Ballesteros, an unlit cigar hanging from his lips like a bad prop. The man reeked so badly it was a crime against humanity. He stroked his silver beard and announced in Spanish, I'll get you to Mexico. But the submarine's off the table. Samad's grip tightened around his bottle. What? We had a deal, and you were paid up front! Ballesteros shrugged. The sub's overloaded with my product. And yours. The other two are in dry dock. I warned Ramani from the start, once the opium hits Colombia, I control the shipments. This way, you actually stand a chance. Comprende? Samad clenched his jaw. The alliance between the Taliban and the Joe Rez cartel was unorthodox, but brilliant. Cutting out competition by merging smuggling routes. Both sides got bonuses for playing nice, and the Americans hadn't seen it coming. Ballesteros had networks spanning land, sea, and air, and Romani had been willing to pay top dollar for access. The rest of my men arrive soon. Samad snapped. How do you expect us to reach Mexico? Hitchhike? Ballesteros smirked. Working on a plane to Costa Rica. But relax, we'll head to Bogot first. Tomorrow, maybe. Look, we don't have to like each other. Our mutual employer paid well for cooperation, so let's tolerate it. Fine. And you'll never breathe a word about how I moved you. Ballesteros added, jabbing his cigar for emphasis. Not to our employer. Not to anyone. Samad nodded, lying through his teeth. He already planned to seek out the Joe Rez cartel's boss for help crossing into the U.S. Ballesteros. Was just a means to an end. Then, gunfire. Windows exploded, walls splintered, and screams erupted outside. Samad hit the deck, his lieutenant scrambling beside him. Ballesteros crouched nearby, unhurt but scowling as bullets chewed through the room. "Who the hell is this?" Samad shouted. Ballesteros grunted. Welcome to Colombia. Isra Rana had initially resisted the CIA's recruitment efforts, but after 3 months of persistent persuasion from his handler Moore, he reluctantly agreed. The promise of excitement, financial gain, and the chance to serve his country eventually won him over. Though college was his original priority, Rana found himself drawn into the adrenaline-fueled world of espionage, fueled by his love of James Bond films, quotes from which he often tossed into conversations, much to Moore's exasperation. His English, polished by American movies, made him an asset, though his affluent parents would have been horrified to learn about his dangerous side gig. For a while, Rana treated it like a game, a temporary thrill, until boredom set in. Moore could have forced his cooperation through less savory methods, but he chose trust instead, earning Rana's loyalty. Now, crouched in a ditch near the Islamabad Serena Hotel, his heart pounded as he typed a frantic message to Moore Gallagher found. Serena Hotel. Islamabad. The man they once trusted was now consorting with Taliban operatives, betraying the very people he was supposed to protect. Rana's fingers trembled, until a sudden yank tore the phone from his grip. A crushing blow sent him spiraling into darkness. When he came to, his vision swam in hazy blues and greens before a blinding light seared his eyes. A voice, young and accusatory, demanded confirmation of his betrayal. Then came another voice, one he recognized instantly. Gallagher, the traitor. Rana's lips felt heavy, his words sluggish. "What are you doing with them?" he managed. Gallagher's weathered face flickered in and out of focus as he leaned in, his tone almost pitying. Moore just couldn't let things be, could he? "You're a good kid. The cave walls around them, not a hotel room," Rana realized, loomed like a tomb. Promises of freedom came next, but Rana knew better. Moore had warned him they'd sweet talk, extract what they needed, then silence him forever. A cold dread settled in his chest. He was already dead. No degree, no family. Just an unfinished life slipping away while his parents waited, oblivious. The weight of it crushed him harder than any blow. Rana clenched his jaw, his breath coming in rag bursts as fury coursed through him. Gallagher smirked and leaned in, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "Let's keep this simple, Rana," he said, switching to English with the crude phrases Moore had taught him. "Screw you, Gallagher, you backstabbing snake. If you're gonna kill me, quit wasting time and do it already, you worthless piece of trash." Gallagher chuckled darkly. Big talk now, but the pain's just getting started. And your precious Moore, gone. Left you to die. You really want to stay loyal to a guy who ditched you. Think about that, Rana. Really think. Rana knew the truth. Moore hadn't abandoned him. Duty had called, and that was the life of an operative. Moore had warned him about sudden departures, about other agents stepping in. But none of that mattered now. The fear was overwhelming. Visions of torture flashed through his mind. Knives slicing flesh, electricity searing his skin, teeth ripped from his gums. He could almost feel the snakes coiling around him, the cold dirt beneath his broken body. Desperate, he yanked at the ropes binding him, his vision sharpening just in time to see Gallagher standing there, flanked by 2 Taliban enforcers. One gripped a wicket, looking blade. The other lazily twirled a steel pipe like a walking stick. "Look at me, Rana," Gallagher ordered. "Tell us what we want, and you walk away. Simple as that." "You really think I'm that naive?" Rana spat. Gallagher feigned offense. "You think I'm that cruel? Go to hell." Gallagher sighed, shaking his head. "Fine. Have it your way." He nodded to the man with the knife. "Cut him loose. We'll start with his toes." Terror seized Rana. His chest heaved, his stomach twisted. Maybe if he talked, they'd let him go. Or maybe they'd kill him anyway. His body shook violently, bile rising in his throat. All right, I'll talk," he screamed. Gallagher leaned in, his grin predatory. "We knew you'd see reason lie. Where we belong, Bonata Real Hotel, Jew Res. Mexico, no amount of high-tech surveillance could replace good old-fashioned legwork, and Moore had built his career on that truth. If some genius ever invented a machine that could do his job, he'd retire on the spot. Because, honestly, that would mean the world had officially gone to hell. He'd happily grab a front, row seat to the robot apocalypse, beer in hand, watching the chaos unfold. Still, he couldn't deny the convenience of encrypted intel streaming straight to his phone. Right now, he was sprawled across his hotel bed, feet up, flipping through live satellite feeds of the Bonita Real's courtyard while the morning news droned in the background. The Narrow satellites, manned by a mix of Pentagon and CIA personnel, orbited low, delivering razor-sharp images before passing the baton to the next bird in the network. Meanwhile, analysts back home pinged him with real-time updates, flagging anything suspicious. Technology was great, but nothing beat a spy's instincts. The screens in front of him displayed a real-time map of every JDF operative's position, while another feed cycled through surveillance images of high-value targets, including cartel boss Ziraga's sprawling ranch. It was a meticulously coordinated operation, run by analysts thousands of miles away, fueled by caffeine and cold precision. Moore had checked into a hotel owned by Dante Corrales, a name flagged by Towers as the cartel's highest, ranking figure on law enforcement's radar. Like so many kingpins before him, Corrales was trying to legitimize his empire with front businesses, but the cracks were already showing. Employees would get caught in the crossfire, either dragged into his crimes or left jobless when the feds finally shut him down. But that wouldn't happen today. They needed him free, reckless enough to lead them to the real puppet master. Corrales was practically a gift, arrogant, flashy, and sloppy. His file was patchy, stitched together from informant whispers and seized documents. The irony wasn't lost on Moore. A man whose parents died in a hotel fire now owned one. The agency loved guys like this. Their egos made them predictable. Corrales' love for gaudy cars and designer suits turned him into a walking bullseye. Moore half imagined him posing in front of a Scarface poster, all swagger and no foresight, a mirror of his own younger self, dressed in a crisp polo and tailored slacks, Moore adjusted the fake diamond stud in his ear. Just enough edge to sell the act. His hair was slicked back, the scruffy beard from his overseas days long gone. The Breitling on his wrist read 9:21 a.m. as he grabbed his briefcase and headed out. The elevator ride down was quiet, the lobby empty except for the front desk clerk, Ignacio, and a striking woman lingering behind him. Her dark hair framed piercing eyes, and the gold crucifix resting against her. Low, cut dress caught the light. Moore pretended to check his phone, snapping a quick, blurry photo before flashing her a polite smile. Outside, he sent the image to Langley, then climbed into his rental. The drive took him past a dive bar where cops were hauling out handcuffed patrons. Just another morning in Joe, Res. His meeting spot was a sun-baked stretch of land, 2 derelict factories sagging under layers of graffiti and neglect. The real estate agent, a heavy-set woman with electric, blue eyelids, wheezed her way out of a beat-up Kia. "Mr. Howard," she said, pumping his hand. "These properties haven't had a single offer in 2 years. Moore surveyed the cracked pavement and rusted fences, the air thick with dust. He forced a grin. "I appreciate you showing them to me, Mrs. Garcia." His phone camera clicked again, capturing another piece of the puzzle. Moore had explained over the phone that his company was searching for prime locations across Mexico to establish manufacturing facilities for their solar panel operations, while the assembly plants would be set up south of the border, their corporate offices, engineering teams, and distribution centers would stay put in San Diego and El Paso. This parcel checks all the boxes. Easy highway access. Plenty of space, he remarked, scanning the dusty lot. What he didn't mention was that this whole venture was a carefully constructed ruse. The term maquiladora might sound exotic, but it was just a fancy label for factories benefiting from special trade agreements between the U.S. and Mexico. Moore had picked up a few tricks from an old SEAL friend who ran operations for General Instruments down here. The guy had cracked the system, shipping materials through a Mexican trucking company, then buying them back once they crossed the border, greasing a few palms along the way. "Everything here runs on bribes." His friend had joked over steaks one night. That conversation had given Moore the perfect cover story for his real mission. As the real estate agent rattled off the property's selling points, Moore's attention drifted to the 2 thugs idling in a beat-up sedan across the street. They weren't even trying to be subtle. Amateurs, he thought, either Juarez or Sinaloa muscle, or worse, some freelance killers from Guatemala. The avenging vultures had a reputation for being messy. "I'd like to negotiate directly with the owner." Moore pressed, handing over a sleek portfolio stuffed with glossy brochures. Hidden inside was a GPS tracker, thin as a credit card. If the agent passed it along, maybe Zidaudiga himself would take the bait. You didn't just knock on a cartel boss's door, you had to dangle something irresistible. Moore had learned that lesson years ago. Dealing with warlords who wouldn't meet unless they thought they were the ones calling the shots. The distant pop, pop, pop of gunfire interrupted them, followed by the wail of a police siren. The agent shifted uncomfortably. "This area can get a little lively." Moore smirked. "Security's part of the budget, but good intel, that's priceless. Tell your client I've got both." She promised to relay the message, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. As Moore walked back to his car, he resisted the urge to glance at the watchers. Let them wonder. The game was just beginning. Moore slid into the driver's seat, cracked the window, and settled in to wait, scrolling through recent snapshots of the hotel's facade and the vehicles lined up outside. The men hadn't budged. A quick glance in the rear view confirmed. He couldn't make out their license plate, so he fired up the engine and pulled away, steering toward his own hotel. A neon, lit billboard flashed by, advertising greyhound races at a local track with legal betting. Just another reminder of the vices that had haunted his childhood. Years ago, Moore's father had dragged the family on a road trip to Las Vegas, a pilgrimage the man had talked about for years. To 10-year-old Moore, the drive felt endless. He had used, and he'd passed the time fidgeting with action figures and trading cards in the back seat while his mother griped about the wasted gas money. His father, ever the optimist, swore his betting system was foolproof. If only they'd trust him for once. Spoiler alert. They shouldn't have. The trip ended with empty pockets, a gas tank on fumes, and Moore's stomach growling louder than the busted A-Dog-C. That was the moment he decided numbers were the enemy. Gambling, accounting, anything that turned his father into a desperate man and his mother into a weeping mess. Funny how life works. Those same numbers later saved his grades in calculus, but as a kid they symbolized everything wrong with his old man. Watching A Christmas Carol as a teenager, he couldn't help but imagine his dad as Scrooge, hunched over ledgers instead of gold coins. His rebellion wasn't just teenage angst, it was payback for a father who'd fallen short of the hero Moore had wanted. Cancer had whittled the man down to a ghost of himself, a hollowed out figure who died on Christmas Eve, as if the universe had one last cruel joke to play. The military became his real family. No more overs or spreadsheets, just brothers who had his back. The second he mentioned being a SEAL, people's eyes widened. Holy shit. Really, that reaction never got old. After Bud S., he and Frank Carmichael shipped off to SEAL Team 8 in Little Creek, Virginia, where the real work began. 2 years of training, deploying, and proving himself earned him promotions, commendations, and a ticket to officer candidate school. By 98, he was a lieutenant with a stack of accolades, and by 2000, he'd climbed to 03. Then came 9/11, Afghanistan, missions blurring into one another, special reconnaissance, firefights, the grit of Operation Anaconda in the Shahi, Khat Valley. The Taliban didn't stand a chance. Medals piled up, but the weight of it all settled deeper. Every trigger pulled, every order followed, was another step away from that hungry kid in the back seat, still waiting for his father to be something more. Moore could hardly recognize the man he'd become. A far cry from the reckless kid. He'd been back in high school. Jerez still had plenty of those troublemakers. He mused as he parked outside the hotel. Methodically, he photographed license plates in the lot, sending the images to Langley before heading inside. The lobby smelled of fresh paint, and the clatter of construction tools echoed through the space as Ignacio observed him pouring coffee. "Everything go well with your business, sir?" the clerk asked in accented English. Moore replied smoothly in Spanish, better than expected. "I'm scouting prime locations here, perfect for expanding my operations." Ignacio beamed. "That's wonderful news! Your clients will love it here. People still fear Jerez, but those days are over. We're rebuilding." Moore nodded politely before retreating to his room, which Ignacio had promised would be a bargain, though he'd failed to mention the relentless construction noise. Settling in, Moore reviewed the sparse dossier on Maria Puentitz, Hirata 22-year-old from Mexico City, Dante Corella's girlfriend, and a former dancer at Club Monarch. The place was one of the last standing adult clubs, surviving police crackdowns and cartel arson thanks to Jerez cartel protection, and, according to intel, generous bribes to local cops. Moore pictured Corrals meeting her under strobe lights, their romance blooming amid cheap cocktails and hazy smoke. Updates from the team flickered across his screen. Fitzpatrick had returned from his, vacation, already scheming with Luis Torres to retaliate for the ranch explosion. Gloria Vega was starting her federal police inspection gig, likely in for a rude awakening. And Sarah reported from Calexico, hunting for mules at the border, while Whittaker scoped out cartel weapon caches in Minnesota. The real estate agent's calls buzzed in Langley's ears. Moore stretched out, savoring his coffee, until a gritty sip reminded him of the sludge at the bottom. Then his phone lit up. Nick Wisier. The name alone sent a jolt through him. The message was blunt, "Please call me." Moore didn't hesitate, dialing the satellite number despite the time difference. Wisier was probably in pitch darkness, well past midnight. "Moore." The old man's voice crackled through. Few knew his real name, but Wisier had earned that trust. "It's me," Moore replied. "What's going on?" Silence stretched between them, thick enough to choke on. Moore's grip tightened on the phone. Whatever came next, he knew, wouldn't be good. Moore spent the next 60 minutes on the phone with Slater and O'Hara, pouring out his rage and helplessness to his superiors. Only after hanging up did he allow himself a moment of silence, gazing blankly out his hotel window until the sting of tears hit him. Those bastards had taken Rana, just a bright kid who'd made one reckless choice, trusting Moore. It wasn't about money. Rana's family had plenty. He'd been hungry for adventure, chasing something bigger, and, in that way, Moore saw too much of himself in the boy. Now they were hauling his broken body down from the Bajar Mountains, wrapped in tattered blankets. The Taliban had carved him up, burned him, squeezed him dry for whatever scraps of intel they thought he had. Wisier's sources claimed Rana held out maybe 10, 15 hours before the pain won. The militants left him as a warning, a grotesque billboard for any Pakistani fool enough to side with justice. Moore collapsed onto the bed, letting the grief crash over him. He swore under his breath, then louder, until the curses lost meaning. Suddenly, he was on his feet, spinning toward the window, Glock in hand, finger hovering near the trigger as he pictured the smug faces of Rana's killers. Just as fast, he holstered the weapon, chest heaving. Screw it. If self-pity was on the menu tonight, he might as well choke it down now before his shadows came calling. He thumbed out a text to Leslie, "Miss you. Send me a photo." Rough night. No reply. It was 3 a.m. in Virginia. Lying back, the weight of failure pressed down like those brutal Buddhist nights when quitting seemed sweetest. He ached for Carmichael's voice, for that stubborn conviction that Kadai's death, Rana's death, meant something, that walking away would betray them worse than any bullet could. But another voice hissed back, colder and pragmatic. "You're not 20 anymore. Private sector gigs paid triple for half the risk. Think about it. Consulting, defense, sales, a house, kids. The job was a thrill ride until the moment it wasn't. Every time Moore dared to care, the universe ripped it away. Was this really the life he wanted? The memory hit like a stray round 1994, some dive bar near Little Creek. Him and Carmichael toasting their shiny new counterterrorism roles. Then Captain Nemo showed up. SDV pilot, ordnance guru. Ghost of a man after one of his team drowned during a training op. The investigation absolved him, but guilt clung like swamp mud. There they were, 2 rookies buzzing with ambition, and Nemo was their rain cloud. "Quit." Carmichael had laughed, sloshing beer onto the bar. "Hell no. Who'd take your place, us knave idiots?" Nemo's smirk didn't reach his eyes. "Exactly." Carmichael leaned in, dead serious. "Listen, the fact we're even here, that's the privilege. You walk, and the bad guys win by default. We heeded that inner call for a reason. And really, take a moment to consider this. Because somewhere in our bones, we always understood we weren't meant for mediocrity. That conviction burned in us as kids, and it still does. That restless pull. It never fades, no matter how hard you try to ignore it. Walk away today, and years later, you'll catch yourself staring at the life you settled for, haunted by the thought, this isn't where I'm supposed to be. Moore shot up from the hotel bed, pacing before spinning on his heel with a growl. This is where I belong, he snapped at the empty room. His phone buzzed. Leslie again. He ignored it. Meanwhile, at the delicious police station in Joe Res, Inspector Gloria Vega climbed into a marked Federal Police F-150, her gear strapped tight. Kevlar vest, balaclava, helmet cinched under her chin. Twin Glocks weighed heavy on her hips, an MP5 slung across her chest. The irony wasn't lost on her. Back in Mexico City, detectives rolled up to scenes in wrinkled shirts, coffee stains on their ties, maybe a single pistol if they remembered. Here, every outing was a potential ambush. Behind the wheel, Alberto G. Mez mirrored her gear, but carried decades more wariness. He'd warned her corpses here weren't just evidence. They were landmines, literal or figurative. Rooftop snipers, rigged explosives. The cartels loved turning cleanup into a bloodbath. G. Mez's file had crossed Vega's desk weeks ago, 11 grandkids. Church usher. Volunteer of the year. Also, the Fed's top suspect for cartel ties. But in Ju Res, longevity bought silence. The higher, ups preferred to let his golden years play out quietly. 3 bodies. Keep your mouth shut. Gia Mez muttered as the truck lurched forward. Vega bristled. Why? Because your Mexico City pedigree means nothing here. His grip tightened on the wheel. I don't care if you're the Virgin of Guadalupe with a badge. My job's keeping you breathing. She almost laughed. Funny. Last I checked, women here can actually speak. The truck hit a pothole, jolting them sideways. Somewhere ahead, death waited. And maybe, just maybe, a trap with her name on it. Vega hadn't touched a newspaper in weeks. But that wasn't the real issue. The problem was her attitude, something Inspector G. Mez made painfully clear as they sat in the car. Tuck that arrogance away and leave it there. He snapped, his voice dripping with condescension. You're in Juarez now. She rolled her eyes, patting her gear. Oh, let me check my purse. Oh, wait, all I've got are these rifles and spare mags. G. Mez smirked. Vega clenched her jaw. 12 years of service. Army intelligence, CIA fieldwork, had led to this. Stuck in a beat-up sedan, enduring macho posturing from a washed-up cop. The miscarriage, the divorce, the family that barely spoke to her anymore. Was this really what she'd sacrificed everything for? She shot G. Mez a glare sharp enough to cut glass. The radio crackled as they rolled down a street lined with pastel apartment buildings, their balconies draped with laundry. A handful of skinny kids loitered in doorways, cell phones pressed to their ears. Cartel lookouts. Gina Mez noted them silently. Up ahead, 3 bodies sprawled across the road. Vega grabbed binoculars from the console, adjusting the focus. Young men, 2 face down in blood, the third staring blankly at the sky, one hand clutching his chest. Their pockets had already been picked clean. 2 squad cars idled nearby, officers crouched behind doors. G. Mez parked behind them, his expression grim. Keep your mouth shut. Vega stepped out, scanning the rooftops where half a dozen men lounged, watching. Her grip tightened on her rifle. A van pulled up, disgorging a K-9 unit. As the dogs sniffed the scene, G. Mez's phone rang. A second phone. Not the one he'd used to call her. Interesting. Then chaos erupted. A sniper round tore through the first handler's skull. The second officer dropped, a bullet exploding from his neck. Gunfire raked the street, shredding bodies and dogs alike. Vega Belly crawled to the truck's wheel, returning fire at the rooftops, rounds chipping the stucco. Cease fire! Guy Mez bellowed. Silence. Gun smoke hung thick in the air, the pavement radiating heat. Tires screeched. A white pickup, tailgate missing, sped toward the intersection. 3 armed men sprinted from an alley, leaping onto the flatbed. Cops fired half-hearted shots, not a single bullet finding its mark. Vega sprinted to G. Kamez, who was still crouched, shaking his head. "Move," she yelled. "I'll call backup." "Now," she screamed. But he didn't budge. His expression shifted instantly, eyes flashing with intensity as his voice cut through the tension. "Did you not hear what I said?" She sucked in a sharp breath, swallowing the curse on her tongue as she whirled toward the rooftop, where the sniper had just vanished. The same one who'd taken out the K-9 officers had her locked in his crosshairs for a split second before disappearing behind the ledge. "Jesus," she whispered, pulse hammering. Then, snapping back into focus, she yelled, "He's up there." "Right on that roof!" The rest of the team stayed crouched behind their squad cars, waving frantically for her to take cover. Reluctantly, she dropped back beside Jiki Mez, frustration boiling under her skin. "We're just letting him walk away. Other units will handle it," Jiu Mez snapped. "We're not here to start a war. We're here to process the scene. So sit tight and keep your head down." Closing her eyes, Vega had a sudden realization. She'd been approaching this all wrong. Instead of treating him like an adversary, she needed to play the long game, earn his trust, let him believe she was just another rookie eager to learn. If she could get him to drop his guard, maybe even respect her, she'd have the opening she needed. But her stubbornness had already cost her. Around them, the other officers finally inched forward toward the bodies, while curious onlookers reappeared on their balconies. Drawn by the commotion, one cop nudged Jiki Mez. "This your new partner?" "Yeah," he muttered. "Give her a week. She'll be dead." G. Mez shot Vega a look. "Let's not make that happen." Her throat tightened. "I didn't know it would be like this." With a dry smirk, G. Mez adjusted his cap. "Maybe you should have done your homework." Club Monarch, he had used. Joe Resdanta Corrales was in no mood for games. 3 of his men had been gunned down in Delicious, and now Inspector Jiki Mez was breathing down his neck, warning him about increased federal surveillance. To make matters worse, they'd assigned him some new female inspector. Probably a plant from the president's office. And then there was the American, Scott Howard, checking into hotels under the guise of scouting business properties. Corrales wasn't buying it. His men were tailing Howard, but so far, the story held up, as Ryle and Pablo handled a cash drop with their mysterious banker. Corrales headed to the Monarch for lunch and a cold beer. Halfway there, his phone rang. Ballesteros calling from Bogot. "Dante, those FARC bastards hit me again. I need backup." Yeah. The boss will handle it when he gets there." "When?" "Soon. You seen the news out of Puerto Rico." Corrales gritted his teeth. "I've been busy. The FB just took down over 100 cops in an inside job. You know what that does to my operation? That was a major shipping route. Gone in a day." "Enough!" Corrales snarled. "Stop whining like a spoiled child. The boss is coming. Deal with it." He slammed the phone down, muttering curses as he pulled into the club's parking lot. Inside, the midday crowd was thin, just a couple of tired-looking strippers and 2 old timers at the bar in cowboy hats. At his usual back table, Johnny Sanchez was waiting, tall, long-haired, with his Berkeley ring glinting under the dim lights. The writer had come back to Mexico chasing cartel stories, and Corrales humored him. After all, Johnny was family. But trust, that was another story. Johnny had never outright accused Corrales of cartel involvement, just hinted that he probably knew more than most about their operations. That unspoken tension had lingered between them for months, even as they worked together on a screenplay about Corrales' life. Their weekly lunches had become the highlight of Corrales' routine, second only to his time with Maria. Recently, Johnny had published a piece in the Los Angeles Times exposing the blurred lines between law enforcement and cartel influence along the border. The article struck a nerve, detailing how corruption had eroded trust so completely that even the authorities couldn't distinguish allies from enemies. Exactly the chaos the Jew-Rez cartel thrived on. People loved it, Johnny said, tipping back his beer with a satisfied grin. You're welcome. Corrales barely reacted, swirling his own drink before cutting in. This is a big moment for me, he said, their usual Spanish slipping momentarily as Johnny's excitement made him lapse into English. It happened sometimes, Johnny getting carried away, Corrales slamming his fist on the table in frustration until Johnny caught himself and apologized. What was that? Corrales snapped. Johnny waved a hand. The editor wants a whole series now. Over 100 emails came in. Corrales exhaled sharply. Forget the articles. Focus on the script. I am. Listen, Corrales leaned in, voice low. You're here because of my godmother, because I trust you to tell my story, not to poke the hornet's nest. Those articles, they're dangerous. For both of us. Johnny forced a nod, but his jaw tightened. A silence stretched between them before Corrales finally spoke again, tracing the condensation on his bottle. Lost some good men today. I didn't hear anything. Of course not. Corrales smirked darkly. The cartel's grip on local media was ironclad. Reporters who pushed too hard ended up as cautionary tales, their severed heads left outside studios as reminders. Some journalists still defied them, but most knew better than to dig too deep. Johnny, ever the optimist, tried steering the conversation back to the script. Remember when those hitmen cornered you? That's the scene. You, outside the hotel, flames behind you, realizing your parents are gone because you refused to bend. The audience will feel that. A kid with nothing left, forced into a world he never wanted, then fighting his way out. It sells itself. His enthusiasm was contagious, and for a second, Corrales almost forgot the absurdity of Johnny's blind idealism. But before he could respond, Johnny's eyes flicked toward the bar, then widened in panic. Down. He lunged across the table, tackling Corrales just as gunfire erupted. Bullets punched into the wall behind them as screams erupted from the dancers and bartenders shouted over the chaos. Corrales hit the floor hard, but it was Johnny who stunned everyone by pulling out a Beretta and firing back. You want a piece of this? Johnny roared in Spanish, his voice raw with fury. The gunman by the bar didn't stick around. He bolted as Johnny unloaded the rest of his magazine in the guy's direction. For a long moment, the two just sat there, breathing hard, staring at each other. Then Johnny muttered, "Damn." Corrales blinked. "Where the hell did you get that gun?" Johnny hesitated before answering. "My cousin in Nogales hooked me up. You ever even fired one before?" Johnny cracked a grin. "Once, in a junkyard. Will it work?" "You just saved my ass. Lucky I spotted them first. If you hadn't, I'd be dead." Corrales, we'd both be dead. A heavy silence settled between them before Corrales finally asked, "Why are they after you?" Johnny exhaled sharply. "Because I'm not playing for their team." Corrales shook his head. "Man, we're supposed to be tight. And I know you're lying." Johnny hesitated, then smirked. "Fine. You want the truth. I run the Jew-Rez cartel. Those guys. Sinaloa. We're at war over the tunnels and they're crap with our shipments." Corrales scoffed. "I figured you for a hitman, not the boss." Johnny shrugged. Then you should know better than to be out here with me. It's suicide. I don't hide. Not like those other cowards. I want the streets to see me, to know who really has their back. Not the cops. Not the government. Johnny shook his head. That's a death wish. Corrales laughed. Maybe we'll put this in the movie. Ha! Johnny's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing like he was already picturing the scene on film. Yeah, he said slowly. Yeah, we will. The builder and the mule border tunnel construction site Mexicali, Mexico Pedro Romero knew they were close. 1 more week, and the tunnel would be finished. The house they'd picked in Calexico, California, sat in a quiet neighborhood of working-class families. People who clocked in at warehouses and strip malls, none the wiser. The Joe Rez cartel had bought the place on Romero's recommendation, and he'd gone over every detail with their young rep, Dante Corrales, who'd pulled him off a failing project near the border tech zone. Jobs were drying up, and Romero wasn't about to turn down the work. Now, crouched in the dim tunnel, Romero led 2 diggers through the narrow passage. The shaft stood 6 feet high, 3 feet wide, and stretched nearly 900 feet. They'd hit water twice, forcing them to pump it out when they dug too deep. The walls were braced with concrete beams, and makeshift tracks carried carts of dirt to the surface, where dump trucks hauled it miles away for another job. They dug in silence, using only shovels to avoid detection. 15 men worked in shifts, pushing forward around the clock. Cave-ins were a constant fear, but the real nightmare came at 20:30 a.m., when Romero got the call. A sinkhole had opened up, swallowing 4 men before collapsing in on itself. 10 feet deep, filled with water. Gone, just like that. The workers had been trapped beneath the shifting sand, drowning in the thick sludge before anyone could pull them out. Though the accident left the entire crew shaken, the project pressed forward without delay. The entrance to the Mexican side of the tunnel was cleverly hidden inside a storage building at a sprawling Zell's solar panel factory construction site. With multiple structures going up and dump trucks constantly moving in and out, no one batted an eye at the extra vehicles hauling away tunnel debris. This ingenious cover story hadn't been Romero's idea. Corrales had let slip that the cartel's shadowy leader himself had orchestrated it. None of the legitimate construction workers ever questioned the odd activity, making Pedro suspect the whole operation was compromised. Right up to Shell's top brass, money kept mouths shut, and as long as paychecks cleared, no one dared break the silence. Romero's plans revealed this would be the most ambitious tunnel the cartel had ever attempted, which explained his staggering 100 Zellausen payout. He'd hesitated at first, but the upfront cash was impossible to refuse, especially with his eldest daughter, Blanca, now 16 and battling severe kidney failure. Between her dialysis, anemia treatments, and mounting medical bills, the money was a lifeline. Though he'd only confided in a few workers, word spread fast. Soon, his entire crew was working overtime, determined to help save her. One foreman even organized a collection, surprising Romero with an envelope of cash and a heartfelt card at the end of the week. For the first time, he didn't feel like a criminal, just a desperate father. But money and loyalty couldn't solve everything. The real challenge wasn't just hiding tons of excavated dirt. It was evading detection. Both governments used ground, penetrating radar to sniff out underground voids. And military, grade Rembas, E-sensors picked up even faint digging noises. The nearby construction helped mask some of the noise, but Romero wasn't taking chances. He'd designed the tunnel in sharp zigzags instead of a straight shot north, disguising it as disjointed drainage pipes. Even then, Seismic monitors could catch anomalies, delayed echoes that appeared as phantom blips on Border Patrol screens. So Romero lined the walls with sound-absorbing panels and even flew in a seismic expert from Mexico City to fine-tune their approach. Every detail had to be perfect. One slip, and the whole operation, along with his daughter's future, would collapse. The end was in sight. Romero could almost feel the weight lifting from his shoulders. One final payment, and his daughter's life-saving surgery would be secured. Nearby, an electrician named Eduardo worked on threading power lines through the newly dug section of tunnel, while others secured ventilation ducts overhead. The crew had asked permission to build a makeshift shrine, a small alcove where they lit candles and placed photos of loved ones, a quiet space to pray before each grueling shift. Romero understood this wasn't just dangerous work. It was illegal, and every day carried the risk of arrest, but faith kept them going. He clapped Eduardo on the back. "How's it coming?" "Almost done, boss. Wiring's finished by tonight." "Good man." Romero moved deeper into the passage, his boots scraping against the rough tracks. The scent of freshly turned earth filled the air as his team labored with pickaxes and shovels, muscles straining. He tried not to think about what this tunnel would carry. Drugs, weapons, cash, or the lives it would ruin. He told himself he was just a man doing a job, nothing more. But guilt gnawed at him, stealing sleep, twisting his stomach at the thought of prison. One of the diggers fell into step beside him. "What's next for you after this?" "Find more work, I guessed." "With the same people." Romero stiffened. "God willing, no." The man nodded. "Yeah, but he's kept us safe so far, mostly thanks to you." Romero forced a grin. "Enough talk. Back to it." Meanwhile, at the Calexico, Mexicali border, 17-year-old Reuben Everson steered his car toward the lesser-known East Crossing. The main checkpoint was jammed, and he couldn't afford delays. For nearly a year, he'd been smuggling for the Jerez cartel, 20 successful runs, over 80 grand stashed away for college. His parents had no clue. His sister Georgina had her suspicions, but he brushed her off. It had started at a party, a friend tipping him off about a job advertised in a Mexican paper. His first run, a backpack full of weed, handed to him by a guy named Pablo. Then came the modified Ford SUV, hidden compartments in the dash, the gas tank, all controlled by a coded remote. The sophistication stunned him, and with each trip, his confidence grew. Tonight, though, something felt different. The usual adrenaline was laced with unease. He tightened his grip on the wheel and rolled toward the checkpoint. Reuben's car had been modified in a way that made his smuggling runs almost foolproof. The gas tank was split, half for fuel, half for carefully packed drugs, with gasoline masking the scent. A layer of dried mud coated the exterior to hide any fresh tampering from the border agents who routinely checked for signs of alterations. He'd been stopped twice before, but both times, his car was clean. Part of the cartel's strategy to build trust. They wanted him to be a familiar face, just another kid crossing back and forth for a part-time job in Mexicali while living in California. Most days, the agents barely glanced at him before waving him through. But today was different. The moment he was directed to secondary inspection, Reuben's stomach tightened. A tall, sharp-eyed FB agent named Ansara was waiting, his stare unrelenting. Reuben forced himself to stay calm, flashing an easy smile as he handed over his license. "Sure, man. No problem," he said, mentally retreating to happier thoughts. Weekend dates with his girlfriend, new clothes, the extra cash lining his pockets. Ansara didn't smile back. "Follow me." Inside the station, the air was thick with exhaustion. Families sat slumped in plastic chairs, their faces hollow. A mother clutched her sobbing daughters, while an elderly man argued with an agent over a wad of confiscated cash. Reuben kept his eyes forward, trailing Ansara down a sterile hallway that led to a cramped interrogation room. Inside, another kid sat at the table. Pale, freckled, arms covered in ink. A gold skull dangled from his ear. He didn't look up, even when Ansara introduced him. "Reuben, this is Billy." Reuben nodded. "What's up?" Billy finally lifted his head, his voice raw. "You have no idea." Before Reuben could ask, Billy slammed his feet onto the table. No toes, just jagged scars still healing. Reuben's breath caught. "Lost a shipment." Billy spat. "Pablo and Corrales didn't care that I was 17. They came for me after school. Now look at me." His voice cracked. "Get out while you still can." A knock at the door cut through the silence. Ansara stepped out to talk with an agent, his expression hardening as he listened. "They actually did that to you." Billy scoffed, his voice cracking. "What do you think? You think any woman's gonna look twice at a guy with these messed up feet?" His anger dissolved into ragged sobs before he suddenly erupted. "Ansara, get me out of here! I can't do this anymore!" The door swung open, and Ansara motioned for Billy to follow. The kid grabbed a pair of bulky, awkward boots and limped out, leaving Reuben alone with his spiraling thoughts. Visions of prison life flooded his mind, being cornered by tattooed thugs, all because he'd tried to scrape together tuition money. He wasn't some genius with a free ride. He needed cash, plain and simple. When Ansara finally returned, his tone was dry. "Your car's got a real interesting setup under the hood." Reuben's stomach dropped. "You think being under 18 means you'll walk away clean?" Tears welled up before he could stop them. Ansara leaned in, voice low. "Listen. The Cardinal's watching, but we made it look like nothing's wrong. You'll finish your run today. Only now, you're working for me, and we've got a lot to talk about." Backseat driver Bonita Real Hotel Juarez, Mexico Moore, forced himself to focus on the two men staking out his hotel instead of Rana's death. They'd been parked across the street for hours, lazily scrolling through their phones like this was some kind of paid vacation. Cartel surveillance was a joke. These clowns couldn't have been more obvious if they'd rented a billboard. Their beat-up Corolla, with its mismatched red quarter panel, might as well have had a neon sign flashing. Amateurs. A couple of times, they even stepped out to lean against the trunk, chain, smoking, while shooting glances at the hotel like they were in some bad cop movie. Moore almost felt bad for them. Almost. Up on the roof, two more guys in construction gear pretended to work, but their radios gave them away. They were Corrales' eyes, not his muscle. He'd already snapped photos of the idiots by the car and sent them back for analysis. Turns out, their rap sheets were as pathetic as their surveillance skills. Petty theft, minor drug charges. The files labeled them. Suspected cartel associates, which was Mexican law enforcement's way of saying, "Yeah, we know, but good luck proving it." Fitzpatrick's text confirmed they worked for Corrales, not Sinaloa. That complicated things. Moore had been baiting the Sinalos with his real estate pitch, but no bites yet. Gloria Vega's call cut through his thoughts. "Quick update," she said. "We tangled with Zanaiga's crew. 3 Juarez guys down. Local cops are spooked. But G. Mez, he's the golden ticket. Carries 2 phones, acts like he owns the precinct. My play. Build a case, flip him, and see how many rats he'll hand us." Moore exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "Look, we don't have a choice here. We're going to have to negotiate with him." "Don't beat yourself up over it," the voice on the other end replied. "It's not guilt. It's frustration. He'll only give us scraps, and that just drags this whole mess out longer." we take what we can get. No excuses. Yeah, I hear you. Or I'm trying to anyway. Her bitterness was justified but exhausting, so he shifted gears. You catch the news about that bust down in San Juan. Another trophy for the feds. Must be nice. Patience. Our turn's coming. Just stay sharp. Easy for you to say. Gmez treats me like I'm his coffee runner. My jaws clenched so tight I might crack a tooth. Moore softened. If anyone can handle him, it's you. She scoffed. And you know that how? Word gets around hotshot. You've got a rep. Whatever. Later, the line went dead. Their call, like all agency communications, left no trace, no logs, no records. If they wanted a conversation to vanish, it vanished. Simple as that. His phone buzzed. Towers alerting him to gunfire at the Monarch Gentlemen's Club, Dante Corella's favorite haunt. Cops were on scene, but the shooters had bolted. No casualties. Moore smirked. In Joe Rez Drive, buys were as routine as weather reports. Peering through the blinds, he confirmed his two-muscle, bound shadows were still loitering below. He tugged on an oversized hoodie to hide his Glock and holster, then headed out. The V-Bar was his next stop. Fitzpatrick had tipped him off that Sinaloa enforcers frequented the place. As he pulled into the lot, his mind flashed to Rana. The kid hadn't laughed when Moore introduced him as Robin to the Special Forces team. The joke landed flat, but Moore had brushed it off, until now. The memory of Rana's murder twisted his gut, his fists clenching. The cold press of metal against his skull snapped him back. Easy, growled a voice, rough as gravel. Hands up. Moore rarely zoned out. Carelessness like that got you booted from special activities, maybe the agency altogether. But grief had dulled his instincts. The man patted him down, yanked open the hoodie, and snatched the Glock from his shoulder rig. Start the car. Moore's jaw tightened. Stupid mistake. He could feel his own pulse thudding, the gun still digging into his scalp. Too close to risk a move. One wrong twist and he'd be staring down his own barrel. Your show, he muttered, sliding behind the wheel. The man vaulted into the back seat, weapon trained on Moore's head. Drive. You want the car. Cash. Na. Is. Just obey. Moore pulled out, spotting the Corolla tailing them in the rear view. His captor was no street thug. Gray, streaked beard, ash-colored curls, a gold hoop glinting in one ear. His English was crisp, his stare sharp. A pro. Not like the amateurs in the car behind them. Moore could tell those idiots were following them, but he wasn't sure if they realized he was being taken at gunpoint, or if his kidnapper even noticed them yet. He kept driving for another tense minute before making the demanded right turn. There's a red Toyota tailing us, Moore said, eyes flicking to the rear view. Two guys inside. They part of your crew. The man in the back seat twisted around, spotted the car, and spat out a string of curses in Spanish. What now? Moore pressed. Just drive, the guy snapped. Moore scoffed. So, not your buddies? Ha! The pistol dug harder into his neck. I said shut it. Moore's phone buzzed in his pocket. Fitzpatrick texting, no doubt. Too little, too late. Don't even try, the guy growled. Moore feigned compliance, palming the phone to mute it before chucking just the empty leather case out the window. Where exactly are we headed? He asked, slipping the phone back into his jeans. No more talking. The tail car revved closer, now just a couple lengths behind. His kidnapper was sweating, jerking his head between Moore and the rear window, breath ragged. The pistol trembled against Moore's skin. Up ahead, the light turned red. Moore slowed, scanning the strip of fast food joints. Wendy's, Denny's, the Golden Arches, Papa's, Starbucks. The greasy scent of drive, thrusts, and exhaust seeped through the vents, just like home. Why are you stopping? The guy barked. Moore jerked a thumb at the light. It's red, genius! Too late! Gunfire erupted behind them. Moore stomped the gas, tires screeching as he fishtailed into the intersection, barely dodging a rusted pickup. The shooters unloaded wildly. Glass exploded, bullets thudded into the trunk. Then his passenger let out a choked gasp. Moore glanced back. Bad move. The guy was slumped, blood soaking the seat. Headshot, shoulder. Not getting up. The shooters scrambled back into their car, still coming. Moore grabbed his phone. Speed, dialing Langley. A crisp voice answered, 327. Go, get me to the V-bar. Moore snapped. And alert Fitzpatrick. Copy. Stand by. The tail car swerved around a delivery van, closing in. Moore gunned it through the next light just as it turned red. An old man on a bike wobbled into the crosswalk, baskets overflowing with junk. Moore gritted his teeth. Just another day in paradise. Moore stood in the crosswalk, a handful of pedestrians shuffling a few yards behind him. The morons chasing him slammed on their brakes too late. Their car's hood crumpled like a cheap soda can as the man, and his bike launched into the air, crashing somewhere out of sight. Screams erupted as bystanders scrambled for cover. A voice crackled through his phone, next left. Third light. Turn right. I'll get local PD to slow them down. Eyes on you now. They're still on your tail. Copy that. Moore stomped the gas as the light ahead flicked yellow. Driving in Joe Res was a free for all. Red lights were more of a polite suggestion than a rule. He swerved onto Paseo Triunfo de la República, where the clean sidewalks and bustling business district offered a sliver of relief. Maybe the geniuses behind him would think twice about spraying bullets in a crowd. Side streets flashed by, packed with parked cars, no signs marking them one way, not that it mattered. The idiots were closing in, and now the passenger leaned out, pistol raised. Third light. 327, stand down. I'm good. You sure? Positive. Out. Moore yanked the wheel, tires screeching as he fishtailed into an alley. He clipped a dumpster, barely keeping control, then spotted the V-bar coming up on his left. A quick glance in the rearview. Clear. Then, out of nowhere, a car skidded into his path. They'd predicted his move. Since when were these guys smart? Now they were playing chicken, and Moore was trapped. He fumbled for the Glock in the back seat, fingers brushing cold metal. Too far. Before he could reverse, headlights flared behind him, an old Range Rover, Fitzpatrick riding shotgun beside a mountain of a man. Backup or execution. Either way, Moore was boxed in with a corpse in his car. Training kicked in. He slammed into park, grabbed his gun, and bailed, rolling behind parked cars just as bullets shredded his door. Peeking around the bumper, he saw the two pursuers slumped over, their backs riddled with holes. Fitzpatrick was with the Sinaloes. Maybe surrender meant negotiation instead of a firefight. Running would just reset this mess. Not exactly the low-profile meet and greet he'd planned. Scott Howard, solar panel salesman, wasn't supposed to end up in a cartel shootout. Golf hazards, sure. But this was Joe Res. Moore hesitated for a second before yelling in Spanish toward the men by the Range Rover. I'm an American businessman. These guys kidnapped me. One of the leather-clad enforcers, a guy with a nose ring and a sneer, ejected an empty magazine from his pistol. Kidnapped by us, genius, he shot back. Moore ducked behind the car, still gripping the gun he'd taken from one of his attackers. Those guys opened fire, killed the man in my back seat, he explained. Get out here, another voice barked. Hands raised, Moore stood slowly, the pistol still visible in his grip. Nearby, two bald men hauled the bodies of the dead assailants into the battered Toyota before speeding off. 3 others closed in on him, including the tattooed guy with the nose ring. Fitzpatrick lingered in the background, avoiding eye contact, At least someone had a shred of shame. Then came the real showstopper. Luis Torres, a mountain of a man with a gut that swayed like a ship in rough seas. The Sinaloa cartel enforcer boss wore a backward snapback, his arms a canvas of lightning bolts and religious imagery. Most unsettling were his tattooed eyelids, another pair of eyes staring even when he blinked. His cherubic face, framed by rolls of fat, twisted into a scowl as he eyed Moore's gun. "What's this for?" Torres growled, nostrils flaring. "Business trip," Moore said flatly. Torres scoffed. "Yeah, what kind?" "Solar panels. And you just happened to grab a gun. Took it off the guy who tried to kill me." Torres smirked, tapping his holster. "You always dress for impromptu shootouts." Moore's hoodie was open. "Damn, you're dead?" Torres muttered. "Already dead." "Listen, you saved my life. Name your price." "Bullshit." A siren wailed in the distance. Backup from Langley, probably. Not that Torres seemed to care. "Fine," Moore said. "Get me someone who'll listen." Torres rolled his eyes. "Take him inside." They led him upstairs to a dingy office above the club, all brown paneling and flickering fluorescence. The only sign of the 21st century was an iPad glowing on the steel desk. Fitzpatrick and the others lingered as Torres eased into the chair like a walrus testing thin ice, making sure it wouldn't crack beneath him. Moore scanned the room, catching the smirks of every hardened face staring back at him. "So what's the play here?" he asked, his voice steady despite the tension. One of the men leaned in, his breath reeking of cheap cigarettes. "Start talking, cabaron, or you're going to take a dip in El Guiso." Comprende. The threat needed no translation. Moore knew exactly what the stew meant. A 55-gallon drum, a splash of gasoline, and a match. Neat, efficient, and brutal. Torres crossed his arms, his patience wearing thin. "You working with the feds?" "Not even close. Local cops." "Nope. Then why the hell are you sniffing around those properties?" Moore shrugged. "Looking for the owner. Guess I found you instead. That your guy who tried to grab me." Torres smirked. "Yeah. Real professional job." "Ha! Worked out fine. I'm right where I need to be." Moore locked eyes with him. "So who are you really?" Torres exhaled sharply. "Listen up. I'm the guy who can help your boss, if he's smart enough to sit down with me, face to face." A dry laugh escaped Torres. "Not happening, gringo." Moore leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Luis, pay attention." Torres stiffened. "How the hell do you know my name?" "We know plenty. Here's the short version. I work for investors based in Pakistan. We had a sweet deal with the Juarez cartel until they screwed us. Now, my people want them gone. Permanently." Torres scoffed. "And why should we care?" "Because I'm here to wipe out their leadership. And you're going to help me do it." The room erupted in laughter. Torres turned to his men, grinning. "You hearing this?" "This guy thinks he's some kind of assassin!" Moore didn't blink. "Hand me my phone. I'll show you proof." Torres nodded to Fitzpatrick, who tossed the device over. "One wrong move," Torres warned, "and you're dead before you hit the floor." Moore smirked. "Trust me, you'll want to keep me around." He flipped through his gallery, stopping on a photo of Dante Corrales. "Recognize this piece of work. How about 50 grand for a sit, down with your boss?" Torres's amusement faded. 50 grand. You're not solo, are you?" Moore hesitated, catching himself before glancing at Fitzpatrick. "We don't give a damn about you. Might even cut you in on a new deal. But first, Corrales and his crew get the stew treatment." Torres leaned back, the chair groaning under his weight. After a long pause, he nodded. "Where's the cash? Hotel safe. Wire transfer." Torres shook his head. "Cash, or no deal. You get me the meeting, I'll get you the money." Moore smirked. "And yeah, I've got friends. Money, power, and Wings George Rojas gazed out the oval window of his Boeing 777, the clouds below stretching like an endless white desert. At 41,000 feet, the roar of the Rolls, Royce Trent engines, was barely a whisper. Impressive, considering they were the largest turbofans in the sky. He smirked. $300 million bought a lot of luxury. This wasn't just a plane. It was a flying fortress, customized down to the last stitch of leather in Hamburg after he'd taken delivery in Seattle. With a range that could cross oceans and a top speed kissing Mach 89, it was the ultimate symbol of his empire. And right now, it was carrying him to Bogota, another move in a game only he knew the rules to. The jet could technically accommodate 51st class passengers, but Rojas had transformed most of the aircraft into his personal sanctuary, a lavish airborne estate. The master bedroom, lined with rich black, ash-burl wood, exuded warmth, while the adjoining travertine bathroom boasted a 6-head rainfall shower, a sauna for 4, and a deep soaking tub. His office, anchored by antique French furniture bolted to the floor, blended old-world charm with cutting-edge tech, high-speed printers, seamless Wi-Fi, and even custom bookcases designed to keep every volume in place during turbulence. Across from his desk, a sleek conference area featured a massive flat screen, a projector, and buttery leather chairs that guests couldn't stop raving about. Just beyond lay the media lounge, complete with another widescreen TV, plush recliners, and a fully stocked wet bar tended by none other than Hans Devon, a world-renowned bartender Rojas had poached after watching him dominate the world-class competition. The bartending equivalent of the Oscars. Hans had outshined thousands from 24 countries, and now he mixed cocktails at 40,000 feet. Even the crew quarters, though compact, were thoughtfully designed with train-style bunks and showers for those marathon flights. The Paesi Derari assistants. The gourmet kitchen, where Chef JC worked his magic with a convection oven and top-tier appliances, refusing to compromise on quality no matter the destination. VIBes often joked that Air Force One felt like a budget airline compared to Rojas's floating palace. The King of Jordan once teased, "Where's the pool?" Rojas shot back, "The Russians fit one in a submarine. Next time I'll upgrade." Yet, amid the opulence, Rojas couldn't shake his melancholy. His son Miguel was growing up too fast, and seeing him with his new girlfriend, a carbon copy of Rojas's late wife Sofia, stirred a bittersweet envy. He knew it was irrational, but logic couldn't dull the ache of watching youth and love bloom while his own past glowed brighter in memory. Across the cabin, his old buddy Jeffrey Campbell, now a tech millionaire, snapped him out of it. "You're zoning out hard, man." Rojas forced a smile. They'd been soccer teammates, once inseparable, even dating twin sisters who'd turned heads campus wide. Now, surrounded by leather, wood, and the hum of success, Rojas wondered why fulfillment felt just out of reach. Rojas winced at the words. "Not quite $1 million. How are you holding up?" "I'll manage," Campbell replied, his voice hollow. "Never imagined I'd outlive him. Burying your little brother. That's not how it's supposed to go." The words cut deep. "No, it isn't." Rojas murmured, his own past rising like a ghost. Campbell's brother, once a star athlete, never touched a cigarette, had been taken by lung cancer at 38. Doctors whispered about depleted uranium exposure after his Abrams tank hit an Eid in Iraq, but good luck getting the military to admit fault. Rojas knew loss too well. His brother Esteban had been just 17 when he died, leaving 15-year-old Rojas behind in their dusty hometown of Apatzing in Mexico. Their father, a burly farmer with a permanent tan hat and a mustache thick enough to hide secrets, spent his Sundays fixing tractors and taxi cabs. Their mother, with her piercing brown eyes and a glare that could freeze blood, worked the land until her hands cracked, yet kept their home spotless. They'd raised him with a no-nonsense work ethic, one that left little sympathy for people who drifted through life without purpose. That night had been sharp with mountain air, the wind rattling the broken gate latch. 3 figures waited in the moonlight, shadows stretching like claws. 2 wore hoods, their faces swallowed by darkness, while the tallest lingered behind like some silent judge. Rojas had grabbed Esteban's wrist as he stepped onto the porch. "Just give it back." "Can't," Esteban muttered. "It's gone. Fix the tractor. Patch the pipes. You stole from them." Rojas's voice frayed. "Look at us!" Esteban snapped. "Breaking our backs for pennies while they make a fortune in minutes." "It's not right." "You think I don't know that?" "This is suicide!" Esteban wrenched free. "I'll talk to them. Maybe I can work it off." Rojas begged him to stay, but Esteban was already moving, his boots scuffing the dirt like they weighed a ton. That jacket, the corduroy one he always wore, was bunched in his fists, sleeves pulled taut. Rojas had never seen him scared before. Not when they fished the river, not when he taught him to drive the tractor. But now, every step screamed it. "Esteban!" Rojas shouted. His brother turned, finger raised. "Stay there!" Helpless, Rojas watched as Esteban reached the gate. The gangsters didn't cross it, almost like some invisible line held them back. One spoke, low and threatening. Esteban fired back, voice rising. And then, the memory always ended there. In his nightmares, Rojas relived those last seconds, the wind howling, the gate swinging, and the terrible silence that followed. Esteban had barely made it past the gate onto the dusty road when they closed in on him. George's mind raced to the old shotgun stashed beneath their father's mattress. He could almost feel the weight of it in his hands. He imagined charging outside and unloading both barrels into those grinning faces. He couldn't just stand there while his brother got cornered by those lowlifes. Then he remembered the chocolate Esteban had surprised him with days earlier, a rare treat in their world. The realization hit him like a punch. Even that sweetness had been bought with stolen cash. "Here," Esteban had said, tossing him the bar with a smirk. "Figured you'd want this more than I did." George had laughed, unwrapping it immediately. "No way! How'd you even get this?" "Magic," Esteban joked, ruffling his hair. Later, lying in their creaky bunk beds, the taste of cocoa still lingering, his brother's voice turned serious. "Listen, George, never let anyone make you feel small. Fear's just a tool they use. Money, guns. That's all they've got. You stand your ground." George had hesitated, but father says, "Forget what he says," Esteban cut in. "You don't bow to anyone." Now, watching the gang circle his brother, George's hands shook. The shortest one lunged first, shoving Esteban hard. His brother shoved back, yelling, "I'll get your damn money!" Then the tallest, the quiet one who'd hung back, pulled a pistol from his jacket. George's breath caught. He lunged forward. The gunshot cracked like thunder. Esteban's head jerked sideways before he crumpled. George didn't think. He bolted inside, grabbed the shotgun, and burst back out, but the gang was already vanishing into the fields, shadows against the blood. Orange moon. He fired twice, the blast shaking the night. Useless. They were gone. Kneeling beside Esteban, the shotgun slipped from his fingers. The wound was worse than he'd imagined. His brother's eyes held an eerie glint, reflecting the moon. Later, in nightmares, that same moon would frame the gunman's silhouette, faceless and untouchable. George pressed his forehead to Esteban's still chest, sobs tearing through him. By the time neighbors arrived, then his parents, his mother's screams had already carved the night into pieces. Years later, tracing the polished wood of his private jet's armrest, George exhaled. Rags to riches. Maybe. Predictable. Hardly. He'd spent decades hunting his brother's killer, hitting dead ends. Now, across from him, the journalist leaned in. Seriously, though, what got you here? Luck. Hustle. George smirked. Same thing I told you earlier. Nobody's better than you. Just some have fancier toys. The journalist chuckled. Speaking of toys, ever take this jet to the Bahamas? Frequently. George's grin faded slightly. But success, it's just surviving long enough to stop being afraid. That Newsweek piece claimed your net worth equals nearly 8% of Mexico's entire GDP. It's mind-blowing. Remember back in college, nobody saw this coming. You've carved out your own success, too. Don't downplay it. He gave a slow nod. Not like this, though. Seriously, looking around your private jet, I have to ask, how'd you pull this off? Smart investments, strategic acquisitions, honestly. I owe most of it to the right connections. Come on, don't play modest. I mean it. The people I've met along the way made all the difference. You'll understand when we land in Colombia. Campbell mulled it over before nodding, as if Rojas had sidestepped the question. Then he pressed further. Was it your education? Crushing it in school? Sure, that helped. Friends and education. Can't go wrong. But that doesn't explain the real miracle. Rojas raised an eyebrow. And what's that? How none of your companies have folded during this recession. Not one bankruptcy filing. In this economy, that's unheard of. A faint smirk crossed Rojas's face. I hire the best, and my legal team. They're worth every penny. Your subway franchises in Mexico outperform the U.S. locations, even though disposable income's lower there. What's the secret? Rojas burst out laughing. We move a lot of sandwiches. His mind flashed to last month's board meeting, where his team had presented lackluster earnings for his nationwide chain of car dealerships. Few realized Mexico often led the world in auto production, yet sales had plummeted. Still, Rojas had promised his team their bonuses wouldn't just stay. They'd multiply tenfold. How? His CEO had demanded. The room fell silent as Rojas stood at the head of the table. I've got the manufacturers on board. Trust me, it's happening. Skeptical glances were exchanged, but Rojas delivered. The gratitude poured in. Calls, emails. Even one manager joking that Say or Rojas had a vault of magic money that saved lives and kept schools running. The joke wasn't far off. Hidden in his Cuernavaca estate, just outside Mexico City, stacks of cash, dollars and pesos, lined the walls. Millions, laundered through shell companies and offshore accounts, propping up his legitimate ventures, dealerships, telecom, cigarette factories. But the real backbone of his empire, the drug trade, thriving even in a downturn. Sometimes Rojas wished he could walk away from the shadowy business that built his fortune. Keeping his cartel ties secret had been exhausting. His wife and son knew nothing about the Juarez cartel or how, as a college senior, he'd crossed paths with Enrique Juarez, a grad student hailed as a genius in DNA tech and insulin production. Juarez's pitch for a Mexican pharma startup, leveraging cheap labor, had hooked Rojas. He'd sunk nearly $20,000 of his life savings into Galab Genetics Acuta, planted in Ciudad Acua along the Rio Grande, just south of Texas. Juarez had laid out their operation in detail. Their initial contract involved creating the A chain with 21 amino acids and the B chain with 30, forming the foundation for synthetic human insulin. Once these chains were cultivated, GA would ship them back to the U.S., where specialized enzymes would weave them into circular DNA strands known as plasmids, a crucial step in insulin production. The contracts rolled in, the business flourished, and within 5 years, Both Rojas and Joe Rez were pulling in hefty six-figure salaries. But Rojas saw an even greater opportunity, using the pharmaceutical company as a front to produce illegal drugs like Dilaudid, Vicodin, Percocet, and OxyContin, all far more profitable than insulin. He quietly hired extra staff behind Joe Rez's back, turning the operation into a lucrative black market venture. One evening, over a tense dinner, Joe Rez fixed Rojas with a hard stare through his thick glasses. "George, this isn't what we agreed to. The risks are too high. I don't care how much money we're making. If we get caught, it's over." Rojas smirked, swirling his wine. "Then let me buy you out. Take the cash, start fresh. I'll make it worth your while. No hard feelings, right? We built this together, but maybe it's time for you to move on." Joe Rez clenched his fists. "This was my vision from the start. You've made decisions without me, betrayed my trust. I won't just hand it over." Rojas's smile vanished. "You'd still be scraping by without my investment. I'm not selling. I'm telling you to stop before we lose everything." "Take the offer," Rojas snapped. Joe Rez stood abruptly, tossing his napkin onto the table before storming out. The next morning, he tried to fire Rojas's unauthorized hires, but Rojas dismissed him, suggesting a relaxing ski trip to Switzerland. Reluctantly, Joe Rez went, only to die in a suspicious accident on the slopes. His inheritance went to his elderly mother, who, conveniently, struck a swift deal with Rojas. The Joe Rez cartel, ironically named after both the city and its doomed founder, expanded rapidly under Rojas's ruthless strategy. He bought up legitimate businesses to launder money, snatched prime real estate across Mexico, and even dabbled in New York property flips. But power came with problems. 3 of his top lieutenants nearly wrecked the smuggling operations with their arrogance, forcing Rojas to eliminate them. The guilt lingered, but survival demanded cold decisions. Lately, he'd toyed with the idea of handing everything over to Fernando Castillo, a shrewd leader who could steer the empire without the mess. But for now, Rojas held the reins tightly. Rojas had planned to leave his dark past behind, but when the global economy collapsed, he found himself dragged back in, rebuilding his empire by secretly running what had grown into Mexico's most dominant drug cartel. The irony wasn't lost on him. He considered confiding in Campbell, laying it all bare. "Jeffrey, life isn't fair. It stole my wife from me, and now I'm playing by my own rules, just like my brother did. I tell myself I'm balancing the scales, doing some good while others pay the price. But let's be honest, that's just the lie I whisper to sleep at night. The truth. It's ugly, and it's mine alone to carry." The scent of sizzling fajitas filled the cabin as JC brought their dinner, the rich aroma momentarily distracting Rojas. His thoughts drifted to Miguel, soon off on vacation with his girlfriend. How would his son react when he finally learned the truth? The weight of that future moment settled heavily in his chest. Meanwhile, in Bogota, the Grand Casa de Nariño stood as a testament to Colombia's history. Named after revolutionary leader Antonio Nariño, the presidential palace loomed with its towering columns and sweeping archways. As Rojas stepped into its shadow, he couldn't help but admire the legacy etched into its walls. Something far nobler than his own. President Tom Rodriguez greeted them warmly, his sharp black suit and gold silk tie catching Rojas's eye. The fabric shimmered under the light, so flawless he made a mental note to ask about it later. "Apologies for the delay," Rojas said, shaking Rodriguez's hand. After the chaos in Paris, customs was a nightmare. The president waved it off. "We have time. The library is ready, or we can move to the observatory if you don't mind the chill." though I suspect you'll bore me to tears with reports on oil and coffee before the night's over." Rojas smirked. "We're doing better than last time." "Much better," Rodriguez agreed. As they walked, Campbell marveled at the opulent halls lined with centuries-old art and furniture. Rojas, long accustomed to such displays, found more amusement in Campbell's wide-eyed awe. Then his phone buzzed, a message from Fernando Castillo. Ballesteros had arrived. Good. His loyal supplier had suffered enough, and now it was time for payback. Deep in the jungle outside Bogota, Colonel Julio Dios of the FARC reclined in his tent, unaware of the storm about to descend. The Jew-Res cartel didn't forgive, and it never forgot. On his 50th birthday, he'd spent the day drinking with his fighters. Though calling them men was a stretch. Most were just kids, barely 18, some even younger, but he'd drilled them hard, turning them into loyal soldiers for his cause. He had mission, extorting cocaine producers for more cash to fund their growing rebellion. A full-scale coup against the Colombian government was still years away, but Dios was convinced FARC could pull it off eventually, toppling the corrupt president and his rotten administration. For now, they'd keep bleeding the drug trade dry. His arrangement with Juan Ramon Ballesteros had always been strictly business. Cocaine for guns, no messy involvement in production or smuggling. Ballesteros got protection from the law, Dios got funding. But lately the balance had shifted. While Ballesteros expanded his empire, Dios and his fighters were being hunted, their numbers thinning, their survival now dependent on the whims of traffickers. That wasn't just humiliating, it was unacceptable. So Dios had turned up the pressure, pushing Ballesteros toward a breaking point. Leaning back in his tent, exhaustion finally catching up to him, he never saw the intruder. A gloved hand clamped over his mouth, then searing pain exploded in his chest. Through the dim light, he glimpsed a shadow in black, a balaclava hiding everything but one cold, unblinking eye. Or was that an eye patch? "Ballesteros says hello," the figure hissed. "You don't cross us. Your boys will learn that soon enough." Another brutal strike, and suddenly, Dios couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The world blurred into nothing. Outside, Fernando Castillo wiped blood from his gloves, thinking of the 6 other FARC leaders dying at that exact moment, each with the same message pinned to their bodies. A not-so-subtle reminder of who really called the shots. The Jew-Res cartel had made their position clear. Meanwhile, in a private mansion in Bogota, Mullah Abdul Samad listened intently to his orders. "You will lead them. You will bring jihad to America, using your Mexican connections. Do you understand?" Every move he made now served that goal, no matter how much it sickened him. His fighters were scattered, some binging on telenovelas at the Charleston Hotel, others still en route. Only Ahmad Ligari's death in Paris had thrown a wrench in their plans. The submarine route to Mexico was off the table, but the real hurdle was crossing into the U.S. If Samad could strike a deal with the Jew-Res cartel tonight, the hardest part would be solved. If not, Rahmani had other options, another cartel already waiting in the wings. Samad had worried that reaching out to multiple cartels simultaneously might tip off Rojas, forcing them to proceed with caution. The limo driver, barely old enough to drink, guided the car up the sweeping cobblestone drive toward a sprawling colonial estate, nestled in the hills, its vantage point offering a commanding view of the city below. Ballesteros had bragged that this was just one of his boss's many luxury retreats, worth a fortune even in a sluggish market. For Samad, a man accustomed to modest means, the sheer extravagance was almost offensive. The ornate dormers, the half-dozen fountains lining the circular drive, the marble sculptures that made the place feel more like a museum than a home. The car halted before massive walnut doors, their intricate gold leaf carvings catching the light. The driver opened the door, and Samad stepped out, his appearance so altered that even his closest allies wouldn't recognize him. His beard was neatly trimmed, his hair styled, and his crisp Western suit and leather briefcase completed the disguise. He looked every bit the affluent foreign businessman, the kind who spent weekends hiking or sailing. A stooped butler with a silver mustache greeted him at the entrance and escorted him to a secluded terrace. There, Rojas sat alone at a wrought iron table engrossed in the morning edition of La République Beau Goat, a glass of fresh orange juice untouched beside him. "Senor Rojas, your guest has arrived," the butler announced. The newspaper lowered, revealing a man far younger than Samad had expected. Rojas stood, running a hand through his thick black hair, just a hint of gray at the temples, before extending a firm handshake. "Good morning. Please, sit." "Thank you," Samad replied in Spanish. "It's an honor to finally meet you. Mullah Rahmani speaks highly of your efficiency." Rojas smirked. "Flattery won't speed up breakfast." Samad chuckled politely. "Sei or Ballesteros mentioned you were concerned about my entourage." "Concerned?" Rojas's expression darkened. "I made it clear to Rahmani. I don't like surprises, especially uninvited ones." Samad kept his tone measured. "Then you understand why we had to move carefully. The CIA's interference in Pakistan won't happen again. We've secured an insider, someone who's already given us valuable intel. Shipments will resume without disruption." Rojas arched a brow. "They'd better. Otherwise, I'll take my business north. Plenty of warlords are eager to fill your shoes." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "And if I catch wind of you supplying Sinaloa or anyone else, you won't live long enough to regret it." Samad forced a smile, though his grip tightened on his briefcase. "Our partnership is exclusive. We're grateful for your efforts to expand our market, especially after years of being overlooked." He paused, then added slyly, "In fact, we brought gifts to show our appreciation." Rojas's gaze flicked to the briefcase. "Not in there, I hope." Samad grinned. "Oh no. These are considerably more impressive." A slow smile spread across Rojas's face. "I think I know what you mean." "Good. Then let's talk business." Back at Ballesteros's secluded jungle hideout, 2 trucks sat packed with high, tech homemade explosives from Samad's Zahidan workshop. Stacked beside them were 2 crates of N5.7 pistols, Belgian-made weapons prized by Mexican cartels for their armor, piercing rounds, nicknamed Mata Politia by those who used them against law enforcement. Samad slid an inventory list from his briefcase, watching Rojas's eyes widen with approval. "Impressive," the cartel leader murmured. "Delivery can happen by sundown." Samad offered, "Not here." Rojas countered, swirling his orange juice. "Fernando will handle logistics. But let's be honest, you didn't trek through the jungle just to drop off guns or apologize for Pakistan, did you?" Samad exhaled, his fingers tapping the table. "A favor, yes. A respected imam in our circle is dying. Lung cancer. Houston's medical center could save him. But he's flagged. No fly list, terrorist watch lists, the whole mess. He's traveling with family and students. No threats, just a sick old man needing treatment." A servant interrupted, setting down a tray of toast and coffee. The awkward pause stretched as Rojas studied his glass like it held answers. "I can't help you," Rojas finally said, voice flat. "Senor, he'll die without." "Exactly. He'll die." Rojas stood abruptly, pacing before turning back, his tone sharpening. "You think the U.S. wouldn't tear us apart if they caught you? Their border drones make Waziristan look like child's play." Wake that sleeping dog, and we both lose everything. Samad's jaw tightened. There are ways. Not my ways. Rojas leaned in, the citrus scent of his drink mixing with the jungle's damp heat. Americans buy our product. I won't risk that for your jihad. Defeat settled over Samad. Then we'll find another hospital. Rojas softened slightly. I'll make calls. Somewhere discreet. As Rojas stepped away to take a call, Samad picked at the cold toast. When the cartel boss returned, his expression was unreadable. This visit, he said slowly, it troubles me. The orange juice glass clicked against the table, a punctuation mark to the unspoken warning. I'm worried you and your team might act impulsively. Let me be clear. If you attempt to enter the United States, our agreement is over. Every buyer in Mexico will drop you, and I'll make sure no one in the global market touches your product either. Think hard about that. What we've built is valuable. Throwing it away for one man isn't just reckless, it's stupid. Don't mistake this for cruelty. It's just business. Samad met his gaze. Trust isn't given, it's earned, and I intend to earn yours. So put your mind at ease. Good. Now, tell me, any family? A wife? Kids? No. Pity. My son just called. He's off on some trip with his girlfriend, making me feel ancient. Rojas chuckled before sipping his drink. Later, back at the Charleston Hotel, Samad briefed Talwar and Niazi. Their faces mirrored his frustration. Ballesteros is loyal to Rojas. We can't buy him. Mexico's off the table, at least with their help. But Mullah Rahmani's orders. I know, Samad interrupted. We're still going, just not with the cartel's knowledge. I misjudged Rojas. Talwar frowned. He threatened to cut us off. He did. But Rahmani doesn't care about Rojas or his threats. If the Mexicans won't aid the cause, they're disposable. Niazi's eyes lit up. There's a pilot. Remember him. He can get us to Costa Rica. Samad smirked. Perfect. Contact him now. The plan was set. They'd let Rojas believe they'd back down. Right before striking. Sacred Heart Catholic Church stood like a battered beacon in Joe Rez's crumbling streets, its stained glass casting fractured light over the worn pews. Moore sat in the back, studying the crucifix towering above the altar. The place reeked of desperation. Stained carpets, flickering candles, the weight of fear pressing down. This wasn't sanctuary. The cartels owned these streets, squeezing the church for protection money, using priests to deliver warnings. Stay inside tonight. Violence lurked just beyond the doors. 2 weeks ago, a birthday party turned massacre. 13 dead, including a child. As Moore's grip tightened on the pew, the saints on the walls seemed to twist into something darker. A turbaned fighter with a rifle. A cartel thug priming a grenade. The line between holy and hellish had long since blurred. Moore shut his eyes tight, forcing himself to steady his breathing. The agency had his location locked in. Fitzpatrick was watching his six. And those Sinaloa enforcers were just as uneasy around him as he was around them. A familiar tension coiled in his gut like a spring. That morning, Luis Torres, a heavyset man with a permanent sneer, had shadowed him to the bank, where Moore pulled out another 50 grand in crisp bills and handed it, over without hesitation. The guy's demeanor shifted instantly, his greed outweighing any suspicion. Money talked, and Moore knew the language fluently. Now, waiting inside the dimly lit church for cartel boss Ernesto Zúñiga, he couldn't help but tally the hours he'd wasted in similar situations. 13 hours baking under Saudi stars for a show informant. A week buried in Hellman's dirt for 5 minutes with a warlord who smelled like old leather. 9 days swatting Somali mosquitoes for a militant who never returned. Too much waiting. Too much time to remember. His thoughts spiraled. Colonel Kadai's stern face, ran his eager smile, all the ghosts he carried. For a fleeting moment, he considered praying for them, but the flickering candlelight morphed into the sterile glow of the Carl Vinson's briefing room. Navy SEALs and stars and stripes banners framed their commander's podium. Hydrographic recon of Al-Basra oil terminal. The man announced, "Intel gathered tonight dictates tomorrow's strike." Moore had been oak of a SHIELD platoon then, with Frank Carmichael as his right hand, despite the man's sharper tactical mind and equal rank. Carmichael could navigate blindfolded, recite mission specs verbatim, and had a knack for undercutting tension with dry humor. No glory in this one, he'd muttered. Just snapping pics of an Iraqi rig. Thrilling. "Frank, I need you sharp," Moore had said. Carmichael frowned. "Seriously. After Bud S., you even gotta ask." The memory twisted that knot tighter. Mr. Howard. Moore's eyes snapped open. Zidoniga stood in the aisle, shorter and frailer than his file photos suggested. His greased, back hair revealed patches of scalp, and Aikman's scars cratered his face like a topographical map. A jagged scar split his cheek, and one earlobe was missing entirely. Dressed in a faded polo and jeans, he looked more like a tired accountant than a cartel kingpin, a stark contrast to Joe Rez's preening Dante Corrales. "Senor Zidoniga," Moore said, not rising. "Appreciate the meeting." Zidoniga crossed himself and slid into the pew. "Every Sunday, they pray for peace." Moore nodded. "That's why I'm here." "You think you can deliver miracles?" "Both can." Zidoniga chuckled, a sound like gravel shifting. "Some say I'm the reason they pray." "Not just you." The cartel boss sighed. "You paid dearly for this chat. Speak." Moore leaned in. "Jew Rez is bleeding you dry. I know what they took from you." "You know nothing. They killed your family." Moore's grip tightened around Zidoniga's wrist, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "We don't discuss revenge under this roof." "Fine." Moore shot back, pulling free. "Let's talk about justice instead." Zidoniga scoffed, his face twisting in disbelief. "Justice? What do you know about loss? Have you ever watched someone you love die in front of you? Do you even understand real pain?" Moore held his ground. "I'm not as young as you think. And trust me, I know exactly how you feel." Zidoniga let out a bitter laugh. "First, you lie about buying my land for some solar company. Then you tell Louise you're a hired killer, but we both know the truth. You're just another Dia rat from California, thinking you can trick me. I've been in this game longer than you've been alive. You really think I'd fall for this? We'll send your head back in a box, and that'll be the end of it." "You've got me all wrong?" Moore countered, his tone steady. "Work with me, and I guarantee your people stay safe. The organization I represent, they make your enemies look like amateurs." Zidoniga leaned in, his breath sharp with contempt. "Save your lies. The only way you're walking out of here is if you hand over another 50 grand. A slow smile spread across Moore's face. "I'm not D. And I don't care about your land, just your enemies. My people will pay you well, and we can even set up a new pipeline for moving opium. Just like the Joe Rez cartel. Let's face it, no one else is lining up to help you, but we can." "You almost sound convincing," Zidoniga sneered. "But you're wasting your time. Neither you nor your shadowy friends will ever take down Joe Rez." Moore's expression darkened. "Why are you so sure?" "I thought your people knew everything. If we did, I wouldn't be standing here." Zidoniga exhaled sharply, as if reciting a well-worn script. "Let me tell you about a man who grew up with nothing. A man who saw his brother murdered. A man who clawed his way to America, got an education, then came back to Mexico and built an empire. He used drug money to fund it all, and now he's one of the richest men alive, That's who you're up against. A king with endless resources. We're just fighting skirmishes in a war we've already lost. Who is he? Moore demanded. Zidane-Iga's laughter was hollow. You're joking, right? If your group is so powerful, they should already know his name. Tell me. George Rojas. Moore stiffened. He knew that name too well. Rojas runs Ju-Rez. We've had him on our radar for years, but there's never been proof. Oh, it's him, Zaniga said, his voice dripping with certainty. He's threatened me himself. And he's built a fortress of lies so thick, no one can touch him. He's got Escobar's arrogance and Gates's money, the most untouchable trafficker in history. Do your men know who they're really up against? Zaniga shook his head. Why burden them? It's better they don't know how hopeless it is. Moore nodded slowly. That explained why Fitzpatrick had kept quiet about Rojas. If he's so rich, why stay in the game? Zaniga's eyes flashed.
Why not?
His businesses never fail, even in a crisis, because they're propped up by drug money. Rojas is too deep in denial to walk away. He lets his lieutenants do the dirty work while he plays king. A cold draft swept through the church, making the candles flicker. Moore clenched his fists. This was bigger than he'd thought. The man was living a lie, plastering his name on schools and pretending to be a saint while letting others do his dirty work. Dante Corrales. The name made Zitanayaga stiffen. How do you know that name? We know more than you think. But everything. What else? Corrales controls the border tunnels, stealing from your men. They hijack your shipments, use the federal police to take out your people while their own walk free. And now the Guatemalans are hunting you. I can reopen those tunnels for you, get the cops and the Guatemalans off your back. Work with me, and we'll bring Rojas down. Z9Iga smirked, shaking his head. A fantasy loose will take you to the bank. Another 50 grand. Then we'll decide if you live. Moore's tone shifted, quieter but urgent. Ernesto, I didn't walk in here alone. You don't need more enemies. Let me go, and I'll prove myself. Give me a direct line. Just a number. Numb. You've got nothing to lose. If you think I'm deaf, fine. But we don't want you. We want Joe Rez. We want Rojas. We're good at this. Ziaga mused. Too comfortable. Like you've done it before. He wasn't wrong. The last time Moore had stepped into a chapel, he'd brushed off the Navy chaplain's plea. You can't turn from faith now. The chaplain had insisted. It's what will carry you through. Moore had only sighed. I wish I could believe that, Father. Now he locked eyes with Ziwuniga. Take the money. Let me go. While you think it over, I'll help your business. You might be surprised. They'll call me a fool for trusting you. Don't trust me yet. Just give me the chance to earn it. Ziniga exhaled, a reluctant grin forming. I didn't get here playing it safe. My wife took a chance on me. Now I know how she felt. Moore extended his hand. After a pause, Ziniga took it, then yanked him close. Don't screw this up. I won't. Consulado Inn, Ju-Rez. The city lights blazed outside Johnny Sanchez's window, the U.S. Consulate glowing just blocks away. It was almost 10 p.m., and Johnny sat hunched over his laptop, grease-stained burger wrappers littering the desk. His fingers flew across the keys before he leaned back, admiring his work exed, burning hotel. Night corrals collapses in the street, flames clawing at the sky. The boy stares up, firelight dancing in his tears, howling at the heavens. We weep with him, damn! That's good! Johnny barked at the screen.
That's Oscar-worthy!
Who's the genius?
You are, Johnny!
This script's gonna sell for millions! A soft click came from the hallway. The door swung open. Johnny shot up from his chair, heart hammering. A tall man stood in the doorway. black slacks, leather jacket, a pistol glinting in his grip. His beard was trimmed close, hair pulled into a ponytail, an earring glinting. Middle Eastern. Latino. Johnny wasn't sure, but he recognized the gun. Johnny instantly recognized the cold steel pressed against his temple. A silenced Glock, undoubtedly loaded. His own weapon sat useless in the nightstand, just beyond reach. "What the hell is this?" He spat in Spanish, only for the intruder to reply in smooth English. "Consider this my way of saying hello. Read your latest piece. Solid work. You've got talent. Who the hell are you?" Johnny demanded. The man's smirk twisted into something darker. "Manners, kid. When someone's holding a gun to your skull, you show respect. Guess your mama skipped that lesson. Cut the macho crap. Why are you here? You really thought you could cozy up to a cartel in Mexico without drawing eyes. How knave are you?" Johnny scoffed. "I'm a journalist, not some cartel lackey. You read my damn article. You think I'm working with them. Call the cops then. Let's see how this plays out." The man stepped closer, the barrel now level with Johnny's forehead. All amusement drained from his voice. "Sit! The hell! Down!" Johnny dropped back into his chair, muttering, "Jesus Christ. Finally catching on, huh? That pit in your stomach. That's regret. Should have thought twice before shaking hands with Corrals. Family ties might run deep, but bullets run deeper. All I do is right." Johnny snapped. "I'm not stealing. I'm not killing. And you're not fixing anything either."
Bullshit!
"I'm exposing this war to the world, showing people the rot in this system." "Real poetic," the man sneered. "Bet it feels extra dramatic with a gun in your face. Gonna quote me in your next article." Johnny's pulse hammered. "Who are you?" The man's grin returned, chilling. "Your only friend left. Now give me your hand."
My what?
"Hand. Now." Johnny reluctantly extended his palm. The man flipped it over, then, without warning, pressed the Glock into his grip. "Relax," he said as Johnny flinched. "Safety's on." Before Johnny could react, the man whipped out a syringe and jammed it into the fleshy web between his thumb and finger. Johnny yelped, jerking back. The hell was that? Poison, GP's tracker. Think of it as a safety net. Uzui. Johnny hissed, cradling his hand. The man arched a brow. "Use that big writer's brain. 3 letters. Starts with D." Johnny's stomach dropped. "D? You've got to be kidding me." "Welcome to the team, kid. Uncle Sam just drafted you." "This isn't happening. Too late to back out now. Corrals kills snitches. Me. I'm the only reason you'll leave Mexico breathing." Johnny's vision blurred with panic. "What do you want from me? George Rojas runs the Juarez cartel." Johnny barked a laugh. "That's your intel. God, no wonder this country's a mess. Zeniga confirmed it. Corrals will too. Your job, get everything Rojas related out of him." "Am I wiring up?" "Not yet. Play it cool." Johnny shot to his feet. "Screw this. I'm on the next flight out." The agent's smile turned predatory. "And the second you land, cuffs. We'll pin you as an accomplice." "On what grounds?" The man's gaze flicked to the empty chip bags, littering the desk. "We'll get creative." Johnny scoffed as the man tried guilt, tripping him about drug cartels ruining families. "Cut the sob story. Nobody forces people to buy that poison. Corrals just fills the demand. If you want a debate, let's discuss why Mexico's economy pushes people toward this life." The stranger brushed him off, pulling out a business card that read Scott Howard, president of Solar Tech Energy. Johnny rolled his eyes. "Yeah, sure you are. Call me before your next meet with Corrales," Howard said, tucking his unloaded gun away before slipping out the door. Johnny's hands trembled. What the hell had he gotten into? Border tunnel site, Mexicali dawn, barely tinted the sky when Corrals arrived. Already fuming, his engineer, Romero, had the nerve to waltz in at 8 am like some corporate pencil pusher. The crew had been busting their backs since sunrise, the ground vibrating with machinery, while Romero ghosted his calls. Corrals cracked his knuckles. This disrespect wouldn't stand. Get me coffee. Now, he barked at Raul, who trudged off muttering. Pablo hovered nearby. You good, boss? Good. That lazy Pendijo thinks he's on vacation. Corrales spat. The real itch was the missing American. No trace, no leads. If that gringo's a Fed, we're screwed. Pablo shrugged. Probably just some rich idiot who got cold feet. Corrales gulped the bitter coffee, Rail brought, grimacing. Not his usual venti caramel macchiato, but it'd do. At 7:39 sharp, Romero shuffled in, glasses askew, jeans sagging under his gut. Corrales' glare could have melted steel. You're late. Corrales glared at the group before raising his voice in a sharp greeting. The man he addressed flinched slightly, clearly unprepared for the hostility. Where the hell have you been? Corrales demanded, stepping forward aggressively. The man stammered out an explanation about being at home before coming in, but Corrales wasn't having it. Your phone was dead. That's your excuse. The man nodded, explaining he'd left it charging in his car. Corrales scoffed. They told me you're supposed to be here at 8. That true? When the man confirmed, Corrales struck him hard across the face, leaving him stunned. You're not some banker clocking in whenever you feel like it. Corrales snarled. You work when the sun's up, and you leave when it's down. Got it. The man, rubbing his cheek, muttered a reluctant agreement. Corrales leaned in, his voice dripping with menace. You want to save your daughter. You want your money. Then you show up when I say. Now tell me. Right now. That we've broken through and we're shipping tonight. The man hesitated before admitting they needed more time. Corrales exploded. A few more days? What kind of bullshit is that? The man tried to explain the complications. Shallow water tables, constant pumping, but Corrales cut him off. Maybe if you weren't late, this wouldn't be a problem. The man held his ground, insisting that an extra hour wouldn't change the fact that the tunnel needed all night to drain. Corrales' patience was razor thin. Don't argue with me. Make it happen. Tonight. Just then his phone buzzed. Fernando Castillo calling with urgent orders. Corrales answered sharply, listening before hanging up with a frustrated sigh. Meanwhile, high above the rugged terrain of Chiapas, Miguel Rojas and Sonia Batista sat in the plush cabin of George's corporate helicopter. The sleek Bell 430, outfitted with Italian leather and polished wood trim, was a far cry from the grimy tunnel below. They'd skipped the in-flight entertainment, opting instead to admire the sweeping views through the windows. Their headsets muffled the roar of the Rolls, Royce engines as they exchanged quiet remarks, trying to ignore the ever-watchful presence of their assigned bodyguards. Corrales, Raul, and Pablo. Miguel sighed inwardly. He'd hoped for a peaceful getaway with Sonia, not a full security entourage. George had insisted on a 12-man team, with 4 SUVs waiting for them on arrival. It was overkill. Unlike his father, Miguel had lived quietly, avoiding the spotlight. The last thing he wanted was a parade drawing attention wherever they went. Miguel knew bringing an entire security detail would only draw unwanted attention. A large entourage would make them stand out like a sore thumb, practically begging locals to whisper, "Look at that rich kid with his army of bodyguards." After some back and forth, George agreed to send just 3 men. A compromise Miguel appreciated, though he hadn't anticipated Corrales' attitude. The guy was insufferable, oozing arrogance even in the way he muttered, "Yes, sir," like it was some kind of joke. Miguel could practically hear the resentment dripping from his voice. This guy probably clawed his way up from the streets, while Miguel had everything handed to him. Sonia gazed out the helicopter window, her fingers tapping lightly against the glass. "How much longer?" she asked. "About 3 hours," Miguel replied. "We'll stop once to refuel. Ever been in one of these before?" "Once or twice with my dad. Some famous cyclist. Can't even remember his name now. Took us up in his private chopper when I was a kid. Felt like royalty." Miguel grinned. "You know what pilots call the big bolt holding the rotor in place. The Jesus nut. Because if that thing fails, you better start praying." Sonia rolled her eyes. "Oh, fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." "Relax," he said, squeezing her hand. "You'll love where we're headed. They're throwing a carnival just for tourists. Music, dancing, the whole thing." She smiled, her hair catching the sunlight. "I already know I will." Meanwhile, Scott Howard, better known as Moore, wasn't about to stroll back into Dante Corral's hotel like nothing happened. Explaining why the men tailing him had turned up dead would be awkward. Part of him wanted to waltz right in, just to see Ignacio's reaction. "How was your day?" "Seor." "Oh, got kidnapped, watched some guys get shot, barely escaped." "Any messages for me?" Instead, he played it safe and booked a room near the U.S. consulate, conveniently close to Johnny Sanchez's temporary hideout. Johnny wasn't thrilled about the new neighbor and threatened to leave, but Moore shut that down fast. Then came the text from Towers. Miguel Rojas had just taken off in a helicopter with his girlfriend and, surprise, Dante Corral's in tow. The fact that Rojas's son was cozying up to a known cartel member didn't look great, but it wasn't exactly a smoking gun. Still, it gnawed at Moore. Intel had flagged Corral's long before the task force even existed. If the agency had been watching him this whole time, what else were they missing? Moore needed to review the case file to pinpoint exactly when Rojas had last surfaced. Because if he was connected to this, then Corral's likely had prior interactions with the family. That would mean the agency had severely underestimated Rojas, labeling him just a person of interest, when he was clearly more involved. Then again, maybe this was Corral's first appearance with them. Moore doubted it. Something wasn't adding up. Where were they headed now? Pressing Sanchez for answers, the writer finally reached Corral's, who claimed he couldn't touch the screenplay for a week. He'd be babysitting in San Cristobal de las Casas. Perfect. Moore quickly briefed Towers on his strategy. Rojas was a ghost barely seen in public, but Moore had a way to flush him out. After getting the green light, he slid into the back of Luis Torres' Range Rover, where the heavyset driver and D-Agent Fitzpatrick waited. "Here's the play," Moore said. "Fly down, grab the kid and his girlfriend. That's your leverage. We pull Rojas into the open, and I handle the rest. Run this by Iga and remind him to answer my damn calls." Fitzpatrick scoffed. "He doesn't trust you, Howard." "Doubt that'll change." Moore leaned forward, voice sharp. "I've got photos of them boarding the chopper. A source confirmed Corral's timeline. Take out the guards, snatch the kid, and Rojas is yours." "What's not clicking?" "I'm handing you your rival on a platter. Your enemy." "Mine? How much clearer do I need to be?" "Or this is a trap." Fitzpatrick shot back. "You lure us down there so your little crew can wipe us out. Maybe you're working for Rojas." Moore laughed coldly. "If we wanted you dead, you'd already be fertilizer. Don't overthink it. Iga needs to move today." Fitzpatrick hesitated, then nodded. He's got a point. "Let's review the intel and let Iga decide." "Tick-tock," Moore said, stepping out of the SUV. "Wheels up by tonight. As he crossed the alley to his rental, Moore's mind raced. Roja's little getaway was the break they needed. He'd already looped in FB agent Ansara, who was deep into infiltrating a Juarez cartel smuggling route. Meanwhile, CIA operative Vega was tailing Inspector G.K. Mez, a crooked cop since day one. Except now, G.P. Mez was playing a dangerous game, framing another inspector to divert attention. Vega suspected he knew he was being watched. Then came Whittaker's update. A massive weapons shipment was moving from Minnesota, possibly the cartel's biggest yet. Later, Fitzpatrick called. Iga was still weighing the plan. But the Sinaloa cartel had intel on a southbound drug run using a narrow tunnel under the Rio Grande. Moore fired back a message. Forget the tunnel. Focus on Rojas. Moore decided to intercept the shipment himself, delivering it directly to Iga as proof of his loyalty. Taking down one group of smugglers to assist another was just part of the game. Necessary collateral in the pursuit of a much larger target. He'd played this role before, in multiple countries, and by now, the moral gray areas barely registered. When the enemy operated without rules, sometimes you had to bend a few yourself. He radioed Ansara, instructing him to position a border patrol team near the storm drain in El Paso. Ansara confirmed, already setting the trap. Moore wasn't expecting to see Towers, the Jeff leader, waiting for him in a dimly lit parking lot just a few blocks from the drainage site. His watch showed 1:08 a.m., and according to Towers, the smugglers would arrive any minute in a white cargo van. This isn't just about drugs, Towers muttered, rubbing his temple. They're trafficking people. Women, kids. Cartel-backed coyotes. Probably working with snakeheads overseas. The last batch we intercepted. All young Asian girls. They're being sold. Moore exhaled sharply. Just when you think it can't get worse. Stick to the plan, Towers snapped. Yeah. But what's the big boss doing here? Thought you'd be cozy in San Diego. Towers smirked. They hired me to be in the field. You think I'd let some desk jockey call the shots from an air-conditioned office? Moore chuckled, pulling on a black tactical vest and adjusting his balaclava. His disguise matched the Juarez cartel guards, posted at the tunnel entrance, right down to the shabby fatigues. He checked his gear. 2 suppressed Glock 21s, prepped for silent firing, along with smoke, grenades, and flash bangs in case things got messy. Slipping on his comms earpiece, he took off at a jog, Towers' voice crackling in his ear. Next, left. Ditches straight ahead. Good cover along the south wall. Once you're past the grating, your new friends will be waiting. The street was a graveyard of neglect. Rusted chain, link fencing on one side, crumbling buildings on the other, their faded signs hinting at long, dead machine shops. Even the graffiti looked tired. The streetlights were out, either shot or burned, leaving only a flickering glow from somewhere nearby. Moore reached the concrete barrier lining the ditch, crouching low as he moved toward the grading plates 10 yards ahead, the entrance to the storm drains. The ground was dry, weeds sprouting between shallow puddles, the faint stench of sewage lingering in the air. Trucks 5 minutes out, Towers warned. Time was tight. Moore pulled out a night vision monocular, zooming in on the grating. Through the crosshatch pattern, he spotted one of the guards, short, bald, a claw, like tattoo crawling up his neck, lounging beside a dark hole in the tunnel wall. The shadows beyond pulsed like ghostly waves. Moore's grip tightened on his pistol. This was about to get interesting. Moore pictured a sniper's bullet, threading the narrow gaps in the metal grate, dropping the guard right where he sat. Sure, he was a decent marksman, but even he wasn't that precise. With a slow exhale, he stashed his monocular and sprinted toward the ditch. The heavy grating loomed ahead. No way to lift it quietly. Someone had already cut a 3-foot square hatch into it, but when he yanked, it didn't budge. Locked. Fantastic. Tower's voice crackled in his earpiece. Screw it, man. Make them open the damn thing. A guard's voice echoed from inside. You're early. What's the rush? Moore barked back in Spanish.
Move your ass! We've got a truckload waiting!
He tightened his grip on the Glock, suppressor gleaming under the dim light. Even with subsonic rounds, the slide's metallic snap would give him away. No such thing as a Hollywood quiet kill. And forget about knives. One clean stab was a myth. He'd learned that the hard way in Somalia, where pirates took half a dozen slashes before they stopped twitching. No, he'd take his chances with the gun. The lock clinked, chains rattled, and the grate groaned open. The guard's face appeared, then froze as he spotted the barrel leveled at his forehead. Moore squeezed the trigger. The shot kicked the man backward before his body hit the ground. Moore dropped into the storm drain, boots splashing into ankle, deep water. The concrete tunnel stretched ahead, shadows swallowing the edges.
Where was the other guy? Had to waste one of the mules?
Moore yelled, voice bouncing off the walls. Caught him skimming the shipment. A flicker of movement. Moore dove into a murky puddle, just as a bullet smacked the water beside him. Rolling onto his back, he knew he had seconds to return fire or end up dead. For a heartbeat, the cold water beneath him blurred into memory. The Persian Gulf, 2003. He'd been submerged, staring up at the colossal legs of the oil platform, security lights painting the surface gold and blue. Back then, the stakes were just as high, the darkness just as deep. The murky depths concealed 4 shadowy figures gliding silently through the water like a school of massive whales drifting with the current. A strange tranquility washed over him as he hovered motionless, his advanced LAR-VDR-JR rebreather system functioning flawlessly without releasing a single telltale bubble. His steady, measured breaths cleared his mind, sharpening his focus for the mission ahead. The high-resolution camera in his hands captured crisp images, documenting the locations of the oil platform's submerged security cameras they'd expertly avoided. Moore led one team while Carmichael commanded another, both SEAL squads having arrived via Mark 8 Mod 1 SDVs, compact underwater transports resembling torpedoes with cockpits. Their target loomed above them like some bizarre mechanical spider, its spindly legs holding a sprawling network of platforms high above the waves. The structure bristled with surveillance equipment, rotating radar dishes, satellite arrays, and even a gleaming geodesic dome that looked absurdly out of place. Real thrilling assignment. Moore muttered to himself. Risk our necks to photograph some rusty oil rig. Just what I joined the Navy for. This textbook reconnaissance operation should have been over in minutes, leaving them time for an early morning beer run. While Moore handled underwater documentation, his teammates snapped photos of surface activity, Iraqi patrol boat routes, gun placements, and the 4 massive tankers currently loading crude. The briefing had emphasized this facility's importance, processing nearly Iraq's entire oil exports at 1.5 million barrels daily. Carmichael's sudden radio transmission shattered the routine atmosphere. Team 2, listen up. Regular guards are gone. Revolutionary Guard units are running security now. They brought serious firepower. Moore's response was automatic, but his gut tightened. Copy that. Everyone watch for explosives. He knew the Iraqis would rather demolish their precious facility than let it be captured. These weren't professionals, though. If they'd planted C4, they'd likely rigged it for outward blasts that would turn the surrounding water into a death zone for any divers. The confirmation came too soon. Mako 1.
We've got charges!
South and east railings wired to blow. The memory dissolved as a new voice screamed through Moore's earpiece, Gent TF Commander Towers, urgent and crackling with
Static! The van's here! Moore, respond!
The van's arriving now. Present-day storm drain near bridge of the Americas Jerez, Mexico. Moore blinked, disoriented, his back pressed against cold concrete. Towers' voice yanked him back to the present, just as a gunshot ricocheted past his head, spraying chips of broken wall into his exposed neck. He rolled sideways, bringing up his weapon as a flashlight beam blinded him. Through his monocular, he spotted the shooter crouched near a circular drainage opening. 4 rapid shots later, a choked scream echoed through the tunnel, followed by the clatter of a dropped flashlight rolling across the damp floor. Peering through the monocular, Moore spotted the second guard sprawled face down, crimson trickling from his lips. Swearing under his breath, he spun around and sprinted toward the tunnel entrance. Grabbing the first guard's lifeless form, he hauled it away, muscles burning, until he reached the second body. His eyes darted around. This was bad. The passage stretched another 30 feet before dead, ending into solid rock. Even if he dragged both corpses to the far wall, a single flashlight sweep would reveal them. Every decent ambush required a solid plan for hiding the evidence. And right now, his was falling apart. Footsteps and voices echoed from outside. These idiots had driven their van straight into the drainage ditch, parking right at the grating. Either they were overconfident or just plain stupid. Did they really think no one would stop them? Not the cops, not the feds. Moore shook his head. If arrogance was a crime, these guys would be serving life sentences. Slipping past the grating, he raised his suppressed Glock. The scene was exactly as Towers had described 6 young Asian women. 4 teenage boys weighed down by bulging backpacks, probably stuffed with drugs, and 2 smug thugs in Yankees jackets, AK-47s slung over their shoulders. The sicarios had the usual look, pierced, pockmarked, and permanently pissed off. They'd picked the skinniest kids to shimmy through the tunnel, pushing the drugs ahead like some twisted game of human cargo. Moore had read about smarter setups. Miniature rail carts, ropes, anything to avoid sending people through these death traps. "Who the hell are you?" the taller sicario snarled. Moore smirked. Die-hard Red Sox fan. Then he pulled the trigger. No hesitation. No remorse. Just cold efficiency. These scumbags had signed their own death warrants the moment they got involved in trafficking lives. The taller one crumpled. His buddy barely had time to flinch before Moore's next shot sent him tumbling down the ditch. Screams erupted as the women scattered and the boys bolted for the van. Towers' voice crackled over the radio. "Get them through the tunnel. We'll handle cleanup on this end." Moore barked orders at the terrified boys. "Dump those backpacks in the van. Now. Then get back here. I'm getting you out of this mess." As they scrambled to obey, he stripped the sicarios of their weapons, keeping a wary eye on his captives. Trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when hell had just opened its doors. The young women rushed past the metal grate and started descending into the storm drain. Their identical Walmart sneakers, likely provided by the cartel members, scuffing against the concrete. With their backpacks stashed in the van, Moore barked orders for the boys to follow, his own frame burdened by multiple rifles and sidearms as he brought up the rear. Once everyone was inside, he snatched a flashlight from one of the sicarios and swept its beam across the dark opening. His gaze flicked back to the group before he uttered a single loaded word: America. Tears streaked some of the girls' faces, their heads shaking in silent terror, until the tallest among them shoved forward, her voice sharp as gunfire as she yelled at the others in rapid fire Mandarin. Spurred by her defiance, the rest reluctantly inched toward the tunnel's mouth. Listen up, Moore told the boys, his voice low but firm. When you reach the other side, you'll get help. But this is your chance. Walk away from the cartels for good. No matter what they promise, no matter what they threaten. Understood. A lone voice answered, Ceci, Sigor, before the group vanished into the shadows. Moore tapped his earpiece. Connecting with Ansara. They're moving your way. All yours now. Copy that. We'll keep it smooth so they don't bolt. Ansara replied. The girls faced deportation, unless some Ingo swooped in, while the boys, if they had clean records, would be sent back to Mexico. Moore knew most would ignore his warning, lured back by fast money and empty threats. He dialed Luis Torres next, his tone dripping with false cheer. Got an early gift for your boss. Premium quality. What Torres and the Sinaloa cartel didn't realize, every drug brick would be tagged with a hidden Jeeps tracker. Once across the border, authorities would swoop in. Moore's team made sure of that, but Zigonaiga's men weren't fools. They'd inspect every package. Moore and Towers had to work meticulously, targeting the seams in the tape where the injections would go, unnoticed. Towers gave the all clear just as Ansara checked back in. First groups through, like clockwork. Nice hustle, boss. Moore exhaled, rubbing his temple. This is just round one. Buckle up. Ansara chuckled. Since when do we get easy nights? Meanwhile in Bogoat, George Rojas made a final stop at Somoza Designs International. His old friend Philippe had promised something special, arriving with Jeff Campbell, a college pal who'd scored big in Colombia's telecom sector. Rojas was met by Lucille, Somoza's nonsense assistant. For a decade, she'd handled everything from his schedule to his kids' soccer games, her loyalty more like family than employment. The warehouse loomed behind her, its unassuming exterior belying the secrets inside. Rojas and Campbell walked through the bustling factory floor, where rows of women in crisp blue uniforms worked intently at their sewing machines. The hum of activity filled the air as they crafted everything from sleek business suits to cozy winter coats. Except these weren't ordinary garments. The man behind it all, Felipe Somoza, had earned the nickname Armored Armani for his revolutionary bulletproof fashion line. His empire had exploded after 9/11, catering not just to private security firms, but to diplomats, royalty, and even heads of state across 40 countries. Unlike traditional armor manufacturers, Somoza prioritized style as much as safety, offering everything from elegant evening gowns to reinforced dress socks. His Mexico City boutique stood proudly among luxury brands like Hugo Boss and Calvin Klein, and rumors swirled about an upcoming rodeo drive location to serve Hollywood's elite. The secret lay in the hidden layers of advanced materials, Kevlar, Spectra Shield, or Dyneema, woven seamlessly into each piece. Some fabrics were bonded with resin, others sandwiched between polyethylene film, all tailored to balance protection with comfort. As they approached Somoza's office, Rojas nudged Campbell with a warning. He's going to mess with you a little. Just roll with it. Campbell barely had time to process the advice before they were face to face with the man himself. Somoza was a towering presence, his salt and pepper hair and broad frame commanding attention, despite his sweet tooth. Evidenced by the giant candy jars lining his desk, he moved with the confidence of someone who knew his craft inside out. His outfit, a snug designer shirt and jeans, was one of his own creations, subtly reinforced against gunfire. The office walls were a gallery of fame-autographed photos of actors and politicians sporting his designs. Jeff, meet the legend, Rojas announced as Somoza clasped Campbell's hand. Legend. Somoza laughed, ushering them inside. Just a man who hates ugly armor. He disappeared briefly, calling for an assistant to fetch something, while Campbell stared at the wall of fame. Wait until you see the warehouse, Rojas murmured, grinning. This guy doesn't just make clothes. He builds wearable fortresses. I still recall the early days, when he was just getting his business off the ground. Times have changed. It's a far riskier world now, someone remarked. Rojas exhaled heavily, nodding. And this is the world we're handing to our kids. Just then, Somoza walked in, holding a sleek black trench coat. This one's for you. George! Rojas stood, examining the coat skeptically. You're joking, right? This doesn't look like it could stop a fly, let alone a bullet. He ran his fingers over the fabric, feeling the lightweight armor beneath. Somoza grinned. Exactly. It's our newest prototype. Lightweight, stylish, and custom-fitted for you. Thanks, but I'm not sure I trust it, Rojas muttered. We just debuted it at our New York fashion show last week. Somoza added proudly. Campbell raised an eyebrow. A fashion show for bulletproof gear. Seriously. It's the hottest trend, Somoza said with a smirk. Rojas shot Campbell a knowing look before turning back. You really think this thing works? Without hesitation, Somoza pulled a .45 revolver from his desk drawer and set it down. Campbell's eyes widened. Whoa, what's happening now? Quality control, Somoza said, his grin turning mischievous. Jeff, every employee gets tested. If you can't wear the product and take a bullet, you don't belong here. You need to trust what you're selling. And I need to know it works. That's why my standards are unmatched. I personally shoot every team member. The absurdity of his deadpan delivery made Rojas burst into laughter. He tossed the coat to Campbell. Your turn. Campbell froze. You can't be serious. Relax, Somoza said smoothly. It's perfectly safe. Campbell's hands trembled as he hesitated, caught between defiance and fear. Rojas knew him as a daredevil, so his hesitation was unexpected. I didn't sign up for this, Campbell stammered. Lucille? Somoza called out. A woman appeared in the doorway moments later. How many times have I shot you? Twice, sir, she replied calmly. Somoza turned back to Campbell. See, she's fine. Are you really that scared? Fine. Campbell snapped, snatching the coat and yanking it on. Go ahead, shoot me. I must be insane. Perfect! Somoza clapped his hands, pulling out 3 sets of earplugs. Once Campbell was suited up, Somoza adjusted the coat and stuck a bright target sticker over his abdomen. That's where you're aiming, Campbell asked nervously. Unfortunately, my aim isn't the best. Somoza deadpanned, making Rojas chuckle again. Low it up, Campbell muttered. You're not the one about to get shot. George has been hit 5 times, Somoza said casually. If he can handle it, so can you. Campbell swallowed hard, his hands visibly shaking. This is insane. Deep breath, Somoza instructed. Sliding earplugs over Campbell's head, Rojas and Somoza did the same before loading the gun. He positioned Campbell away from the desk, pressing the barrel close to his chest. That close. Are you trying to kill me? Campbell yelped. Here's how it works. Somoza said loudly over the earplugs. Breathe in, hold it. Count to 3, then boom. Got it. 1, 2. Bang. Somoza fired early, his usual trick to catch newcomers off guard. Campbell flinched, then yanked off his earplugs, dazed but unharmed, just like always. Campbell let out a stunned breath, shaking his head in disbelief. You got me good! Honestly, though, I barely felt a thing, just a slight pinch if anything. With a theatrical flourish, Somoza peeled back his trench coat to reveal Campbell's untouched shirt, then fished out the crumpled bullet from his pocket. Keep this as a memento of your initiation, he said, tossing the flattened metal into Campbell's palm. Campbell examined the warped slug with a grin. Incredible. But his smile vanished as his stomach lurched. He barely made it to the trash can before losing his breakfast, while Somoza roared with laughter, clutching his sides. Once the room stopped spinning, Campbell was whisked away by Lucille for a proper facility tour, leaving Rojas and Somoza alone with their coffees. The conversation turned to fatherhood. Rojas confessed his worries about raising a privileged son in a world that demanded grit. Somoza nodded, swirling his cup. Mine are growing up faster than I'd like. Destined for this life whether they want it or not. You can armor them against bullets, but how do you shield them from life's chaos? Rojas sighed in agreement. Face it, we're both ridiculously handsome and wise. Somoza deadpanned, lightening the mood. But then his tone sharpened. Speaking of wisdom, Ballesteros is causing trouble again. Handle it. Send me the bill. Rojas agreed, but Somoza wasn't finished. His voice dropped gravelly with urgency. George, listen. We're too old for this game. My operations are clean now. Puerto Rico's chaos should be our warning. It's time to walk away. Let the next generation take the risks. Rojas studied his friend's tense expression. Fear, not just caution, flickered behind those words. Fear is a luxury we can't afford, Rojas countered. But I'll think on it. Taking the Falzanuga Ranch, Juarez, Mexico the next morning, Moore stood in Zidayo Iga's dimly lit garage, flanked by cartel enforcers. As Zidayo Iga's men inspected the drug shipment, their cursory checks missed the hidden G-piece trackers. Exactly as Moore had hoped. Your problem just became mine, Zidayo Iga mused, thumbing a brick of cocaine. Moore smirked. When one cartel gets too greedy, the rest should worry. Agreed. Then let's hit them where it hurts, Moore proposed. Give me a team. We'll snatch Rojas's hair and turn the tables. Moore tightened his grip on the armrest as the plane hit a patch of turbulence. Look, Howard, I might actually be buying into your story now, he admitted with a reluctant smirk. Fine, let's do this your way. Howard checked his watch. It's a 6-hour flight in that old bird of yours. We should get moving. Or maybe I'm still deciding. Moore shot back, his patience wearing thin. That's when Moore lost it. Sleep deprivation had frayed his nerves, and his voice rose to a near yell. Iga, what's it gonna take? A suitcase full of cash. A truckload of Rojas' stolen product. My people aren't known for their patience. Torres, who'd been lurking nearby, lumbered forward, his face reddening.
You don't talk to him like that, gringo!
I'll rip your head off! Moore didn't flinch. He locked eyes with Iga. No more stalling. The deal's solid. Let's move. Iga studied him for a long moment before extending his hand. There's one condition. Rojas doesn't walk away from this. 2 hours later, the cramped Piper Navajo rattled through the sky, heading southeast toward San Cristobal. The weather was perfect. The mountains below breathtaking, but the mood inside was anything but serene. Torres had already puked twice into his sick bag, filling the cabin with a stomach-turning stench. Fitzpatrick shot Moore a look of pure exasperation as the big man groaned between heaves. Earlier, Fitzpatrick had joked about the plane struggling to take off with Torres. Extra baggage. And now the guy was making them all pay for it. Moore leaned back, shutting his eyes against the chaos, letting the drone of the engines pull him under. Then, darkness. The oil rig's lights blinked out. Carmichael's voice cut through the black. They see us. Moore jolted awake, heart pounding. Torres smirked at him. Nightmare. Yeah, and you were the worst part of it. Torres opened his mouth to retort, then clutched his stomach and gagged. Meanwhile, in Mexicali, high schooler Reuben Everson had started his cartel gig, terrified, but the money quickly numbed his fear. Now he moved shipments with icy calm, never slipping up like the amateurs who relied on luck. Saint statues, rabbits' feet, even Tweety bird charms. He'd seen it all, guys stuffing drugs into St. Jude figures, or whispering prayers to La Santa Morte like she'd save them. The dumbest, a mule who thought padlocking his mouth shut like Raymond Nonato would keep him silent under interrogation. Reuben's only ritual, a cold drink and a laugh at their superstitions before each run. The absurdity wasn't lost on Reuben. They called themselves mules. Yet their symbol was a bird. Right now, though, no amount of luck or divine intervention could save him. The FB had him cornered, and after meeting a kid who'd lost toes over a botched job, Reuben had no choice but to cooperate if he wanted to stay out of prison. His days of quick cash runs to fund college were over. A fact Agent Ansara had hammered home. They'd implanted a GPS tracker under his skin and turned his phone into a wire with a Bluetooth earpiece. He was nothing but a puppet on strings. Earlier, his cartel contact had ordered him to a warehouse in Mexicali, where a car waited. As he stood there, a dusty, bespectacled man approached, squinting. "You the new guy?" Reuben shoved his hands into his pockets. Not new, just new to this side of things. Usually they send me elsewhere. What's with the dirt? Digging to China? The man's glare sharpened. Not your concern. Fine. How old are you? Reuben scoffed. What's it to you? You're still in school, aren't you? You my supervisor now. That's irrelevant. Reuben rolled his eyes. Then why ask? What's your GPay? You kidding me? Answer. Mosley A's, couple B's happy. Then quit. Now, you'll end up dead or in cuffs, and that's it. Understand? Reuben's throat tightened. I know better than you think, old-timer, but I'm already in too deep. I'm saving for college. Once I hit my mark, I'm out. They all say that. Next week, next month, it never comes. Look, I just want to get this over with. Your name? Reuben. The man extended a calloused hand. Pedro Romero. Hope I never see you here again. Reuben shook it, bitter. Wish I could promise that. Think about what I said. A loader interrupted. Barking, let's move. Romero's voice followed him eerily like his father's. Too late for regrets. The drop went smoothly, and Sara's team took the car, and a rental shuttle dumped Reuben near home. An Escalade idled across the street. Inside, Ansara smirked. Solid work today. Whatever. That old man wasn't wrong, was he? Reuben slumped. Yeah. Should have quit while I was ahead. Relax. You bagged us photos and audio. Now we ed him and crack that warehouse. Reuben shut his eyes, exhaustion clawing at him. Sleep brought nightmares. Skeletons with knives, his parents weeping at his grave, then gunfire. Their final words haunted him. You were such a good boy. What happened? Delicious police station Juarez, Mexico CIA operative Gloria Vega had served in 26 countries, missions ranging from hours to over a year. She'd seen enough blood and deceit to last a lifetime. Yet nothing prepared her for Juarez, a city drowning in violence. Dubbed the murder capital of the world, stepping into the chaos, she tightened her grip on her bag, bracing for the storm ahead. The violence erupting within her own ranks was something Gloria Vega never saw coming. The chaotic shouts had barely reached her office before she and the others were scrambling into their gear, strapping on vests and snatching up weapons as they bolted outside. Inspector Alberto Jiquimez, his face hidden behind a black balaclava, positioned himself beside her. The street was already blocked off by federal police SUVs, and Vega's stomach twisted as she took in the scene. At least 200 officers in tactical gear, their identities masked, screaming for blood. Bring out the pig. They chanted, their voices raw with fury. Before Vega or Jiquimez could react, a group of officers stormed into the station, and the mob outside erupted again. This time, the name they chanted sent a chill down her spine. Lopez. She knew him well, a seasoned inspector with a spotless record. The kind of cop G. Mez should have been. Her own investigation had cleared Lopez of any wrongdoing, while the evidence against G. Mez was damning. Wiretaps, surveillance logs, undeniable proof of his corruption and ties to the Jew-Rez cartel. But J.F. Leader Towers had insisted on waiting, refusing to move until every piece was in place. Now, with time running out, G.T. Mez had flipped the script. The crowd surged as 6 officers dragged Lopez into the street, one yanking him by his gray hair. The moment his face was visible, the shouts turned vicious. "Kill the pig!" Someone threw the first punch, then another, the blows landing hard. "They're just giving him a taste before the cuffs go on." Mez hissed in her ear. "He's been feeding intel to the cartels. Kids are dead because of him. Now he pays." The hypocrisy was staggering.
"This isn't justice!"
Vega snapped. "You can't just beat him." But the mob was beyond reason.
"Lopez is the devil!"
They roared, their voices merging into a single, bloodthirsty chant. Vega recoiled as a massive officer drove his fist into Lopez's face. That was it. Years of training, Army intelligence, CIA ops, kicked in. She raised her sidearm and fired into the air, the gunshots cutting through the noise. Instantly, hands seized her, one around her throat, others wrenching the gun away, hauling her back inside the station. She fought, twisting against their grip, but they overpowered her, shoving her into the building before releasing her. G.Q. Mez ripped off his mask, his face twisted in fury. What the hell was that?
"He doesn't deserve this!"
She shot back. "Where's your proof?" Guillaume Mez's lip curled. "Is as dirty as the rest. Today, we clean-housed. Either help or I'll lock you up for your own good." The screams outside reached a frenzy. Vega tore off her own mask, her hands shaking. "Then lock me up. I won't be part of this." She pressed her palms to her eyes, the acid taste of helplessness rising in her throat. How much longer could she stand by and watch? Gloria clenched her fists, wondering how much longer she'd have to play along before slapping handcuffs on G.P. Mez and ending this charade. The man was a snake in a cheap suit who deserved worse than prison. Yet taking him down would barely scratch the surface of the rot infesting their system. The thought made her stomach twist as he gestured toward his cramped office. "Gloria, my office." Now, the door clicked shut behind them, muffling the bullpen chatter. "I know that look," G. Mez said, leaning against his dented filing cabinet. "I had the same fire when I was your age. Thought I'd clean up this city single-handed." Gloria scoffed. "Yeah, and now you're just another cog in the machine. They pay us peanuts while the real criminals buy yachts." "There's always a choice," he said, folding his arms. "Do the right thing even when it's hard. That's what faith demands." "Faith," she nearly laughed. "You think God's gonna fix this mess? Every night I pray for this country. For our officers. Change starts with us." His voice softened, but his eyes stayed sharp. "You can trust me, Gloria." Across town, Johnny Sanchez drummed his fingers on the white linen tablecloth at Montana Restaurant, barely registering the flickering candlelight or the scent of grilled meat. His girlfriend, Juanita, freshly blonde and surgically enhanced, frowned as she pushed her taco salad around the plate. "You're a million miles away," she muttered, tugging at her dress. "Just thinking." "About what?" "Your next article. Your important work." Her voice dripped with frustration. "I moved here for you, and now I hate it." "We should leave." Johnny sighed. "It's not that simple." Before she could argue, 2 men in tailored silk shirts materialized beside their table. They were short, polished, and radiating danger. Say or Sanchez, the first one murmured, his accent distinctly not Mexican. Come with us. Now. Juanita's eyes widened. What the hell, Johnny? His pulse spiked as he studied their blank expressions. Who sent you? The second man leaned in, voice low. No questions. Just move. Unless you want a scene. Johnny's jaw tightened. Whatever this was, it wasn't a negotiation. Johnny locked eyes with the stranger who'd approached their table. Let's move. Mister, the man said in a low voice. A cold sweat broke across Johnny's forehead. Dante's crew must have discovered his SIA connection. This was a hit. His pistol was still tucked away in the hotel safe. Desperate, he turned to Juanita and pulled her into a sudden, intense kiss that left her startled. What the hell was that? She demanded, shoving him back. Adrenaline surging. Johnny rose on unsteady legs just as their waiter arrived with his medium, rare sirloin. Box it up. He muttered before seizing Juanita's wrist and bolting for the exit. His ears strained for gunshots or angry shouts, but the only sound was their frantic footsteps echoing across the parking lot asphalt. Who are those men? Juanita gasped as they skidded to a halt between parked cars. The answer came in the screech of tires. 2 nondescript Hondas boxed them in. 6 near-identical figures in dark windbreakers emerged, moving with military precision. When one clamped a gloved hand around Juanita's neck, Johnny's surrender was instant. They tossed him into a car reeking of stale cigarettes, his skull cracking against the doorframe as the driver peeled out. The last thing he remembered before blacking out was Juanita's scream cutting through the roar of the engine. He came to in a grimy garage, wrists zip, tied to a hydraulic lift post. Fluorescent lights flickered over half-assembled sedans, their guts exposed. The restaurant duo stood before him now, the skinnier one aiming a camcorder. Fine, Johnny croaked, playing along. I'll record your damn message.
Just tell me where Juanita is!
A metallic whine sliced through the air as 2 newcomers in splattered coveralls approached. The one wielding a crusted sawzall gave the trigger an idle squeeze. Johnny's reporter instincts kicked in. He'd seen enough crash scenes to recognize extraction tools. But these weren't for saving lives. Easy now, he babbled. We can negotiate. The cameraman sighed like a bored producer. Say or, the script only calls for your death scene. Miguel Rojas stirred at dawn, fingertips tracing lazy circles on Sonia's thigh. Again, she murmured into the pillow. You're insatiable. Blame your perfume. He teased, but his smile faded when she turned away. The morning light caught the scar along her shoulder, a relic from her days running with the Sinaloa cartel. Talk to me, he urged. Sonia stared at the ceiling. Sometimes I wonder, if I'd taken that scholarship to Miami instead. Miguel caught her chin. Then we'd never have met in that cantina. But you deserve someone without baggage. Baggage makes the best travel partners, he said, pulling her close as his phone buzzed with an alert package secured. Awaiting disposal orders. Your parents adore you, and you've made them proud. You've got everything going for you. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say. She admitted, her voice unsteady. Is this about finances? If it is, no. Money has nothing to do with it. His jaw tightened. Then what? Is there someone else? That's it, isn't it? You're still hung up on another guy. She let out a soft laugh. Not even close. He cupped her face gently. Do you love me? More than I should. His brows furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? She shut her eyes, exhaling slowly. It means it aches sometimes. That's not how love should feel. Tell me how to fix it. Just kiss me. And so he did, igniting a slow burn between them. For a moment, he wondered if Corrales and the others in the adjacent room could hear the muffled sounds. her breathy sighs, the rustle of sheets. They kept it quiet, though restraint was a losing battle. Their first day in the historic town had been lazy, mostly spent settling into their charming villa. Miguel had deliberately avoided his father's usual high society haunts, opting instead for a cozy boutique hotel run by a European couple. Their first floor suite was a blend of rustic charm and comfort, exposed wooden beams, vibrant Mayan tapestries, and a fireplace that crackled softly at night. The absence of air conditioning didn't matter. The mountain breeze drifting through the open windows was enough. Outside, a private veranda overlooked a courtyard bursting with tropical plants, where a hammock swayed under the shade of an ancient tree. Earlier, they'd spotted a young couple tangled up in it, lost in each other. The sight had been enough to send Miguel and Sonia stumbling back to bed, their luggage still half unpacked. Now, as dawn crept in, the distant crowing of roosters reminded them they weren't in some polished resort, but in the heart of rural Mexico. Miguel loved it. The rawness, the unfiltered energy of the place. Just the two of them, free to wander a city steeped in history. The concierge had mentioned that the hotel was a favorite among artists and scholars, many of whom split their time between exploring the cobblestone streets and venturing out to Palenque's ancient ruins. Miguel had only visited once as a child, but the towering pyramids and crumbling palaces had left an impression. First, though, they'd hit the markets, Sonia's weakness. The bustling center was just a short walk downhill, where the streets pulsed with life. Miguel stood by the window, taking in the view, the misty highlands, the patchwork of colorful houses clinging to the slopes, their red, tiled roofs glowing in the early light. In the distance, a gilded cathedral perched atop a rocky outcrop, its spires piercing the sky. Sonia had joked that the city felt like a fairy tale. Too vibrant, too perfect. Miguel had explained that the locals took fierce pride in their Mayan roots, weaving tradition into everything from the food to the architecture. His father always said San Cristobal felt more like Guatemala than Mexico. When does Carnival start? Sonia asked, propping herself up on one elbow. He grinned. Tonight. But first, we're heading to San Juan Chamula. There's a church there you have to see. Tomorrow, the ruins. A sharp knock interrupted them. Sonia's eyes narrowed as Miguel crossed the room. Who is it? Coral is, sir. Everything all right in there? Miguel turned back to Sonia, and they both stifled laughter. Corellis gave a casual nod as Miguel assured him everything was fine. We're good. Breakfast at 8. Thanks. The bodyguard retreated, but not before catching another glimpse of Sonia's bare shoulder as Miguel playfully tackled her onto the bed, sending her into a fit of laughter. Their carefree moment was starkly contrasted by the cold observation from Moore's vantage point across the street. Through the half-open curtains, the young couple's intimacy was on full display, a detail Moore noted before turning to his partners. Fitzpatrick was hunched over his laptop, fingers flying across the keys, while Torres snored loudly, oblivious. Youth is wasted on the young, Moore muttered, shaking his head. Fitzpatrick smirked without looking up. Or they're just making up for lost time. Either way, we've got bigger problems. Corrales and his team are the only security. We take them out first, no exceptions. Moore agreed, though his phone buzzed before he could elaborate. Gloria's message about Sanchez's gruesome discovery at the Monarch Club made him grimace. Fitzpatrick dismissed the idea of Sinaloa involvement with a scoff, not their style. Calzon, Aiga. Torres groaned awake, rubbing his stomach. Why the hell are you two plotting at dawn? Moore shot back. Because some of us actually work instead of worshipping the porcelain god. Torres flipped him off, but Fitzpatrick cut in. We move today. Let them get comfortable, then strike at the villa. Controlled environment, minimal surprises. Torres, ever the brute, had other ideas. The girl dies first, right in front of him. That'll crack Rojas wide open. Moore exchanged a glance with Fitzpatrick, who countered, "Alive, she's worth more." Leverage for the tunnels. The tension thickened until Torres relented with a grunt. "Fine, but Zioniga wants blood, and I'm here to deliver." Downstairs, breakfast was anything but peaceful. Corrales' gaze lingered on Sonia a second too long, and Miguel didn't miss it. Enjoying the view. He snapped between bites of cereal. Sonia elbowed him, but Miguel held Corrales' stare. "Just doing my job," Corrales replied smoothly, though the tension in his jaw betrayed him. The unspoken challenge hung in the air. This wasn't just about security anymore. Miguel shoved back his chair. His face twisted in disgust as he glared across the table. Look at him. Slobbering like some low-life gangster. He stalked around, stopping just behind Corrales, his breath hot against the man's ear. "Stay the hell away from me today. I don't want to catch a single glimpse of you. You do your job, keep us safe, fine. But act like a ghost. Got it? You worthless piece of trash." Corrales clenched his fists under the table, his fingers itching to grab his gun and shut Miguel up for good. But he swallowed the rage, forcing out a stiff, "Understood, sir. You won't see us, but we'll be watching." "You enjoy getting paid, don't you?" Miguel sneered. "Yes. Then follow orders and keep cashing those checks." As Miguel returned to his seat, his tone softened for Sonia. "Sorry you had to witness that." She gave Corrales a tight-lipped smile. "I know you're just doing your job. This whole situation, it's unfortunate." Corrales flashed her a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Cold, predatory. Less than an hour later, they were strolling through San Cristobal's narrow streets, Corrales signaling his men, Raul and Pablo, to hang back half a block. Pablo's voice crackled over the phone, tense. "This is a mistake. If things go south, we're too far to react." "You think I don't know that?" Corrales snapped. Then his phone buzzed again. Hernando Chase, manager of the Monarch Strip Club, sounded shaken. "Dante, it's bad. Johnny's dead. His girl, too. They dumped them outside the club. Mutilated, looks like they used a saw. There's a note." Corrales' jaw tightened. "Zioniga's work." "Don't think so," Hernando said. "Word is, it wasn't Sinaloa." "What did the note say?" 2 words: Butters Justicieros. Avenging vultures. Corrales felt the blood drain from his face. The Guatemalans, supposed allies of the Joe Rez cartel, were turning on them. And Johnny's death. That was on him. Meanwhile, in a dingy safe house reeking of bleach and mildew, Samad inspected the newly delivered Anzamumki missiles, China's answer to the Stinger. He smirked, cracking a joke about free shipping that earned a few chuckles from his lieutenants. The deal had gone smoothly, encrypted payments, discreet transport via cargo ship, no hiccups. Now holed up in Aruca, a grimy suburb outside San Jose, Talwar and Niazi voiced their doubts. "When do we get the full plan?" Niazi pressed. "When we hit U.S. soil," Samad replied. "And if the Mexicans bail on us," Talwar countered. Samad's smile was razor thin. "You always have backup plans. And when those run out, you win or you die." Talwar wasn't satisfied. "Some of these boys, they've never seen America. What happens when they see fast food and shopping malls? You think faith alone will hold them?" Samad's eyes darkened. "If they break now, they were never truly with us." Having faith in the mission was one thing, but trusting the palace was another. Samad stood there as a soldier, yet unease gnawed at him. His lieutenant hesitated, and Samad tightened his grip on the man's shoulder. "Desertion means a bullet," he said coldly. "Understood." Talwar and Niazi exchanged glances before nodding. With no further debate needed, they moved to load the trucks, missiles and launchers secured, heading straight for the airstrip. Their flight would take them from Costa Rica to a remote dirt landing strip 1,000 miles south of Mexicali, a desolate stretch of land where only dust and silence waited. Transport trucks stood ready to carry them the final stretch toward the border. Samad's pulse quickened. If they crossed without incident, every detail Mullah Rahmani had laid out would fall into place. Years of sacrifice, the devotion of warriors. This was the moment. Pride surged through him. He carried divine purpose in his chest and the fire of holy war in his hands. Nothing else mattered. Meanwhile, Moore finally had cleared digital images of Miguel's 3 so-called bodyguards. When he sent them to Towers, the response was immediate. Corrales wasn't just a target. Pablo Gutierrez was too, the same man who'd murdered an FB agent in Calexico. And Sara, from Moore's own team, had even tracked Pablo's movements into the towering pines of Sequoia National Forest. Towers called it a 2 for one deal. 3, Moore corrected. Don't forget Rojas. Towers chuckled. Oh. He's not slipping away. Tailing Miguel, Sonia, and their muscle proved trickier than expected. They dressed like tourists, cameras slung around their necks, but Torres's bulk made him hard to miss. Moore grilled him. Will Corrales recognize you? The big man shook his head, no direct contact, but that didn't mean Corrales hadn't seen their faces in files. His network had eyes everywhere in Joe Rez. Moore insisted Fitzpatrick and Torres hang back, no risks. Torres argued that Moore was just as exposed, having stayed at the hotel. True, but Moore's floral shirt and dopey grin screamed clueless vacationer. His photographer's vest hid twin, silenced Glocks perfectly. Fitzpatrick and Torres would handle the hired guns, but Moore wanted Corrales alive. After that, Miguel and Sonia would be scooped up and flown to a safe house in Guadalajara, where Zito Niga would take over negotiations. Torres had pushed for eliminating the girl, but Moore shut that down. No civilians. Reluctantly, Torres agreed. An extra hostage couldn't hurt. Now, Moore trailed Miguel and Sonia as they paused at a market stall. Indigenous women sold vibrant textiles and wooden dolls, some carved into armed figures wearing ski masks. Moore's stomach twisted. Even the toys here carried the weight of war. The message sent to the city's children was unsettling. Their so-called heroes hid behind masks and wielded guns. Moving deeper into the market, the scene shifted to tightly packed stalls overflowing with fresh produce. Towering pyramids of ripe fruit sat beside woven baskets brimming with vegetables, while vendors hawked everything from rice and fish to cuts of beef and chicken. One booth stood out with a bold sign advertising locally grown coffee beans, a specialty of the region. Moore edged closer to Miguel's girlfriend, Sonia, who held up a vibrant yellow and red floral dress, tilting it toward the sunlight. She was slender, athletic, her face half hidden behind oversized black sunglasses. "What do you think?" she asked Miguel, who barely glanced up from his phone. "Too flashy for you," he muttered. "Keep looking." With a shrug, Sonia handed the dress back to the elderly vendor, who scoffed. "Men have no taste. This dress was made for you." "He's clueless." Sonia smirked. "I know, but he's stubborn like that." Moore clenched his jaw. If it were up to him, he'd have told her how stunning she looked, how her presence alone made the air sweeter. But then again, he'd also have to remind himself that his own allies wanted her dead. As Miguel urged Sonia to move on, Moore pretended to inspect a nearby wallet. That's when he spotted him. Dante Corrales, lurking in the shadowed alcove of a building across the street, arms crossed, watching. "Enjoying the show, huh?" Moore thought. Can't wait to chat over coffee. Bet you'll have plenty to say. Before he could dwell on it, 2 men seized Corrals, muffling his protests as they dragged him inside. Moore snatched his phone, barking at Fitzpatrick. Corrals just got snatched. Damn it, we lost the other 2. What the hell's happening? Get here now. Pink building on my left. I'll track Miguel and the girl. But when he turned, they were gone, vanished in the blink of an eye. Moore spun, scanning the sea of tourists, his pulse spiking. The market's chaos. Vendors in bright clothes, shoppers jostling, had swallowed them whole. A car roared to life nearby. He sprinted, dodging through the crowd, reaching the corner just in time to see Miguel and Sonia bolting down a steep hill, 2 armed men in farmers' clothes hot on their heels. Gunfire cracked, warning shots splintering the plaster walls behind the fleeing couple. They could have killed them, Moore realized. They want them alive. These weren't Sinaloa cartel. Which meant only one thing. Corrals had more enemies than he could count. Moore clenched his jaw as he realized the Joe Rez cartel had sent more men than he'd anticipated. This was supposed to be a simple extraction, but now it was turning into a full-blown firefight. He trailed the group at a distance, sticking to the shadows of the narrow alley, but the last guy in line must have caught the sound of his boots, scraping against the cobblestones. The man spun around, gun already raised. Moore barely had time to lunge against the wall, yanking his pistol free as a bullet whizzed past his ear. He squeezed off 2 quick shots, the muffled pops barely louder than firecrackers. And the guy staggered back, clutching his shoulder before collapsing into the dirt. No time to call for backup. Moore sprinted past the downed gunman, kicking his weapon into the gutter before rounding the corner onto a steep, car-lined street. Miguel and Sonia were struggling uphill, their lone pursuer still hot on their heels. Another gunshot cracked the air, shattering the back window of a nearby pickup. The man barked at them in Spanish to freeze, but before Moore could close the gap, the roar of an engine filled the street. A dark blue sedan, rental plates, tinted windows, shot past, the passenger leaning out with a pistol in hand. Moore barely had time to dive behind a parked car as bullets peppered the pavement around him. Not warning shots. These guys meant business. He popped up just long enough to return fire, 1 round punching through the sedan's rear window. The car swerved wildly, tires screeching as it fishtailed up the hill. By the time Moore steadied his aim, Miguel and Sonia had ducked into a hotel alcove, only for their pursuer to follow them inside. Bad move, Moore thought grimly. That 3-story building was a death trap. Inside, Miguel cursed under his breath as Sonia bolted past the wide-eyed front desk clerk, dragging him into the stairwell. "Where are we going?" he gasped, legs burning. "Trust me?" She shot back, shoving open the 2nd-floor door. They crouched in the dim hallway, lungs hiving, listening as their pursuer's footsteps thundered past. Straight up to the 3rd floor. Miguel exhaled in shaky relief, then froze when he spotted the curved, blade glinting in Sonia's hand. "You've had that this whole time?" "My father's idea," she whispered, thumb tracing the hooked edge. "A good luck charm, with teeth." Miguel opened his mouth. The door burst open. The gunman stood framed in the doorway, weapon trained on Miguel's chest. "Don't move," he panted. "This ends now." Miguel barely had time to process the car pulling up outside when Sonia suddenly lunged forward, her knife flashing as she sliced open the attacker's throat. Blood sprayed across the wall in a crimson arc. "Grab his gun!" she shouted. But Miguel just stood frozen, staring at her. Who was this girl? She moved like something out of an action movie. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Another call, but he barely noticed. Outside, tires screeched as more men poured into the hotel. More crouched behind a parked car, pulse racing. If he stepped inside now, he'd either get taken down or caught in the crossfire. He yanked out his phone. Missed call from Towers, but Fitzpatrick was ringing now. "Where the hell are you?" Fitzpatrick barked. "Still no sign of Corrals or the other two." "Tell me about it." Moore muttered, pressing the phone to his ear. "I'm a couple blocks from the hotel. Steep road, bad angle. The kid and the girl are inside, but more guys just rolled up. No clue who they are. Seriously, how'd this turn into a circus so fast? No idea. Just get over here." Meanwhile, Corrals was cursing himself for getting blindsided. He'd always considered himself hyper-aware, like some kind of human radar, able to sense danger before it even got close. But that was pure ego, and now he was paying for it. They'd dragged him into what looked like an abandoned clothing store mid-renovation. Plywood and drywall stacked everywhere. They'd taken his gun, but Corrals wasn't out of tricks. He twisted free, took a bullet to the shoulder, then reclaimed his weapon and dropped both men before they could react. Now he slumped against the wall, blood soaking his shirt. He'd been shot before, but this hurt. He fumbled for his phone. Miguel didn't answer. Neither did Pablo or Raul outside. Sirens wailed. Tourists gawked as a cop car rolled past. If those Guatemalan bastards got their hands on Miguel and Sonia, Castillo would have his head. Literally. The old man would demand answers. "Why'd they turn on you?" "I told you to use them against the Sinalos!" Corrals clenched his teeth. He couldn't admit he'd skimmed the payment money to fund his own projects, then stiffed the Guatemalans. They'd done their jobs, taken out half a dozen targets, before realizing he'd screwed them. Now they were out for blood. And Johnny, already dead. Back in the hotel, Miguel finally snapped out of his daze and grabbed the fallen gun. Sonia stood there, her sleeve drenched in blood, looking like she'd just finished a coffee run. Unbelievable. The would-be abductor collapsed on the pavement, blood spurting from his neck like a broken fire hydrant. Sonia yanked the door open, only to hear heavy footsteps pounding up the stairwell. They retreated down the hallway, her pulse hammering in her ears. "This way!" she shouted, veering sharply left into another staircase. He threw open the door. More men were storming upward. "How many guys did they send?" he gasped. "Enough to make this really inconvenient." She snapped, already pivoting back toward the nearest hotel room. With a grunt, she delivered a brutal kick to the door with her bare foot, immediately regretting it as pain shot up her leg. The door held firm. "Move!" he barked, firing 2 shots into the frame before shoulder, checking it open. The sterile room smelled like industrial cleaner, its neatly made bed and lack of personal items offering temporary relief. "They'll notice the bullet holes." Sonia muttered, already tearing toward the window. He stared at her, adrenaline making his voice unsteady. "You just took out a man back there, and you're thinking about exit strategies. You're terrifying." She flashed him a wild grin. "You should see me when I'm properly caffeinated." As she sliced through the window screen with her knife, the alley below yawned open, a 15-foot drop onto cracked pavement. "Sheetrope now," she ordered. He shook his head. "I've got ammo left." "And they've got reinforcements." The door exploded inward before she could finish. Miguel dropped the first intruder with a gut shot, but the second gunman had Sonia in his sights before she could blink. "Try that again." The man sneered, "And your girlfriend gets a new breathing hole." Outside, the staccato gunfire mingled with approaching sirens as Moore ducked behind a rusted beetle. His phone pressed to his ear. Towers' voice was grim. "Bad news doesn't even cover it." The phrase sent a jolt through Moore. It was the same warning Carmichael had shouted on that oil rig. When everything went sideways. Flashback, the platform's lights had died with a pop, Carmichael's voice crackling over comms.
Compromised!
Repeat. We are compromised? Moore's team clung to the rig's underbelly as gunfire erupted above. He'd ordered half his SEALs to evacuate via the SDV, but extraction turned into a nightmare when Carmichael reported a man down. Mako 2, where's your third? Moore had demanded, the radio erupting with overlapping shouts and gunfire. Then, silence. Just his own ragged breathing and the weight of what was coming. Now, Towers was still talking. Your people have been playing a long game with Rojas. There's a mole embedded so deep, even Langley didn't realize they were stepping on their own op. Moore's grip tightened on the phone. You're telling me we just walked into a goddamn circus. Towers finished. Somewhere behind him, a trash can clattered as police swarmed the hotel. The circus, it seemed, was just getting started. Moore clenched his jaw as the words hit him. You're telling me the kid's girlfriend is Sia. Recruited overseas years back. One of our own. His grip tightened on the phone. And now you're saying we let her slip through our fingers. Frustration boiled under his skin. Typical. Another bureaucratic screw-up. The Jew Res Task Force intel had either been buried in some inbox or never made it to the right hands. Leaving them scrambling in the dark, this wasn't new. Miscommunication between agencies. Standard procedure. But that didn't make it any less infuriating. Fitzpatrick and Torres pulled up in their rental, and Moore slid into the back seat. See that blue sedan? Hang back. If they're still breathing, they'll be coming out any second. Right on cue, Miguel and Sonia emerged, guns pressed to their backs as they were shoved into the waiting car. Give them space, then follow. Moore ordered. Torres scoffed. Corrals has more enemies than friends, and now they've snatched our golden ticket. Yeah, real convenient. Moore muttered. Just what we needed. Another mess to clean up. Fitzpatrick kept his eyes on the road, lips twitching at Moore's dry tone. Lose them, and someone's head rolls. Torres snapped. And it won't be mine. Moore shot him a look. Keep running your mouth, and I'll toss you out of this car myself. See how tough you are on foot. Inside the other vehicle, Miguel strained against his seat. Where the hell are you taking us? If this is about ransom, my father will pay. Just name the price. The driver smirked, shadows flickering across his face. Sure, kid. Whatever you say. Sonia gripped Miguel's hand, her voice steady despite the gun trained on her. Stop. They won't answer. Save your strength. Miguel's breath hitched. They're gonna kill us! No, she said firmly. This is about money. Your father warned you this could happen. Corrals was supposed to protect us, she sighed. He might not even be alive to regret it. Meanwhile, Corrales had dragged himself to a phone, slurring into the receiver. Ignacio, get Maria. I need a ride, I'm hit. He stumbled outside, made it a block before collapsing. Back in his hotel room, he blinked up at an unfamiliar face. A gray-haired man with wire-rimmed glasses. This, the man said, is going to cost you dearly. Dante was a doctor, and he was about to remove the bullet lodged in your shoulder. No explanations needed. How did you escape? You asked, wincing as pain shot through your arm. Pablo exhaled sharply, his face tense. Took one of them down. No clue what happened to Raul. Then I spotted you lying in the street. Got to you just in time. But forget that for now. The doc's gonna knock you out, and when you wake up, the worst will be over. He hesitated before adding, I reached out to Maria and the crew. They're on their way, just like you wanted. We can't bail now. The boss's kid is gone. Relax, Pablo said. gripping your uninjured arm.
We'll figure it out. Figure it out! The Guatemalans have him!
This is on me. I didn't pay up. Castillo's gonna put a bullet in my skull when he finds out. Then don't tell him. Pablo snapped. Let me handle it. Just breathe, man. We'll make this right. But nothing about this was right. As the doctor lowered the anesthesia mask over your face, the past surged forward like a nightmare. Flames licked at the edges of your vision. And suddenly you were a kid again, watching your parents stumble out of the burning hotel, their skin peeling away. Your father's accusing finger pointed straight at you. I warned you, his voice echoed. The cartel destroys everything. They killed us. Now they'll kill you. If I retreat, kill me San Juan Chamula, Chiapas, Mexico more, Fitzpatrick. And Torres tailed the blue sedan in a green and white van as they wound through the hills outside San Cristobal, heading toward the remote town of San Juan Chamula. Moore knew the place, a struggling village where the local Tzotzil Maya community was gearing up for their annual summer carnival. Tourists flocked to see the parades, the fireworks, the dancers in vibrant costumes. For a town with little else, the festival was a lifeline. Torres kept urging Fitzpatrick to close the gap, but Moore shut him down. Back off, he muttered. If they spot us, the hostages are dead, and Zita Nayo Iga's payday vanishes. No tunnels, no deal. What Torres didn't know was that Miguel's girlfriend, Sonia Batista, real name Olivia Montello, had a tracking chip implanted in her shoulder. The agency was watching her every move. Moore just needed a minute alone with Fitzpatrick to clue him in. For now, all these two needed to do was stay far enough back to avoid suspicion. Back at HQ, Towers and the team were scrambling to confirm the identities of these guys, but Moore already had a gut feeling. These weren't your average cartel muscle. They were avenging vultures. A brutal Guatemalan death squad with a reputation for efficiency. Ex-military, some former Kaibels, an elite unit whose creed was simple: if I advance, follow me. If I stop, push me forward. If I retreat, kill me. These men weren't reckless. They dressed like locals, carried only sidearms, and had kept their operation clean. But Moore knew that wouldn't last. Not when they were expecting a fight. The thought of Sonia in their hands made his stomach twist. Pulling out his phone, Moore pulled up a satellite feed. A tiny blue dot pulsed on the screen. Sonia's signal, creeping along the road toward Chamula. Torres leaned in, checking directions. Nah, Moore deadpanned. Just porn. Torres groaned. You're impossible. Moore smirked, but his grip on the phone tightened. Time was running out. Don't ask me that. The heavyset man snapped, testing Moore's last nerve. The town's info screen revealed Chamula had its own police force, no outside military or law enforcement permitted, and tourists were mostly banned from taking photos. Strict rules, sure, but what if the vultures had cut a deal with local cops? What if this whole abduction was prearranged, giving them the ideal hideout to negotiate the ransom? The fact they weren't heading back toward Guatemala only made it more likely. Fitzpatrick steered them up a crumbling road that wound toward the church of San Juan. Its whitewashed walls streaked with dust, green parapets framing an elaborate tiled entrance. Moore motioned for him to pull over near a line of tourist vehicles and cabs, across from dozens of vendor stalls shaded by bright umbrellas. Above them, strings of pennants fluttered from the church spires like festive snakes. The marketplace buzzed with hundreds navigating the labyrinth of tables, some fruit vendors spreading their wares on blankets across the grass, oranges stacked like they were waiting for a strike. We can't stop now, Torres growled, jabbing a finger at the retreating cars. They'll get away. Moore flashed his phone. Relax. GPS tracker. I planted it on their bumper. Torres squinted. When? Before you showed up. Moore lied smoothly. Enough chatter. We're heading behind the church. Graveyard first, then the hills. Perfect vantage point. He zoomed in on the screen. The kidnappers had stopped near a cluster of houses just west of the cemetery. Torres shot Fitzpatrick a look. Why are you taking orders from him? Because he's the one who found them. Fitzpatrick shot back. You got a better plan. Grumbling, Torres shoved out of the car, lifting his camera like some clueless sightseer, until Moore smacked his arm down. What's your problem? Problem is you'll get us all arrested. No photos. Move. From the trunk, they hauled 3 overstuffed backpacks, sniper rifles tucked inside their cases. The rocky trail was gouged from summer storms, and Torres stumbled twice before they reached the graveyard, its wooden crosses, white, blue, black, jutting between skinny pines. Below, the ruins of San Sebastian Church sagged, its cracked walls veined with age, moss clinging to the crumbling edges. At the hill's peak, Moore signaled for cover in a pine thicket. He fired up his phone's R's app, wireframes and data boxes layering over the live feed. The blue house beside the beige one. That's where they were holding Sonia and Miguel. Torres exhaled sharply. So it's over. How do we play hostage negotiators if they beat us to it? Moore's grin was all teeth. We don't negotiate. Let's focus on getting those hostages out first. Then we can worry about taking them for ourselves. Moore muttered. Fitzpatrick scratched his stubble, glancing toward the rundown house in the distance. Why? Not just wait for Rojas to make his move. No telling if he'll even show. These guys might just want the cash. Couldn't care less who delivers it. He turned to Torres, who was adjusting his gear. You got those binoculars handy. Keep watch on the place for now. Flexx. Fitzpatrick smirked at the nickname before Moore motioned him aside. They moved through the trees, just far enough so Torres wouldn't overhear. In a hushed rush, Moore laid out the real plan. Fitzpatrick let out a low whistle. Damn, so we're actually pulling a rescue. Moore nodded grimly. And now I've got Torres to deal with. That guy's a walking liability. No joke, Fitzpatrick said, cracking a grin. Moore exhaled sharply. Yeah, and if he gets trigger-happy, Sonia's dead. He's already talking about breaking the kid's spirit. Who's to say he won't put a bullet in her when we move? Fitzpatrick shrugged. We could always encourage an accident. Maybe let him play hero in the wrong place at the wrong time. Moore's lips curled. Great minds, brother. Fitzpatrick's eyes gleamed. Trust me, I've fantasized about ditching that guy more than once. We'll make it work. Moore paused, eyeing the marketplace half, hidden behind crumbling walls. Carnival kicks off at dusk. Gunshots, fireworks. Same difference. Might be the only break we've caught so far. Better than nothing, Fitzpatrick said. But say we do grab Miguel and the girl. What then? Do we even need them anymore? If Sonia's already deep undercover with Rojas's crew, maybe the whole hostage angle's blown. Moore barked a laugh. Funny, I never actually asked. Before Fitzpatrick could reply, Torres's voice crackled over the radio. Another car had arrived, dragging one of Corralis's men inside. Moore cursed, cutting the call short. Meanwhile, Miguel strained against the rough rope digging into his wrists. Sonia sat across from him, silent, her gaze hollow. 6 armed men loomed around them, ignoring every question. The one called Captain Cello muttered into his phone. His words too fast, too clipped to follow. The weight of failure pressed down on Miguel's chest. He doomed them all. Betrayed his father, failed Sonia, and now they'd pay for it. If these men didn't get what they wanted, neither of them would walk out alive. The only hope left was for a merciful end, but the leering grins of their captors made it clear that mercy wasn't on the menu. Sonia wasn't just a prisoner. She was prey. How had things spiraled so out of control? Blame fell squarely on his father's poor judgment in hiring these incompetent thugs as security. Or maybe Fernando was the real fool behind this mess. Either way, someone's negligence had sealed their fate. Sonia's pained gaze locked onto Miguel, her eyes pleading. His throat tightened, words barely escaping. "Don't panic," he rasped. "My father will handle these animals, and he won't take his time doing it." Her attention flickered. First to the grimy window, then to the rickety table where two men lounged, sipping sodas like this was just another day. A third man barged in, dumping military-style backpacks onto the floor. "Radios on, everyone," he barked. "Captain's orders." The door swung open again, revealing 3 more intruders. Miguel's stomach lurched when he recognized Raul, one of Corrales' men, bound and gagged. Salu smirked, jerking his chin toward the captive. "This one yours?" Miguel swallowed hard. "Yeah, my bodyguard. Did a stellar job protecting me, obviously." The room erupted in cruel laughter as Raul was shoved forward. Then Salu's expression darkened. "We're here for what's owed."
I don't even know who you are!
Miguel shot back. Salo exchanged glances with his men, nostrils flaring like Raul's fear had a stench. "We're justice bringers," he declared. "And we keep our promises. You'll see." 2 men forced Raul onto the floor, another straddling his back while a third yanked his head up by the hair. Miguel's pulse hammered as one of the men vanished into the kitchen, returning with a rusted hatchet.
"Wait! Just wait!"
Miguel blurted.
"My father's loaded! Name your price! No one has to die!"
Salu ran a thumb along the blade's edge, unfazed. "We believe you," Sonia whispered, voice trembling. "We know you'll kill us. No demonstration needed." "This isn't just about you," Salu countered. "It's about every liar who crossed us." Behind him, another man pulled a compact camera from a backpack, its red recording light blinking ominously. Raul thrashed, muffled screams tearing through his gag. Useless. The men held him down as Salo swung the hatchet in slow, taunting arcs. "Don't watch," Sonia urged. Miguel squeezed his eyes shut, then forced them open just as the blade descended. "Damn it, they executed him." Torres muttered, lowering his binoculars. More snatched them, stomach churning as the hatchet, wielding leader, some grizzled psycho, hoisted something up. Recognition hit like a punch. A fellow agent was seconds from slaughter, and they were the only ones who could stop it. The déjà vu was suffocating. The universe had a sick habit of dropping him into these nightmares, and here he was again, trapped in its cruel joke. He shut his eyes, the radio chatter flooding his mind.
"Zodiac inbound!"
30 seconds. 2 targets priority. Moving up.
Mako 2 on me! Negative.
Still can't reach 6. Mako 1. This is Raptor.
Taking fire.
Moore's grip tightened as the radio crackled again. "We can't maintain this position much longer. Evacuate your team from the water and the platform immediately." Then a woman's voice, gentle but firm, cut through the tension. "You keep reliving that moment, but no amount of replaying it will undo what happened. The past is fixed. You're stuck in a loop, convinced that if you just remember it differently, the outcome might change, but it won't." "I know," came the bitter reply. "Then why torture yourself? You're the one trapped here, not them. Life keeps moving, but you're stuck in this purgatory, punishing yourself because you think happiness isn't allowed after what went down. How am I supposed to just move on? You're the damn therapist. Enlighten me. Tell me how I'm supposed to smile and live my life like nothing happened." Moore blinked as Torres snatched the binoculars from him, peering through the window again. Military gear inside. This just went from bad to catastrophic. Moore exhaled sharply, jaw clenched. We're extracting that kid and his girl. No more losses today. Torres adjusted his stance. They've already bagged 7. 2 more just left. No telling how many are still at San Cristobal. Moore weighed the odds. They took Corrales. If he's not here, he's probably already dead. Or he slipped them. Guy's like a greased eel. Moore stepped away, calling Towers. Keep surveillance on the town for Corrales and Pablo. And listen, we've got executions and military. Great equipment. Avenging vultures just stabbed the Jew-Rez cartel in the back, and we're stuck in the crossfire. Towers' voice was tense. What do you need? Radio intercepts, translated in real time. Fast. That's not simple. No kidding. Can we tap Roja's comms? Deep Cover's been trying for months. The guy's paranoid. Electronic countermeasures. Hackers running constant sweeps. No luck so far. What about Corrales' phones? If we had anything useful, you'd already know. He's careful. Assumes we're listening. Then confirm if he's breathing. Same for Pablo. Anything else? Moore smirked darkly. A SEAL team would be great. I'll see if they're free. Ending the call, Moore rejoined Torres. Update. Brutal. They smeared blood on the girl's face. But she's alive. For now. How many hostiles? 6 or 7 inside. 4 outside. Another in a van down the block. No clue how many more are lurking. Moore locked eyes with him. All right, Luis. Time for the hardest part. Torres grinned, flexing his shoulders. You think I'm scared of these amateurs? Moore matched his energy. Good. Here's the plan. La Estancia Apartments, Joe Rez. Mexico Gloria Vega had her answer. Towers confirmed the Sinaloa cartel wasn't behind Johnny Sanchez's murder. Moore, deep in southern Mexico, had traced it back to the Avenging Vultures, a Guatemalan death squad. When Vega suggested their involvement to Inspector Gia Mez, he scoffed. Johnny crossed the cartels. This is Sinaloa's work. End of story. But his face had drained of color, his usual confidence faltering. After a long silence, he muttered something about going home and advised her to do the same. The chaotic protest outside the police station had left Vega shaken, but Gomez's words cut deeper. She confessed she trusted him, that she feared corruption surrounded her, and all she wanted was to do what was right. Gomez countered with a cynical question. What if the right thing means turning a blind eye? What if nothing we do matters, and the only way to win is to play dirty? His words hung in the air as Vega stared, speechless. Then, without warning, he seized her hands, his grip tight. You've seen the same horrors I have. You know the truth now. His next move stunned her. He pulled her into a crushing embrace, his voice breaking as he whispered, I'm sorry you had to learn how ugly this world really is, but we can't pretend anymore. Back at her apartment, Vega hesitated at the door. The key stuck. Just a fraction, but enough to set off alarms in her mind. In Juarez, even the smallest irregularity could mean danger. Heart-pounding, she drew her gun and pushed inside. The shadows moved before she could react. A man lunged from behind, a wire glinting in the dim light. Instinct saved her. Her hand shot up, blocking the garrote before it could close around her throat. The wire bit into her palm as she twisted, dragging him with her. Blind in the darkness, she fired twice. The muzzle flashes illuminated his masked face. Just a kid in a gray hoodie. Before he crumpled. Then, movement. A second attacker scrambled toward the bedroom window. Vega didn't hesitate. She emptied her clip into his back, watching him collapse onto the floor. Breathing hard, she reloaded with practiced speed, clearing the rest of the apartment. 2 amateurs, sent to kill her. The realization hit like a punch. She wasn't just a cop anymore. She was a target, Tears burned her eyes as she called Towers, her voice raw. "Get me out of here, now." "Slow down. What happened?" She hung up, then dialed 911. The knock at her door went ignored. When Towers called back, she spat the truth. "2 men tried to kill me. They're dead. We'll extract you." "No." Her voice steadied. "I'm finishing this. Gomez is mine," Towers sighed. "Stay sharp. We'll wire your place. It won't happen again." Vega scoffed. "He knows I'm onto him. This won't stop. Just hold on. When we take him down, the whole operation crumbles. But we need time. Time I might not have." She snapped before ending the call. The room smelled of gunpowder and blood. She wiped her face, gripping her weapon tighter. Fear had turned to fury. Gomez had made this personal. And Vega. She wasn't running. The pounding on the door grew louder, and Dante Corral's new time was running out. Lying in bed at a small clinic in San Cristobal, his shoulder wrapped tight and his arm immobilized. He couldn't shake the image of his father silhouetted against the flames of the burning hotel. He pressed the phone to his ear, listening to the hollow ring with no answer. No voicemail, just silence. Still nothing. Pablo asked from his seat by the veranda doors, his voice tense. What if they've already reached out to Miguel? What if they know everything? Dante exhaled sharply. If I call Castillo and confess, you know exactly what he'll say. He'll tell you to run. And then he'll send men after you. Exactly. And I won't run. Pablo frowned. Since when do you let fear take over? We've been in worse spots. Dante let out a bitter laugh. You don't get it. This isn't just another mess. This is the end if we don't fix it. He clenched his jaw, regret burning through him. I should have just paid Salau up front. The guy's a rat, but at least he wouldn't be breathing down my neck now. You don't have the rest. Gone. I thought I'd make it back with the next shipment, but that fell through too. The phone buzzed. An unknown number. Dante answered, his grip tightening as Salu's smug voice filled the line. Corrals! Finally decided to pick up. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. Dante kept his voice low. Watch your tone. You're not untouchable. Disappointing, but I'm feeling generous. Triple the original amount, and we'll call it even. Fine. You know what I need in return? Obviously. Now, where are you? Dante hesitated. I'll bring the cash myself. Midnight. Salu chuckled. No. You don't get to call the shots anymore. I'll send a car when you're ready. And Corrales, this is your last chance. Screw me again, and you'll wish you were never born. The line went dead. Dante turned to Pablo, his expression grim. We need cash. Fast. Call Hector. Tell La Familia we need a loan. Pablo's eyes widened. You're serious. Borrowing from another cartel. Just do it. Dante snapped, wincing as pain shot through his shoulder. Meanwhile, in Mexico City, George Rojas stood before a crowd at the gleaming New George Rojas Medical Institute. The 5-story complex buzzed with energy, executives and staff mingling under the watchful eyes of his security team. He hadn't planned to attend. His trip to Colombia had ended early, and he'd taken a risk by showing up last minute. 6 armored SUVs had delivered him, his men blending into the crowd in tailored suits, weapons hidden but ready. As cameras flashed, Rojas smiled, knowing this was more than a ribbon cutting. It was another move in a much larger game. Doctor. Rojas concluded his speech with a flourish, his voice rising above the murmuring crowd. Our current healthcare system is broken. We need to shift from reactive treatment to proactive prevention. This institute will empower communities across Mexico and Latin America by funding education, research, and grassroots health initiatives. Because at the end of the day, this isn't about profits. It's about giving people the tools to live healthier, longer lives. Now, who's ready to cut this ribbon?
I hear there's coffee and churros waiting.
Laughter rippled through the audience as he stepped down, accepting the oversized ceremonial scissors. The ribbon snapped under the blades, met with enthusiastic applause. For a fleeting moment, he longed to lock eyes with his late wife, her absence a hollow ache, but instead his gaze landed on Alexei, poised like a jeweled statue in her designer ensemble, beautiful but distant. Beside her, Castillo murmured into his earpiece, coordinating security with military precision, before Rojas could greet the Institute's director, Inés Ortega. A sharp-elbowed reporter from Jufa shoved her microphone into his face. "Sir Rojas," she began, her tone dripping with practiced skepticism. "Your empire touches every corner of this country, from the phones in our pockets to the groceries in our carts, even the banks holding our pesos. Your name is everywhere. Some call that influence. Others call it a monopoly." He forced a smile. "If providing jobs and services is a crime, then guilty as charged. Then how do you answer critics who say you profit while millions go hungry?" His patience frayed. By pointing to this, he snapped, gesturing to the gleaming medical complex behind him. "We're building clinics, funding scholarships. What more do you want? Wealth isn't evil unless it's hoarded. Mine works." The gunshot was startlingly crisp, a single pop like a car backfiring. Then came the punch to his chest, knocking him backward. His hand scrabbled for the railing, missed, and he crumpled onto the steps, pain exploding through his elbow as it struck concrete. Chaos erupted, screams, stampeding feet, bodies hitting the pavement. Castillo was already in motion, spotting the shooter near the oaks at the lot's edge. The security chief sprinted, firing 3 rounds that dropped the man before he could reach his rusted pickup. 2 final shots to the head. Overkill, Rojas thought grimly. No answers now. Just another nameless enemy in a life full of them. Alexei and the journalist Inés stood close to Rojas as he reached inside his suit jacket, pulling out the bullet lodged in his protective vest. Holding it up for them to see, he muttered, "Thank heaven for modern armor." Alexei quickly suggested, "You need to get in touch with Philippe in Colombia. Let him know what happened." As they steadied him on his feet, his board members rushed over, voices overlapping with concern. Ignoring the growing wail of sirens, Rojas strode back to the podium, shouting, "I'm still standing, and so is everything we've fought for." The audience erupted in applause, their cheers drowning out the chaos. Later, inside his bulletproof Mercedes, Rojas scrolled through news coverage on his phone, every major outlet. At BBC, Reuters had picked up the story. Even the U.S. networks were running it. He dialed Miguel again. "Nothing. Just voicemail. No word from my son." "Or Sonia," he told Castillo, gripping his phone tighter. "Dante's silent too, but give it time." Castillo replied. "Could be cell towers are down. That explained the radio silence." Rojas exhaled sharply. "You're right, but if Miguel sees this on the news, he'll panic." Castillo reassured him he'll call. "Now, boss, sure you don't want a doctor?" Rojas shook his head. "Home." "Now," Alexei squeezed his hand, her voice softer now. "You're safe. That's all that matters. Next time you go to Colombia, I won't argue." He managed a weak smile, but her brow furrowed. "Why would anyone want you dead? After everything you've done." Rojas stared out the tinted window as the car merged onto the highway toward Cuernavaca. "Because hate doesn't need a reason," he muttered before suddenly slamming his fist against the seat. "Find out who that bastard was." Castillo nodded. "Already on it. Detectives will call soon." Then a buzz. A text from Miguel. No words, just a video. Rojas tapped it, heart pounding as the footage loaded. The camera panned to Sonia, then McGill, before a figure stepped into frame, axe in hand. "Don't look," Sonia pleaded. Rogis's breath vanished.
"Fernando, stop the car! Stop the car!"
His hands shook violently. "No!" Meanwhile, on a private airstrip 1,000 miles south of Mexicali, Samad's team loaded their gear into 2 battered vans, one advertising plumbing services, the other reeking of seafood. His men wrinkled their noses but climbed in without complaint. Grateful for the transport, Samad calculated the grueling drive ahead, 18 hours at best, with only fuel stops for breaks. In the other van, Talwar and Niazi promised to keep morale up, though bathroom logistics for so many men would be a nightmare. Barely 20 miles in, the seafood truck lurched to a halt. Flat tire. Samad groaned, rubbing his temples. Just their luck. They had a spare tire and the means to fix it. But the delay sent waves of frustration through Samad as he thought about the countless others already waiting in the United States ahead of them. His stomach twisted, his fingers curling into tight fists, while the 2 Mexican drivers shouted at each other in rapid Spanish, wrestling with the flat. Samad could sense hesitation in his driver's demeanor, doubt creeping in. He stepped closer, crouching down to meet the man's eyes, his voice low but firm. "All we need is for you to get us there. Deliver us, and you get paid. Walk away, and things get complicated. Understood." The driver gulped, nodding quickly. Overhead, a jetliner sliced through the sky, disappearing into the pink-streaked horizon. Meanwhile, in San Juan Chamula, the graveyard lay swallowed by deepening shadows, the crooked crosses casting eerie silhouettes against the crumbling walls of the old church. Below, the town pulsed with life as crowds gathered for carnival, the streets alive with dancers spinning over glowing embers, sparks spiraling into the night. Moore lay motionless, scanning the scene through his night vision scope. The blue car and van remained parked near the target house, while tours had repositioned their rental behind a cluster of small homes, keys tucked beneath the floor mat, adjusting his grip on the Mark 11, nicknamed Pirate Killer, for its SEAL team reputation. Moore exhaled slowly. Fitzpatrick had raised an eyebrow at the weapon earlier, and Torres had pressed for answers. Like I said, Moore had shrugged. Connections matter. The Mark 11 was no joker, a semi-automatic beast with a bipod packing 20 rounds of 7.62 X51B Nutters NATO ammunition. Moore liked to say if you needed all 20, maybe you were in the wrong line of work. Firing it meant breaking the sound barrier, the bullet's crack fading as it slowed. In open terrain, silence was possible, but here in the tight streets of San Juan Chamula, suppressors were a necessity. Still, luck wasn't entirely on their side. The distance to target, 527 meters. Wind gusting northeast at 9 mph. Altitude over 400 feet, with a 9% incline. Not impossible, but far from easy. The fireworks would help mask the shots, small mercies. Moore radioed Towers, who was sifting through intercepted chatter. "Anything, just routine noise," came the reply. Still digging through phone calls. The real challenge, Moore knew, would come after the guards were down. The team refers to one operative as Captain Salo, a hardened Guatemalan Special Forces operator with 2 decades of service before he went private sector. In simpler terms, the guy's a nightmare wrapped in combat boots, and he's got a thing for axes. Moore muttered, his tone grim. But there's more happening in Cristobal. The cops are swarming like ants, and word is they're hunting for people who vanished. Figures. Maybe the big man finally realized his kid got snatched and started pulling strings. If that's true, you better grab them and vanish before Rogis's crew shows up. Copy that. Just waiting for the fireworks to start. Moore shut his eyes, forcing himself to focus on the mission, But his mind kept dragging him back to Coronado Beach, where the tide rolled in under a bruised sky. Out in the black water, a hand broke the surface, and a voice that might as well have been his own screamed, "Don't leave me! We have to go back! He's gone! Move!" "Max, don't! Shut up! We're out!" The memory hit like a gut punch. Then another voice, colder, clipped. "You're class 198. You survive because you worked together. Not anymore." He'd conned the Navy into believing he belonged, but the truth was, he never should have made it through Badias. He'd broken the one rule that mattered and walked away unpunished, so he'd taken justice into his own hands. A real life. He didn't deserve one. In his darkest moment, he'd sought escape. Not with a parachute, but something wilder. A contact hooked him up with an extreme crew in Norway's Romsdal Valley. 2 days later, he was hurtling through the air at 150 mph in a wingsuit, riding the solstice winds like a human missile. The suit turned him into something between a bat and a bullet. Skimming so close to the cliffs, he could have scraped his knuckles on the rock. He banked hard, dropped into a near vertical dive, and for a heartbeat, let death breathe down his neck. The peace was dizzying. He waited, 1 second too, before yanking the chute. The jolt snapped him back to reality as his crew erupted in cheers. Later, over open-faced sandwiches and bitter coffee, their guide, Bjornulf, fixed him with a stare. "Why do you want to die?" Moore nearly choked. "What?" "I've guided hundreds. Nobody flies like that." The Norwegian's voice dropped. "Not even the suicidal ones." Moore barely had 3 practice jumps under his belt before attempting that reckless stunt. "I warned you I was Navy," he shot back, but the instructor wasn't having it. The man shook his head, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. "That's no excuse. You nearly clipped the ridge, and you waited way too long to deploy. I can't risk taking you up again." Moore's jaw tightened. "You're kidding, right? I paid for 2 more days." The instructor sighed, rubbing his temples. "Listen, I've seen guys like you before. Something's eating at you, and you're trying to outrun it. But this isn't the answer. Get help. When you're ready to talk, come find me. I've got time to listen." For a second, Moore considered laying into the guy, some aging hippie with more wisdom than he wanted to admit. But the sincerity in the man's eyes stopped him. Maybe he had a point. Moore exhaled sharply, staring past him at the distant hills of San Juan Chamula. "How do you stop hating yourself?" The question slipped out before he could stop it. Then, like a cruel joke, his phone buzzed. Fitzpatrick's voice crackled through. "We're set, boss." Moore barely registered the words. His focus locked on the figure stepping onto the porch. Salu, lighting a cigarette like he hadn't a care in the world. The fireworks boomed, masking the perfect opportunity for a clean shot. "Close the damn door," Moore muttered. But then Torres, stupid, reckless Torres, strolled right up to Salo like they were old friends. Fitzpatrick's voice turned sharp. "You seeing this? This smells like a setup." Moore's finger hovered over the trigger. If Torres was playing them, he wouldn't live long enough to regret it. The shot rang out before he could second-guess himself. Torres dropped like a sack of bricks. Moore didn't hesitate. He swung his rifle to the next target, a guard bolting from cover. The bullet found its mark, painting the dirt crimson. No time to think. Only react. Somewhere in the chaos, Moore wondered if the old instructor had been right. But right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Fitzpatrick's rifle barked twice, the suppressor doing little to muffle the sharp reports. Every shot had to count. Losing Sonia wasn't an option. Moore would rather die than let that happen. He barely knew her, but saving her felt like saving a piece of himself. Failure wasn't just about her. It was about what he'd become if he walked away. His breath held. He tracked the second guard sprinting along the side of the house and dropped him with 2 precise shots. Then, without warning, both cars erupted in flames, one after the other, their front ends lifting off the ground as fireballs clawed at the night sky. The explosions painted the house in a ghostly, flickering light. Moore had no idea if Torres had triggered the detonators before dying or if he'd set them on a timer. Not that it mattered. The guy had barely grasped the basics of wiring C4. Moore could still hear his own mocking instructions. Press the damn button, genius. Either way, mission accomplished. Move, Moore roared, drawing both Glocks and charging downhill. Fitzpatrick matched his pace, both men clad in black tactical gear, balaclavas pulled tight over their faces. The Kevlar vests had been a point of contention. Torres had struggled to squeeze into his, cursing his own bulk. At the base of the hill, Salo burst from the house, rifle in hand, dragging Sonia and Miguel behind him. Their legs were free, but their arms were still bound, each hauled by armed men. With their escape route cut off by the burning cars, Salo's only option was the narrow eastern road. He glanced back, spotted Moore and barked orders. But Moore was already airborne, launching himself toward cover, guns blazing. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled his nostrils, sharp and familiar. Sailu made his last mistake by breaking from the group. Moore's shots found their mark: chest, neck, thigh, sending the man crashing to his knees, his AK-47 spraying dirt harmlessly into the distance.
"Clear the house!"
Moore yelled at Fitzpatrick as 2 of Sala's men shoved Miguel aside and hit the ground, returning fire. Bullets kicked up dirt, forcing Moore deeper into cover before he rolled and fired back. His first shots went wide. Damn one-handed shooting. Adjusting, he lined up the next shot and dropped the guy on the right, muzzle flash giving him away. From the valley below, the distant thump of parade music, drums, trumpets, fireworks, mixed with the gunfire, making it hard to tell where the real threats were. Didn't matter. Moore pushed up from the dirt and sprinted toward the house, boots pounding, breath ragged in his ears, Fitzpatrick just ahead. The fight wasn't over yet. Miguel, Sonia, and the 3 remaining men were sprinting up the narrow back road, just as Moore had predicted. He sprinted around the side of the house, while Fitzpatrick barged through the front door. The sudden crack of gunfire and the sound of shattering glass filled the air. Salo had left a few of his men behind. Bad move. Fitzpatrick was on his own now. Moore tore up the road, his boots pounding against the cracked pavement as the group ahead veered toward a rundown house, perched at the hill's crest. A pair of rusted-out sedans lined the street, their dented frames blocking Moore's line of sight. Then came Sonia's voice, sharp, furious, laced with fear, shouting curses at the men holding her. That was all the confirmation he needed. The past was a ghost he couldn't shake. But tonight he could rewrite the ending. Muscles coiled tight with fury, Moore surged forward, his breath ragged, the weight of every failure pressing against his ribs. As he cleared the cars, the scene snapped into focus. Sonia had wrenched free from one thug, but another had her by the arm, his pistol jammed against her temple. The other 2 had their weapons trained on Miguel, who stood trembling, his pleas lost in the chaos. No bargaining. No mercy. Just the cold, hard math of survival. Training took over. Years of drills, missions, and bloodshed condensed into a single heartbeat. Moore locked eyes with the man holding Sonia and barked, "Hey!" The thug barely had time to flinch before Moore's shot punched through his skull. The other 2 hesitated, just long enough. Moore's next round slammed into their chests, sending them stumbling back. One tried to raise his weapon, but Moore was already moving, closing the gap with 2 more precise shots. The street fell eerily quiet, save for the distant wail of sirens and the faint pulse of carnival music. Miguel stared wide-eyed. "Who are you?" Moore answered in Spanish, voice rough. "Your father sent me." He flicked open a curved karambit blade, slicing through Sonia's ropes, then Miguel's. Cars parked downhill, keys under the mat. Get to the airport. Now. Sonia didn't hesitate, dragging Miguel away as Moore turned back toward the house. He vaulted over Torres's corpse, only to freeze in the doorway. Fitzpatrick lay sprawled on the floor, 2 dark holes in his forehead. Moore dropped to his knees, hands shaking. "Damn it, not like this." A phone buzzed nearby. He snatched it from Torres's pocket. Iga's name flashing on the screen. Moore exhaled hard before answering. "Louise isn't available. But I've got news for you. Amigo, your boy's just lost. Rojas' son and his girlfriend managed to escape," the voice on the phone said. Iga's temper flared. "What kind of operation are you running?
You swore your team was unstoppable."
"I'm heading back to Juarez," Howard replied. "We need to talk face to face." Iga's laugh was cold. "If you value your life, you'll stay far away. You won't walk out of that meeting alive." Howard wasn't backing down. "This isn't over. I'll contact you when I'm back in town." He ended the call, shoved Torres's phone into his pocket, then moved quickly to Salu's lifeless body, retrieving his phone as well. Inside the house, he dialed Towers, his voice tight as he relayed the disaster. "I need to get Fitzpatrick's body out of here. Now. Head north into the hills," Towers ordered. "Extraction teams en route." Moore exhaled sharply. "Copy that." With a grunt, he hoisted Fitzpatrick's body over his shoulders, his vision blurring for a moment. "Just hold on," he muttered. "I'm getting you home." Outside, the wail of sirens pushed him faster. A beat-up sedan screeched to a halt, 2 wide-eyed teens stumbling out, frozen at the sight of the carnage. "I need a favor," Moore barked, yanking his Glock free. "Which means I'm commandeering your ride." The kids raised their hands, backing off without protest. Moore flung open the rear door, carefully laying Fitzpatrick across the seat. The boys could have rushed him, but the look in his eyes warned them not to try. "Relax," he said, sliding behind the wheel. "You'll get it back in one piece." The engine groaned as he slammed the gas, tires spinning before catching on the steep incline. Meanwhile, in San Cristobal de las Casas, the local police had turned the hotel upside down, searching for Miguel and Sonia. Armed with grainy printouts of their faces, they interrogated staff and guests. Dante Corrales observed from a parked car across the street, sending one of Maria's men inside to gather intel. "Any sign of these missing tourists?" The cops barked. The man shook his head, lying smoothly. Pablo sat rigid beside Corrales, Maria on his other side. Pain pulsed through Corrales' wounded shoulder as he motioned for the driver to move. "Dante, if you won't deal with Fernando, I'm dead. They'll slaughter me and everyone else." Corrales forced a calm he didn't feel. "I'll handle it. Fernando's clean. No ties to them. Just relax." Maria leaned forward. "What's the plan?" "Same as before. La Familia pays up, we call Salu, retrieve the targets, and everyone walks away happy. And Castillo." Corrales smirked. "Right now, he's probably sweating bullets over how a sniper got within spitting distance of the boss." The driver suddenly twisted in his seat, eyes wide. "Mass shooting in San Juan Chimula. Bodies everywhere." Pablo stiffened. "You think it's them?" Corrales' stomach dropped. He checked his watch. "We've got time to check it out." He snapped at the driver. "Move." Now, chaos had officially taken over. When they reached the town, another scout returned with grim news: rebel fighters lay dead, the area locked down by police. "I checked for Roddle," the man reported. "They dragged out a headless body. Khaki pants. Just like you said. Pretty sure it's him." Corrales clenched his jaw, ending the call. Salo wasn't answering. Had Castillo's men ambushed him? If so, why no warning? Now he'd have to backtrack with La Familia, cancel the loan, infuriating them further. He needed to call Castillo, but words failed him. What could he even say? They'll assume we're fleeing to the airport. He finally announced to the group. The game had changed, and he was running out of moves. "Let's just leave this place. I don't mind driving through the night if we have to. We'll go north, all the way to Villahermosa. There's an airport there we've used before." Maria trembled beside him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Dante, I'm terrified. All I want is to go home." He pulled her close with his uninjured arm, murmuring reassurance. "I know, but trust me. This nightmare will be over soon." Corrales' phone buzzed. Castillo calling. He should answer. Spin some story about being ambushed for no reason. But he couldn't bring himself to face the questions. He tilted the screen away from Maria and let it ring, slumping back against the seat. The burning cars outside that house in Chamula had shaken him, but exhaustion was winning. When the phone rang again, he powered it off. This mess was his fault. He'd underestimated Salu, assuming the man would cower before the Joe Rez cartel's reputation. But Salo wasn't some street thug. He was ex-military, with a stubbornness Corrales now knew all too well. Meanwhile, Miguel and Sonia sped toward San Cristobal Airport, arguing the whole way. Miguel wanted to call his father immediately, but Sonia refused to stop, convinced the local police were compromised. Only when they reached the terminal did she finally relent. They scrambled for a payphone, fumbling with a prepaid card before Miguel left a frantic voicemail. Alive, unharmed. No idea where Corrales was. He turned to Sonia, admiration cutting through the fatigue. "You're the strongest person I've ever met. Stronger than my mother, and that's not an easy bar to clear." She smirked. "What? Surprised a woman can handle this?" "No." He laughed, kissing her. Just grateful. Her bravado wavered then, lips trembling. "How did you stay so calm back there?" "I figured they wouldn't kill us. We were leverage." He shrugged. "Anger helps too. Sometimes it drowns out the fear." Before she could reply, Miguel's gaze snapped to a news broadcast overhead. Assassination attempt on George Rojas. The screen flashed to chaos outside the Rojas estate in Cuernavaca, just south of Mexico City, a place better known for its Spanish literature programs than bloodshed. Cuernavaca had earned its reputation as a paradise of emerald. Green gardens and vibrant plazas, where the historic downtown buzzed with cafes and colonial charm. The city's prestigious university drew creative minds from every corner of the globe. But for Don Rojas, the true jewel was his sprawling estate, a 16th century-inspired masterpiece perched above the town. At nearly 8,000 square feet, the mansion outshone even his glamorous Acapulco retreat, boasting a library lined with rare first editions, a private cinema, and a gym worthy of a 5-star resort. His late wife had christened it the House of Eternal Spring, filling every room with her artistic touch. Though years had passed since her death, he kept everything exactly as she'd left it, preserving the home as both a sanctuary and a shrine. Now, standing between the library's towering bookshelves, Rojas clutched his phone, the silk robe clinging to him as he replayed his son's frantic voicemail. He'd worn a groove into the plush carpet, pacing for what felt like hours. When Castillo's gravelly voice cut through the silence, his knees nearly buckled. They're safe, the message claimed. But the timing made no sense. His security team hadn't even reached the location yet. My son's shaken, not mistaken. Rojas snapped, though doubt gnawed at him. As he barked orders to mobilize the men, his daughter-in-law Alexei burst in, tears streaking her face. "They're alive," she gasped, collapsing against him before he could answer. Meanwhile, in a sterile San Diego conference room, DIA agent Moore rubbed his temples as FB counterpart Ansara dropped another bombshell. Stolen military weapons, traced from Afghanistan to cartel hands, allegedly brokered by a Navy SEAL. Moore's jaw tightened. "Not one of ours," he muttered, though the evidence glared back at him. Across the table, Towers flipped through files, his voice flat. "Corrals is still in the wind." The air thickened with unspoken dread. Some betrayals cut deeper than bullets. After narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, Rojas retreated to his sprawling estate in Cuernavaca. Surveillance teams had the property surrounded. Both ground units and aerial reconnaissance, keeping close watch. "Any leads on the shooter?" Moore pressed. "Still nothing solid," came the reply. The hit was too sloppy for a cartel job. Probably just some lunatic with a grudge against wealthy targets. "What's the status on Sonia and Miguel?" Moore asked. Rojas' security detail flew them to the compound. "They're still there, no movement." "She hasn't made contact." "Not yet. The Guatemalans confiscated her watch and phone, but she knows the protocols. Dead drops, coded messages, how to stay off the radar. She'll reach out when she can." Moore exhaled sharply. "So we just wait." Towers shook his head. "Not exactly. We've got scouts in Sequoia tracking the cartel's biggest shipment yet. You're heading up there to follow the money trail. Straight back to Mexico. I want every transaction mapped. Every deposit traced to Rojas' shell companies. This is our shot to dismantle his whole operation. Wouldn't hurt to find a few cooperative witnesses along the way." Moore muttered. Towers smirked. "Keep dreaming. We hit Rojas from every angle. Sonia's intel, his Sinaloa connections, his dirty cops, and the financial paper trail." Speaking of the Sinalos, Moore cut in with a bitter laugh. "Zihuanudu Aga lost it when I called. Swore revenge for his dead men, said he'd hunt me to the grave." "Sounds about right," Towers said, unfazed. "But we need to keep that line open." "He'll answer my calls," Moore said, his voice tightening. "Probably just to hear what I'll say next." A shadow crossed his face as memories resurfaced. Fitzpatrick's last stand replaying in his mind. "That man saved my life. He was the best of us." The room fell silent. Towers and Ansara exchanged glances. Loss was part of the job, an unspoken burden they all carried. His family knew the risks, Towers said finally. They weren't shocked, just shattered. He snapped his laptop shut. "Enough reminiscing. Get moving. The cartel's waiting." Ansara grinned. "Oh, you'll love this. The whole area's wired with traps and sensors. Party favors everywhere." Moore groaned. "Can't we just hit a vineyard and call it a day?" "Napa's not on the itinerary," Ansara shot back. Meanwhile, in a fortified safe house in Mexicali, a man named Philippe handed a flash drive to Samad. "Everything's here," he said. A seasoned operative, Philippe had spent 2 years gathering intel for Ramani's network. His team, 5 loyal men, had resisted cartel recruitment. Their loyalty secured by generous payouts. "This intel will be worth the risk," Philippe assured him. The drive dangled from a lanyard, a small weight holding years of secrets. When they came across armed gunmen, most people assumed they belonged to some rival faction rather than being what Philippe proudly called his freelance operators. Samad took the offered key with a nod, sliding it into the laptop perched on the narrow kitchen counter. Hoisting himself onto a stool, He scrolled through hundreds of surveillance photos while Philippe lingered nearby. "Sir, we understand what you're planning," the man said abruptly. Samad raised an eyebrow. "Do you?" Philippe's voice dropped. "I've spent 5 years banned from the U.S. after getting caught moving cash across the border. My wife and daughters. Haven't seen them since. If you're making the crossing, I'll pay whatever it takes to go with you." Samad considered it. A local guide, especially one he could afford to lose, would be useful. "You've earned your passage, but just you. Will you speak to Mullah Ramani on my behalf?" "Consider it done." Philippe nearly sobbed with gratitude, his hands trembling as he thanked him. Samad barely acknowledged it, already absorbed in the files again. After a blown tire and unreliable drivers, they'd finally reached Mexicali. His men had been stunned by the city's chaotic energy, amused to find a thriving Chinatown tucked into the urban sprawl. One of Philippe's crew, Jean, had grown up there. His family descended from Chinese laborers brought in decades ago to dig irrigation canals for some long-defunct agricultural company. Samad barely listened to Philippe's rambling history lesson, focused instead on the images before him, construction sites. A warehouse, dump trucks hauling away suspicious amounts of dirt. The operation ran around the clock, crews cycling in and out like clockwork. But one man stood out. Older, sharply dressed, keeping irregular hours. Philippe's team had never tracked him home, so Samad made that the next step. By dusk, they were crammed into a dented Honda Civic, tailing the man's battered Kia through the suburbs. They marked his house, posted a lookout, and waited. "He doesn't realize it yet," Samad murmured as they drove away. "But that engineer, he's going to deliver us straight across the border." A slow smirk spread across his face. "Allah provides." Talwar glanced up from his phone, the glow casting shadows across his face. "According to what I just found, this place is owned by Pedro Romero. Did some digging. He used to be an engineer, but his firm went under a while back." Philippe sighed, rubbing his temple. "The construction industry's been brutal around here. Plenty of skilled guys can't find work." Samad smirked, crossing his arms. Wes Romero landed on his feet. "Ha! He's our guy. But we can't afford mistakes. We need him willing, which means knowing every detail about Mr. Romero before we make a move." Meanwhile, in the Rojas mansion in Cuernavaca, just 56 miles south of Mexico City, the night was anything but peaceful. Rojas lay motionless, his gaze tracing the intricate crown molding above him, the dark wood stretching into the dim corners of the room. The ceiling fan spun lazily, its blades slicing through the moonlight, casting flickering shadows over the bed and across Alexi's sleeping face. He shut his eyes, then jerked them open again at the clock's neon glare, 2:07 a.m. The last day had been a storm of violence. An assassination attempt. Miguel and his girlfriend nearly snatched off the street. He needed an escape, even if just for a night. With a grunt, he threw off the sheets, grabbed his robe, and padded downstairs, his phone's flashlight cutting through the dark. The kitchen light flickered on as he reached for the fridge, pulling out a carton of milk. Maybe a warm drink would quiet his nerves. But just as the pot hit the stove, a soft voice broke the silence. "Segar Rojas." He turned, startled. Sonia stood in the doorway, her silk robe barely covering her nightgown. For a second, he wondered if he was dreaming. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Rojas exhaled. "Just couldn't sleep." "What about you?" She stepped closer, fingers twisting the robe's belt. "Miguel took the sedatives like you told him. But I keep seeing that man's face. The blood." Her voice cracked. His jaw tightened. "Tomorrow, I'll arrange therapy." "You shouldn't have to carry that alone." She gave a weak nod, then gestured to the stove. "Milk. Help yourself." He poured 2 mugs, the silence stretching until she finally spoke again. "You've been through worse, haven't you?" Rojas chuckled darkly. "Expected it for years. No amount of planning prepares you for the real thing." Sonia hesitated, then met his gaze. "Miguel. He doesn't know everything, does he? About what you really do." The question hung in the air like the steam rising from their mugs. Rojas stared into his drink, the weight of his answer pressing down. "Some things," he said slowly. "Hair better left unsaid. Don't you think he should be prepared to take over if anything ever happened to you?" Sonia asked, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Rojas frowned. "That's a dark thing to bring up. If we're serious about this, if marriage is on the table, he has to understand how everything works," she pressed. "Obviously." She hesitated, her eyes flickering away. "Right now, he's sheltered. There are things he doesn't grasp." "With good reason," Rojas said, his voice tightening. "Some of my operations are beneath his notice. I have managers handling the day-to-day. When the time comes, I'll walk him through it all." Her gaze sharpened. "Would you walk me through it?" He paused. She was formidable, maybe too much so. His late wife had known next to nothing about his real dealings. "Naturally." He lied, sliding a steaming mug toward her. "You and Miguel would inherit everything, assuming you marry." "I'm not after your money," she said quickly. "I'm thinking about Miguel. You want him at the bank this summer, but what if he hates it? His misery would drag us both down. What's your solution? Let him shadow you. Make him your second in command. He is your son." Rojas considered it. She wasn't wrong. Miguel was his legacy, yet the boy barely understood the scope of his empire. If Rojas died tomorrow, Miguel wouldn't even know where to start. But some truths, the cartel, the violence, would stay buried. The kitchen door creaked open. Alexei stood there, arms crossed. "What's this little meeting about?" Rojas didn't blink. "Want some milk? There's plenty." Alexei sighed. "Fine." Sonia shifted uncomfortably. "I couldn't sleep. Saw the light on and thought I'd keep him company." Alexei's glare softened. "Yeah. Me too." Rojas studied them both. If either woman could read his thoughts, they'd be on the next flight out of the country. The only easy day, Al-Basra Oil Terminal. Persian Gulf, March 19, 2003. Moore hauled himself into the Zodiac, the inflatable boat rocking under his weight. 2 SEALs were already aboard. Having leapt from the platform moments earlier, they were still waiting on Carmichael and Mako 6. Hartog, who'd taken a hit. Moore ripped off his mask, gulping the briny air. To the west, the Cheech 47 Chinook hovered like a specter, its rear ramp gaping open. The pilot fought against the wind, the rotors churning up a ghostly spiral over the water. Gunfire erupted from the platform, most of it aimed at the chopper. Moore radioed for backup, but the patrol ship denied the request. Extraction was immediate.
"Seabird to Mako 1. We're taking fire! Move your asses now! Copy that!"
Bullets sparked against the Chinook's hull, vanishing into the mist. Moore turned back. Carmichael was still on the platform, Hartog slumped against him. "Frank."
"We're out of time!"
Moore shouted. Carmichael didn't flinch. Some rules weren't just movie lines. No man left behind was carved into his bones. And right now, that meant dragging Hartog home or dying trying. Navy SEAL Max Moore clenched his jaw as he hoisted the limp body of electronics. Technician. First-class Hartog over his shoulder. SEALs like his teammate Carmichael didn't back down. Not in training, not in combat, not ever. The motto rang in his ears. The only easy day was yesterday. But before he could haul Hartog to safety, bullets ricocheted off the railing, forcing him to duck. More gunfire erupted, stitching the water between their Zodiac and the oil platform. Moore glanced up just in time to see two Iraqi guardsmen taking aim. His squad reacted instantly, dropping both enemies with precise shots. Then came the splash. Carmichael and Hartog had plunged into the dark waves below, vanishing near one of the massive support beams. A hand broke the surface, and Moore swore he heard Carmichael's voice in his head, pleading, "Don't leave me!" But that wasn't right. Carmichael would never beg. "We have to turn back," yelled Gary Brand, the platoon's senior petty officer, gripping the Zodiac's edge. Moore hesitated, torn between his men and the extraction chopper hovering nearby. The pilot's voice crackled over the radio, urgency sharpening his tone. "Mako 1, this is Seabird. We can't hold position much longer." Moore's grip tightened on the throttle.
"You will wait!"
he snarled.
The pilot fired back. 30 seconds, damn it!
With a roar, the outboard engine surged to life as Moore swung the Zodiac toward Carmichael, barking orders to prep the rescue line. One shot, that's all Carmichael needed. Grab the loop, and they'd haul him in, even if it meant dragging him through the waves. But as they closed in, Carmichael, struggling with Hartog's weight, missed the toss. Moore cursed, whipping the boat into a tight arc for another pass. A glance at the Chinook sent ice through his veins. The bird was lifting off. Time stretched warped. The world narrowed to the rhythmic slap of waves, the metallic taste of salt, and Carmichael's silhouette clinging to the piling. The chopper's ramp tilted, cascading water like a waterfall as the engines roared. Then the gunfire resumed, a brutal reminder.
"They're taking off, move!" someone shouted.
A distorted voice, maybe Brand's, cut through the chaos. "Max, don't." But the choice was already made. Moore's throat burned as he yelled. "We're leaving!" Carmichael wasn't waving for help now. He was signaling go. Save the team. Bullets peppered the Zodiac's hull, sealing the decision. Moore gunned the engine, skimming the waves toward the Chinook. Seabird Mako 1.
"Coming in hot!"
The ramp lowered, water sheeting off its edge. One last look back, Carmichael resolute, already fading into the distance. The Zodiac shot up the ramp, crashing into the bay as the Chinook lurched skyward. The platform shrank below, gunfire chasing their escape. Silence settled, heavy and final. Carmichael's voice echoed again, but this time Moore knew the truth. He hadn't begged. He'd chosen to stay. Moore killed the engine and sat frozen in his seat, the weight of their failure pressing down on him. When he finally lifted his head, the hardened gazes of his SEAL teammates bore into him. Searching for an explanation, some shred of justification for abandoning a man in the water. But there were no words, no excuses. He clenched his jaw, shutting his eyes against the guilt before forcing himself back into motion. Around him, the others mechanically stripped off their gear, slipping into the numb rhythm of routine, as if the mission had never gone sideways. Training took over, muscle memory erasing the horror, until the next call came. 2 hours later, the largest SEAL operation in history was underway, but Moore's team was benched as backup, while Royal Marines and other SEAL units stormed the pumping stations. Faulty intel left them tangled in razor wire under heavy fire from Iraqi forces. An armored vehicle ambush was swiftly handled by an A-10 Warthog's missile strike, but the refinery assault on Al, Faw turned brutal. Marines pushed north into the Rumaila oil fields, but Moore's unit hit a snag. Their desert patrol vehicles sank into oil, slicked sand, forcing them to advance on foot against hundreds of entrenched Iraqis. Under the cover of airstrikes, they fought until dawn, leaving enemy positions in ruins before British forces relieved them. When Carmichael's body was recovered, the truth was worse than they'd imagined. Iraqi gunfire had taken him down, but it was the venom of yellow-bellied sea snakes, deadlier than cobras, that finished the job. Hartog's body washed up farther out, a grim footnote to the chaos. At Carmichael's funeral in San Diego, Moore stood among the ranks of grieving SEALs, their silence louder than any eulogy. As the casket passed, each man ripped the golden trident from his uniform and slammed it into the wood, a final salute to their fallen brother. Moore, last in line, drove his pin deep, then faltered. For a heartbeat, the discipline cracked, but the steel in his teammates' eyes pulled him back. He'd endure this. He had to. Frank's young widow, Laney, sat crumpled in her chair, her sobs muffled by a damp tissue as streaks of black mascara stained her cheeks like ink. The sight of her grief twisted something inside him. How could hollow words like, "I'm sorry," ever begin to make up for what she'd lost? He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, hating the helplessness that gnawed at him. Later, at the wake held in Anthony's, a dimly lit Italian restaurant with red, checkered tablecloths and the scent of garlic hanging thick in the air, Moore pulled Laney aside. She knew only the bare bones of what had happened. Gunfire, chaos, Frank not making it back. The official report had carefully omitted the part where Moore had given the order to fall back, leaving Carmichael behind. "Lanny, the truth is this is on me," he forced out, voice rough. She recoiled as if burned. "Stop. Just stop. You think I need some grand explanation, that I'm sitting here waiting to point fingers." Her laugh was sharp, brittle. "I married a SEAL, Max. I knew the risks. I knew this could happen. So save your guilt for someone who needs it." Moore swallowed hard. He didn't have to die. I'd know. Her hand shot up, cutting him off. Frank loved what he did. He loved you guys. That's how I'll remember him. He opened his mouth again, but she shook her head, her eyes glistening with something fiercer than sorrow. "Don't. You don't get to rewrite this for me." The weight of her words hit him like a punch. Without another sound, he turned and strode out, the murmurs of the other CLs following him like shadows. The air in Sequoia National Park was crisp, the scent of pine sharp in Moore's nostrils as he lay flat against the rocky outcrop, binoculars pressed to his eyes. Beside him, Ansara exhaled slowly. 5 of them, he murmured. Below, in a clearing dappled with sunlight, 5 men loaded bricks of dried marijuana into an unmarked truck. Earlier, Ansara had shown him the cartel's hidden operation, rows of sugar pines concealing a sprawling gross site, irrigation lines snaking through the underbrush like veins. The drying tents had been the most unsettling part, the air thick with the cloying scent of cannabis as young women, some barely more than girls, bundled and weighed the product under the watchful eyes of armed guards. Moore had snapped photos through the open tent flaps. The whole operation laid bare. "Last time I was here, I wanted to hit them." Ansara muttered. But the Bureau said no. Moore grunted. Wouldn't matter. They'd just set up somewhere else. Ansara smirked. "You ex-military types, always talking about chains of command like these guys are some kind of army." Moore adjusted his grip on the binoculars, his voice low. "We're not ex-anything." Moore chuckled to himself, recalling their earlier banter. "Just giving you a hard time." He muttered under his breath. His eyes flicked back to the laser trip wires they'd marked with strips of duct tape on the surrounding trees. Invisible barriers they couldn't afford to cross. Ansara had already saved him twice from accidentally breaking the beam, even demonstrating its path by dusting baby powder into the air to reveal the laser's faint glow. Inside the tent below, shadowy figures moved bricks while a security camera swiveled toward the hillside, its lens tilting upward. Moore and Ansara pressed lower behind their fallen log cover, just as the sound of approaching footsteps and snapping twigs reached them from the southeast. Guards. Their muttered Spanish carried through the trees, something about bear tracks. Bears. Great. Ansara shot him a look. Stay put. They'll move on. Down in the clearing, the cartel crew finished loading the truck, 3 men piling into the cab before the engine roared to life. Moore and Ansara needed to move, fast. Their mission to get back to their hidden mountain bikes, ride silently to the main road, and intercept the truck before it vanished. Satellite tracking would help, but they needed to plant a physical GPS tracker for precision. The feed was unreliable in these mountains, and losing this shipment wasn't an option. As the guards' voices faded, Ansara signaled the all clear. They wove through dense pines, needles crunching underfoot, until they reached their bikes. The distant rumble of the truck echoed down the dirt path, a narrow strip cleared by cartel workers about 60 feet east. Ansara swung onto his bike and took off like a pro, his movements fluid from years of tearing through Central Florida's toughest trails with his buddy Dave. Moore, on the other hand, wrestled with his handlebars, bouncing over roots like a rookie. He wiped out twice, miraculously without injury, before they finally reached their pickup. Tossing the bikes into the bed, they peeled onto Sierra Drive, Moore tracking the blue dot on his phone. "How far ahead?" Ansara asked. 3.5 miles. The FB agent smirked. "When this is over, remind me to teach you how to actually ride. Looked like you were fighting that thing the whole way." "Hey, I made it." Moore shot back. "Barely. You froze up in those dips. Gotta trust the bike. Let it move under you. Bikes don't talk. Yours was screaming. Pretty sure it wanted to hug a tree." Ansara laughed. "You ever heard of balance, man?" Moore rolled his eyes. "You always this chatty on stakeouts." "Only when my partner rides like a drunk squirrel." He glanced over. "So, you got a girlfriend?" Moore groaned. "We're tailing a drug truck. Focus. Signal solid. Where you think they're headed? If they hit Highway 198, probably Porterville. D had a bust there a while back." Moore zoomed in on the map, then sighed. And no girlfriend. Moore had left behind a woman in Afghanistan. Someone special, though he wasn't sure he'd ever see her again. "Local girl?" Ansara asked with a smirk. Moore snorted. "Yeah, right. That'd go over real well. I'd be swinging from the nearest tree before sundown." "No, she's American." Ansara raised an eyebrow. "She good looking?" "Nope." Moore lied with a grin. "Shame." Ansara's phone buzzed, cutting the conversation short. "Gotta take this. It's Ruben, the kid I brought in." Moore only caught fragments of the call, but Ansara's reactions told the story. The cartel had finished a massive underground tunnel linking Mexicali and Calexico. Ruben was part of a crew prepping to move serious weight, Colombian coke, Afghan opium, through this new route. Dry runs were done, and now the real deal was rolling north while cash and guns headed south. The cartel's beat-up truck crawled at a sluggish 45 Menfroof through back roads before rolling into Porterville, California, population 50,000, and parking behind a Holiday Inn Express. From their stakeout spot in a Burger King lot, Moore and Ansara watched, frustrated. 3 guys stayed glued to the cab, wrecking Moore's plan to slap a tracker underneath. "Want a burger?" Ansara asked suddenly. Moore shot him a look. "Einen out's the only decent burger out here. Pure beef. No junk in the fries. Just answer the damn question." "Fine." 2. By the time Ansara came back with the food, a white cargo van with blacked-out windows pulled up beside the cartel truck. Moore nearly choked on his first bite as he watched through his camera lens. 40 cinder. Block. sized bricks transferred in broad daylight. The van driver, some guy in a denim jacket and shades, tossed over a stuffed backpack. Cash, no doubt. Unbelievable. Moore muttered, and Sarah smirked. Oh, they believe it. Here's your drugs. Thanks for the cash. Have a nice day. They let the van go. Satellites and plate photos would track it. Stopping it now would spook the cartel, so the truck got the full attention instead. It rolled out, heading west toward Highway 65. Ansara hung back, letting them build a 2-mile lead before merging south. Out of nowhere, Ansara said, "So this girl of yours you still talking?" Moore frowned. "Why?" "Just wondering. My love life's a disaster. Can't help you there." Ansara grinned. "Figured. You're a SEAL. That's basically a death sentence for relationships. Some guys made it work. Exceptions. Most women these days won't put up with us being gone all the time. Back in Afghanistan, every Special Forces guy I knew was either single, divorced, or halfway there. Pretty sad." Moore chuckled. "Forgot you were a Seth. Explains a lot. I always figured you were just some washed-up mountain biker chasing clout and cash," she said with a smirk. He shot back. "Oh yeah, that's exactly why I signed up with the FB. Endless overtime, mediocre pay, and a target on my back. Real glamorous. You're obsessed with it. Wouldn't trade it for anything." Moore's eyes dropped to the map spread between them. "Hold up." They've pulled over. Gas station just outside Delano. Could be a quick pit stop, or another handoff. Either way, we gotta move fast or we'll lose them. Moore tapped the screen to zoom in, but the satellite feed glitched, freezing mid-frame. Damn it. Signal's gone. Bonita Real Hotel, Juarez, Mexico. Gloria Vega sat in the unmarked sedan across from the hotel. Inspector G. Mez behind the wheel. Both wore plain clothes, though their Kevlar vests betrayed the seriousness of the situation. The night before, the hotel's desk clerk, Ignacio Hernandez, had been discovered with a single bullet to the forehead. An execution. The owner, Dante Corrales, and his girlfriend had vanished. Mez had tracked down other employees and construction workers tied to the hotel's renovation, planning to question them today. He nodded toward the roof. "See those 2 spotters, but not the usual crew, new faces." Vega frowned. "You think Corrales killed his own clerk and ran? Why?" Mez exhaled sharply. "Not that simple." "How do you know?" He turned, irritation flashing in his eyes. "Because I've been at this longer than you've been alive. Stay put until I say otherwise." With a grunt, he shoved the car door open and crossed the street toward the hotel entrance. Vega watched as the spotters tracked his movement. Timing was everything. Towers had drilled that into her. But time was running out, and caution was getting harder to cling to. Could she dodge death again? Was any of this even worth it? Her thoughts shattered as an engine roared. A dark blue sedan skidded around the corner, 2 men leaning out the windows, shotguns in hand. Vega barely had time to dive from the car before gunfire erupted. Buckshot tore into the sedan's frame, but she was already firing back. More shots. Her eyes flicked up. The spotters had rifles now, raining bullets down. A searing pain flared in her neck, then her shoulders. Blood pooled beneath her as she collapsed behind the wrecked car. One of the gunmen approached, leveled his shotgun, and fired. Darkness crept in, but somehow she was still breathing. Through a haze of blood, she saw Mez kneeling beside her. "I'm sorry." "Dear lady," he murmured, fishing her phone from her pocket. "Too many years in this game to get caught now." "They sent you to sniff out a rat. Ugly business." He stood, turning to another man. "Pablo, where's Dante?" "Seth had some issues with the Guatemalans." "What do you need?" Pablo's voice was cold. Message from Dante. "Back off Zeoniga. Stay away from him. Zedoniga. Are you out of your mind? He's the target. Vega strained to listen, wishing she could reach Towers, but her focus shattered as memories of her parents surfaced. Gone, just like that. She longed for their faces, for any flicker of light, but all she felt was a hollow, icy numbness. Then, cutting through the void, a desperate plea echoed. Dante's about to make a terrible call. Get him on the line before he does something irreversible. I'll tell him, sir. The cold seeped in sharper than before, jolting her back to reality. A violent shiver ran through her. Then, light. Tiny at first, like a distant star, then swelling into a radiant warmth, like the sun breaking through clouds. Some dismissed it as brain chemistry, but Vega understood. This was something more. Meanwhile, at a Chevron station in Delano, California, Moore and Ansara rolled up to the truck's last known location, the satellite feed flickering back to life just in time. The truck hadn't budged. Luck was rare in their line of work, but today it showed up, along with an unexpected call from ATF Agent Whittaker. Silver Honda Odyssey, Whittaker said, voice tight, should be pulling in any minute. They'll park behind the car wash. Towers says we let the handoff happen. Copy that. Moore replied, gripping the phone. And you're certain these are the same weapons that SEALs smuggled out of Afghanistan? Absolutely. And this is just the first load. The rest are stashed in Minnesota. Their mistake was splitting the shipment. Makes our job easier. Moore exhaled as Ansara parked beside a transmission shop, giving them a clean sightline to the truck. A quick scroll through Whittaker's report listed the stolen arsenal MEM-4A1s, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, enough firepower to start a small war. No sooner had Moore described the van than it rolled in, suspension sagging under the weight. Back in Afghanistan, at least the enemy had the decency to hide. Moore muttered. These guys, brazen as hell. Ansara lifted his camera. Act innocent, stay invisible. They've adapted. Daytime deals, nighttime sleep. They know our playbook. Moore's jaw tightened. We can't let those weapons cross the border. Hold up, Ansara countered. Follow the money, not the guns. That's the priority. Maybe, but I won't sleep knowing a SEAL's rifle ends up in cartel hands. Ansara smirked. Or maybe they're all fresh off the factory line. Moore scoffed, snapping photos as Black Anvil cases transferred from van to truck. The cartel driver handed over a nondescript paper bag to the van's driver. A lean, long-haired guy who looked more like he belonged on a reservation than in a smuggling ring. The irony wasn't lost on them. The entire operation was over in under 5 minutes. The men worked with practiced efficiency, loading the van like they'd done it 100 times before. As the vehicle pulled away, the cartel members lingered briefly in their truck. Moore adjusted his camera lens, catching the driver mid-conversation on his phone. Then his own device buzzed. Towers. 3 words sent a chill through him. Vega is dead. Moore's grip tightened. How? Towers laid it out. Cold, brutal details. After gunning her down, they'd wired her body with explosives. When first responders showed up, the cartel triggered the blast. You believe that kind of sick move? Towers muttered. Who ordered it? Jiha Mez or the cartel. Signal dropped during the handoff between satellites. No confirmation. Moore's jaw locked. Jihi Mez. Had to be. He wanted it to look like cartel work. She was our best lead, Towers admitted. We've got eyes on the ground, informants feeding intel. But this sets us back hard. Moore exhaled, fingers pressing into his temples. She didn't bleed for nothing. We'll make sure of that. After hanging up, silence settled between Moore and Ansara as they tailed the cartel truck, letting a buffer of cars slip ahead. Langley pinged them. They'd hacked the driver's phone, activating its G-piece. Satellite visuals paired with the signal meant no more dropouts. Moore scoffed. He didn't trust tech. Give him a physical tracker any day, and 5 are now 3. Moore finally said, voice rough. And Sarah nodded. Lost 2 friends myself, both bureau. Army buddies, all made it home, so far. Moore's reply was flat. We don't want to go there, that bad. Ha! Not about the count. Ansara hesitated. Fitzpatrick was solid. Don't carry that. Moore stared at the road. You replay it. Every decision. I sent him in. He didn't walk out. Dude, that mindset'll wreck you. Yeah, no it does. For a second, Moore swore he saw them. Fitzpatrick, Carmichael, the others, seated at that dim Italian joint from Carmichael's wake. Vega strolled in, shaking her head like they'd all screwed up. Then she locked eyes with him. You know what to do. He did. An hour later, Bakersfield's sprawl gave way to a narrow alley behind Jose Taco, a local Mexican spot with decent Yelp ratings. Brick walls boxed in one side, a rundown apartment complex loomed on the other. Damn, this'll be tight. Ansara muttered, cruising past before swinging into an empty parking spot. Moore was already moving, on foot. Now, they bolted toward the apartments, Moore veering behind the building where scraggly shrubs hugged the wall. Cover. If they needed it. The air smelled like fried onions and diesel. Somewhere a dog barked. Not ideal. But neither was waiting. Rounding the corner, Moore and Ansara spotted the truck less than 100 feet ahead, its rear doors wide open as men loaded bricks of marijuana. Staying low behind the bushes, they maneuvered toward a pair of dumpsters with their lids propped open. Perfect cover for a closer look. The stench of rotting garbage hit Moore like a punch, but he ignored it, crouching behind the dumpster's shadow as palm fronds rustled overhead. Through his camera's viewfinder, he captured the scene. A sleek black BMW 6059 with its trunk being packed, its driver a silver, haired man in a tailored suit, gold cufflinks glinting under the streetlights. Only in L.A. would a guy picking up a drug shipment dress like he was heading to a board meeting. The dealer plates from Santa Monica said it all. This was high. End product for Hollywood's privileged. The kind of people who'd pay top dollar to stay blissfully numb in their Beverly Hills estates. The exchange was quick. Handshakes. 2 fat envelopes changing hands. Then the BMW purring away like it had just left a valet. Moore was about to signal Ansara to move when the growl of an engine sent them pressing tighter against the dumpster. A beat-up Toyota Tacoma rolled in, its windows tinted dark enough to hide the 2 wanted gangsters inside. Dressed in sagging jeans and wallet chains, they looked like extras from a bad crime flick. The driver exchanged nods with the cartel crew before more bricks vanished into the truck's bed. But instead of leaving, the pair idled there, one eventually storming out to bang on the restaurant's back door. "Where's our damn food?" he shouted. Moore bit back a laugh. Drug deals and takeout only in this town. The cook, a Chinese man in a comically mismatched Jose's Tacos apron, yelled back in broken English before slamming the door. Then the thug turned, his gaze locked onto the dumpsters. Moore's breath hitched. "We're made?" Ansara hissed. The guy took a step closer, then broke into a jog, his eyes widening as he spotted them. Moore didn't wait. His Glock was out before the thug could clear his own weapon. 2 silenced shots dropped the guy mid-reach. The Tacoma's engine screamed to life, tires screeching as it lurched forward. Ansara's shots were surgical, blowing out both rear tires in succession. Moore sprinted, launching himself onto the bumper as the truck fishtailed, his fingers clawing for purchase on the roll bar. The world narrowed to the roar of the engine, the smell of burnt rubber, and the certainty that this night was far from over. Moore gripped the tailgate as the truck lurched forward, its two flat tires grinding against the pavement. Leaning out, he squeezed off 2 shots, shattering the driver's window but failing to hit his target. In the rearview, he spotted the guy raising a phone to his ear. Swearing under his breath, Moore fired again, this time through the back window, but the driver ducked just in time. Adjusting his stance, Moore leaned further left, lining up the perfect angle. One final shot, and the driver slumped forward. The truck swerved hard, slamming into a brick wall as Moore leaped clear, stumbling but staying on his feet. Breathing hard, he and Ansara sprinted to the cab. Yanking the door open, they watched as the driver collapsed onto the pavement. Inside, the scene was a mess. Cocaine scattered across the console, a half smoke joint still smoldering in the ashtray, and more bags stuffed in the glove box. Moore snatched the phone, relieved to see the call hadn't connected. For a second, he just stared, frozen, until Ansara snapped him out of it. Damn, that's a haul. But we gotta move. Now, shaking off the daze, Moore nodded, and they took off down the alley. As they rounded the corner, he glanced back just in time to see a guy in a Jose taco apron stepping outside, balancing 2 takeout bags. Minutes later, they were back in their own truck, tailing the cartel vehicle Ansara was sure was headed for Palmdale. Moore updated Towers, who wasn't thrilled, but at least the cartel remained clueless. Local cops were already on their way. Meanwhile, at the Rojas estate in Cuernavaca, Miguel floated at the bottom of the pool, holding his breath longer than necessary. The kidnapping had left him rattled. Sonia had been the strong one, while he'd faltered, even breaking down at one point. The shame gnawed at him. His father had noticed, suggesting he take up martial arts again, even offering to send him to Thailand for training. Miguel had brushed it off, retreating to the pool where he'd spent most of the day. Sonia lounged nearby, flipping through a magazine, oblivious to his turmoil, but he couldn't shake the memory of the hostages' desperate pleas. How he'd begged the kidnappers, insisting the cartel would pay anything. Miguel had heard whispers before. His father's associates tossing around words like cartel and sicarios. But Ryle had always insisted they were fighting corruption, not fueling it. Now doubt crept in. Was his father telling the truth, or was there something darker beneath the surface? The Rojas Empire had always considered the cartels their deadliest adversaries, and Miguel initially suspected Raul might have been a former cartel operative recruited by his father. It wouldn't have been unusual. Fernando had a history of plucking young men from Mexico's roughest neighborhoods, molding them into loyal bodyguards and enforcers. Dante Corrales was proof of that, rising to become Fernando's most trusted lieutenant. But if Raul reported directly to Corrales, why would he beg for help from the cartel? And why would Corrales promise to do anything he asked? Worse, why would cartel members offer ransom for a man who supposedly wasn't one of their own? Miguel's mind raced. Had his father and Fernando known? Was Corrales compromised? The kidnappers had known exactly where to find them, yet only family and trusted security were aware of their vacation plans. Someone inside was feeding information to the enemy. He hated the thought, but a quiet, persistent doubt had always lingered about his father's dealings. Maybe it wasn't direct cartel ties, just payoffs to keep trouble at bay, grease to keep the wheels turning. That was just survival in Mexico. But what if he'd been naive? What if his father was deeper in than he realized? What if the attack hadn't been some lone madman, but a cartel hit? He burst from the pool, water sluicing off him as he gripped the edge. Sonia peered over her sunglasses. "You were under forever. There are rooms in this house we're forbidden to enter." He muttered. Like what? Locked doors. The basement's off limits. Is that what you were brooding about? My father keeps secrets. All men do. She smirked when he raised a brow. Women don't. Obviously not, she said, batting her lashes. He claims it's just vaults, art, collectibles, things he doesn't want damaged. You don't buy that. I don't. So what's really down there? Miguel's chest tightened. No idea. Then let's ask him to show us. He can chaperone. He'll refuse. Want me to try? She grinned. Pretty sure I've got him wrapped around my finger. Miguel exhaled. He adores you. Won't change a thing. She leaned in, mischief flashing. Or we could sneak in. He snorted. There's a guard posted round the clock. Maybe it's just extra security for jewelry, valuables. Rich people do that. Miguel hesitated. There's something else. She slid beside him, legs dipping into the water, and cupped his face. Tell me, remember Ral's last words. Her smile vanished. Do we have to? Please, she shuddered, just screaming. Blood. Her fingers brushed her cheek, recalling the smear of Ral's life across her skin. He said the cartel would pay. The cartel. Why? Maybe he was dirty. Maybe that's why we were targeted. Why does it matter now? It doesn't. You mentioned the basement guard earlier. Sonia hadn't spotted him yet. We haven't checked that part of the estate, she said, wringing water from her hair. Miguel shook his head. Bribing him won't do any good. She flashed a mischievous grin. You don't know that. Where's your sense of adventure? Might be exactly what we need right now. Fernando appeared on the pool deck, slipping his phone into his pocket. You two should clean up, he announced. Mr. Rojas expects us for dinner soon. Sonia sauntered over, tilting her head playfully. Actually, we were hoping for a quick peek downstairs first. The bodyguard's expression hardened. Absolutely not. That area is restricted. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. Fernando, be a sport. Just a tiny look. He didn't budge. With an exaggerated sigh, she turned back to Miguel. Fine. Let's get ready. I'm turning into a lobster out here anyway. As she helped him from the pool, Fernando's gaze lingered, sharp and assessing. Everything all right? Miguel asked, wrapping a towel around his shoulders. The bodyguard gave a stiff nod. Of course, sir. Meanwhile, in a quiet Palmdale neighborhood, a cartel truck rolled into the driveway of a 2-story home. Ansara and Moore watched from a distance, tucked between parked cars. The desert heat pressed down, the air thick and dry. Palmdale sprawled across the high desert, its red, tiled rooftops standing out against the dusty landscape. Families flocked here for the schools and parks, but beneath the surface, the city had its share of shadows, cheap motels along the highway where deals went down in the dark. Moore's phone buzzed. Towers had updates. Sonia had made contact through a dead drop near Rojas' estate, retrieving a hidden sat phone from a restaurant bathroom. She was furious, demanding answers about her mysterious rescuers. Moore smirked. Tell her I take mine black, no sugar. Towers snorted. Yeah, I'll pass that along. But listen, Dante Corrales is gone. Vanished with his girlfriend. They killed a hotel clerk looking for him. Moore's grip tightened on the phone. So he's running from everyone now. Exactly, Towers agreed. A thought struck Moore. Wait, I know where he'd go. Before Towers could respond, movement caught his eye. 2 bikers pulled up across the street, helmets coming off to reveal young, hardened faces beneath leather jackets. Moore raised his camera, zooming in. Gotta call you back. Moore snapped several clear shots of the suspects' faces and quickly transmitted them via satellite to Langley for identification. As they moved across the street, they observed the truck driver and his 2 associates remaining inside the vehicle while exchanging brief words. Moments later, one of the men clicked a remote, raising the garage door. The crew sprang into action, unloading what looked like the last shipment of tightly packed marijuana bricks into cardboard boxes inside the garage, leaving the weapons untouched in the truck. Just as the cartel members finished and the bikers revved their engines, Towers confirmed the shocking truth. Those riders were actually local sheriff's deputies. Moore clenched his jaw. It was infuriating how easily corruption spread, even among those sworn to uphold the law. For officers barely scraping by on $50K a year, the temptation of a single weekend's cartel paycheck could unravel years of integrity. Disgusted, Moore growled, "Let's take these traitors down now." They swear an oath, then wipe their boots on it. Ansara nodded, but kept his eyes on the truck now rolling away. Patience. This isn't over. The vehicle was registered to Roberto Guzman, a produce distributor in Los Angeles who'd already spun a flimsy alibi, claiming his loyal employee had borrowed the truck for repairs. Right. Guzman was neck deep in cartel money, and his story reeked of desperation. An hour later, the truck veered off the highway into a gas station. Moore watched as the men split up inside the store. Two heading toward the restroom, the other grabbing beers. Seizing the moment, Moore slid a GPS tracker under their bumper while pretending to fill up his own truck, his cap pulled low. Between the satellite feed, phone tracking, and now the hidden device, losing them would take a miracle. Corona and limes, Ansara noted dryly, celebrating early. Before Moore could reply, Ansara's phone buzzed. His informant had news. A tunnel run tonight, followed by a heavy-moving job. Moore smirked. They're heading to Calexico. Bet my badge on it. Ansara groaned. If you're right, we'll hit San Bernardino traffic at sunset. This'll be a long crawl. Moore glanced at the highway, where a passing truck carried dirt bikes caked in mud. He allowed himself a grim smile. The chase was on, and this time, the bastards wouldn't slip away. Pedro Romero knew attempting to ride one of those motorcycles would be a death wish. Back at his home in Mexicali, he dialed his wife Cecilia's cell twice with no response. His daughter Blanca, 16 and usually glued to her phone, didn't pick up either. Even Maria, their 12-year-old who loved using the landline like it was her personal hotline, was silent. No voicemail, no answer. Maybe they'd gone to the mall, or the cell towers were acting up. He just wanted to tell them he'd be late, but now unease prickled his skin. Pulling into the driveway, he spotted Cecilia's Corolla parked on the curb, the house lights blazing. Strange. The front door creaked as he stepped inside, calling out. Silence. His pulse quickened as he moved down the hall into the living room, then froze. The sight hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest. Blanca and Maria sat rigid on the couch, wrists bound, mouth sealed with duct tape, eyes swollen from crying. Cecilia, gagged beside them, met his gaze with sheer terror. Flanking them were two rough-looking men in flannel shirts, pistols leveled. A third man strolled in from the kitchen, sipping tea like this was a casual visit, the bag string swaying from his mug. His smirk was ice cold. Took you long enough, C or Romero. Were those your calls about running late? Pedro's breath came in shallow gasps. Who the hell are you? The man's grin didn't reach his eyes. We hear you're good at building things. Tunnels? Maybe. Pedro's engineering mind clicked into overdrive. These weren't just thugs. They were terrorists, Arabs by the look of them. Hunting for a backdoor into the U.S., his family's lives hung on his next words. I get it, he said, voice steadier than he felt. I can make arrangements. You'll let them go. The leader arched a brow. Smart man. Cooperate, and no one gets hurt. 17 of you. Pedro choked out as the man confirmed their numbers. My employers won't just let that slide. The terrorist waved a dismissive hand. Then make sure they don't find out. A toilet flushed down the hall, and a Mexican man, Felipe, emerged, avoiding Pedro's eyes. The leader jabbed a thumb at him. Felipe stays. If we don't call, your family dies. Pedro switched to rapid-fire Spanish, banking on the Arab's lagging comprehension.
Felipe, you idiot!
These guys will wreck the cartel's business with the U.S. You think they'll let either of us live after that? Felipe just shrugged. Their money spends better. The backpack loomed absurdly large, nearly swallowing the man carrying it. The backpack felt like it was filled with bricks, and Reuben Everson knew he should have been at his kitchen table, sweating over algebra problems. Instead, he was standing at the mouth of a tunnel stretching nearly a mile underground, 25 kilos of cocaine pressing into his shoulders. Around him, 10 other men, some Mexican, some American, shifted uncomfortably as cartel members strapped identical loads onto their backs. Their job was simple: haul the cargo through the tunnel to a safe house on the other side. Wait for a second shipment to arrive, then carry that back. Easy money, the sicarios had promised. Except nothing about this felt easy. He had used. The entrance was hidden inside a cramped electrical room, just a jagged hole in the concrete with rickety wooden stairs leading into darkness. Reuben followed a burly guy down, his boots sinking into damp earth as he turned into the tunnel. The ceiling was high enough that he didn't have to duck, but the walls felt like they were creeping closer with every step. Strings of LED lights flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows on the white soundproofing panels lining the passage. Ventilation pipes and electrical wires snaked along the walls, and a PVC pipe ran beside his feet like some kind of makeshift gutter. His earpiece crackled. The FB signal was fading fast, along with his G-piece. The tunnel seemed to pulse around him, the air thick with dust and the sour tang of sweat. The guy behind him barked, "Pick up the pace!" And Reuben hurried forward, heart hammering. Even if cops were waiting on the other side, it didn't matter now. He'd taken the cash. He'd made his choice. Then he saw it, a crude line painted on the ceiling, U.S. on one side, Mexico on the other. The man behind him snorted, "Welcome to America," but Reuben barely reacted. A side passage opened up, revealing a tiny shrine with flickering candles. For a second, he imagined stopping, whispering a prayer for his family, for the boy with no toes. But there was no time. The tunnel swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, back at the warehouse, Pedro Romero smirked as he watched the Arab man stiffen at the name. Samad. Small victories. He wasn't done yet. He'd called the sicarios in charge of the shipment, demanding an extraction, but the new lieutenant, some kid named Jose who fancied himself El Jeff, had screamed at him. "Corrales gave the orders himself?" Jose snapped. Romero clenched his jaw. "Where is Corrales? Nobody's seen him. That's why I'm running this show now." The silence on the other end of the line was answer enough. "This is my show now." The young man snapped. "Quiet down and listen," came the sharp reply. "You've got 10 minutes to clear every last man from that tunnel in the house. If you don't, Corrales will be coming for you, and trust me, you don't want that." The kid scoffed, shifting his weight before finally relenting. 3 vehicles had transported Romero, Samad, his 2 enforcers, and 14 others to the tunnel entrance. Romero gripped the wheel of his sedan, Samad beside him, the lieutenants looming in the back. Behind them, 5 more men piled into his wife's car, while 9 others squeezed into a battered Tropic traveler van, along with 6 oversized duffels. The rigid shapes inside made Romero's stomach twist. Rifles, explosives, Definitely not picnic supplies. As they approached the site, dread coiled in Romero's chest. He knew how this would end. These men wouldn't leave loose ends. He muttered a prayer, begging for his family's safety. They'd kill him the second he outlived his usefulness. Once they crossed into the U.S., the carnage they'd unleash made his blood boil. They saw him as weak, but they were wrong. Samad had no idea the tunnel was wired with C4, rigged to collapse on command. Corrales had warned Romero years ago. Their bosses' feared enemies might hijack it someday. Across the site, 3 sicarios monitored security feeds from a trailer, armed with the primary detonators. A backup set sat in the maintenance locker. Romero just needed to grab one before leading the Arabs inside. Then he'd end this. Nearby, Reuben dropped his backpack with a thud, the others following suit. Before they could settle in, El Jeffy stormed up from the tunnel, barking orders to evacuate. "What about the other shipment?" Reuben protested.
"We were promised extra pay."
"Scrap it. Move." Reuben scowled. "Our gear." "Who's taking it?" No clue. "Just go." The oldest mule, gray streaking his temple, stepped forward. "We can't all leave at once. That's asking for trouble." El Jifi didn't hesitate. He shoved his pistol against the man's forehead. "Get out!" The mule held his glare, then turned, leading the others into the night. Reuben hesitated for a moment before heading to the bathroom, locking the door behind him. The house fell eerily quiet as he turned on the faucet to mask his call to Ansara, who was already briefed on the situation. "What's my next move?" he whispered. "Get back in that tunnel." Ansara snapped. "Something big is going down. The main shipment arrives in 30 minutes. Play dumb. Say you lost your phone. Just get down there." Reuben scoffed. "You're out of your mind. Don't overthink it. Stick to the plan." Stepping out, he nearly collided with El Jifi, who eyed him suspiciously. "Who were you talking to?" "My ride," Reuben lied smoothly. El Jifi jerked his chin toward the door. "Move." Outside, Reuben feigned compliance before ducking into the bushes. After a tense pause, he crept toward the house, testing windows, all blinds drawn. At the front door, he pressed his ear against the wood. Silence. Slipping inside, he made his way to the master closet, where the tunnel entrance lay hidden. The others had already descended, leaving him alone with his racing thoughts. He paced, wiping his sweaty palms on his jeans. Walking away was the smart choice. But would they really kill him over a missing phone? El Jeff had heard him talking, though. He needed a better excuse. Maybe panic. Claim he thought cops were outside and bolted for the tunnel. That might work. Swallowing hard, he climbed down the ladder, the damp earth crunching underfoot as he followed the dim lead strips. And now, of all times, his bladder screamed at him. Meanwhile, Romero briefed Samad during the drive. 3 cartel enforcers monitored the warehouse via battery-powered cameras. Wireless ones had failed, leaving them reliant on hardwired feeds. The plan: cut power to the monitors and relieve the sicarios of their phones. Romero could handle the electrical work if Samad's men neutralized the guards. Parking behind heavy machinery, they split up, 6 men to handle surveillance, while Samad and his lieutenants followed Romero to the electrical terminal. Though a construction engineer, Romero knew the emergency protocols. As they approached, they ducked behind drainage pipes, watching 3 young sicarios, including El Jeffef, climb into Insuv. "Lucky kid," Romero muttered. Following orders just saved his life. In sync, Romero killed the power with a heavy thunk, plunging sections of the lot into darkness. Samad's signal triggered the takedown in the trailer. "Let's move," Samad ordered. Inside, Romero paused at the maintenance room. "Wait here," Samad frowned. "Why?" "Need the remote to disable the backup cameras." Otherwise they'll see us. Samad smirked. Smart. But I'm coming with you. Romero shrugged. Suit yourself. Romero gave a curt nod and ushered the man into the dimly lit room. Weaving past the industrial pumps, still humming as they drained water from the tunnel. The air smelled of damp concrete and motor oil. Just then, Samad's phone buzzed, and after a brief exchange, he turned with a smirk. Good news. The trailer's empty. No calls went out. Romero fumbled with his keyring, the metal jingling as he unlocked the dented locker. His fingers closed around the detonator. A clunky, outdated thing no bigger than a handheld radio, its rubber antenna bobbing as he palmed it away from Samad's curious gaze. He tapped a few meaningless buttons for show before stuffing it into his jacket. Grabbing 2 flashlights, he tossed one to Samad. Let's move. Remember our deal. Once you're through, you call Philippe. My family walks free. Samad's grin was all teeth. Naturally, the rest of the group filed in, their boots scuffing the grimy plywood stairs as Romero led the way. Samad kept close, his pistol a cold presence at Romero's back. 500 feet in, the tunnel twisted sharply left, then right. Ahead, a pinprick of light flickered to life, growing until a shadowy figure emerged. Hold up. Who's that? Samad barked, freezing the group. Romero squinted. No one should be here. Maybe a mule got spooked. He raised his voice.
Identify yourself!
A shaky reply echoed back.
It's Reuben.
I think cops are topside. Had to bail back down here. Romero hurried forward, gripping the kid's shoulder. You sure about the cops? Reuben's phone light wavered, illuminating the strangers behind Romero. Bearded, dark-eyed, speaking in guttural tones. One snapped, Yalla! And Reuben's blood ran cold. He'd heard that in games, Arabic. Terrorists. Romero exhaled sharply. Just a cartel runner. Got spooked by nothing. Samad's voice dripped with amusement. Oh, I doubt it was nothing. He shouldered past Romero, murmuring something to Reuben. Then in a flash, the boy was thrashing as steel flashed. Reuben collapsed, choking on his own blood, fingers clawing at the wound.
He was a kid!
Romero roared. Samad wiped his blade. And you're next if you stall again. Reuben gasped, tears mixing with dirt. I don't want to die. Romero knelt, clasping the boy's hand. Lord, take him home. Samad yanked him up by the collar. Move. He shoved Romero ahead, pistol digging into his spine. The tunnel opened into a crude shrine. Candles flickering beneath photos of missing diggers, their families frozen in smiles. Romero's jaw tightened. Monsters, all of them. Time to end this. His hand slipped into his pocket. Fingers curling around the detonator. Reuben gasped for air as he lay crumpled on the ground, his life seeping into the dust. Through blurred vision, he spotted a faint glimmer near his outstretched fingers. Something small catching the dim light. For a delirious moment, he imagined it was divine intervention, a sliver of hope sent to pull him from death's edge. His trembling hand closed around the object, its cool metal pressing into his skin. Though the darkness obscured its shape, he recognized the weight of a pendant, its looped eyelet brushing his thumb. A memory flashed. The snap of a chain during his struggle, the sharp sting of betrayal. Clutching the pendant like a lifeline, he whispered a desperate prayer before darkness threatened to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, near the California border, he more squinted through the windshield as their convoy trailed the cartel's lead truck by 6 vehicles. Tower's latest update crackled over the radio. Ansara's young informant had gone silent. No confirmation of his fate, just eerie radio static. Surveillance teams reported movement, fresh mules arriving at the tunnel site, shadows flitting between parked cars. The Mexican authorities had ghosted them, leaving civilian watchers as their only eyes, too distant to ed anyone. Ansara's jaw clenched at the news. Kid had potential, he muttered, voice fraying. Thought I could steer him right. Moore gripped the wheel tighter. Focus. We're walking into a war zone. Across the border. Romero's finger hovered over the detonator, its green light a taunt. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Samad studied him, disbelief twisting his features. You'd bury us all, Samad demanded. Romero didn't flinch. He ripped aside a wall panel, exposing rows of C4. 14 charges, he said coldly. Enough to collapse this tunnel like a house of cards. Samad paled. This isn't wisdom. It's madness. Romero's laugh was brittle, called Philippe. Now, as Samad reluctantly dialed, the air thickened with the unspoken truth. Trust had shattered long before the explosives were ever laid. Samad held out the phone, his expression unreadable as Romero hesitantly took it. Tell Philippe to let my family go. Romero demanded, his voice tight with desperation. There was a pause before the response came. Simple, obedient. Relief washed over Romero as he heard his wife's trembling voice on the line. His daughter's cries in the background twisted his heart. Samad, impatient, motioned toward the detonator in Romero's grip. You really think this ends with you walking free? Romero muttered, clutching the device tighter. Samad smirked. We've got plans. Cheeseburgers, freedom, the American dream. Romero's jaw clenched. Maybe I should keep this. Try it. Samad said, his tone shifting to ice. Philippe isn't the only one watching your family. Hand it over. With a slow exhale, Romero relented. Samad flicked the switch, silencing the threat, then tucked the detonator into his jacket. Romero kept the phone pressed to his ear, his wife's voice pleading. Pedro, where are you? Tell Philippe to leave. Romero ordered, his voice cracking. No. Samad pressed a gun to Romero's temple. My phone. Romero surrendered it, his hands shaking. They moved through the tunnel, emerging into a dimly lit closet. As the others climbed out, Romero hesitated, until a hand clamped over his mouth. A whisper slithered into his ear, soothing and sinister. Then came the blade, swift and searing. He gasped, collapsing as the pain spread like fire. Samad loomed above him, his face a mask of cold satisfaction. Allah rewards the faithful. He murmured before turning away. Romero's vision blurred. He thought of his wife's smile, his daughter's laughter, the medical bills finally paid. They would survive without him. The darkness closed in, but he clung to one last image. Home, not here, but beyond. Samad's phone buzzed. A clipped voice spoke in Pashto. 2 minutes. Ready? Samad replied. Outside, sirens wailed. Police cars screeched to a halt, officers spilling out with weapons raised. Samad faced his men, calm as ever. Allahu Akbar, he said softly. It's time. The door burst open. 2 officers stormed in, their commands sharpened Pashto. Samad didn't flinch. He had expected this. The real game was just beginning. They waited another tense minute before stepping outside, hands clasped behind their backs like they were in cuffs. The bags would be coming with them. Perfect. Samad muttered under his breath. The whole charade was for the cartel's watchers. No doubt perched somewhere nearby, eyes glued to the house. But there could be others lurking, 2 rival gangs, feds from either side of the border, anyone with a stake in this game. Moving to the vans now, the officer announced as 2 more of his team slipped in through the back. Samad gave a sharp nod, signaled to his guys still in the tunnel, then followed the others, arms locked behind him. Guns trained on them. They were hustled across the street and shoved into the waiting vehicles. His eyes darted over the rooftops and hedges of the neighboring houses. A few curious onlookers lingered by their doors, shaking their heads at the spectacle of a major bust unfolding on their quiet street. Next came the backpacks, stuffed to bursting, followed by the 6 launchers. 3 minutes later, the engines roared to life, and as they peeled away, Samad clenched his fists. Exhaling hard, they'd pulled it off. The fight was back on American soil. Meanwhile, Moore and Ansara had parked their pickup a block away from the tunnel house. Just as they were about to move, Towers called with an update. Local cops just hit the place. Mules in cuffs, drugs seized, the whole show. Matches Rubin's intel. But here's the kicker. Calexico PD denies any involvement. Those transport vans, gone without a trace. Either the cops are dirty, or this is one hell of an elaborate heist. Moore gritted his teeth. No idea what's going on, but we're going in. Keep everyone clear. I'll check back soon. Creeping through the shrubs, they took position behind a pair of palm trees across from the target house. The cartel's truck was idling in the driveway, 1 man in the cab, the other 2 likely inside. They'd have to slip in through the back to avoid being spotted. Moore motioned to Ansara. Wait. Their orders were clear track. Don't engage. But the itch to move was unbearable, especially for Ansara, whose informant had gone dark. 5 minutes dragged by before the garage door finally rattled open. In the dim glow of a single bulb, the driver fiddled with the truck's lock while the other 2 hauled out the anvil cases. Once everything was inside, the door slammed shut. How long before they made their next move? Those weapons weren't going anywhere fast. Ansara shot Moore a look. Now. Moore hesitated, then gave a slow nod. Half a world away, Fernando Castillo stepped into Roges's office, a space that screamed power. Floor to ceiling bookshelves loomed over a massive mahogany desk, where 4 monitors formed a high-tech command center. Roges wasn't just a man. He was a force of nature, shaping Mexico's fate like the weather. And Castillo, he owed everything to him. His wealth, his dignity, even his survival. A far cry from the life he'd left behind. The office felt more like a high-tech command center than a workspace, with the man reclining in his imported leather chair. A lavish purchase from his last trip to Paris. Nursing a glass of Montrachet. A wall of LED screens flickered with financial news from every corner of the world. A setup Castillo had personally overseen despite it being far outside his usual security duties. Lately, Roges had entrusted him with more personal matters, particularly those involving his son, Miguel. Running a hand through his hair, Roges finally tore his eyes from the screens. What is it, Fernando? Castillo hesitated. I wouldn't interrupt if it weren't urgent. Dante's body hasn't turned up, and the hotel it didn't lure him out. Worse, Pablo and Mariah are also missing. Roges waved a dismissive hand. You're paid to handle this. Find him. He knows what happens to those who fail me.
It's not just that,
Castillo pressed. The new tunnel was hit. Another shipment. Gone. Everything. The mules, the police escorts, all of it. Roges stiffened. Police escorts. What kind of joke is this? Our scouts say Calexico PD raided the house, but the vans never made it back to the station. They vanished mid-transit. Unbelievable. Roges's voice turned icy. Who was tracking them? I want them dead. Castillo exhaled. There's more. Pedro Romero, our lead engineer, was found dead inside the house with one of the mules. The weapons from Minnesota arrived, but the tunnel's power was cut. They're moving them now, but... Roges rubbed his temples, muttering curses. What's your take? Castillo hesitated. After your meeting in Colombia with Samad. Nup. Roges cut him off. They wouldn't dare cross me. This is Dante or Zidane Ija. Sir, the scouts counted 6 extra backpacks. They weren't ours. If Samad used our tunnel to enter the U.S., I'll call him now. If it's him, he won't pick up. Then Ramani answers for this. And if he denies it? Rojas shot to his feet, his voice sharp enough to make Castillo flinch. Then everything we've built is at risk. He caught himself sighing. Forgive me, Fernando. It's just... I've considered walking away from all this. But if you're right, I know. Still, call Romani. If Samad's here, he pays. No threats to the cartel go unchecked. Rojas stared into the distance, as if picturing disaster unfolding. Press our Calexico contacts. Find those drivers. I need certainty before we move. Understood, of course. As Castillo left, he bit back the other update. Miguel had been snooping again, digging into his father's affairs online. But Rojas had enough to deal with. The kid's curiosity was the least of their problems. Every now and then, a news story would surface trying to connect Mr. Rojas to shady investment schemes, fraudulent real estate deals, or even election interference. Though Miguel always publicly defended his father, Castillo sensed the young man's lingering doubts. The recent assassination attempt had only fueled his skepticism. Castillo knew he'd need another long conversation with Miguel to ease his suspicions. Something Mr. Rojas had insisted on. The cartel's involvement. That was one secret Miguel could never uncover. Meanwhile in Calexico, California, Moore crept through the back door of a nondescript house, his instincts sharp as he stepped into a cramped laundry room. The narrow hallway beyond led to 2 bedrooms and a third door at the far end. Ansara moved ahead, gun drawn, veering left toward what should have been the garage. Moore swept the first 2 rooms, nothing but flimsy Walmart furniture and stained mattresses on worn-out carpet. Ansara reappeared, whispering, "They only took half the shipment. They'll be back for the rest." No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from the master bedroom. Both men ducked into a side room, barely breathing as the crew shuffled past, heading toward the garage. Moore stayed eerily calm, locking eyes with Ansara, whose ragged breaths betrayed his nerves. A raised palm signaled, easy. Ansara gave a jerky nod. The men returned, hauling the remaining crates, their footsteps heavy with urgency. Metal clanked, fabric rustled. Moore's jaw tightened. He fired off a quick text to towers inside. Tunnel access imminent. Weapons in transit. Stand by. A silent nod and they moved. The master bedroom revealed a grim sight, a man sprawled near the closet, his shirt drenched in blood. Ansara crouched, then recoiled. "Pedro Romero," he muttered. "The tunnel engineer. Worked with my informant." His face darkened. "This just got messy." Senelos. Could be anyone. Why Romero was dead remained a mystery. As Ansara snapped photos for towers, Moore examined the tunnel entrance hidden in the closet. Access by a home deep at ladder. Price tag still clinging to the rungs. Ansara went first, the ladder groaning under his weight. Moore followed, dropping into the shaft. What awaited them was anything but amateur. The tunnel was a masterpiece. Acoustic panels lining the walls, lead strips, ventilation ducts, and a drainage pipe snaking along the meticulously leveled dirt floor. Moore had seen plenty, but this was next level. A faint glow ahead made Ansara hesitate, but it was just a side passage. A crude chapel tucked between wooden trusses and aluminum braces. The air hummed with tension. Whatever came next, they were walking into the belly of the beast. The flickering glow of candles and the stark outlines of crucifixes pulled his focus from the ground. Until Ansara spotted the motionless figure first. "It's the boy," he choked out, just as Moore noticed the twin grooves in the dirt, where the kid's heels had scraped as he was hauled backward. Ansara knelt, shining his flashlight into the boy's glassy eyes. Christ, he couldn't have been older than 16. A knife wound. One brutal strike, and his light was nearly out. Then Ansara pressed his ear to the kid's lips. "Holy hell! He's alive!" Moore clenched his jaw. We can't stop now. If they ditch that phone signal, we're chasing ghosts. But Ansara wasn't listening. He leaned closer to Reuben, whose cracked lips trembled, fighting to form words. Who did this to you? Ansara demanded. Moore crouched beside them, watching the kid's fingers twitch.
Stay with us,
he muttered. Though the promise tasted hollow, Reuben's hand shot up, gripping Moore's sleeve with surprising force. Easy, kid, Ansara urged, but Moore pulled away. When he glanced back, Ansara's face was a mask of guilt. His breath ragged. Reuben's mind screamed what his body couldn't. Pedro was blackmailed. The tunnel. Arabs came through. Terrorists. They made it across. They stabbed me! The thoughts fragmented, drowned out by the crushing weight in his chest. Somewhere, Ansara was on the phone, telling Reuben's mother her son was dead. The truth would wreck her. Not just the murder, but the cartel ties, the FB involvement. Reuben didn't even register the moment his lungs stopped. The candlelight blurred, then vanished. Meanwhile, Jose stood frozen in the trailer, gripping his phone. 4 more SUVs had rolled up, disgorging a small army of sicarios. The voice on the line didn't bother with introductions. Under the desk, see the safe. Jose fumbled with the keypad, cursing as he mistyped the code. When it finally clicked open, his breath caught. Neat stacks of 20s and 50s filled the top shelf. He shoveled them into his coat pockets, the same sleek leather one he'd bought to mimic Corel's. Don't robbing me yet? The voice sneered. Jose swallowed. I didn't take anything. A derisive laugh. Sure. Now listen, that's not a walkie-talkie. When the weapons team clears the tunnel, you blow it with them inside. Red button. Press it and the cash is yours. Think you can handle that, gentlemen? Jose's throat went dry. Who the hell are you? Fernando. Your new boss, welcome to Los Caballeros. At the tunnel's end, a rickety staircase led upward where a fractured light pulsed. Flashlights, maybe, or something far worse. Moore strained to listen, catching the faint murmur of voices and the rhythmic clatter of a metal door sliding open. With Ansara close behind, he crept up the stairs, holding his breath as he reached the top. Peering over the ledge, he found himself in a cramped utility. Room packed with industrial pumps, lockers, and maintenance gear. Ahead, an open doorway revealed a vast warehouse with towering ceilings, its floor crowded with pallets of construction supplies, cinder blocks, sacks of cement, and bundles of rebar stacked in orderly rows. But his attention snapped to the group of men gathered near the center, loading anvil cases into the back of a Ford Explorer. Moore signaled Ansara to stay put, then risked another glance, just as a wary thug with a goatee and chinstrap sideburns spun toward him. The hell you doing here? The guy barked, eyes narrowing. Same team. Moore lied smoothly. Like hell. The man whirled toward his crew. Jose! Moore's phone buzzed in his pocket, and Ansara hissed. Towers just warned us. They've got backup outside. No time to think. Moore fired twice, dropping the guy mid-shout, then grabbed Ansara's arm. Move! Jose barely had time to react before Tito hit the floor. His gaze darted toward the tunnel entrance. Someone had gotten in. Snarling orders at the weapons crew, he charged into the utility room, pistol drawn, scanning every shadow until he found the stairwell. Get down there and flush them out, he barked at his men. As they rushed past, Jose jogged back to the SUV, adrenaline surging.
Load faster,
he snapped, then stepped aside, pulling a detonator from his jacket. The green power light flickered to life, casting an eerie glow on his face. For a moment, he just stared, mesmerized. Then a grin spread as he imagined the tunnel collapsing behind the fleeing intruders. Meanwhile, in the Rojas mansion just outside Cuernavaca, Miguel stood stiffly in his father's office, fists clenched. I need to see the vaults. Tonight, his father barely looked up from his screens. Why now? Miguel swallowed hard. I've asked for years. You always refuse. With a sigh, his father shoved back his chair and stalked past him, nearly knocking into Sonia, who was typing frantically on her phone. You coming? He snapped. She flinched. I didn't mean to interrupt. Miguel shot her an uneasy glance before following his father down the hall. At the basement doors, the old man waved off the guard. Disable the alarms, he ordered, voice tight. Let's get this over with. Miguel's father shot him a sharp look over his shoulder. I already know what this is really about, and frankly, I expected better from you. Miguel clenched his jaw, unable to meet his father's eyes as they followed him past the guard into a hidden part of the estate they'd never seen before. The grand staircase spiraled downward, its plush crimson runner muffling their footsteps as motion. Activated chandeliers flickered to life above them, illuminating intricate mosaic tiles beneath their feet. At the base of the stairs, Miguel's breath caught. The space wasn't just a basement, it was a private museum. Gleaming vintage cars lined the garage, some suspended on hydraulic lifts ready to ascend to street level. Of course his father would have a hidden auto collection. Why wouldn't he? The real spectacle, though, was the twin-bank vaults dominating the far wall. His father strode to the nearest one, punching in a code before pressing his palm to a biometric scanner. A laser scanned his retina, then pricked his finger for a blood sample. The machine chirped, identity confirmed, and the massive door groaned open with a pressurized hiss. Take a look, his father said flatly. Miguel and Sonia stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Masterpieces in gilded frames stood shoulder to shoulder like soldiers at attention. Antique firearms gleamed under display lights, while hand-woven Persian rugs, certificates still attached, hung like trophies. Glass cases hummed softly, preserving leather, bound first editions worth more than most houses. Sonia gasped, running her fingers along a 17th century escritoire, but Miguel barely registered the treasures. His stomach twisted as his father reappeared in the doorway, arms crossed. Disappointed, his father challenged. Miguel swallowed hard. I just don't get why you kept all this secret. Because trust isn't handed out like candy. His father snapped. You want transparency? Fine, but ask yourself, if I were really hiding something, would I have brought you down here at all? Sonia cleared her throat. Maybe I should. Stay. Miguel cut in, squaring his shoulders. The problem isn't what's in these vaults. It's that you've spent years making me question everything. His father's expression softened, but only slightly. The world already sees me as a villain. I wanted my son to see me as a man. He gestured to a Fabergé, glinting under spotlights. Your mother used to say I collect things to fill voids. She wasn't wrong. For the first time, Miguel hesitated. Maybe the real treasure wasn't in the vaults. It was the fact his father had just admitted a weakness. But doubt still gnawed at him. Then tell me the truth about Rottle, he demanded. When he begged for his life, why didn't the cartel? His father's eyes darkened. Some questions, he said quietly, are better left unasked. Miguel clenched his fists, struggling to keep his voice steady. If he's on our payroll, why would he demand payment from the cartel? His father just shrugged, avoiding eye contact. Fernando handles most of the hiring. Some of these men probably came from that world. We're giving them a second chance. A heavy silence settled between them before Miguel finally asked the question burning in his chest. Swear to me you're not involved with the cartels. His father forced a tired smile, turning away. Don't be ridiculous. Of course not. The lie hit Miguel like a blade, twisting deeper as his father suddenly pulled him into a desperate embrace. You're everything to me, he whispered, voice cracking. You have to trust me. But the words were hollow. In that moment, Rojas saw his brother's ghost staring back at him, accusing. His wife's lifeless face in the casket, her skin like cold marble. The lie was poison, and yet he clung to it, telling himself this deception was protection. For a fleeting second, he almost dragged Miguel to the hidden vault behind the office, where stacks of cash waited to be washed clean. But fear won out. His wife had died without knowing the truth. Why burden his son? As he pulled back, a shiver ran down his spine. The lie wasn't just betrayal, it was a slow death. The border tunnel reeked of damp earth and sweat. Moore didn't regret bolting. Not when they'd been made. Not with an armed squad closing in. But the mission was blown, and that stung. Bad intel, worse timing. Typical. Ahead, Ansara was pulling away, but Moore's legs burned. Behind them, boots pounded. He spun, hitting the ground as a shadow lunged from the stairwell. The flickering light caught the driver's sneer. Same guy from the truck. Moore's shot punched him into the wall. Two more came, guns flashing. The tunnel roared with gunfire, a bullet ricocheting near Moore's arm. He exhaled, steadying his aim. Decades of instinct took over. 2 rounds dropped the first man. The second jerked like a puppet as Moore emptied his magazine into him. Somewhere in the chaos, he almost laughed. They'd trained for this, just never thought it'd go down in a glorified sewer. Moore slammed the fresh magazine into his pistol and sprang up, twisting back toward Ansara, just as the far end of the tunnel disappeared. 1 second, that dim glow over the wooden stairs was there. The next, it was gone, swallowed by a roaring avalanche of dirt and shattered beams. The shockwave hit like a freight train, pelting him with debris as the unmistakable crack of C4 detonations ripped through the shaft. Before he could process it, a second blast rocked the tunnel, closer this time, shaking the ground beneath his boots. Then a third explosion, deafening and immediate, sent him stumbling forward. "Run!" he bellowed, though Ansara was already moving, dragging Reuben with him. Moore ducked past the sharp turns, each corner offering only fleeting protection as another timed explosion tore through the passageway, inching closer with every detonation. The flicker of candlelight from their makeshift hideout caught his eye. Just in time to see Ansara struggling to haul Reuben onto his shoulders. "Leave him!"
Moore barked, but Ansara shot back as still alive!
Before another blast erupted. So close the pressure nearly knocked Moore off his feet. Dust choked the air, snuffing out the candles, swallowing Ansara's desperate plea for more time. Blind and gasping, Moore staggered forward, slamming shoulder first into the ladder as another explosion collapsed the tunnel behind him. Dirt poured in like a flood, burying him to the waist, the musty stench thick in his throat. He coughed, spat grit, and clawed at the debris pinning his legs.
"Ansara!"
he screamed, but the only answer was the hiss of settling earth. His fingers fumbled for his phone, slick with blood from a gash on his arm. The first attempt slipped from his shaking grip. The second time, he managed to dial towers. "They blew the damn tunnel," he rasped. "Ansara's buried. I'm stuck. Copy that. Team's en route." Moore gritted his teeth. "They made us." Took the weapons. Black Ford Explorer, probably headed out from the warehouse. "Get your spotters on it." "Already on it. Just hang tight, Moore. I'm coming down myself." 5 agonizing minutes later, he wrenched one leg free, just as unfamiliar voices echoed from above. A flashlight beam blinded him before shifting away, revealing an Febutac team operator in full gear. The guy's eyes widened.
Holy hell!
Move!
Moore snapped. My partner's down there with a kid.
They're buried.
The operator cursed under his breath before barking orders. Within minutes, they hauled Moore out, his arm screaming where shrapnel had torn into muscle. But pain was the last thing on his mind, and Sarah was still down there, and time was running out. Moore couldn't shake the image of Ansara trapped beneath the rubble. Restless, he paced the bedroom, his fingers itching to claw through the sand himself. When another task force member climbed up the ladder, dust coating his uniform, he muttered, "We're gonna need heavy machinery to pull them out." Leaning against the wall, Moore spat out grit, his jaw clenched. His mind kept dragging him back into that suffocating tunnel, where Ansara lay dying in the dark. The thought made his stomach twist. He wanted to roar, to tear something apart. Instead, he shoved past the door, letting it slam behind him. Maybe he was bad luck. Maybe death just followed him. How many more ghosts could haunt him before he broke? Across the street, Towers stepped out of an unmarked sedan, his expression grim. "You need to get out of here," he said. Moore barely glanced at him. "Not until they bring him up." "Just breathe, man." Ignoring him, Moore turned back toward the chaos. Flashing lights, federal agents, rubbernecking neighbors, even a few toddlers darting around in nothing but diapers. The whole scene felt like some twisted carnival. Back in the bedroom, agents were digging through debris with their hands and rifle stocks, buying time until the excavation team arrived. "He promised to teach me mountain biking," Moore said suddenly, voice rough. "Said I was terrible at it." Towers shot him a warning look. "Don't go down that road. He's suffocating right now. Snap out of it." Towers snapped. By the next afternoon, they finally pulled Ansara and Reuben from the wreckage. Moore had been forced to leave, shower, change. But he'd come back, waiting until both bodies were laid out on the floor. Ansara's torso was shredded with shrapnel, likely dead before the collapse. Reuben, though his injuries were cleaner. One hand was clenched tight. Moore knelt, prying open the kid's fingers to reveal a dirt-caked gold pendant, a hamsa, intricate filigree like lace meant to ward off evil. The realization hit like a punch. In the tunnel's darkness, Reuben had been trying to give him something, maybe a plea, maybe a warning. Moore squeezed the pendant until the edges bit into his palm. Meanwhile, in another world entirely, Pablo Gutierrez had left his own mark. Back in Calexico, he'd cornered an FB agent in a cartel-owned house near the border. The agent played tough, even as Pablo sawed off his fingers with rusted hedge clippers. Romero watched, silent, as the man bled out, still pretending he wasn't federal. Some lies just couldn't hold. The federal agent's screams turned to desperate pleas after losing 2 more fingers, his voice cracking like a child's as he spilled everything he knew, or thought he knew, about the cartel's local operations. Pablo barely listened. His orders from Corrales were clear: eliminate the man, not interrogate him. But where was the harm in a little entertainment first? With a mocking grin, Pablo thanked the agent for his cooperation before hoisting an axe. Romero flinched, turning his face away as the blade whistled through the air in a few taunting practice swings. The agent's final scream was cut short by 5 brutal strikes, the last sending his head rolling across the floor in a grotesque display. The metallic stench of blood mixed with something oddly fishy, like a seafood market on a hot day, filled the room. Pablo barked at Romero to help him drag the chair and corpse outside, tossing them onto the curb like yesterday's garbage. He slapped a crude sign on the headless body, "FB, stay out of Calexico." The severed head, that got a first-class ticket to FB headquarters in D.C., though it'd take days to arrive. Meanwhile, The neighbors didn't wait. Within an hour, someone spotted the horror show and called the cops. Pablo caught the breaking news on Sin later, howling at the overdramatic ticker. Mexican cartel violence spills into U.S. Seriously. Did they think they were immune? Amateurs. That night sealed Pablo's fate. Some kid with a phone snapped his picture near the scene and handed it over to the feds. Mistake number 1. Pablo made sure it was the kid's last. Now, looking back, those were simpler times. Corrales had pulled him out of a dead, end life mowing lawns in Vegas, molded him into a killer. But loyalty had its limits. Lately, Fernando Castillo's calls gnawed at him. Answered in secret, hidden from Corrales, who'd stashed them in apartments above Farmacious National. The pharmacy owner, another of Corrales' shady connections, ran a side hustle smuggling prescription drugs, forging paperwork with a crook doctor. Small time, but cocky about their perfect record. Corrales mocked them. Peanuts compared to cartel millions. But down to Corrales wouldn't be laughing soon. Where you headed? Corrales grunted from the couch, a half-empty Pacifico balanced on his knee. He'd been camped there for days, flipping between soap operas and rage fits, his bandaged shoulder a constant reminder of unfinished business. Grabbing lunch. Pablo lied. Want anything? Yeah. Bring enough for everyone. Pablo forced a nod, stepping into the hallway with a chill creeping down his spine. The game was changing, and so was he. Pablo stepped into the dim stairwell, his footsteps echoing as he descended to the ground floor. Pushing open the pharmacy's back door into the alley, he found Fernando Castillo's crew already positioned. 3 figures in heavy coats, hiding more than just the evening chill. The youngest, Jose, a hot-headed kid who tried to cross Corrales during a border run near Nogales, cracked his knuckles. He's really up there? Jose asked, his voice dripping with the arrogance of someone who'd been promised a promotion. Pablo gave a tight nod. 2 cameras. Find them, and may God have mercy on me. Jose smirked, adjusting his grip under his coat. God checked out a long time ago. Old man. As Pablo melted into the shadows, his phone buzzed. Castillo's voice was ice. They moving? Yeah. Good. Send me proof when it's done. Pablo hesitated. You don't want to hear him beg. Castillo's laugh was a dry cough. Begging won't cover what he owes. Tonight, he pays in full. Upstairs, Corrales paced the apartment, his nerves frayed. Maroya lay sprawled on their bed, flipping lazily through a glossy magazine, her silk robe riding up as she shifted. Part of him wanted to take his frustration out on her. She'd just sigh and roll her eyes anyway. Another lecture about patience and Ziudaiga's inevitable alliance bubbling under her breath. But the hotel safe was a death trap now, Castillo's men swarming it like ants. Ignacio's body had made that clear. The truth gnawed at him. He'd orchestrated his own downfall, skimming cartel funds to restore that crumbling hotel instead of paying the Guatemalans. Maybe some part of him wanted the walls to close in. For years, he'd stockpiled evidence, smugglers' names, Colombian contacts, bank trails, damning recordings, enough to burn Castillo and Rojas both. Ziudaiga was his last play, but the bastard wouldn't even take his calls. A flicker on the kitchen monitor snapped his focus. Static Corrales lurched off the couch, cursing. The Fen 5.7 on the counter was the only reason he wasn't dead when the door exploded inward. Jose stood framed in the wreckage, gun raised, hesitation flashing across his face. Just long enough. Corrales didn't waste it. The shot rang out, Jose's head snapping back as 2 more shadows surged forward. Corrales was already diving behind the bar, glass shattering above him as return fire peppered the cabinets. Somewhere, Maria screamed. Jose collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from a deep gash above his left eyebrow. Maria's scream echoed from the bedroom, and one of the attackers bolted down the hallway. Corrales roared her name, drawing gunfire from the second assailant, who had ducked into the living room and taken cover behind the couch. With a guttural yell, Corrales lunged from behind the bar, charging around the sofa to confront the kids staring back at him in terror. A boy barely old enough to shave, hands already raised in surrender, Corrales didn't hesitate. 2 shots. The kid crumpled. Maria shrieked again, followed by 2 more gunshots. Corrales sprinted toward the bedroom just as the last gunman, a heavyset stranger covered in tattoos, spun to face him. The sight hit like a sledgehammer. Maria sprawled across the bed, crimson soaking through her nightgown, her lips forming his name. Time fractured. The tattooed man snarled, "Screw you, man," as he raised his weapon. Corrales barely registered his own scream as he rushed forward, slamming his pistol into the man's chest like a blade, firing point. Blank. The recoil barely registered. The guy staggered back, crashing into the flat screen TV before collapsing face first onto the carpet. The air reeked of gunpowder and seared flesh. Outside, the pharmacist Paco and his wife were screaming for their kids to flee the building. Corrales stood frozen, his breath ragged, the weight of the moment crushing him. Tears he'd locked away for years finally broke free as he climbed onto the bed, cradling Maria's face. His hands shook, rage and grief twisting inside him. He emptied the last rounds into the dead Sicario's body, the clicks of an empty chamber mocking him. More ammo. More enemies. He ripped off his sling, ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, reloaded in the kitchen, then returned to lift Maria into his arms. The pharmacist's shouts followed him down the stairwell and into the alley, where his car sat waiting. But so did Pablo, leaning casually against the hood.
"We're under attack!"
Corrales shouted.
"Get in!"
"Now." Pablo just stared, then slowly drew his gun. The betrayal stole Corrales' breath. He twisted away, raising his own weapon. But Pablo fired first, the bullet striking Maria's lifeless body. Corrales returned fire, 2 shots finding their mark as Pablo ducked behind the trunk. A gut shot. An arm hit. Still, the kid kept coming, lifting his pistol again. Corrales ended it with 2 more rounds to the chest. Sobbing, he hauled Maria into the back seat, then peeled out, tires screeching, sirens wailing in the distance. Behind him, exhaust fumes curled over Pablo's body. The Ziadiga ranch loomed ahead, dust swirling as Corrales sped up the dirt road. Cartel spotters watched from the shadows, but he was past caring. There was nothing left to lose. The 2 men stationed at the apartment complex near the dirt road entrance didn't go unnoticed. Corrales spotted them on the roof. What they didn't realize was that Zio, Iga's own men, had them under surveillance, hidden along the fence line and the gravel lot beside a rusted shed on the property's northern edge. Kicking up dust in his wake, Corrales tore toward Z9 Iga's freshly reinforced gates, the same ones he'd blown to pieces months ago as a warning. He practically threw himself from the car, clutching Maria's lifeless body as he staggered toward the entrance. His voice cracked as he screamed at the security camera. "Ziadiga! Look what they did to her! They murdered her! You owe me answers. Face me. Damn it." Collapsing to his knees, he pressed his face against Maria's blood-soaked shirt, his whole body shaking. Then came the mechanical hum of the gates sliding open. Through blurred vision, he saw Zita Iga striding down the long driveway, 2 armed shadows at his sides. Meanwhile, in a borrowed cubicle at the D's San Diego office, Moore found himself surrounded by an unfamiliar buzz of activity. This wasn't his usual territory. The diversion control unit was a hive of analysts, chemists, and agents coordinating with Homeland Security and intelligence centers nationwide. Their work spanned everything from tracking drug distribution to drafting legislation, all under the relentless pressure of cartels that never stopped operating. The pendant Moore had recovered was already in the hands of a mobile lab team who were running it through a cutting-edge DNA system. Developed by the University of Arizona, the machine could spit out results in hours instead of weeks, cross-referencing databases from the DIA to Interpol. There was even talk of ancestry tracing, pinpointing genetic markers to predict physical traits like eye color or heritage. But Moore had his doubts. Even if the pendant carried Rubin's prints, it wouldn't prove terrorists had used the tunnel. Towers had brushed it off, suggesting Rubin might have just been clutching it for luck when he died. The thought gnawed at Moore. Luck hadn't saved Rubin, and it wouldn't save them if they were wrong. Towers had observed that many young Mexicans, and even some Americans living near the border, had developed an unsettling obsession with terrorists and extremist groups. A few drug runners had even been arrested with Farsi tattoos on their arms, though investigations failed to tie them to groups like Hezbollah. These weren't operatives, just impressionable kids trading one violent fantasy for another, idolizing figures even more brutal than the ones they'd grown up watching in movies. Moore was convinced that if Ansara were alive, he'd confirmed terrorists had used the tunnel. Ansara had known the young suspect personally, and this wasn't about some misguided fascination with foreign militants. The pendant found on the kid told a darker story. Its clasp was damaged, as if ripped from someone's neck in a struggle. Certain of his theory, Moore called Deputy Director O'Hara at the Special Activities Division. O'Hara promised to escalate it all the way to the president if necessary, but, for now, Homeland Security's major hubs in Michigan, Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Maryland were already tracking the situation. With flight threat levels already at high alert, O'Hara pushed to raise the national threat level too. FBI and CIA teams were already scouring the area for the missing police vehicles. Just as Moore was about to reach out to his contact in North Waziristan, Leslie's text buzzed through, demanding to know why he'd ignored her. He exhaled sharply. Now wasn't the time for a conversation that would only drag him deeper into his own exhaustion. Instead, he dialed Nek Wazir, whose number was saved under the alias NI-33. The old man answered on the third ring, sounding almost relieved. Moore, I was going to call you tomorrow. Guess I saved you the trouble. Moore replied, forcing a lightness he didn't feel. Hearing Weiser's voice was a rare comfort. Their bond had deepened since Rana's death. No longer just informant and handler, but two men bound by loss and an unanswered question. What's the hardest thing you've ever done? Wazir's tone shifted. I wish I had better news. Moore's grip tightened on the phone. What happened? It's about Gallagher. Dead? No. Worse. Wazir hesitated. I'll send you photos. They show him meeting Ramani near the border last week. Moore's mind raced. He could be undercover. My sources say otherwise. Wazir countered. They claim Gallagher killed Rana. No proof, just whispers. But if true, he's no ally. And if he's loose, the damage he could cause. Moore cut in. Find him. Fast. I'll push my network harder. But there's more. You called about a breach. Yeah. Taliban may have crossed through a tunnel from Mexicali into Calexico. One of them was wearing a Hand of Fatima pendant. I'll send you the image. Moore hesitated before speaking, rubbing his temple as he weighed his words. Listen, I know this might sound like a stretch, but could you check your intel photos, see if any Taliban fighters are wearing a pendant like this? Wazir let out a quiet laugh, shaking his head. Careful. My friend, your assumptions are showing. What if it was a group of Jewish men rushing to a bris ceremony? Moore frowned.
What are you getting at?
The Sephardic Jewish community calls that exact pendant the hand of Miriam. Wazir explained. Moore exhaled sharply. Damn. Am I way out of my depth here? Not with me around, Wazir assured him. But your gut's probably right. I'll dig into it. And those Gallagher photos. Sending them now. Compensation's handled, Moore said. Stay safe, Wazir replied before hanging up. Moore's fingers moved quickly, uploading the pendant image from his phone. His hands shook slightly as he processed the news about Gallagher. The cubicle walls seemed to close in as he waited for Wazir's email, the one that might confirm a traitor in their midst. Just then, Towers burst in. We've located the police vehicles. Moore's phone buzzed. He stiffened at the caller eyed. Zinai Iga. Holding up a finger to Towers, he flashed the screen to his boss, whose eyes widened in silent acknowledgement. Moore answered in Spanish. Hello, Senor Zenaiga, ba, or Howard, Zenaiga replied, using Moore's alias. I should want you dead for what you've cost me, but instead, I have an offer you'll find profitable. Moore's phone chimed. Wazir's email had arrived. He clenched his jaw. Go on. Dante Corrales is sitting in my living room. Zenaiga continued. Claims the cartel murdered his woman. Says he has intel to bring down Rojas. Evidence, too. Sounds like an asset we'd both want, Moore said carefully. More valuable to you, Zenaiga countered. I'll hand him over for $1 million, and immunity for me and my organization. Moore barely suppressed a scoff. The U.S. government would never pay a cartel leader. But if Corrales had real intel, they'd find another way to extract him. That's a steep price for an unproven lead. Moore said smoothly. Here's my counter, a three-way meeting. Let's test his claims. If he's legit, we'll negotiate payment. If not, we hand him to the Mexican Navy. Only ones I trust these days. Zenaiga chuckled darkly. I've heard the same. How soon can you get here? Tonight, 8 p.m. Your usual spot. We'll still have eyes on us. Agreed, Zenaiga said before ending the call. Moore turned to Towers. Corrales flipped sides. Could be our break. Good work, Towers said. Hold that thought. Moore pulled up Wazir's email, enlarging a long lens photo of Gallagher sitting beside Rahmani in the Waziristan hills. The image was unmistakable and damning. The intelligence Wazir's team uncovered sent a cold wave through Moore's spine. Having worked alongside Gallagher for years, even collaborating on missions like securing Kunal Kudai, he never imagined his old partner could be involved. According to Wazir, Rahmani's faction had orchestrated the colonel's assassination, meaning Gallagher might have been playing him from the start. Moore clenched his jaw as he studied the photo. That's one of ours on the left. O'Hara needs to see this immediately. If he's compromised, he's got eyes on our intel. No telling how much he's leaked. But this, his voice trailed off as the gravity sank in. This changes everything. Towers muttered a curse under his breath. Get those images up the chain, then we'll discuss your sit down with Zenaiga. The vehicles. After leaving the house, they scattered but all ended up heading south on 2nd Street toward the airport. We located all 4 cars in a hangar on the southeast side, stolen, repainted to mimic police cruisers, still fresh enough that the paint hadn't fully dried. No witnesses, no records. We're canvassing local body shops, flight logs, working on it. But you know how it is. Half the small planes out there don't even show up in FA records. If they flew out, it's on a ghost bird. Moore exhaled sharply. I'd love to believe this is just some drug mules with a slick exit strategy. But if we're wrong, then we've got terrorists loose on U.S. soil. Towers finished, his tone darkening. Which, in case you forgot, falls under your jurisdiction. So tell me, who are these guys and what's their play? Already digging. And Corrales might have answers. A call interrupted them. A shootout at a pharmacy in Juarez. One of the dead identified as Pablo Gutierrez, the same lowlife who'd gunned down and Sarah's FB friend. So they got Pablo, Moore mused. You think his own people turned on him? Wouldn't be the first time. They're hunting Corrales, and Pablo ran with the wrong crowd. Moore smirked. Funny how everyone near Corrales ends up dead before they reach him. Within the hour, Moore was in a secure briefing with Chief Slater and Deputy Director O'Hara. The photos confirmed Gallagher had gone rogue. No deep cover-up. No agency backing. Whether he was taking orders from the Taliban, the cartels, or even Pakistan's military was still unclear. But the order was clear: find and neutralize him. His access had been scrubbed within a day of vanishing. But Gallagher was no amateur. He knew the system inside out, and Slater suspected he wasn't working alone. The DNA results came back with a twist traces of a third individual, possibly Middle Eastern or African. Moore pulled up Wizir's intel on his tablet, zooming in on Mullah Abdul Samad's photo. The tech nodded. Profile matches. Moore's eyes scanned for any hint of a hidden necklace before turning back to Towers, his expression grim. The game had just gotten a lot more dangerous. You still don't believe any of this. Fine, I believe you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'm going to be sick. Moore let out a tired breath. Mind if I tag along? They stepped out of the van and made their way back into the office, where AF Agent Whittaker stood waiting. Just got back from Minnesota with an update. He announced, the rest of the weapons stash has been confiscated. Outstanding. Towers replied, glancing at his phone. And I just got word. Juarez PD intercepted the second shipment from the Ford Explorer. They took down 3 cartel gunmen and killed 2 more. What about the cash? Whittaker pressed. Not sure. 2 runners got away on foot. Could still have it. They're tracking them now. Moore scoffed. You really think if Juarez cops find that money, we'll ever see a dime of it? Whittaker exhaled, shaking his head. Fair point. We're a long way from Kansas. Or Minnesota. Delicious police station Juarez, Mexico. The clock read 5 p.m. as Inspector Alberto Jiqui Mez stepped out of the station, heading toward his sedan in the gravel lot behind the building. His burner phone had just buzzed. Dante Corrales calling from Zidayat Iga's ranch. The cartel knew he was there. He was scared. He wanted federal backup to reinforce Zidayat Iga's security. Jiqui Mez had hesitated but finally sent 2 squads, 4 men total, to set up a perimeter. As he walked, his eyes flicked to the cinder block wall beside him. Fresh paint. Barely masked the graffiti that had already returned. Courtesy of local punks with too much time and spray paint. Disgusted, he yanked open the car door and slid inside. His fingers had just brushed the ignition when a sharp rap on the window made him freeze. A Glock with a suppressor was pressed against the glass, inches from his face. Roll it down, the man outside commanded. Dressed in black jeans, a black shirt, and a long leather coat, his face was still hidden in shadow. Jiqui Mez hesitated, fingers tightening on the keys. He could gun the engine, try to peel out, but curiosity and the very real fear of a bullet to the skull kept him still. He hit the button, and the window slid down, letting the barrel press cold against his temple. You realize this is a police station, right? Yeah. And you're barely a cop. Hand over your weapon. Jiqui Mez finally looked up. The man was in his 40s, dark stubble shadowing his jaw, thick black hair tied back. His Spanish was flawless, but his accent wasn't local. and his eyes, something wild burned behind them. "Nice and slow," the man said. "Give it to me." Jiki Mez obeyed, and the man tucked the gun into his waistband. "Now open the back door." Another silent moment. Then the click of the latch. The man slid in behind him and shut the door. "Drive? Where?" "Just get us on the road." "And if I don't?" The man's voice dropped to a whisper. "Then I paint this car with your brains and don't lose a second of sleep over it." "Understood." Jiki Mez swallowed. "Wes," he pulled out onto the nearly empty street, hands steady on the wheel. "One question," the man said. "Did you give the order to kill her?" "Who?" "Gloria." Jiki Mez clenched his jaw. "I'm not saying a damn thing." "You will, if you want your family to live." Jiki Mez went rigid. "Who are you? Admit you ordered her death, and your family walks away. That's the deal. You're done. But them, you spent your whole life playing the hero while working for the Juarez cartel. Now's your chance to actually protect them." Jiki Mez snapped. "Who the hell are you?"
Did you order her death? It doesn't matter now!
The gun roared, the bullet tearing through the windshield just past Jiki Mez's shoulder. The crack left his ears ringing. The smell of gunpowder thick in the air. Did you have her killed? The question hung in the air like a blade. Jiki Mez hesitated, his fingers tightening around the steering wheel. "If I say yes, will you leave my family out of this?" The man beside him didn't blink. "You have my word." Jiki Mez exhaled, his voice cracking. "Fine. It was me. I gave the order." His breath hitched as he wiped his eyes. "Pull over. Now." The car rolled to a stop, and in the rearview mirror, a white van screeched to a halt behind them. Before Jiki Mez could react, armed men in tactical gear swarmed the vehicle, rifles locked on target. No insignias, no badges. Just cold professionalism. "Who the hell are you?" Jiki Mez demanded, his voice shaking. The man in the passenger seat leaned closer, his smile razor thin. "Let's just say I was a friend of the woman you murdered. She worked for U.S. intelligence." Jiki Mez's shoulders sagged. He lifted his hands in surrender. "This is so much worse than I realized." "Oh, you have no idea," the man said, stepping out as the team yanked Jiki Mez from the car. Nearby, Towers scanned the rooftops, his expression unreadable. Moore handed over a digital recorder, his fingers still trembling with barely contained rage. "Between this and Gloria's intel, we've got him. How many others do you think he'll give up?" Towers smirked. "He'll sing like a canary, and nice restraint. I would have put a bullet in him myself." Moore held up his unsteady hand. "Trust me, the urge is still there." Towers clapped him on the back. "We needed a win today. Grab some food before your meeting. We're on the clock." Meanwhile, at Cerizo Prison in Juarez, Warden Salvador, Quiwans had missed a crucial call. He'd been breaking up a riot in the yard, where a fresh-faced inmate had just stabbed Felix, the beloved ice cream vendor, a kind old man who'd done nothing but bring small joys to hardened men. The prison was a pressure cooker, crammed with twice its capacity, and Quiwans had tried to ease tensions by letting inmates buy comforts. Private cells, appliances, even conjugal visits. He'd built a twisted little economy, but none of it mattered when the money from Castillo's arrangement promised to change his life. The phone rang again. "Fernando, my apologies." Quiwans answered smoothly. Castillo's voice was ice. "Send 6 men to Zidaniga's house. Dante Corrales is there. Finish him." Quiwans didn't hesitate. "Consider it done." Castillo's next words dripped with venom. "Better not fail. My own men tried. Now they're dead. Your boys better hope luck's on their side this time." Fernando smirked. "Trust me. The second Dante realizes who's hunting him down now, he'll be shaking in his boots." Kwai Ones had handpicked 6 hardened members of the Aztecas gang. Men with shaved heads, arms inked in prison tattoos, and expressions darkening as they crowded into his office. They knew trouble was brewing. "Relax," Quinlan said, leaning back in his chair. "This isn't about lockdowns or shankings. I've got a job for you. The payout, more than any of you would scrape together in a year. I'll supply the firepower, the wheels. All you gotta do is finish the job and walk back in like nothing happened." The shortest of them, nicknamed Amigo, narrowed his eyes. "You're really letting us walk out of here?" Kwee Ones chuckled. "You're all in for murder. What's one more body?" Amigo hesitated. "And if we don't come back, then you don't get paid. And your buddies inside. They'll hear how you turned your back on them. You know how that ends." Kwee Ones spread his hands. "Look around. You've got it good here. Better than most. I've kept you comfortable. Now it's your turn to return the favor. War zone en route to the Zodiaga Ranch Joe Rez, Mexico, the Border Plus warehouse. A single-story electrical supply depot owned by Zikanaiga had a loading dock out back big enough for Semis. Next to it, a concrete ramp led to a side entrance where a car could slip in unnoticed. As Moore rolled up, one of Zenangaiga's sicarios, a scrawny kid with a patchy goatee and a hood pulled low, waved him inside. Another enforcer, decked out in tattoos and piercings, patted Moore down before shoving him into the back of a Range Rover, the same one Luis Torres had driven before his messy end in San Juan Chamula. The memory sent a chill down Moore's spine. The sub's windows were freshly tinted, and 3 unfamiliar faces sat inside. The guy beside him pressed a pistol into Moore's ribs. "Hola," he said with a grin. Like this was his first rodeo, and he was loving every second of playing tough. Zodiaga used this spot as a shell game to throw off the Rez cartel's spies. They'd watch the rover roll in, but they'd never know how many men were inside or if they'd even leave the same way. Sometimes the swaps involved multiple vehicles, just enough chaos to keep the enemy guessing. Moore figured the rover was a decoy, a red herring to make the cartel think Zodiaga was oblivious to their surveillance. For now, Moore settled into the seat, playing along. They'd let him keep his phone, unaware it was feeding intel straight to towers. Combined with the GPS tracker buried in his shoulder, it was supposed to make him feel safe. Sure, and carrying an antidote into a viper's nest meant the bite wouldn't kill you. But it still hurt like hell. He sighed, eyed the kid holding the gun, 18 tops, with a skull stud in his ear. "What's the latest, amigo?" The kid cracked up. "You're funny. Hope the boss lets you stick around." Moore raised a brow. "He's not stupid. He's always in a bad mood." Moore snorted. "You'd be too if your wife and kids got wiped out by your enemies." The kid's smirk vanished. "Wait, his family's dead." Moore gave him a dry smile. "Yeah, rookie, you're definitely new here." The kid leaned in. "Tell me what went down." Moore just shook his head and stared out the window. In just under 20 minutes, they arrived at Zodiaga's estate, pulling into the spacious garage that could easily fit 4 luxury vehicles. Moore was ushered into a living room styled with meticulous southwestern flair. Rustic crosses, hand-woven quavers, vibrant gecko sculptures, and sandstone carvings adorned the walls near a roaring gas fireplace that cast flickering light over the polished granite mantel. The room sprawled with Navajo, patterned rugs and leather, upholstered furniture arranged around the hearth, where Dante Corrales sat slumped on a couch, his black silk shirt wrinkled and his injured arm secured in a sling. His bloodshot eyes struggled to focus as Moore entered, while Zodiaga lingered behind him, nursing a beer with a weary sigh. "Sid or Howard?" Zuniga muttered, rubbing his temple. I've had a heavy meal, and my energy's fading fast. Let's not waste time. Corrals shot a suspicious glare at Moore. Who's this? He demanded. Zuniga waved a dismissive hand. A business partner. Corrals stiffened, his frown deepening. No, we had an agreement. Just us. No outsiders. Zuniga smirked, swirling his beer. Dante, if you're as useful as you claim, then I'm handing you over to him. Corrals scoffed in disbelief. Handing me over? What kind of joke is this? Moore raised a calming hand. Easy. We're all on the same side. Before the tension could escalate, Moore's phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. He grimaced, ignoring it, until a sudden burst of gunfire shattered the quiet, sending all three men whipping their heads toward the bay windows. Meanwhile, across town at a Dollar Tree in North Hollywood, three men, Samad, Talwar, and Niazi, moved through the aisles with forced casualness, their baskets filled with cheap snacks. Dressed like migrant workers in worn flannels and baseball caps, they blended in seamlessly, exchanging hushed Spanish. Talwar couldn't contain his awe, holding up a jar of jalapeno cheese dip and a bag of onion rings. $1, he whispered, incredulous. Everything here is $1. Niazi smirked, shaking a bag of beef jerky marked 50 free. See, even better deals. Talwar's hands trembled, his eyes glistening. This country, they have so much. Clean water, food, all of it cheap. They don't know suffering like we do. Samad exhaled sharply, watching his men's reactions with grim understanding. Their journey through Los Angeles had been eye-opening. Rodeo Drive's glittering storefronts, the sprawling mansions perched above the city, the endless parade of luxury cars. To them, it was a dazzling spectacle, but to Samad, it was a hollow display of excess. He'd seen it before in Dubai, where wealth masked moral decay. Talwar, he said sharply, cutting through the younger man's wonder. Material things mean nothing. Our purpose is greater than this. We serve Allah's will, not the illusion of wealth. The steel in his voice snapped Talwar back to focus, a reminder of the mission that lay ahead. Talwar hesitated before nodding in agreement. It's hard not to envy them. Born into this life of comfort, never knowing real struggle. Samad smirked, shaking his head. That comfort is their weakness. It's drained their spirit, killed their faith, and turned their minds and stomachs to mush. Go ahead, indulge in their candy and soda if you want. It won't taint us. But never forget who we are. These people. Their souls are already lost. His men murmured in understanding before drifting down the store aisles. Samad paused in front of a display of plastic soldiers. Dozens of them, molded in aggressive poses, rifles raised, grenades clutched. The absurdity of it made him chuckle. $1 for a bag of glorified war propaganda. He tossed it into the cart. By the time they loaded their haul of snacks and toiletries into the beat-up Hyundai, the sun had dipped behind the hills of Studio City. Their temporary hideout, a cramped second-floor apartment on Laurel Canyon, was already buzzing with activity. Rahmani's local contacts, 4 men who'd spent years blending into American life, had welcomed them with a feast the first night, swapping stories of their narrow escape from Mexico. Gallagher, Rahmani's ex, Sia Asset, had pulled strings to arrange their crossing near Calexico, even disguising their extraction team as local cops. A slick operation, one that got them safely to the airstrip. That was when Samad had started peeling back the layers of the real plan. No more vague hints. Rahmani had insisted on secrecy until the last possible moment. No loose ends, no risks. If captured, they all knew the drill. 18 men were supposed to make up the teams, but Ahmed Ligari's mistake in Paris left 1 unit short. A replacement would meet them in San Antonio. 6 teams. 6 launchers. Talwar, the only one trained on the MPADs, had pressed for answers. Federal buildings, schools, he'd asked as they boarded the Cessna bound for Palm Springs. Samad had only grinned. Think bigger. Now, speeding back to the apartment, Samad's mind raced through the timetable. Every detail was locked in place, every step calculated. His fingers tapped restlessly against the wheel. Meanwhile, at the Zaudaiga Ranch in Joe Rez, Moore yanked open the blinds. The motion lights flared to life, illuminating 2 white trucks charging straight for the gates. The vehicles bore the official markings of the Joe Rez Police Department, but the men riding in the truck beds wore civilian clothes, and each group carried something that made Moore's breath catch. An M249 saw, a military, grade machine gun spitting out nearly 1,000 rounds a minute. These weren't standard issue weapons for local law enforcement, yet here they were unleashing hell on a pair of black SUVs belonging to the Mexican Federal Police. The absurdity of cops firing on federal agents vanished as the truth hit Moore. These weren't cops. The shaved heads, the ink-covered arms, the reckless aggression. They were cartel, plain and simple. Either they'd hijacked the trucks or bought them from dirty officers. As the lead truck smashed through the gates, Zaudaiga's security team opened fire, turning the front yard into a shooting gallery. Bullets whined past, and Moore's adrenaline spiked when Corrales suddenly appeared beside him, shouting, "The feds are here for me!"
Moore coughed. "Yeah,
because your pal Inspector Jiquimez sent them." Corrales' eyes widened. "How the hell?" Grabbing him by the collar, Moore cut him off. "Work with me, and you walk free. No prison. You want to burn the Joe Rez cartel to the ground. So do I." Corrales didn't hesitate. "Fine.
just get us out of here!"
The lead truck barreled straight for the house, its engine roaring as it plowed through the bay windows in an explosion of shattered glass and crumbling drywall. Zaudaiga's men scrambled, trading shots with the gunmen in the truck bed while the driver leaned out, spraying bullets wildly with an AK-47. One of Zaudaiga's guys took a hit, staggering but still gripping his rifle. Moore and Corrales sprinted toward the kitchen, where Zaudaiga was already arming himself. Through the gaping hole in the wall, Moore spotted the second truck peeling around the side of the house, federal police in pursuit. "If they block the garage, we're trapped," Moore yelled, his phone buzzing uselessly in his pocket. Too late for warnings now. The gunfire inside reached a deafening crescendo, the walls splintering under the onslaught. When the saw gunner opened up, rounds chewing through the stone fireplace, Moore, Corrales, and Zaudaiga bolted down the hallway. The chaos, the thunder of gunfire, the shouts, the sheer destruction, flashed Moore back to his days in Afghanistan, where the night sky had been lit by tracer fire instead of stars.
Corrales, wild-eyed, screamed, "Give me a damn gun!"
Zaudaiga ignored him, shoving into the master bedroom, where a ridiculously oversized 4-poster bed dominated the space. The absurd luxury of it almost made Moore laugh. Here they were fighting for their lives in the middle of a cartel war, and this guy slept like a king. The walls were covered in expensive art, framed silhouettes of nude women and striking art, deco paintings of South American vistas that clearly cost Zaudaiga a small fortune. Moore barely had time to take them in before his eyes locked onto a Belgian, made police pistol resting on a dresser. He snatched it up, disengaged the safety, and whirled toward the sound of boots pounding down the hall. One of the pickup guys had broken free from Zaudaiga's men and was charging straight at them, guns raised. Moore fired twice, dropping the guy with shots to the chest and groin before ducking as return fire cracked overhead, sending plastered dust raining into his eyes.
"Jesus Christ!"
Corrales gaped at Moore's precision. "Move," Moore barked. Ziego was already ushering them into the master bathroom, where a hidden door led to a sprawling walk-in closet. Inside, a massive wardrobe stretched 30 feet wide, a vanity mirror gleaming at its center. Zidaniga jammed a key into a tall cabinet, yanked it open, and pulled out a rifle, shoving it into Corrales' hands before grabbing another and tossing it to Moore. "Where the hell did you get these?" Moore demanded, staring at the Colt M16A2, Marine Corps standard, bulkier than the M4s he'd carried as a SEAL. "Bay, gringo." "Now move!" Moore shook his head, flicking the selector lever to semi-auto before turning to Corrales. "Safety's here." "Genius." He flipped it off with a mocking thumbs up. Corrales shot him the finger, just as Moore swung the rifle past his face and dropped a heavy-set gunman who'd appeared in the doorway. Corrales swore, then crouched beside the body, examining an Aztec warrior tattoo on the man's bicep. "This isn't Fernando's crew. These are Azteca, prison hit squad. Your ex-boss send them," Moore asked. "No time," Zidaniga snapped. Corrales stood pale. "We're dead." "Man, totally dead." "Not yet." Zidaniga led them deeper into the closet, fumbling with another key before revealing a hidden passage. He hit a switch, and dim light flickered on. "Where now?" Corrales demanded. "Up. Are you kidding me?" "How the hell?" "Shut up." Zidaniga turned to Moore. "Lock it behind us?" Moore secured the door as they squeezed down a tight hallway, shoulders scraping the walls until they reached a metal staircase. A dozen steps later, they emerged onto the roof, where Zidaniga's 2 guards were already trading fire with the attackers below, using the parapet for cover. Smart, Moore thought. Zidaniga clearly knew his son Tuzu. Never fight a pill against an entrenched enemy. The old man had a plan. Now they just had to survive it. The second white pickup had angled itself across the garage entrance, partially blocking 2 of the doors, while the federal police vehicles held back about 90 feet, officers crouching behind their trucks and laying down sporadic fire to keep the enemy suppressed. The steady thumping of helicopter blades grew louder, signaling approaching air support. Corrales lunged toward the roof's edge, firing one, handed with his M16 at the gunner, taking cover behind the truck's rear wheel. Moore yanked him backward by the collar just as return fire shredded the concrete where Corrales had been standing.
"Get your damn head down!"
Moore barked. This reckless kid was going to get himself shot before they could even negotiate. Typical. Zidaniga barked orders to his men, then sprinted along the rooftop toward the rear of the house where a rusted drainpipe offered an escape route.
"This way!"
he shouted. Moore gave a quick nod. Then everything went sideways. The rooftop door burst open, revealing an Azteca gunman in the shadows. His AK-47 erupted, stitching bullets across Zidaniga's chest and sending him reeling toward the ledge. Moore fired back instantly, dropping the shooter against the doorframe, but it was too late. Zidaniga toppled over the edge. Moore rushed to look down. His ally lay motionless in the dirt below, blood spreading like a dark stain. Have you ever lost someone? Do you know real pain? Zidaniga's words from Sacred Heart Church echoed in Moore's mind. Now, only one of them carried that weight. Corrales, ignoring the danger, charged to the front ledge and opened fire like a madman, his injured arm making his shots wild. Moore tackled him, ripped the rifle away, and punched him hard in the jaw.
"Try that again and I'll put you down myself."
Corrales blinked up at him, stunned. "You're a damn gringo." The helicopter's spotlight swept over them, drawing fire from below as it circled toward the backyard. The Pool-I-Seed-A federal markings were clear, even with bullets sparking off the hull. Moore checked his phone. Tower's message confirmed the ride was theirs. Corrals groaned. "We're screwed." "That's jail for sure." "Wrong," Moore said, hauling him up. "That's our exit. And trust me, my deal beats whatever you had going before." Moore stood up and barked orders at the men on the roof, demanding cover fire. But they flipped him off and bolted through the rooftop access, disappearing into the house. As he hauled Corrals toward the ledge where the drainage pipe hung, muffled gunshots erupted from inside. Zidaiva's crew had clearly run into more Aztecas, and judging by the silence that followed, they hadn't won that argument. The Aztecas were coming. "I can't do this!" Corrals yelled over the deafening rotor wash as the helicopter hovered just feet above them.
"Move your ass down that pipe!"
Moore roared, channeling the same drill, Sergeant Fury he'd endured back in Budgies training. He repeated it twice more, each word sharper than the last. Trembling, Corrals swung a leg over the ledge, his boot slipping on the first support strap. The straps were supposed to be a makeshift ladder, but with Corrals' busted shoulder. Moore wasn't convinced he'd make it halfway. "Hell no," Corrals muttered, fumbling for the next rung. Then the rooftop door burst open. "Go," Moore bellowed, twisting toward the sound. Two Aztecas stormed out, one with a rifle, the other gripping a machine gun. The rotor blast masked Moore's position. He'd dropped low, pressing his back against the parapet, the M16 snug against his shoulder. For a split second, the weight of the rifle transported him back to his SEAL days, back when Frank was still breathing. Instinct took over. He flicked the selector to 3, round burst, and locked onto the machine gunner. The first volley sent the guy reeling, his buddy whipping around just in time to catch Moore. His next 3 rounds square in the chest. If the guy's heart was still ticking when he hit the ground, it'd be a medical marvel. Moore spun back to check on Corrals just as the kid lost his grip and plummeted the last 10 feet, crashing onto Zidaiva with a pained yelp. At least he was alive. Groaning, but alive. 2 federal police officers from the chopper were already sprinting toward him, MP5s raised. "Get with them." Moore shouted down, but Corrals wasn't moving. Gunfire erupted from the corner of the building, forcing the cops to hit the dirt. Moore lunged along the roofline, peering down at the 2 shooters pinning them down. They never saw him, not until they were sprawled in their own blood, staring blankly at the sky.
"Clear! Go!"
Moore barked. He sprinted toward the garage, spotting 3 more police cars turn up the dirt road, sirens wailing. Then a voice cut through the chaos.
"Freeze! Don't move!"
Moore didn't bother turning. The Aztecas didn't give warnings, and that accent, he knew it. "Señor, I'm on your side," Moore said calmly as the rifle was yanked from his hands. His pistol followed. But Moore wasn't done. In one fluid motion he spun, catching the guy off guard, because who in their right mind moves like that with a gun on them? The man wasn't with the federal police or Azteca. It was the kid from the Range Rover, the one with the skull earring who'd begged Zidaiva for his life earlier. His voice cracked as he shouted, "This is your fault! I saw him down there. My boss is dead because of you." Before the kid could react, Moore slammed the heel of his palm into his nose. Not enough to kill, despite the old myth, but enough to daze him. The kid staggered back, his perfect face twisted in pain, just as Moore yanked the rifle free and smashed the stock into his skull, sending him sprawling onto the rooftop. No time to waste. Moore bolted for the drainpipe, slung the rifle over his shoulder, and swung over the ledge. Halfway down, the rusted straps gave way, and the pipe tore loose from the wall. He hit the ground hard, legs buzzing from the impact, but the roar of approaching sirens kept him moving. He rolled, pushed up, and sprinted for the chopper, where Towers hauled him inside. Corrales was already there, jaw clenched in pain. The bay door slammed shut as the helicopter lurched forward, lifting off just as headlights flooded the driveway. Towers leaned in, voice low. This kid better be worth his weight in intel. Moore nodded. With Zuniga gone, the Sinaloa cartel would be in chaos, ripe for a takeover by Joe Rez. If that happened, their mission would backfire spectacularly, handing Rojas even more power. By the time they reached the D's San Diego office, it was nearly midnight. Corrales had been patched up by the medic, insisting his legs weren't broken, just a sprained ankle. He refused a hospital, though his defiance wavered when Moore dropped the truth. They weren't just cops. They were everything. Now, slumped in the conference room, Corrales gulped bitter coffee and demanded immunity and a lawyer. Moore cut him off. You're not under arrest. This is about Maria. We found her body. Who killed her? Corrales' hands shook. Not Pablo. The others, they murdered her. And they'll pay. Who's your boss? Towers pressed. Fernando Castillo. Rojas' watchdog. The one-eyed bastard. Moore exchanged a glance with Towers. Castillo was deep in Joe Rez's ranks. Corrales scoffed. They call themselves the Knights. What a joke. What were you giving Zuniga? Names. Roots. Bank accounts. You wouldn't believe the reach. Colombia, Pakistan, even your own backyard. I've got proof of everything. Towers smirked. And we've got everything on you, Corrales. Your parents. Your first kill. This isn't just about Maria anymore. Corrales took a slow sip of his coffee, his chest tightening with rage before he suddenly slammed his fist down.
Every last one of them pays!
He snarled, his voice raw with fury. Moore leaned back, unfazed. They got Ignacio at the hotel, too. Decent guy didn't deserve that. Corrales froze, recognition flashing in his eyes. Wet, you're the one. Howard, right? The guy my men lost track of. Moore just smirked. Wes the Universe has a sense of humor. Corrales muttered something about solar panels being a joke before Towers cut in. Enough chatter. Where's this intel you're bragging about? Corrales scoffed, then reached into his silk shirt and pulled out a flash drive dangling from a gold chain. Ridiculously flashy, plated in gold, 64 GB of pure arrogance. Right here, and before you ask, there are backups. I'm not an amateur. Moore barely stifled a laugh. Wes, we're hitting the bank after all. Meanwhile, near Lax, Samad and Niasi tailed Talwar in a beat-up Hyundai, trailing his DirecTV van through the maze of airport roads. They rolled into the cell phone lot, a frills patch of asphalt where security was practically non-existent. Just a couple of bored guys checking for abandoned cars. Perfect. They debated parking farther out, but Samad insisted on staying close. Timing was everything. As the plane would take off, loop over the Pacific, then swing back on its designated flight path, they'd be ready. The sheer audacity of it sent a thrill down Samad's spine. This wasn't just revenge, it was destiny. 6 cities, 6 planes. June 6th. To him, 666 wasn't some cursed number, it was divine. And Ramani, a meticulous planner, pulling FA schematics and flight paths like they were public records. With a team of tech-savvy allies, they'd simulated every detail, down to the last second. Los Angeles wouldn't know what hit it, and neither would the rest. Armed with precise intelligence and unwavering conviction, their meticulously planned attack would unfold with devastating precision. The chosen target was Delta Airlines Flight 2965, scheduled to depart Los Angeles on Sunday, June 6th at 5:40 p.m., bound for New York's JFK Airport. The Boeing 757, a twin-engine wide-body jet, typically carried 202 passengers along with the flight crew, pilots, co-pilots, and attendants. Sunday evening flights were notorious for being packed, filled with business travelers and vacationers rushing back east to start their work week. The weapon of choice was the MKE missile, equipped with an advanced infrared homing system that locked onto heat signatures, making it a lethal, fire, and forget weapon. Traveling at 300 miles per hour, it didn't just follow its target. It calculated the most efficient trajectory. Its warhead packed enough explosive force to obliterate an engine, mounted perilously close to the fuselage. Secondary damage to hydraulic systems, fuel lines, and control surfaces would ensure catastrophic failure. History had shown even a glancing hit could cripple an aircraft, like the Dal cargo plane struck over Baghdad in 2003, which barely managed an emergency landing, but Samad's team wouldn't leave anything to chance. As the 757 climbed slowly, engines roaring at full thrust with heavy fuel loads, the heat signature would be unmistakable. The missile's range allowed strikes up to 16,400 feet, but the ideal window was below 10,000 feet, minimizing the crew's reaction time while maximizing destruction over densely populated areas. A direct hit could shear off a wing, sending the plane spiraling into chaos. And why settle for one missile when they had two? The operation was streamlined for speed a driver, a shooter, and a reload assistant. 30 seconds to fire both projectiles and vanish. Backup weapons, Makarov pistols and AK-47 grenades ensured no bystander in the airport's cell. Phone lot would interfere. Even if some street, hardened gangster from Compton or Brooklyn happened to be waiting there, a hail of gunfire would cut them down before they could react. It was almost laughable how vulnerable the system was. No security checks, no armed patrols, just complacency. The airlines and the government had handed them this opportunity on a silver platter. All that remained was to pull the trigger and watch the sky burn. The idea of outfitting commercial airliners with military-grade defenses, like flare systems to confuse heat, seeking missiles, infrared scramblers, or even laser countermeasures, was dismissed as too expensive by officials who claimed there wasn't enough concrete threat intelligence. The FA vaguely mentioned offering airlines war risk insurance, but whether it covered surface to air attacks remained unclear. Samad smirked at the absurdity. While TSA agents frisked toddlers at security checkpoints, the skies were left wide open to missile strikes.
Allahu Akbar!
Meanwhile, Israel's El Al fleet had quietly installed advanced anti-missile tech, proven effective when one of their jets dodged 2 incoming projectiles. Officials denied it, of course, even though that same plane frequently carried the Prime Minister. Parked at the edge of the cell, phone lot, their Hyundai's trunk easily fit the launcher and missiles, if angled just right. Ahead, the floodlit fields of Carly, Nielsen Youth Park stretched into the darkness, bordered by quiet suburban homes. Samad stepped out, breathing in the crisp air as Talwar parked nearby. Getting here was the hard part. Niasi muttered. Samad's grin widened. Look at them. They'll just sit in their cars like we're some reality show. Talwar added. By the second launch, we'll be trending on SIN, live and in HD. An airport security cruiser rolled up, prompting Samad to fake a phone call. The officer, sounding exhausted, ordered them back into their vehicles. They complied, but the rehearsal was over. Tomorrow night, they'd return for the real test. Then the calls, the positions, the irreversible steps. Across town, in a DIA office in San Diego, Towers handed over Corrales' flash drive, itching to dissect the cartel intel himself. Moore, still nursing his wounds, was ordered to rest. Back at the hotel, sleep eluded him until dawn's edge. When it finally came, the dream dragged him back to Z9IGA's rooftop, watching Carmichael's body crumple under gunfire. Sonia's voice cut through. Stop crying. You saved me. That counts. She was right. Not everyone died, And now, tangled in guilt, he couldn't ignore how her presence stirred something deeper. Leslie felt like a distant memory, their connection fleeting, two lost souls grasping at comfort. But Sonia. Saving her had become more than duty. It was the first flicker of something real in a world drowning in chaos. The phone buzzed at 7:30 a.m., jolting Moore awake. Tower's voice crackled through the line, rough with exhaustion. "You alive over there?" "Barely." Moore muttered, rubbing his face. "Get your ass down here. Now. You sound like you haven't slept in days. Try all night. Just move." Moore dragged himself up, threw on the first clothes he found, and jumped into the rental. At Starbucks, the barista gave him a once-over. "Rough night." "Just the usual. People trying to murder me." He deadpanned. She rolled her eyes. "Sounds like my ex. Pulled all-nighters playing Warzone, then acted like a zombie with a hangover." Moore smirked, swiping his card. "Noted. I'll do my best to avoid the zombie act." He grabbed his coffee and bolted. The office was a war room. Towers slumped in a chair, looking like he'd lost a fight with a dumpster, surrounded by analysts. He stood, clutching a folder, and jerked his head toward the conference room. Inside, Moore cut straight to it. "Corrals, same hotel, extra security. Oh, and we've got Joe Rez cartel scouts eyeballing the building. Happy Tuesday." Expected. More bad news. Calexico Pede tracked down the kid who painted those fake cop cars. One of our guys grilled him. Kid pointed straight at Gallagher. Moore scoffed. "Let me guess. Cartel paycheck or Taliban fan club? You'll see. Point is, your team's got a leak. That's bullshit." Gallagher was solid. Years in the field. "What flipped him?" "Cash," Towers snapped. "Hope it's enough to buy a new identity, because he's gonna need it." "Now, Rojas." Moore exhaled. "Where do we even start?" Towers rubbed his temples. "It's messy. Corrals delivered. Bogot supplier named Ballesteros, already in Colombia's crosshairs. Even got a lead on Ramani in Waziristan. Great. So what's the holdup?" Towers hesitated. "Rojas isn't just some kingpin. He's a damn folk hero in Mexico. Built hospitals, schools, makes the government look incompetent. And drowned it all in blood money. Tried telling that to his brother, in law, the governor of Chihuahua, or the Supreme Court Chief Justice he golfs with, or the Attorney General whose kid calls him Padrino." Moore leaned in. "I don't care if he's besties with the president. He's a killer." Towers flipped open the folder. "Did my homework. Mexico's constitution gives states insane autonomy. Chihuahua's governor could stonewall extradition forever. Even if Rojas saw a courtroom, his buddies would toss the case. Oh, and no death penalty unless it's treason." Moore's fist hit the table. "So after burying 3 agents, we're just supposed to walk away, hand Corrales' intel to our courts and call it a day. Let's hit Rojas with federal drug trafficking and conspiracy charges," Moore said urgently. Towers held up his hands in caution. "Hold on. Remember what happened with Gallagher. That leak connects straight to Ramani, who's tight with Rojas. Processing this evidence could take weeks, and even then, we'd need the judge to believe Corrales, who's clearly motivated by revenge. That won't help us. And the whole time, we're gambling that Gallagher doesn't warn Rojas. If he gets wind of this, he'll vanish. A guy like him. He's got hidden properties everywhere. Poof. Gone for years, maybe forever." Moore shook his head. "Sonia's inside. He can't just disappear." "You think Rojas would bring her along?" Towers scoffed. "He's kept his cartel ties secret from his own son. Sonia's been struggling to get solid evidence. Every time she tries accessing his systems or planting bugs, she hits a wall. The guy's got counter, surveillance tech all over his place. Face it, Moore, we never expected this to lead back to someone like Rojas. Look at Zidan Iga. Now there's a straightforward case. Or Nibla up in Chicago. Mexico held him for nearly a year before we extradited him. Because Mexico wanted him gone. Towers cut in. He had no allies there. Just Zilai Iga, and Rojas made sure they cut him loose. But Rojas, the man's untouchable. Half of Mexico worships him like some kind of folk hero. Moore clenched his fists. So we're just giving up. I've got 14 agencies on this. We hand off the evidence and pray for a miracle. Moore exhaled sharply. No, we're not waiting. Rojas is lying low after that hit attempt. If we start dismantling his network, busting smugglers, cutting suppliers, he'll panic. We strike first. How? Without leaving fingerprints. Let me make a call. Moore grabbed his phone, ignoring Towers' offer of coffee. After navigating past Chief Slater's assistant, he got straight to the point. Sir, I know you were Force Recon. Slater chuckled.
Where? Hoya.
Sir, Semper Fi and all that. But right now I need you thinking like a soldier, not a spook. Moore laid out the situation, and by the end, even Slater was swearing under his breath.
You see what I'm asking?
We'd have to be slick. Real slick. The Sinaloas or Guatemalans would have been easier, but they're unreliable. The only ones we can trust in Mexico are the Navy. Moore pressed. That's why I need you to reach out. You trained with them. So did I. There are at least 2 commandos who owe you. If they're still active, Slater grunted. I'll make the call. Moore hung up, rubbing his temples. Towers wandered back in, cradling his coffee like it held the answers. Good news, Moore said. Slater's pulling strings with the Mexican Navy. Towers raised an eyebrow. What's the play? Moore leaned in. No official involvement. Not from our government, not from Mexico's. The president needs deniability. And if Rojas catches wind of backroom deals, he'll bolt. This has to be quiet. He paused, then added, and we'll need a distraction. Something to make him think his own people are turning on him. Working with the Mexican Navy's special forces could be our best move. We'd essentially recruit a couple of their elite units. Operatives who won't report back to their superiors. These guys live for taking down drug traffickers, and they'd jump at the chance to nail someone like Rojas. We let them take the credit publicly, making it look like an official Mexican operation. That way, our president can stand there with clean hands, denying any involvement. Towers smirked. So we're outsourcing justice to their commandos. Exactly. They'll claim they acted independently, blaming government corruption for forcing their hand. We get invited in, hit Rojas' estate, and take him out. Slater handles the payoffs, and the Navy keeps whatever's left. Sonia needs to be extracted first. Towers reminded him. Obviously. And Rojas, if we actually grab him alive. Alive. The word came out like a joke. Why bother? Corrals has given us enough to cripple the cartel. Rojas is just a loose end now. Towers hesitated. He's the one who connects all the dots. Alive, he's valuable. Alive, he's a problem. Hand him over, and the Navy will have to silence him anyway. Dead men don't talk. Before Towers could argue, Moore's phone buzzed. Slater's voice crackled through. Deal's done. We've got our Mexican Special Forces team locked in. Huya. Exclusive invitation, Rojas Estate, Cuernavaca, Mexico, 56 miles south of Mexico City. The financial reports on George Rojas's desk should have been cause for celebration. The Dow, Nasdaq, and SP 500 were all climbing, and the IPX, the Mexican Stock Exchange's broadest index, was soaring, with his companies making up nearly half its weight. Profits were up, investments were paying off, yet Rojas sat there, glaring into his coffee like it had betrayed him. The truth gnawed at him. He'd built an empire on ruthlessness, not regret. He'd crushed rivals without blinking, always hitting back harder. But now, he was just another criminal in a gilded cage, no better than the lowlifes peddling drugs in back alleys. His wife was gone, his son didn't know the truth, and his soul had long since checked out. Alexei saw his torment, urging him to talk to someone. But Rojas wasn't the type to admit weakness. He buried his pain under arrogance, just like he had after watching his brother die. His phone stayed silent. No word from Mullah Rahmani. Samad's number was dead. Castillo's report about Arab gunmen in Calexico, the staged police cars. It all pointed to betrayal. And now Romero's family executed in their own home. Rojas clenched his fists. Whoever was coming for him had already made their move, and he wasn't about to wait for the next strike. Corrales remained unaccounted for, despite Fernando's earlier assumption that he'd headed to Zinaid Iga's ranch. The shootout at the property had left Zinaid Iga dead, and witnesses claimed they'd seen a woman's body removed from the scene. Possibly Corrales' lover, Marat. Yet nobody could confirm Corrales' presence. Federal agents, suspected of being undercover operatives, had escaped by helicopter before anyone got a clear look. Rojas grew uneasy, suspecting Corrales might have turned informant, either to Mexican or U.S. authorities. The situation worsened when Fernando revealed their key federal police liaison, Inspector Alberto G. Quimez, had vanished without a trace. Rojas knew the drill: shut down operations, launder funds, clear out evidence. Over the years, he'd mastered the art of masking his cartel connections behind legitimate enterprises and a network of devoted employees who'd never betray him. But now the game had changed. His phone buzzed with an unrecognized number, sending a jolt through him. Hello. A voice, thick with an unfamiliar accent, answered in Spanish. Say, or Rojas. Rahmani here. Bad reception while traveling. Rojas lied smoothly. Spare me. Where are you? Listen carefully. The man snapped. Samad showed up in Bogot spinning some tale about a dying imam, begging for passage into the U.S. He tried bribing me with explosives and guns. Which you accepted. Naturally. But you know my rule. Don't poke the bear. Rojas forced a placating tone. My apologies. Samad's gone rogue, and I've lost contact. I explicitly told him not to risk our arrangement, but the fool has a habit of ignoring orders. I'll deal with him. If he's on U.S. soil, we're done. I'll freeze your shipments and make sure you never move another gram through my channels. Consider this your final warning. Rojas's voice turned icy. Understood. I'll handle Samad. And as a gesture of goodwill, I've got an asset you might find useful. A former CIA operative now feeding us intel. I'll share anything relevant. Just keep the supply moving. No sudden moves. The bear, as you say, stays asleep. Find Samad. Then we'll talk. Rojas ended the call and glanced up as Fernando lingered in the doorway. Morning, Fernando said. J.C. made breakfast. Rojas smirked. Since when are you my butler? Fernando hesitated, eyes dropping to the floor. There's been an incident. An explosion in San Martin Texmelucan. The pipeline. Fernando nodded grimly. 50 dead. The Zetas ignored our warnings. They're still siphoning fuel. The Zetas, the Gulf Cartel's enforcers, had been brazenly stealing oil from Pemex, Mexico's state-owned petroleum giant. Rojas had played both sides, publicly donating to security efforts while privately warning the Zetas through Castillo. This year alone, they'd stolen enough oil to fill 40 tankers. Now, with blood on their hands, the reckoning was coming. Rojas exhaled, rubbing his temple. Tell them this was their last mistake. The organization funneled their stolen fuel through a network of company-owned gas stations and transport businesses, operations originally set up as fronts for money laundering. A sizable portion of this illegal product made its way across the border into the U.S., where they boosted profits by blending it with legally obtained fuel. Castillo had fantasized more than once about seizing control of the Zetas' lucrative racket, imagining the steady stream of cash it would bring. Rojas played a dangerous double game, donating to officials with one hand while robbing the nation's primary oil supplier, blind with the other. He had used. It was a reckless gamble that threatened to destabilize the entire system. The recent pipeline explosion only confirmed Castillo's doubts. This operation was a disaster waiting to happen. Rojas clenched his jaw, staring at the wall before snapping. Contact your guy. Make it clear. If the Zetas don't shut down their illegal taps, we'll move in and secure the pipeline ourselves under government authority. Castillo gave a curt nod. Consider it done. But what about the tunnel we had to abandon? We'll seal our end, act like we never knew it existed, and pin the whole thing on one of the contractors. I'm already scouting a new engineer and location, but that setback cost us dearly. You get why we had to destroy it, right? Absolutely. Fernando, you've always had my back. With a faint smirk, Castillo strolled to Rojas' desk and plucked a tiny digital recorder from behind a gilded photo frame. Got an alert about an unauthorized device in here. That's actually why I stopped by. Miguel. Castillo's silence was answer enough. Rojas exhaled sharply, waving a hand. Just wipe it and put it back. Leave it where it was. A heavy weight settled in Rojas' chest as he stepped out, shuffling toward the kitchen where the rich scent of Huevos Rancheros offered a fleeting comfort. Meanwhile, Sonia stood by the bedroom window, gazing past the mansion's cobblestone drive to the street below. Miguel slipped his arms around her waist, inhaling the floral hint of her perfume. "You smell amazing," he murmured. She leaned back into him. "So do you. Are we still going to the waterfall today?" "Not sure." "You promised?" She pressed, turning in his arms. "And I was thinking about Mission del Sol, that resort you mentioned. We could get massages, maybe a couple's pedicure. Stay the night. It'd be perfect." Miguel's shoulders tensed, as if invisible straps were cinching tighter around him. "I'm not up for it." Sonia pulled away, studying him. She pressed a hand to his forehead, her lips pursed in concern. "No fever." "It's not that." He fished the recorder from his pocket. "A new phone." Voice recorder. "I planted it in my father's office last night. Just retrieved it." His voice wavered. "He's been lying to me for years. I knew it when we were in the vault, and now he's scared of what I'll find out." "Did you listen yet?" "No. I'm not ready." She shut the bedroom door quietly. "Want me here when you do?" He nodded. They sat on the edge of the bed, and with a shaky breath he hit play. Silence. "Is it broken?" "No. It was working. I know it was." "Maybe he found it." "Exactly. And if there was anything incriminating, he erased it. Because he can't face me." Sonia sighed. "Miguel, your father isn't some cartel kingpin. You keep ignoring everything he's done for this country. If he has to play games with those criminals to keep things stable, you should at least try to understand." "I don't think he's playing them." Miguel shot back. "I think he is them. You're not hearing me. My dad deals with the same kind of chaos in his work. Unreliable suppliers. Athletes failing drug tests, sponsorships falling through at the last minute. That's just how the game works. You don't just inherit wealth. You inherit the mess that comes with it. Maybe your father's shielding you from the ugly side, but let's be real. Business isn't some fairy tale. It's ruthless. You're unusually chatty today. Because I give a damn." Didn't ask for the reminder. Fine. But what if you're right? What if your old man is the cartel? What happens when they drag him away in cuffs? I'd end it. Don't be an idiot. You'd survive, because you're tougher than you think. Miguel shoved the recorder into a drawer, his voice hollow. I don't even know who I am anymore. She scoffed, turning away before meeting his gaze again. Look, your summer gig at Benort starts next week. Focus on that instead of spiraling, he exhaled. Maybe. Come on, we'll be in California by fall, and this'll all feel like a bad dream. You say that like it's a bad thing. Her jaw tensed. I'll just miss my family, okay? He tugged her close. We'll visit whenever you want. His phone buzzed. Kitchen says breakfast is getting cold. You hungry? Not even a little. Same. Let's bail. Coffee on the road. I can't stomach facing him right now. Gulfstream IE en route to Mexico City Moore, and Towers hunched over the tablet, studying the blueprints of Roges's Cuernavaca fortress. An 8,000 square foot monstrosity designed like a medieval castle, complete with a basement vault and a garage big enough for a car chase. The late Mrs. Roges had once gushed about the place in a magazine spread, calling it the House of Eternal Spring. Too bad eternal didn't apply to her. The agency had eyes on the property for weeks, mapping guards, cameras, and motion sensors. Roges didn't skimp. His security setup was a nightmare of hidden tech, laser grids, and a panic room straight out of a spy flick. Towers zoomed in on a second-floor terrace. This is our inn. Moore tapped the screen. And if he bolts. Garage ramp. Then straight through the brick wall. Dude's got a backup exit here. Probably leads to a tunnel. A flicker of movement outside the jet window caught Moore's eye, a hawk diving toward the horizon. For a second, he envied its simplicity. No blueprints. No collateral damage, just survival. Towers shot Moore a skeptical glance. If he makes it outside, we might as well turn in our badges right then and there. Moore shrugged. Just thinking out loud. Don't. That's not happening under my command. A smirk tugged at Moore's lips. So, how'd you swing this trip? Last I heard, you were supposed to be stuck behind a desk in San Diego. Towers flashed a grin. Let's just say my boss trusts me. Maybe too much. After losing so many people on this op, I wasn't about to sit this one out. Slater backed me too. Apparently, he didn't like the idea of you going in solo. Guess you've got fans in high places. Color me surprised. Towers arched an eyebrow. Same. Oh, and G.K. Mez's intel was solid. We've got names. 10 high-ranking federals, even the assistant ag. Once we wrap this up, I'm taking them all down. If that means locking up half the force in Joe Res, so be it. Count me in. At least now we've got some real pros backing us up. These Fez guys. Absolute beasts. And they know how to celebrate when the job's done. Not gonna lie, I'm glad we got the call. Moore was downplaying it, of course. Slater had pulled strings to bring in the Fuerzas Especiales, Mexico's elite naval special ops unit. Moore had trained with them years ago in Coronado, back when the group was just cutting its teeth. Their motto, strength, spirit, wisdom, wasn't just talk. These guys were the real-deal divers, snipers, urban combat specialists, and experts in just about anything that involved explosions. Originally spun off from an airborne battalion, the Fez had grown into a force of nearly 500, split between the Pacific and Gulf units. Their training was brutal. 3 weeks of hell that weeded out anyone who couldn't keep up. They'd already made waves in Mexico's drug war, hitting cartels with precision and aggression. One of their most famous busts, storming a narco sub off Oaxaca, netting 4 smugglers and nearly 6 tons of cocaine. Unlike the Mexican Army, which U.S. agencies often found stubborn and territorial, the Navy had a solid rapport with American counterparts. That trust didn't come easy. Not after the D's Camarina was betrayed and killed by corrupt cops in the 80s, but the Fez had proven themselves. Moore's contact, Captain Omar Soto, was a familiar face from Coronado. Late 30s, built like a linebacker, with a nose he joked belonged on an ancient temple. Soto might not have been the biggest guy in the room, but with a rifle in his hands. Unforgettable. When questioned about his uncanny accuracy with various firearms, Soto simply grinned and replied, "Survival instincts." Moore later discovered Soto had been obsessed with marksmanship since he was a kid, spending countless hours at shooting ranges, perfecting his craft. Though Moore longed to reunite under better circumstances, he couldn't deny the electric energy in the air. This team was itching for action. And let's get one thing straight. As Slater had emphasized, the U.S. government's hands were clean regarding the raid on George Rojas' estate. The Fez, however, was raking in serious cash to ensure Mexican officials remained blissfully unaware. By afternoon, Moore and Towers touched down in Mexico City, grabbed a rental, and navigated toward a military compound sandwiched between Conscripto and Zapador's avenues. The place stood out like a sore thumb. Pink walls and wrought iron gates that looked more suited to a boutique hotel than an armed forces facility. After flashing their credentials to a stone-faced guard, they were ushered through the checkpoint. Inside, the base had seen better days. Dust clung to every surface as they wound through dim hallways toward a borrowed conference room. Soto met them at the entrance. Dressed casually in jeans and a hoodie, his handshake firm enough to rattle bones. "Max!" "Damn good to see you." The room buzzed with 12 hardened operators, all dressed in civvies, gathered around a scuffed table. Moore's eyebrows shot up when he spotted the projector in the corner. A small miracle, considering the Fez's usual reluctance to cooperate. Soto made introductions, his pride evident as he named each veteran, including 2 former naval aviators. Once formalities ended, Towers launched into his briefing, his voice sharp with purpose. "Gentlemen, tonight isn't just another op. George Rojas isn't just a kingpin. He's a legend in the cartel world. And we're about to rewrite history." Soto's grin was razor-edged. "Say, or Towers, my men live for rewriting history." Moore scanned the room, adrenaline surging as he caught the fire in every operator's eyes. Names flashed through his mind, Kodai, Rana, the others, fueling his resolve. Towers unrolled blueprints across the table. "Assume nothing's accurate. We dissect every inch of that mansion, then the whole damn neighborhood. And remember, this stays off the books. If the government catches wind, we're all screwed." Soto gave a curt nod. "Consider it done." The fire in their hands, Los Angeles International Airport cell. Phone waiting, Lot 9011 Airport. Boulevard War demands preparation, sacrifice, and above all, unwavering faith in divine will. Growing up in the remote village of Sangsar near Kandahar, young Samad would often gaze at the jagged mountain peaks dusted with snow, watching planes slice through the crisp blue sky. In his childhood daydreams, those aircraft would perform daring maneuvers, landing right on the summits so tourists could step out and snap photos. He pictured himself and his friends scrambling up the slopes, though he never quite worked out how, to sell them handmade trinkets and postcards as keepsakes. But more than anything, Samad fantasized about the world beyond those mountains, especially places overflowing with chocolate. He could practically taste it. Creamy milk chocolate, rich dark varieties, even the fancy imported kinds he'd only heard about in whispers. Names like Hershey's and Godiva became magical to him after he once caught a grainy bootleg of Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory, playing in a rug merchant stall at the bazaar. Now, years later, The hum of the van's engine filled the silence as Niazi fidgeted in the passenger seat and Talwar adjusted the missile launcher behind them. Samad's fingers brushed against two items in his pockets, a crumpled photo of his father. His beard coarse, his smile cracked, and a Hershey's Kiss bought on a whim at a discount store. He unwrapped the foil, letting the chocolate dissolve on his tongue as bitter memories surfaced. "I'm no monster," he'd once pleaded with his father's ghost. "This is justice. The unbelievers chose their fate, and I'm merely the hand that delivers it. You have to see that." His phone buzzed relentlessly, updates from their inside team at the airport tracking the target flight's movements. 3 spotters, embedded for years as janitors and baggage handlers, fed him real-time details to cross, check with the flight data on his laptop. Stepping out of the van, Samad pulled up a cheap flight tracking app, aiming it at a plane roaring overhead. The screen flickered with stats: airline, speed, destination. Close, but not the one they needed. Ramani had been adamant. No mistakes. When the right flight came, a sleeper agent on board would address the passengers, cameras rolling, ensuring the world witnessed what came next. No need for hidden explosives or sneaking pasts at checkpoints. Just words, broadcast live, unstoppable. The thought sent a chill down Samad's spine, though he told himself it was just the wind. Samad shielded his eyes against the glare as the distant rumble of jet engines grew louder. He gave 2 sharp knocks on the van's hood, signaling Talwar, who emerged from the back doors while leaving the missile launcher concealed inside. With his phone pressed to his ear in a convincing act, Talwar adjusted his stance into firing position. The aircraft's blinking navigation lights pierced the night sky before its sleek body roared past them. 3, 2, 1, fire, Samad murmured under his breath. 3, 2, 1, reload, Talwar responded without hesitation. Beside them, Niazi shifted his weight and confirmed, reloading now. 3, 2, 1, locked and loaded. Talwar steadied himself, ready to fire. 3, 2, 1, fire. Samad silently counted 5 more seconds before giving the signal. Move out. He stole a final glance at the departing jet, pulling up his phone to confirm its identity. Delta Flight 2965. As he climbed back into the van, he scanned the oblivious drivers around them, each absorbed in their glowing screens. The absurdity struck him. What if Talwar had miscalculated? Would these people even notice a missile launch happening right beside them? They shuffled through life like sleepwalkers, hypnotized by their devices, blind to the world crumbling around them. System check complete. Talwar announced from the back, inspecting the Anza launcher. Batteries at full charge. Samad nodded solemnly. Allahu Akbar. The others echoed the phrase as the van rolled away. A question Talwar had asked earlier resurfaced in Samad's mind. What happens after this? Do we go home? His answer had been firm. There is no home for us anymore. Rojas Mansion, Cuernavaca, Mexico. George Rojas groaned, flinging an arm over his face as the digital clock glowed 19:21 a.m. Beside him, Alexei slept soundly. Somewhere beyond the estate walls, the rhythmic thump of helicopter blades cut through the night. Another police pursuit, no doubt. He exhaled, willing himself back into the quiet darkness. Mizian Del, Sol Resort Spa, Cuernavaca. Miguel stirred, reaching for Sonia, but finding only empty sheets. A sliver of light seeped from the bathroom door of their luxurious villa. He fumbled for his phone, then remembered it was still in his discarded pants. The bathroom light flickered, casting shifting shadows. Maybe she wasn't feeling well. Their day had been pleasant. Strolling through the resort's lush gardens, the air thick with the scent of hibiscus, followed by messages and a quiet dessert. But beneath the surface, tension lingered. He'd even played along when calling his father, pretending not to notice the two bodyguards trailing them. The light switched off. Soft footsteps approached the bed, and he feigned sleep as she slid in behind him, pressing close. "You okay?" he whispered. "Just a stomachache," she murmured. "Go back to sleep." Rojas Mansion, Cuernavaca. Fernando Castillo's nightstand held his essentials: his phone, his eye patch, and the Beretta gifted by his father on his 21st birthday. The pistol's grip bore an intricate golden cowboy inlay, a tribute to his rancher father. He fired it sparingly, just enough to keep it in perfect condition. Tonight, like every night, it waited within reach. The sudden jolt of adrenaline snapped him awake. Was it the relentless thrum of the helicopter blades, the insistent buzz of his phone, or that eerie, distant hiss creeping in from outside? Heart pounding, he grabbed the call. His security team's voice crackled through, reporting movement in the basement. Before the words fully registered, he was already at his closet, yanking open the hidden gun safe stocked with enough firepower to take on a small army. Meanwhile, the Mexican Navy's Black Hawk tore through the night sky, zeroing in on the Rojas estate. The team had scrapped their initial plan to cut power. Too obvious, too risky. Instead, they'd go in hard and fast, a full assault to overwhelm the labyrinth of security measures. No lone wolf heroics tonight. Moore, once a solo act, had learned the hard way that teamwork saved lives, and right now, every second counted. Sonia's intel was solid. Rojas was home, restless, maybe planning an escape. His guards patrolled the sprawling gardens and towering brick walls, but they wouldn't stand a chance. Across the street, a modified Ford F-250 rolled up, its bed armed with a Singaporean grenade launcher loaded with non-lethal gas. The stuff hit fast, knocking targets out cold within seconds. A Soviet-era concoction, refined to minimize casualties, though nobody would shed tears if a few of Rojas's enforcers didn't wake up. The plan was brutal, efficient. No theatrics, no mercy, just a storm of shadows and steel, leaving Rojas with nowhere to run. As Soto's team sprang into action, one operative hurled gas grenades over the gate of Rojas's property, the canisters hissing as they landed near the guards, just within the weapon's 200-yard effective range. Another man, armed with an M240 machine gun, stood guard on the flatbed truck, scanning for threats while the driver kept the engine running, ready to peel out at the first sign of heavy return fire. Meanwhile, Soto's main force, nearly 100 operators, had already sealed off every street leading into the neighborhood, reinforced by commandos in pickup trucks and a pair of Russian Ber-60 and Beecher 70 armored personnel carriers he had used. Their 8-wheeled behemoths were enough to send locals scrambling for cover, let alone Rojas's men. Inside the 60 Black Hawk marked with Marina, along its fuselage, Moore sat beside towers, the helicopter's Mexican crew poised for action. The pilot and co-pilot kept their hands steady on the controls while the gunners manned the 7.62 mm miniguns, their barrels spinning ominously as they awaited the signal from Soto's lieutenant below. Soto himself, helmet off and gas mask secured, barked into the intercom.
"All right, we're moving in!"
The Black Hawk banked sharply, forcing Moore to brace himself against the seat as the three Fez troops across from him exchanged tense glances. Clad in black helmets, tactical vests, and enough gear to outfit a small armory. Knives, spare mags, flashlights, even zipper cuffs, they looked like something out of a sci-fi flick. Moore was no different, his own gear marked with Marina. Patches, his twin Glocks holstered at his hips. He'd been offered an AK-103 or an M16A2, but why settle for anything less than the M4A1 Sopmud? With its rail, mounted optics, and ECOG scope, it was the same rifle he'd carried on countless SHIELD missions. Familiar, reliable, and worth every penny. As the chopper descended, the engine's roar vibrated through his bones, his breath fogging the mask with each exhale. Below, the sprawling estate came into view, including a detached garage doubling as an armory, perched on the hillside like an afterthought. The real fight was about to begin. Several figures were sprinting toward the building when the pilot suddenly banked hard and shouted coordinates to the crew chiefs. Both gunners opened fire in unison, their weapons roaring to life as streams of glowing tracers sliced through the night, hammering the structure with a relentless storm of 7.62 Mahler's rounds. The left side gunner swiveled his rifle and dropped 3 guards in quick succession. As they closed in on the garage, motion, sensor lights flicked on, illuminating the fallen men, some still twitching in pools of blood. Before Moore could process the carnage, the pilot yanked the stick again, sending the chopper into a steep dive toward the second. Floor sundeck on the southwest side of the house. The starboard crew chief grabbed the first of 2 coiled fast ropes, engineered with a 4-strand braid for better grip and control, and hurled it over the side. Moore had done this drill 100 times, maybe more. He had used weekends spent rappelling from helicopters until his hands blistered, had burned the motions into muscle memory. The Navy wasn't big on pleasantries. When it was time to move, you got shoved out the door before you could blink.
"Rops out!"
the chief barked in Spanish.
"Peering down! Clear below! Go! Go, go!"
Moore and Towers unhooked their harnesses in sync. Moore checked his M4 sling, then positioned himself over the right rope while Towers took the left. "Radio check," Towers muttered. "Jake, 1 copies." Moore answered, adjusting the slim boom mic pressed against his cheek. "Marina 1's locked in." Soto chimed in. Moore tightened his grip, leaned forward, and swung out into open air, boots clamping the rope as he descended. Towers was just above him, matching his pace, until a deafening blast rocked the helicopter. The shockwave sent both men spiraling down the ropes, the world tilting violently. Heat seared Moore's back as the rope jerked sideways, dragging him toward the lawn instead of the deck. Above, flames engulfed the chopper, smoke billowing into the sky. Inside the house, Fernando Castillo lowered the RPG launcher, coughing as he stumbled back through the patio doors. The acrid taste of gas clung to his throat. He'd barely gotten his mask on in time. As Rojas' top enforcer, he'd prepped for every possible attack, but tear gas. Predictable. He'd already radioed his boss. "Arm yourself. Mask up. They're here." Castillo made his way down to the basement, navigating through the reinforced inner vault before slipping into a hidden tunnel that snaked up the hillside to a detached 2-car garage. Inside, his armored Mercedes sat waiting, a last line of defense. He knew he had to buy time, holding off the assault as long as possible. Outside, the chaos was deafening. The helicopter spiraled out of control before slamming into the hillside beside the garage. The impact sent rotors flying like brittle twigs, while secondary explosions erupted, sending sheets of fire racing across the slope. Castillo barely had a second to react, dropping the RPG, grabbing his rifle, and diving behind a sofa as bullets shredded the windows. The heavy thud of boots signaled the soldiers' advance. George Rojas had been watching from his window when the attack began. The truck across the street, the grenades raining down. It was all happening too fast. When Castillo's call came through, Rojas felt a cold dread settle in his chest. He wasn't like his brother, who would have charged out there without hesitation. No, survival was the priority. He threw on his bulletproof trench coat over silk pajamas, grabbed an AK-47 and spare mag from the safe, then snatched the gas masks Castillo had insisted they keep. Alexei was paralyzed with fear, and he had to shout twice before she finally bolted for the basement. His fingers trembled as he dialed Miguel, but the call went straight to voicemail. Then the explosion hit, a thunderous blast from the backyard that shook the walls and nearly knocked him off his feet. Moore and Towers had barely survived the crash, rolling onto the lawn as the chopper spun wildly behind them. The explosion tore through the gardens, flames licking at the wreckage, the heat unbearable. Towers groaned over the radio. Soto and the others. Before gunfire erupted from inside the house, Moore cursed, adrenaline surging. "Move," he barked, sprinting toward the shattered sliding doors. Then he saw him, a masked figure, bare-chested driving an AK-47 into his shoulder. The eye patch confirmed it Fernando Castillo. Moore barely had time to react before Towers went down beside him. Ignoring the urge to check on his partner, Moore fired, but Castillo was already gone, vanishing down the hallway. The radio crackled. Towers' weak voice calling his name. Just as another wave of gunfire erupted from the front of the house, glass shattered, voices shouted in Spanish, Rojas gas mask secured. Reached the basement just in time to see a soldier crouched over a fallen comrade in the living room. The fight wasn't over yet. Beyond the shattered back doors, a fresh wave of armed men surged toward the mansion. Towers clenched his jaw, blood seeping through his torn sleeve and the gaping hole in his vest. Who the hell had sent these guys? And why hadn't anyone tipped him off? Someone was going to pay for this. Plans had just gone out the window. The Rojas estate, nestled in the hills of Cuernavaca, just an hour south of Mexico City, had become a war zone. Towers winced as he pressed a hand to his shoulder, the bullet wound burning like fire. "If we don't move now, he's gone for good," he growled. Moore wasn't having it. "You're not going anywhere until a medic patches you up." He thumbed the comms on his belt. "Marina, 2. This is J2. Status. Update." Static buzz before a voice cut through. "J2. Marina 2 here. Lost contact with Marina 1. You still with us?" It was Morales, Soto's second in command. Moore exhaled sharply. Why need a medic in the main hall? Towers is hit. Soto didn't make it. The confirmation came fast, but Moore's relief was short-lived. Movement flickered near the far doors. A figure in a gas mask and long coat bolted for the stairwell. Moore didn't hesitate. The build, the stride, it had to be Rojas. Gunfire echoed from upstairs as Moore charged after him, boots pounding down the plush, carpeted steps. The lights flicked on just as Rojas hit the basement tiles. Then, boom, the ceiling erupted in a hail of debris, crashing into the garage where Rojas kept his prized classic cars. Rojas didn't waste time. He lunged for the vault, fingers flying over the access panel. Code fingerprint. Then the mask had to come off. Retinal scan. He sucked in a breath, yanked it up, and let the laser flash over his eye. The blood sample tube pricked his finger just as the first soldier rappelled down. Rojas didn't flinch. A single shot from his pistol sent the man diving behind a vintage Ferrari. The vault door groaned open, and Rojas slipped inside, the air blessedly clear. No time to seal it. Safety protocols wouldn't let him. He sprinted past shelves of art, racks of weapons, and the absurdly organized vinyl collection Sophia had adored. 10,000 albums, each in its own plastic sleeve. At the back, priceless rugs hung like trophies. He shoved aside a 16th century Persian silk piece. Worth millions. To expose the hidden door. Hands shaking, he spun the dial. Their anniversary date. The lock released with a heavy clunk. Panic clawed at his throat. If they caught him now, Miguel would never let him live it down. George Rojas had kept so much from Miguel. The truth about Esteban's death. The weight of that shotgun in his hands, the burning need for vengeance. He never shared the sleepless nights spent building his empire, the risks taken, the sacrifices made just to give the boy everything he could ever want. But none of it mattered now. No amount of time, no explanation, no apology could erase the lie that had festered between them. Tonight, a part of Rojas would die with it. Gunfire crackled outside the vault, snapping him back to reality. Where was Alexei? Had they already taken her? The lights flickered on as he stepped into the narrow room, barely 10 feet wide, but stretching nearly 50 feet long. Steel shelves groaned under mountains of cash, bundles of crisp American dollars stacked like bricks, forming walls of green. $500 million, maybe more. Rojas had once joked that the money was his life's story written in bills, clean and untarnished. At the far end, crates of weapons waited, not collector's items, but brutal tools of war. Police issue rifles, explosives from Samad's network, smuggled straight from Colombia. A reinforced concrete archway marked the exit, leading to a tunnel that snaked toward the hillside garage. The passage was fortified, layered with pressure, treated wood, cinder blocks, and rebar. A masterpiece of engineering. The kind of route Rojas wished existed between Joe Rez and the U.S. He moved toward the archway, but a soldier stepped into view at the opposite end of the room, rifle raised. Meanwhile, in a dim Studio City apartment, Samad sat upright in bed, his phone's glow painting shadows on the ceiling. The rest of his team, Talwar, Niazi, and the others, slept soundly. He was waiting for Rahmani's call, dreading it, exhaustion weighing him down. The enormity of what they were about to do pressed on him, sharpening his doubts. His father's face haunted him. That old photograph whispered that this wasn't Allah's will. That innocent blood wasn't the answer. He remembered the day his father handed him a bag of chocolate, saying it came from an American missionary. "They want to help us," he'd said. Samad clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms as if he could claw the guilt from his skin. He needed prayer, needed Allah's peace. His eyes flicked to the Quran beside him, the verse about rousing the faithful to battle. Then the phone buzzed. "Yes, Mullah Rahmani," he answered, voice steady. "And all is well. God is great. The operation went smoothly, and reports from the other teams confirmed everything was clean." "Good news," came the reply. "I just finalized an agreement with the Sinaloa cartel." Even after Zevenulega's death, his brother-in-law stepped in and offered us the same deal we had with Rojas, only better. He's connecting us with the Gulf Cartel to double our shipments. We're cutting ties with Joe Rez. Never did like Rojas's arrogance anyway. Man had a real attitude problem when I dealt with him. Doesn't matter now. Get some rest, Samad. Tomorrow's another day, Allahu Akbar. Meanwhile, at the Rojas estate in Cuernavaca, just 56 miles south of Mexico City, Moore was in the thick of it. He'd chased his target through the basement, dodging gunfire from behind, forcing him to take cover behind the vault door. Peeking out, he spotted the shooter crouched near a parked car, the black eye patch under his gas mask giving him away. Moore fired, sending the man scrambling, with Soto's men now trading shots with Castillo, the one-eyed gunman. Moore seized the moment. Marina, too. "Keep them focused on him," he barked. As bullets flew, he bolted for the vault, scanning every shadow, every corner. Past the stacks of rolled-up carpets, he spotted another door, slightly open. His pulse pounded. Screw the mask. He needed full awareness. The air seemed clear, though training told him not to trust it. Years of gas chamber drills in boot camp and SEAL training had hardened him. He took a sharp breath, held it then. He kicked the door open, rolling inside. The sight hit him like a freight train cache piled high, weapons stacked at the far wall, and a tunnel entrance. Then Rojas appeared, AK-47 blazing. Moore barely had time to react before 2 rounds slammed into his chest, knocking him back into a money rack. Gasping, he fired wildly, bullets shredding stacks of cash until he forced himself to stop. Rojas dropped, losing his grip on the rifle. Moore steadied himself, sights locked on the cartel boss as he hesitated, realizing he was out of options. Hands up, Rojas stepped forward, barefoot on the cold concrete. So this was Mexico's so-called saint, the man who built hospitals while his empire poisoned the streets. His white robes were stained now, his wealth drenched in blood. Moore tightened his grip on the rifle. Get up. Rojas obeyed, leaving his weapon behind. The irony wasn't lost on Moore. This kingpin, surrounded by his spoils, finally cornered. No more schools, no more charity fronts. Just a man facing the consequences. Moore had always known Rojas was too wrapped up in his own ego to grasp the trail of bodies left in his wake. The faces of the dead haunted Moore. Their sacrifices would mean nothing if tonight didn't end the right way. Rojas sneered, shaking his head in disbelief. This whole pathetic raid. You really think it changes anything? Arrest me, and I'll be out before sunrise. Moore didn't flinch. He slung his rifle aside and pulled out his Glock, the slide already locked and loaded, the barrel leveled at Rojas's temple. I'm not here to cuff you, he said flatly. Nearby, Castillo slumped against the cherry, red 1963 Corvette, blood soaking through his shirt from the wound in his neck. He tore off his mask and eye patch, whispering a prayer. He'd always known it would end like this. Violence begets violence. The only thing that mattered now was whether Rojas had made it out alive. If he had, Castillo could close his eyes with a smirk. He owed that man everything. Meanwhile, Soto's team had rounded up the chef, a handful of staff, and Rojas's girlfriend, Alexei, with the house secure. Towers, his arm in a sling, limped over to Moore as they headed for their getaway, car parked discreetly around the block. Shame you had to put him down. Towers muttered, searching Moore's face for a reaction. Moore ignored the bait. He slid into the driver's seat and fired up the engine. Let's move before this place turns into a media zoo. We've got Sonia to grab and a plane to catch. Back at the Mission del Sol resort in Cuernavaca, Miguel jolted awake at the sharp knock on the door. Sonia, wrapped in a silk robe, answered before he could react. 2 men in dark suits stepped inside, their presence slicing through the dim light. Miguel scrambled up, pulse racing. Sonia, what the hell? Who are these guys? She exhaled, her fingers twitching like she was searching for the right words. Just trust me. This isn't about us. It's about your father. It always was. Miguel lunged forward, but one of the men blocked his path with a warning glare. What are you talking about? His voice cracked. Sonia's expression hardened, her tone shifting into something detached, almost clinical. I'm saying goodbye. And I'm sorry. You've got a chance to start over. Don't waste it. His chest tightened. Who are you? A bitter laugh escaped her. Not who you thought. And your father. You were right about him all along. She tossed his phone onto the bed and turned to leave. Miguel's shouts chased her down the hallway, but she didn't look back. The last thing he saw was the suited man's finger jabbing at him. Stay put, he ordered before slamming the door. Alone, Miguel's mind reeled, replaying every conversation, every lie. The agency wanted them gone now. Moore, Sonia. And Towers were airborne within the hour, the Gulfstream E cutting through the night toward San Diego. The mission was technically a success, but the cost was steep. Soto and 7 of his men were dead, along with the Black Hawk crew. Professionals who knew the risks, but losses all the same. Sonia had been shaky when they scooped her up, but by the time they hit cruising altitude, she was talking a mile a minute, even joking about that coffee she owed more from San Juan Chamula. He grinned. "Oh, I'll be cashing in on that." The plane hummed beneath them, the darkness outside swallowing the past. For now, at least. As the plane lifted off, Sonia crossed her arms tightly and sank into her seat, her eyes locked on her phone's screen. She had poured everything into this mission. Her time, her emotions, even her conscience, all to infiltrate the impenetrable world of Rojas. The man had built walls so high that getting close had seemed impossible. Yet she had done it, with a professionalism that belied her youth. The cost, though, weighed on her. Miguel, Rojas' son, was now tangled in investigations, his life upended by his father's crimes. Sonia knew she could never step forward to clear his name, not without exposing the Sia's hand. The agency would never risk her testifying, not even behind closed doors. The guilt of that betrayal gnawed at her, but her resolve never cracked. Moore admired that about her. Beside him, Towers shifted in his seat, wincing as the plane hit turbulence. The Mexican medics had patched him up enough to stop the bleeding, but he'd need serious medical attention once they landed in San Diego. X-rays, stitches, the works. Moore, meanwhile, had only a few fresh bruises to add to his growing collection. He smirked as he scrolled through Mexican news reports, amused by the spin. The raid on Rojas' mansion was being sold as a shocking exposé of a billionaire's double life, with the Mexican Navy taking all the credit. No mention of the Americans, just as planned. The vaults, once stacked with cash, were now empty, quietly handled by Fez operatives before the cameras rolled. The government was probably fuming over the unsanctioned op, but they couldn't deny the Prahar win in their so-called war on drugs. Then there was Ballesteros. The Colombian cartel leader had been taken alive in a jungle raid. Another Sia victory, though the press didn't know that yet. Moore skimmed the classified report with satisfaction. Small wins, but they added up. Towers, true to his word, had handed over every corrupt officer's name. 22 in total, including a cabinet-level shocker. The list wasn't just sent to authorities, it was leaked, ensuring public outrage. Protests were already brewing, just as Gloria Vega had predicted. Officers demanding accountability, cities erupting in chaos. Towers had wanted to force the issue, and now Mexico would have no choice but to face it head-on. As for G.P. Mez, his plea bargain was a fantasy. He'd be on a plane to the U.S., soon facing every charge the Justice Department could dig up. Justice, messy as it was, had a way of catching up. Dante Corrales, the cartel informant, had just scored another victory. His cooperation was paying off as he handed over more names, slowly dismantling the criminal organization from within. While his intel on the cartel's overseas ties in Afghanistan and Pakistan was now outdated, his earlier tip about Rahmani had already gone cold, according to Moore's contacts in the region. Meanwhile, Moore shot off a quick text to Wazir, pressing for updates on the hand of Fatima Pendant and the suspected Taliban operatives who might have slipped into the U.S. As for Gallagher, the rogue agent remained a ghost, no trace, no beacon signal. Just a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a kid he'd hired to vandalize police cars. Gallagher knew every trick in the book when it came to vanishing, having spent years studying how people disappeared. Tracking him down wouldn't just take resources, it'd take obsession. Moore dozed off briefly on the flight, only to be jolted awake by a flight attendant reminding him to buckle up. San Diego greeted them at 4:05 a.m., the city still half asleep. Sonia wasted no time, heading straight for another flight back to Langley for debriefing. Moore gave her a nod of respect. "You killed it out there," he said. and she offered a tight, lipped smile before disappearing into the terminal. Sharp Memorial Hospital rolled out the red carpet for Towers. Being law enforcement meant VIP treatment, and a doctor saw him within minutes. The nurses warned Moore that the calm wouldn't last. Soon, the air would be swamped with rush hour wrecks. Slater's assistant pinged him about a video conference later, but before Moore could drift off again in the waiting room, his phone buzzed violently. Wazer's call. Stepping into the hallway, Moore braced himself. "It's early," Wazer said, voice tense. "But I couldn't wait. Your drone strikes just took out one of my best informants. You're burning my network." Moore clenched his jaw. "I'll handle it." "Handle it fast?" Wazer snapped. "Because while you're blowing up my people, 17 men, including Samad, Rahmani's right hand, crossed into California through the Mexicali Tunnel. Talwar and Niazi are with him. And Samad, he's the one who wears that pendant." Moore's fist tightened. "I need locations. Now, then call off the drones." Wazer shot back. "Or I can't help you!" The second he hung up, Moore dialed Slater, already in his car. "Shut down the strikes," he demanded. "Rakin only. We can't afford to lose Wazer's intel. Not when Samad's already here." Slater's hesitation was brief. "Fine, but you'd better deliver something solid." Moore exhaled. The clock was ticking. Gallagher stepped in to assist him. "I'll coordinate with Homeland Security to see if they can ramp up operations and adjust the terror alert level." Slater said, "The inner workings of government threat responses were often kept under wraps even from other agencies. Hardly surprising, considering covert missions like Sonia's weren't shared internally. Some of these measures had already faced legal challenges, with courts still undecided on their validity. Meanwhile, critics accused the system of being exploited for political gain, like conveniently raising threat levels around election time." Moore nodded at Slater before adding, "Right now, restraint is key. Wazer's my best operative. He'll help us track these guys down. Just don't jump the gun." Slater paused, then replied, "Keep me posted on Towers. I'm swamped today, but we'll touch base later. 7-Eleven convenience store near San Diego International Airport. Kashif Aslam, a 41-year-old Pakistani immigrant, had big dreams of owning his own 7-Eleven someday. For now, he managed the Reynard Way location, just a stone's throw from the airport. When a handful of local Pakistanis kept asking for traditional snacks, Islam started selling pakoras, crispy fritters made from potatoes, onions, or cauliflower fried in spiced chickpea batter. His wife woke up early every morning to prepare the mix, and he'd finish frying them fresh at the store. The demand was so high the owner even reimbursed him for ingredients and his wife's time. After 6 years, Islam knew his regulars well, especially his fellow expats. But just before noon, 3 unfamiliar young men, clearly Pakistani, had walked in, chatting excitedly in Urdu. They wiped out his entire stock of pakoras, grinning like they'd hit the jackpot. When Islam asked how they'd heard about the snacks, they mumbled something about an airport worker friend, though they couldn't name names. Their evasive answers set off alarms. Where were they from? How long had they been here? Their discomfort was obvious. Pretending to take out the trash, Islam lingered near the dumpster and caught snippets of their conversation. Something about flight schedules. America had given him and his family a fresh start, and he wasn't about to let trouble ruin that. He jotted down their license plate, a dark red Nissan, and called the police. After giving his statement, an FBI agent named Peter Zarek showed up, promising to look into the lead and assuring him he wouldn't be linked to the men. What's next? Islam asked as Zarek turned to leave. FB agent Peter Zarek couldn't hide his excitement as he sped back to the field office. After days of chasing dead ends following Agent Ansara's murder and the Bolo alert in Calexico, he'd finally uncovered a solid lead. Aslam's cooperation meant the intel would ripple through every agency. Starting with Myers, the special agent in charge, who'd forward the 302 report to the National Counterterrorism Center in Virginia. The NECTC was the nerve center, running 3 daily secure briefings and keeping tabs on every major counterterrorism operation worldwide. Zarek's tires screeched as he pulled into the Aero Drive lot, adrenaline pushing him to sprint inside. Meanwhile, DA agents Moore and Towers were back at their San Diego office, Towers shrugging off his gunshot wound like it was a paper cut. The doctor had warned him about potential complications. Collapsed lung, nerve damage. But Towers just craved a crispy chicken sandwich. Moore smirked as they devoured their KFC in the conference room, half watching Sin for updates on the Rojas case. The real focus, though, was the intel wall, flight records, witness statements, grainy airport footage. Samad's trail had vanished at Calexico, leaving them sifting through FA databases with Towers muttering about unregistered aircraft. Moore's gut said they'd disguised themselves as migrant workers, blending into the endless flow of laborers. Part of him hoped this was a long game sleeper cell, buying them time. The other part pictured those ominous rectangular packs. Rifles. Explosives. Worse. Analysts from a dozen agencies, from DOS to Interpol, were tearing apart arms, deal intel, but every lead fizzled. Moore's frustration boiled over until Towers, ever the pragmatist, offered him a painkiller with a grin. Then, at 4:45 p.m., Moore's inbox delivered a Jolt Maqsud Kiani, nephew of the late Colonel Kodai, had intel from an EC source. A Taliban sympathizer in Waziristan had let slip that his brother was on a mission. In the U.S., the room suddenly felt colder. The email took an unexpected turn, revealing a chilling detail. The sender's brother was stationed in San Diego. My uncle knew the risks. The message read, "And I hope this helps bring his killers to justice." Moore forwarded it to Towers, who nearly toppled from his seat when his screen flashed with an urgent update. The Bureau just handed us a solid lead. 3 Pakistani men at a 7-Eleven, reported by another Pakistani witness. Got a plate number. Did they trace it? Moore snapped. Yeah, rented from a spot near the airport. Fake-id bogus address. Wait. Hold up. Towers' voice spiked. Airport security just flagged the car in the cell, phone lot on North Harbor. They're holding position. Moore was already on his feet. Move! They bolted for the door, piling into their SUV with Moore behind the wheel and Towers barking orders into his phone. Tell SWAT to stay back. We can't spook them. The GP slid up with directions Viewridge to Balboa, a sharp left onto I-15, then merging onto I-8. Rush hour traffic turned the freeway into a parking lot, brake lights glowing like a neon river. Moore gritted his teeth, swerving onto the shoulder, kicking up gravel and discarded wrappers as they barreled forward. Meanwhile, in the cell, phone lot, Samad's throat tightened as their van idled. He checked his watch, 5:29 p.m., then exchanged a glance with Niazi, whose eager expression sent a shiver down his spine. Behind them, Talwar murmured prayers, the Anza resting against his shoulder. The van's engine hummed, and Samad rolled down the window, letting the evening air wash over him. He fished a chocolate bar from his pocket, unwrapping it slowly, savoring the sweetness like it might be his last. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The document resting on his knees, which Rahmani had labeled the target list, contained scribbled cell numbers next to major cities across the Southwest. Los Angeles International showed DOS Airways Flight 2965 bound for New York's JFK at 5:40 p.m. Pacific, a Boeing 757 carrying 210 souls. San Diego's Southwest 1378 would depart 1 minute later for Houston with 155 people aboard a 737-700. Phoenix's Airways 155, a massive 767-400ER packed with 314 passengers and crew, would climb toward Minneapolis at 6:42 Mountain Time. Simultaneously in Tucson, another Southwest 737-300 would launch for Chicago midway. Samad's fingers trembled slightly as he scanned the easternmost targets. Continental 545 lifting from El Paso to Boston at 7:41 Central, followed minutes later by SkyWest's Los Angeles, bound CRJ 900 from San Antonio. Every flight would be airborne within a tight 67-minute window. His teams had confirmed all systems operational despite earlier thunderstorm warnings. The summer air smelled of jet fuel and impending violence. A bitter laugh escaped him. Even if his conscience, that ghost of his father's disappointed gaze, made him abandon the mission now, Talwar's fanatics would proceed without hesitation. The jihad machine couldn't be stopped by one man's crisis of faith. Earlier, he'd burned his father's photograph in the apartment's cracked bathroom sink, watching the edges curl into blackened fragments. The ashes still clung to the porcelain when they'd performed Asr prayers. Outside the terminal, an airport security vehicle prowled the parking lot. Samad raised his phone theatrically, mimicking the oblivious travelers around him. The 5:36 p.m. stillness shattered as a departing 737's engines roared overhead. His secondary tracking app blinked to life. 30 seconds behind real time, but sufficient. Talwar only needed visual confirmation before the Stinger missile's infrared seeker took over. At 5:37, time dilated. The western sky bled orange through streaky cirrus clouds, perfect visibility for their grim spectacle. His iPhone buzzed. The Phoenix team's confirmation, US Airways 155, wheels up at 6:42 Mountain. Somewhere in that metal bird sat Dan Burleson, a grizzled pilot who'd scraped together lawn, mowing earnings at 16 to solo a Cessna over California's Central Valley. The man had spent 30 years dancing with danger, crop dusting Georgian cotton fields, navigating Florida's thunderstorm, choked skies and traffic helicopters, even surviving a mid-air flip in a barren 58. Tonight, all that hard, one experience wouldn't save him. The missile's warhead cared nothing for R.A. Summays. Dan Burleson wasn't your typical flyer. Most passengers didn't obsess over cockpit procedures or notice the exact moment pilots handed control to the flight computer. But Dan, he could practically recite the steps in his sleep. When air traffic control barked Delta 1234, turn right to 180 degrees, he pictured the pilot twisting the FM's dial, the plane obeying like a well-trained dog. Tonight, crammed into exit row seat 21J, his only option at 6'5" and 300 pounds, he was headed to Minneapolis for a fishing trip with old buddies, dreaming of reeling in monster smallmouth bass. His wife had given the green light, though his son had bailed last minute, stuck at work. As the plane taxied, Dan glanced around. Across the aisle, a college girl buried her nose in an aesthetics textbook, while next to her, a nervous-looking guy, maybe Middle Eastern, sat rigid, eyes squeezed shut. Get a grip, Dan thought, rolling his eyes just as the flight attendant chirped about tray tables. He groaned, yeah, before tuning back into his cockpit fantasies. Meanwhile, outside San Diego International, the cell phone lot buzzed with quiet tension. The place was nothing special, just a strip of pavement lined with shrubs and a chain link fence separating it from airport hangars. Towers filled Morin Myers had teams stationed at the Coast Guard building and perched on hangar roofs. Their target, a red Nissan parked at the far end. Moore parked beside a tinted window van, shrugging off Towers' insistence on joining. You're the boss. Boss, he muttered, unzipping his jacket for quick access to his holster. They moved low and fast, hugging the shrubs. Above them, SWAT operators scaled roofs like shadows, geared up in full tactical armor, Kevlar MP5s, sniper rifles. Moore knew the drill. An old SEAL buddy had gone FB SWAT and tried recruiting him once. These guys were pros, and their precision eased his nerves. For a split second, a helmeted head popped up on a hangar roof, then vanished. Game on. The parking lot entrance displayed a bold sign enforcing a strict one, hour limit with engines running. A tactic to prevent loitering and keep drivers mindful of soaring gas prices. As Moore and Towers neared the faded red Nissan Versa, the silent, lifeless vehicle told them everything. Moore's shoulders slumped in frustration before he hammered his fist against the driver's window. Just then, 3 figures rounded the corner, 2 SWAT officers and a grizzled man in a tactical vest and helmet. Towers. Moore. The older man barked. "Myers here. This place clear or what?" Moore spun, scanning the rows of parked cars and vacant spots, his mind racing. Why abandon a car here? Were they planning to return? His watch read 5:42 p.m. when a sudden metallic crash split the air. The rear doors of a yellow park-in. Ride van beside their SUV flew open. A masked figure in plaid and jeans stepped out, hoisting a missile launcher onto his shoulder. 2 more armed men followed, machine guns at the ready. The launcher wielder darted toward Harbor Drive, positioning himself near a tree, weapon rising. Then Moore saw it, a Southwest Airlines jet climbing into the sky, landing gear retracting. His shout tore through the chaos. The van. As he lunged forward, gunfire erupted from the Coast Guard station across the street, dropping one terrorist mid-spin. The second gunman returned fire toward the rooftops before a sniper's bullet sent him sprawling in a gruesome spray. Moore locked onto the launcher guy, firing as he ran. Bullets struck the terrorist's arm, chest, leg. But the man twisted, and the weapon discharged. A searing flash erupted as the missile veered wildly, homing in on the nearest heat source, the terrorist's own idling van. The explosion sent the vehicle airborne, shrapnel slicing through the air. The blast flipped Moore's SUV and a nearby Sedan, while burning fuel spread in a deadly pool. Ears ringing, Moore staggered through the smoke toward the wounded terrorist. He yanked off the man's mask, gripping his collar as he snarled in Urdu, "Where's Samad?" The man's bloodshot eyes stared back, breath ragged. Moore roared again, drowning out the shouts of SWAT scrambling to free survivors from the wreckage. Around them, the highway descended into chaos, a taxi rear-ending a limo, horns blaring. The acrid stench of fuel thick in the air, Towers rushed toward the 2 fallen terrorists. One sprawled on his back, the other curled on his side. The man who'd fired the launcher blinked, his gaze turning glassy before his head lolled to the side. Moore swore under his breath, shoving the lifeless body back onto the asphalt. Wincing, he staggered to his feet. "This was just the first wave," he yelled at Towers. "There could be dozens more out there." Nearby, at Lax's cell phone waiting lot off Airport Boulevard, Samad allowed himself a grim smile. Within minutes, every airport across the globe would grind to a halt, nearly 50,000 of them. Pilots mid, flight would receive urgent orders to land immediately, except for 6 doomed planes that would never make it to the tarmac. Los Angeles, San Diego, Phoenix, Tucson, El Paso, and San Antonio would become scenes of unimaginable chaos. TISA agents would realize too late that their security protocols had failed. Rahmani's operatives had moved like ghosts. Their documents flawless, their luggage clean. No behavioral flags, no red tape. Just seamless boarding. Samad stepped out of the van, the roar of a distant airliner vibrating in his chest. He lifted his phone, capturing the plane's silhouette against the sky. Final confirmation. Back inside, he tugged on his balaclava, took the AK-47 from Niazi,
and barked, "Move!"
The van's rear doors flew open. Talwar emerged, the Anza missile balanced on his shoulder, while Niazi followed with the second launcher. A woman in a Nissan Pathfinder, distracted by her phone, barely glanced up as Samad leveled his rifle at her. Talwar locked onto the airliner. The countdown began.
3, 2,
1. But the bystanders stayed frozen in their cars, too stunned to react. The missile screamed from the launcher, its fiery trail cutting through the sky. Before Samad could blink, Talwar and Niazi were reloading. He pivoted, rifle sweeping across the lot in a silent warning. Finally, the onlookers registered the horror, mouths agape, eyes wide. Samad turned just in time to see the missile strike. Meanwhile, at Tucson International Airport, Joe Dominguez leaned against his car, waiting for his cousin Ricky's flight from Orlando. At 24, Joe was lean but sharp-tongued, the kind of guy who never backed down from an argument. His parents, legal immigrants from Mexico, had built solid lives. His father running a drywall business, his mother managing a thriving cleaning service with a fleet of branded vans. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, Joe checked his watch, unaware of the devastation unfolding just miles away. Joe had just wrapped up high school with zero interest in a traditional college path. Instead, he headed to Southern California and dove into Ford's asset program, where he spent 2 grueling years mastering everything from engine diagnostics to transmission repair. By the time he earned his associate degree with solid grades, he was ready to turn wrenches for a living. Back in Tucson, he landed a job at home's Tuttle Ford, where he thrived as a mechanic, saving every paycheck until he could finally afford his dream truck, a lifted black Ford F-250 FX4 with aggressive off-road tires. His buddies nicknamed it the Beast, and for good reason. Climbing into the cab felt like scaling a small building. Most girls balked at the sheer size of it, but Joe wasn't looking for someone who scared easy. He wanted a partner who'd ride shotgun on his adventures. Sitting in the parking lot, the diesel rumbling under him, he barely registered the radio as he waited for Ricky's call. Then movement caught his eye, 3 guys stepping out of a Hampton Inn shuttle van. They were dressed like laborers but moved with purpose, their faces hidden behind black ski masks. 2 of them were arguing while the third yanked open the rear doors. One suddenly pointed skyward at a Southwest jet taking off, and that's when things went sideways. The other guy pulled out an AK-47 from the van and tossed it to his partner. Joe's stomach dropped. This wasn't some prank. These guys were armed to the teeth. The third man hoisted a damn rocket launcher onto his shoulder, swinging it toward the ascending plane while the other 2 swept their rifles across the lot. A woman in a nearby sedan screamed, snapping Joe into action. He slammed the truck into gear and stomped the gas, the beast roaring to life as he aimed straight for the guy with the launcher. Gunfire erupted, glass shattered, metal pinged, but he didn't flinch. The van's rear crumpled under his bumper, sending the launcher guy sprawling onto the pavement. Before Joe could process it, more shots rang out, but this time from the opposite direction. 2 strangers with pistols, one in a cowboy hat, charged toward the terrorists, guns blazing. Adrenaline surging, Joe remembered his own Beretta tucked in the console. He grabbed it, racked the slide, and bailed out of the truck, crouching near the front wheel. The launcher guy groaned, blood pooling under his head, but his hand twitched toward his waist. Joe didn't hesitate. 1 shot. Silence.
"We're clear,"
someone shouted behind him. The parking lot echoed with sirens in the distance, but for now, the fight was over. The gunfire had stopped, leaving an eerie silence. He lifted his head cautiously, only to find the cowboy, hatted man standing over him. The stranger's trimmed gray beard framed a weathered face, his left ear adorned with a diamond stud that caught the light as he smirked, a bolo tie with a longhorn steer clasp, turquoise eyes gleaming, hung loosely around his neck. "Saw what you pulled off back there," the man drawled. "Gotta admit, that was something. Never thought I'd see the day." The cowboy extended a calloused hand, and Dominguez gripped it, pulling himself up. He staggered away from the truck, then froze. His beloved ride was shredded. Bullet holes peppered the black metal like some twisted art project. A sharp sting in his arm made him wince. Rolling up his sleeve, he found a ragged gash, skin hanging loose. "Hell, kid, that's a close one," the cowboy whistled. "Shen plenty, but never that near a miss." Dominguez's fingers brushed the wound, and suddenly his stomach twisted. The realization hit like a freight train. He'd almost bought it. Bile rose in his throat, and he doubled over, emptying his guts onto the pavement. "Go on, let it out," the cowboy muttered, patting his back. In the distance, sirens wailed. Then, from inside the wrecked truck, his phone buzzed. Ricky's name flashed on the screen. Us Airways Flight 155 Phoenix to Minneapolis Dan Burleson had just settled into the familiar hum of the jet engines when chaos erupted. The seatbelt light stayed on, but the guy next to the college girl across the aisle lost it. Flinging off his belt, scrambling over her like a madman, crushing her legs as he bolted into the aisle. Before Dan could process it, the man was shrieking at passengers to turn their phones on and film him. His voice climbed to a fever pitch as cameras lifted, his eyes wild with fervor.
"People America!"
he bellowed, his accent thick but his words chillingly clear. "The jihad has come to your doorstep. We are free men, unshackled by your oppression. By Allah's will, we strike at the heart of your corruption.
Your leaders, your greed, your wars. This is justice for the unbelievers. Allahu Akbar!"
A flight attendant, petite blonde, barely breaking 100 pounds, rushed toward him. The man spun, yanking out his phone like some sad excuse for a weapon, lunging at her. Dan didn't think. He tore free of his seat and charged. Then the plane shuddered violently, as if punched from the sky. A blinding flash lit the windows. Dan glanced back. Smoke and fire engulfed the wing, the engine half gone. The terrorist was seconds from reaching the attendant. Lax cell phone waiting lot, Airport Boulevard, panic spread like wildfire. Cars screeched, some colliding in their desperation to flee, blocking the exit. Samad fired a warning shot into the air, silencing a heavy-set man with a comically thin beard who'd been shouting at him. Behind him, Niazi and Talwar worked swiftly, loading the second missile. No hesitation. The first had already found its mark. The airliner was burning. The aircraft's engine had erupted in a fiery blast, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky as the plane tilted dangerously toward its damaged side. Samad counted down under his breath. 3, 2, 1, and then, with a muttered prayer, the second missile locked onto the burning wreckage of the first engine. It was almost surreal, watching the MKE slice through the smoke trail left by the initial strike, a pinpoint of light fading momentarily before erupting into a blinding explosion. The impact tore through the already crippled wing, sending flaming debris spiraling into the air like some grotesque fireworks display. For a moment, Samad stood frozen, mesmerized by the destruction until the shouts of an armed man snapped him back to reality. Without hesitation, he emptied his magazine, sending the stranger sprawling against his car in a spray of crimson. The van door slammed shut behind him as Talwar secured their escape. Niazi gripped the wheel, veering off-road, tires kicking up dirt as they careened over the curb and onto the street. They blended into traffic, slowing just enough to avoid suspicion, heading toward the Rendezvous point where their next ride waited. Samad's mind raced. Part of him longed to witness the airliner's final descent, but there was no time. Still, he grinned at the thought of their attack replaying on every news channel for years to come.
God is great,
Talwar shouted, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the doomed plane as it twisted into a nosedive. Niazi whooped in agreement, but Samad's triumph was tinged with regret. That photograph of his father, why had he destroyed it? Meanwhile, on the 110 Harbor Freeway, Abe Fernandez swore as traffic screeched to a halt. His pickup collided with the rusted Camry ahead, only for another car to slam into him from behind. Horns blared, but then, silence. The chaos on the road paled in comparison to the horror unfolding in the sky. Fernandez rubbed his eyes, certain he was hallucinating. But no, there it was. A massive Airways jet, one wing sheared off, spiraling toward the freeway like a scene from a disaster movie. The deafening shriek of tearing metal sent him bolting from his truck, joining the stampede of terrified drivers. A teenager in an Abercrombie shirt stood frozen, phone raised, as if filming his own demise. Fernandez sprinted past him, the heat of the plummeting jet searing his back. This wasn't YouTube. This was real, and it was coming straight for them. The boy stood frozen as Fernandez shouted at him, the force of his voice almost sending him stumbling backward. When Fernandez turned around, the massive airliner was inverted. Thick black fluid gushing from its shredded wing, its lone remaining engine sputtering weakly. The plane hit the freeway at a sharp angle, leaving no escape. Fernandez simply froze, staring at the monstrous nose of the aircraft, his mind refusing to accept that this was how his life would end. The explosion erupted less than 50 feet away, the shockwaves slamming him onto the pavement. Before the flames engulfed everything, he gasped. Nothing but scorched air filled his lungs, and then the wreckage swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, at the Gilbert Lindsay Community Center on East 42nd Place in Los Angeles, 10-year-old Barclay Jones was living his best life. The after-school program was his sanctuary. $15 a day bought him baseball games with a solid crew, snacks, and even homework help. Sure, there were a couple of jerks who made things annoying, but luckily, they didn't always show up when their moms couldn't scrape together the fee. Gripping his bat, Barclay imagined himself as Cal Ripken Jr., the legendary Iron Man, ready to smash one out of the park. But before the pitcher could wind up, a deep, unnatural rumble shook the air. The pitcher's head snapped left, Barclay's right, just in time to see a thick plume of black smoke curling above the trees beyond right field. The noise grew deafening, a chaotic mix of screeching metal and shattering concrete. Then, with a sickening crunch, something massive tore through the tree line, the mangled tail of an airliner dragging debris and unrecognizable wreckage behind it. A wall of fire roared in its wake. Barclay clapped his hands over his ears and bolted toward third base, his teammates scattering in terror. One by one, his friends disappeared beneath the flaming wreckage. His scream for his mother was lost in the inferno. Over at the San Diego International Airport's cell, phone waiting lot, Officers Moore and Towers were drowning in a flood of frantic updates. Reports poured in, missile strikes in Los Angeles, a van unloading armed men who fired on a plane, similar chaos in San Antonio. The news feed on Moore's phone showed an anchor breaking down, mid-broadcast, her voice cracking as she fled the desk. Cities across the country, New York, Chicago, Phoenix, were reporting the same nightmare missiles streaking from the ground, slamming into ascending planes. A Phoenix cop had even caught it on video, sending the footage to local news. Moore watched the clip. a white hot flare rocketing upward, striking an airliner with terrifying precision. "How'd you get such a clear shot?" the anchor asked shakily. The officer's reply was chilling. "My kid needed plane footage for a school project. I stopped by after my shift." Dan felt a wave of nausea as the bizarre timing of events hit him. The chaos unfolding around him seemed too perfectly orchestrated to be mere chance. On Us Airways Flight 155 from Phoenix to Minneapolis, the situation escalated in seconds. A furious passenger raised his phone like a weapon, ready to swing at the petite flight attendant. Before he could strike, Dan Burleson lunged from behind, locking his arm around the man's throat while wrenching his wrist back with enough force to pop his shoulder. The attacker howled in pain as Dan yanked him away,
shouting, "Got him! I've got him!"
If there was an air marshal on board, they were nowhere in sight. Just as Dan subdued the man, the plane lurched violently, banking hard as the pilot struggled to compensate for a failed engine. Fighting to stay upright, Dan hauled the assailant backward, collapsing into his seat while keeping a vise grip on the man's throat. It wasn't a choice. Instinct took over. The terrorist thrashed, but Dan only tightened his hold, teeth clenched as the remaining engine roared and passengers shrieked around them. Then, an elderly woman a few rows ahead stood up, her voice cutting through the panic.
"Hush now! Let the Lord handle this!"
And maybe he had. The terrorist went limp in Dan's grip just as the plane steadied. Dan loosened his hold, breathing hard, listening to the engine surge to full power. The pilots had already shut down the damaged engine and set the transponder to emergency code 7700. No need for radio calls. Controllers would see the distress signal flashing on their screens. The flight attendant, still shaken, stumbled over and stared at the motionless attacker. "Is it dead?" Dan shrugged, though he knew the answer. She hesitated, then snapped, "Buckle up." Now, Dan shoved the limp body into the next seat and secured his belt. A college student nearby, her face streaked with tears, gave him a silent nod of thanks. Meanwhile, in the cell, phone waiting lot near San Diego International Airport, agents Moore and Towers watched a live news feed on a laptop. Moore's hands trembled as footage from Los Angeles played. A plane carving a path of destruction through the city, obliterating homes, shops, and a recreation center where over 20 children had reportedly died. Towers lowered his phone, face grim. Tucson was just hit, but civilians stopped them. El Paso and San Antonio, too. 6 attacks so far. "This is another 9/11, Moore swore under his breath, eyeing the 3 zipped-up body bags nearby as firefighters sprayed foam over the wreckage. Back on Flight 155, Dan could feel the tension in the cockpit. The pilots were weighing whether they could turn back to Phoenix. The odds weren't looking good. The most probable outcome was that they'd attempt an emergency landing at the safest available location outside an airport. Everything hinged on whether they believed they had enough engine power to maintain altitude. Trying to bank the plane without sufficient thrust would cause a rapid descent. Something no pilot wanted. Single-engine aircraft pilots were drilled to never attempt returning to the runway after takeoff, as the altitude loss during the turn could be catastrophic. A perfect example was Captain Chesley Sullenberger's famous emergency landing in the Hudson River after Us Airways Flight 1549 struck a flock of geese, disabling both engines. He knew trying to turn back to LaGuardia without power would be suicide, so he opted for the river, saving everyone on board. Birds might have caused that crisis, but Dan was convinced the real threat sat right beside him, a man muttering prayers under his breath, flanked by his equally unsettling companions. The captain's voice crackled over the intercom, steady but urgent. "Ladies and gentlemen, This is Captain Ethan Whitman. We've lost an engine, but we're preparing to turn back to Phoenix. The landing gear is down, and we're initiating our approach. While we're confident, we're also enacting emergency protocols. Stay calm. Follow crew instructions. Your cooperation could mean the difference between walking away and disaster. The plane banked sharply. Dan clenched his armrest. Just get us down alive. Meanwhile, at the U.S. Coast Guard station in San Diego, chaos unfolded. Agent Moore, Towers, and a handful of FB personnel had commandeered a conference room, eyes glued to live news feeds. Every major network had broken coverage with footage of missiles striking commercial flights over the Midwest. Speculation ran wild. Were more attacks coming? Were East Coast airports next? Air traffic controllers scrambled to divert planes away from high-risk zones like Newark's refineries, rerouting transatlantic flights to Canadian airfields, just as they had on 9/11. Slater and O'Hara appeared on a rushed video call. "Nuke response teams are mobilizing," O'Hara said. ENSA's tracking cell chatter for flight numbers, accents, anything tied to the attackers. If Samad reaches out to Ramani, we'll pinpoint him. Moore scoffed. They won't slip up like that. This ends with boots on the ground. People who know Samad's network. He's got sleeper cells, safe houses, maybe even Gallagher feeding him our tactics. We've got hunters closing in, Slater replied. The screen went dark. Time was running out. They'll track him down, no question about it. O'Hara jumped in with an update. Towers, you're cleared to stay on this operation since your joint task force is already wired for multi-agency coordination. You'll be working alongside fresh faces from the FB and DEA, plus we're bringing in a TISA specialist. You good to keep pushing forward? Towers didn't hesitate. Absolutely, sir. Moore clenched his jaw, frustration simmering. We're wasting time here. The real answers. They're halfway across the world. Buried in those mountains, in Waziristan. Tell me you at least called off those airstrikes. Slater's response was infuriatingly vague. Still in progress. Moore bit back a curse. Then speeded up. Sir. After the call, Moore retreated to the bathroom, gripping the sink as waves of nausea hit him. He steadied himself, then splashed cold water on his face before returning to the conference room. A steaming cup of coffee sat waiting. Towers' silent gesture of solidarity. Listen, Towers said, lowering his voice. Nobody saw this disaster coming. We were hired to dismantle a cartel, not walk into a war zone. Yeah, our timing was crap, but we did what we were trained to do. Their attention snapped back to the screen as live footage from Phoenix showed a passenger jet touching down, one engine billowing smoke. For a second, it looked like a miracle landing, until the broadcast cut abruptly to another scene, a plane plummeting toward Interstate 10 outside San Antonio. Moore's breath caught. Both engines were dead, the pilot fighting just to keep the nose level. Cars swerved desperately as the jet dropped. 200 feet, then 100, before slamming into the highway. The impact sheared off landing gear, sent vehicles flipping like toys, and split the fuselage in two. Thick smoke swallowed the wreckage as news anchors struggled to keep their composure. Towers muttered, "Somebody's walking away from that. They have to." Moore raked a hand through his hair, then fired off a frantic text to Wazir. Need to talk now. Urgent, history repeating itself. Later at the D office in San Diego, Moore and Towers pored over new evidence. Cell phone footage from a USC student named Gigi Rasmussen. Her shaky recording captured 3 masked men in flannel near a satellite van, one launching a missile before vanishing into chaos. The weapon, an ANZA system, likely loaded with Chinese, made MK-SUs, nearly identical to U.S. Stingers and a favorite of Taliban fighters in Waziristan. As Moore studied photos of Mullah Abdul Samad, zooming in on the man's piercing gaze, one thought burned in his mind. This isn't over. Not even close. Moore studied the paused video frame, then tapped the screen with his knuckle, urging Towers to take a closer look. That's him, no doubt. And get this, they torched the van at Johnny Park on the 111th. Nothing left but ashes, no weapons, no witnesses. Know why? Because they slaughtered every employee in the place. Bound, gagged, and stabbed them like animals. Disgust twisted Moore's expression. Mark my words, any Dina they pull from that scene will match the pendant. Samad ran the L.A. operation. I'd stake my career on it. Towers mulled it over, then frowned. One weird detail. These guys had a sweet tooth. Chocolate wrappers everywhere. Foils still intact under the seats. Maybe forensics can pull prints, but that's not what's keeping me up. Moore muttered, eyes darting to the news. All flights were grounded now. FEMA rolling in. Roadblocks tightening 100-mile radius around the 6 attack sites. Samad had planned for this. Was he already beyond the dragnet? Or holed up somewhere, biding his time? The country was paralyzed, glued to screens flashing devastation. Times Square crowds staring blankly at skyscrapers showing scorched earth. The nation's wounds laid bare June 6. 6 planes hit. Phoenix and El Paso flights survived missile strikes. Los Angeles wasn't so lucky. No survivors, just carnage. Tucson. A kid named Joe Dominguez turned the tables, mowing down a terrorist with his lifted truck. San Antonio's crash left a handful breathing. Death tolls climbed. By 9 p.m., the president echoed Bush's post-9/11 speech. We'll hunt down those responsible. No distinction between terrorists and those who shelter them. Towers broke the silence. So where's Samad bolting? Michigan. Canada. Or south to Mexico. Either way, we're authorized to chase him, Moore said. You think he's running? Bet he's lying low. Probably some dingy apartment in the valley. But if he doesn't move now, escaping later'll be hell. Then it's simple. He's either sprinting for the border or waiting it out. But his endgame? Not Pakistan. Too risky. He's got ties in Zahedan, Dubai. We need his face public. Some local might recognize him. Towers smirked. Relax. Once that Van Dina hits, Langley won't have a choice but to go loud. Better be soon. Moore muttered, rubbing his temples. Because sleep. Not happening tonight. Let's head up to L.A., Towers suggested, taking a slow sip of his coffee before nodding in agreement. What a night, he muttered, shaking his head. At Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, Terminal 4, Concourse D, Dan Burleson blinked against the harsh glare of camera flashes as he stepped into the terminal. The chaotic exit from the plane, via an inflatable slide, just like that infamous JetBlue flight attendant who'd made headlines, had left everyone rattled. Before disembarking, they'd been informed about mandatory quarantine, questioning by federal agents, and medical checks, along with vouchers to compensate for the disrupted flight. The shaken flight attendant who'd nearly been assaulted had grabbed Dan's hand and whispered, "Thank you," making him flush with embarrassment. As they pushed through the media frenzy held back by security, the same woman who'd earlier silenced the cabin now shouted to the crowd. The Lord worked through this man tonight.
He's the hero who saved us all.
She pointed straight at Dan, who cringed and waved awkwardly, desperate to escape the spotlight. Camera flashes exploded like a 4th of July finale, and he knew by sunrise he'd be dragged into interviews, forced to spin a moment of instinct into some grand act of bravery. To him, it was just decency, something anyone should have done. But now, thanks to the circus, his fishing trip for smallmouth bass was officially canceled. Meanwhile, at University Medical Center in Tucson, Joe Dominguez sat with fresh stitches in his arm after being grilled by local cops and FB agents for what felt like an eternity. His parents arrived, and once discharged, 2 officers offered to court them to their car, a courtesy that made sense only when the hospital doors slid open to reveal a mob of reporters. The sight of cameras triggered a flashback, freezing him for a second before a familiar local news reporter shoved a mic in his face. "Joe, you're being called a hero for stopping the terrorists. What really happened out there?" Can't talk about it yet," he stammered, catching his father's frantic headshake in the background. "Witnesses say you ran them over, then shot one." "True," another reporter yelled. Joe forced a shrug. "If they clear me to talk, sure, I'll spill everything." Before he could dodge another question, the cops muscled through the crowd, bundling him and his parents toward their dented pickup. His dad, usually stoic, wiped his eyes. "What's wrong?" Joe asked. "Nothing," his father muttered, turning away. "Just damn proud, kid." Hours later, Moore and Towers stood in a Los Angeles parking garage on the 111th Street, briefing with the incident commander. A second SIA mobile lab had rolled in to assist the FB's forensics team. Moore listened as techs explained their rapid data analysis, the same system used on the pendant in San Diego. By dawn, the results were in. A match between the foil wrappers at the scene and the Dina from the pendant. A week had passed since the photos of Samad, Talwar, Niazi, and Rahmani were broadcast worldwide. The agency continued to dodge questions about how the terrorists had slipped into the country, while news networks feasted on the controversy, filling endless hours with debates about border security failures. Critics tore into the Department of Homeland Security, arguing that despite ballooning budgets and supposed improvements, they dropped the ball. TISA agents seemed more skilled at spotting cosmetic surgeries than actual threats. Meanwhile, the Government Accountability Office grilled DIA's officials over transparency issues, demanding access to records to figure out where the system had cracked under pressure. Public outrage surged, with flags sprouting on suburban lawns like wildfire. Politicians called for military retaliation, echoing the post-9/11 frenzy, while gun stores saw record sales and mosques faced vandalism. Then, a breakthrough. Mullah Omar ar-Rahmani had reportedly been taken out by a SIA drone strike in Pakistan's tribal regions. The news brought a fleeting sense of victory, though the hunt for the remaining terrorists dragged on with no leads. The president framed it as justice served, and country singers wasted no time turning it into anthems about American resilience. But Moore wasn't celebrating. Wazir's silence gnawed at him, casting doubt on the so-called win. He told Slater and O'Hara he needed to verify Rahmani's death in person, and maybe reconnect with Wazir. Killing Rahmani might have burned their only trail to the others, but he understood why the drones hadn't been grounded. The public demanded vengeance, and the agency had delivered. Rome's bloodlust had nothing on modern America. After landing in Islamabad, Moore swung by the embassy, hoping to catch Leslie off guard. A friend had tipped him off about her transfer from Kabul. He spotted her in the parking lot, sunglasses perched on her nose as she headed to lunch. "Oh my God," she gasped, sliding her glasses down for a better look. "Am I hallucinating? If you are, we're sharing the same delusion." She shoved him playfully. "That was terrible, but you look surprisingly polished. New haircut. Thought I'd tried diplomacy for once." She smirked. "Maybe we should revisit some unresolved bilateral issues. Are you suggesting we straighten things out?" "That's wildly unprofessional." "Professionalism's overrated." Leslie exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "Seriously,
What?
You didn't see this coming. I handed in my resignation, giving them just 2 weeks' notice. I'm heading back to the States by the end of the week. I told him. He looked stunned, his hands flying up in disbelief. He knew how much I'd sacrificed for this job. What's going on? This life, it's not me anymore. I thought relocating to Islamabad would change things, but it didn't. The only thing that kept me going was you. Hold on, he said, shaking his head. Let's grab a drink at Club 21, just like we used to. They still pour the coldest beer in town. The only beer in town. He stepped closer, tilting my chin up with his fingers. I owed you a proper goodbye, not that mess over the phone. That's why I came back. If I made things worse, then I'm a complete idiot. But I couldn't leave it like that. It was eating me up. Really, he nodded. 2 beers turned into 4, and by the time he dropped me off at the embassy, there was a quiet moment where he gripped my hand tight and said, "You're going to do amazing things." Miran Shah, North Waziristan near the Afghan border. Before heading into North Waziristan, Moore made a stop at Forward Operating Base Chapman, a critical SIA outpost near coast. The place carried a dark history. The suicide bombing on December 30, 2009, that wiped out 7 operatives, including the base chief. Back then, the agency's main focus was gathering intel for drone strikes in the tribal regions, a strategy that had stirred up brutal Taliban reprisals. Moore had known 3 of the men killed that day and had spoken to the others. For a solid week afterward, he moved through life in a fog. The loss was staggering. Rahmani's remains, what little was left, had been brought here. The blast had torn through his body, but his face was still recognizable. Moore could have sworn he saw a smirk frozen on Rahmani's lips, like he'd gone out with one last joke. By late afternoon, Moore reached Miran Shah. The grime, the dust, the faded remnants of Western influence hit him all over again. But this time, without Rana behind the wheel, he was immediately flagged down by 4 armed guards, their AK-47s leveled at him. One scowled, shifting his rifle as he jabbed a finger in Moore's direction. "I know you." Moore forced a smile. "Likewise. Lay, I'm here to see Wazir." The guards exchanged glances. The one who recognized him snapped, Moore handed it over, waiting as the man scrutinized it. Finally, he tossed it back. "All right. Where's your friend?" Moore looked away. No point in lying now. He didn't make it. A brief silence. "Sorry." The rifles lowered and they waved him through. Moore drove down the dirt road, recalling the right turn that led into the foothills. He parked near 2 brick houses with satellite dishes and a cluster of tents behind them. Goats and cows shuffled in their pens, and down in the valley, farmers worked the fields. The air was crisp, almost too clean. An old man emerged, leaving the door ajar. Moore blinked. This wasn't Wazir. His beard was shorter, his robes black. 2 armed men appeared, rifles trained on Moore. He killed the engine and stepped out. "Who are you?" the old man demanded. "Katak. I'm here for Wazir." "Wazir." The old man glanced at his men, then gestured for them to stand down. "Something wrong?" Moore asked. The old man's expression darkened. "I'll take you to him." He led the way past the tents, weaving through animal pens and up a winding path toward the hills. Moore followed in silence. After a while, the old man spoke. "So, you're a friend?" "Yeah," Moore said. "Something like that." Moore hesitated before responding, studying the old man's weathered face. "Yeah, Wazir and I, we were in the thick of it back then." He exhaled sharply, his gut twisting as the pieces fell into place. "Your name wouldn't happen to be Abdullah Yusuf Rana, would it?" The moment the words left his mouth, the old man's eyes flickered with recognition. Moore froze, staring back toward the valley below. This was Rana's grandfather, the reason the kid had grown up knowing Wazir. A surge of guilt and grief tightened his chest. He wanted to tell the old man everything, how his grandson had been fearless, how he'd given everything for a cause he believed in, how Moore owed him more than he could ever repay. But the words stuck in his throat. "You see something out there?" the old man asked, squinting against the sunlight. Moore shook his head, just taking in the view. "It's something else up here." Rana gave a slow nod and motioned for him to follow. They climbed higher until they reached a jagged crater, its edges lined with shattered rock fanning outward like frozen waves. Nearby, beneath the shade of 3 towering pines, lay a rectangular mound of earth, a grave. "You want me to give you some space?" Rana asked quietly. Moore's breath hitched. What happened?" The old man frowned. "Thought you already knew." Moore shook his head, his pulse pounding in his ears. Rana sighed, tilting his face toward the sky. Wazir used to come up here to read, to think. Then one day, a drone passed overhead, dropped its payload right on him. His voice hardened. To us, he died a martyr. Buried in the clothes he was wearing. Laid to rest facing Mecca. Allah called him home in the place he loved most. He murmured something in Arabic, a quiet prayer. Before turning away, "I'll leave you to it." Alone now, Moore stepped closer to the grave. His chest ached. He'd been ready to take Wazir up on his offer, to finally unload the weight he'd carried for so long. "When you're ready to talk, come find me. I'll listen." But now there was only silence. "I'm sorry, Wazir. You gave me everything, and I got you killed." "I came here for answers, and all I found was another dead end." He dragged a hand over his face, blinking hard. The hardest thing he'd ever done. Trying to forgive himself, and failing. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves like whispers. For a second, he swore he heard Rana's voice, just a trick of the breeze. He turned and trudged back down the hill, his thoughts dark. Samad and his men would slip through the cracks again, thanks to red tape and bad intel and the same old excuses. Some things never changed. At the bottom, the old man waited. "Stay for dinner," he urged. Moore forced a nod, though all he wanted was to disappear. Then a small hand tugged his sleeve. It was the boy who'd served them earlier. Wazir's great-grandson, no older than 9. The kid held out a folded slip of yellow paper, his expression solemn. "Great-grandfather said if you came and he wasn't here, I was supposed to give you this." Cold Trail Sia Safe House said per village. Islamabad, the entire intelligence community, was hunting Samad, and Moore now held what might be the only real lead. A scrap of paper that could change everything. But handing it over meant risking another bureaucratic disaster. Samad had eyes everywhere. One wrong move, and he'd vanish. So Moore went to the old safe house instead, the weight of the past pressing down on him. He could almost hear Rana's voice, teasing him from the balcony as Islamabad's lights glittered in the distance. "What's eating you money? You look like you've seen a ghost." He felt like one. Now, pacing the dimly lit room, he waited for the video feed to connect. Slater, O'Hara, Towers. This was it. No more mistakes, no more regrets, just the cold, hard truth, and maybe, finally, a shot at justice. The moment the video call connected, Moore cut straight to the chase, his tone leaving no room for small talk. Wazir came through with solid intel on Samad's location. "I'm wheels up tonight." O'Hara's eyebrows shot up. "You're telling me you've actually pinned him down?" Slater jumped in, already strategizing. "Give me a number. How many operatives do you need? We can scramble a full squad in 6 hours. Moore shook his head. Samad's not holed up with an army. He's got 2 guys, maybe Gallagher, running interference. Towers and I can handle this quietly. O'Hara slammed his palm on the desk. You think this is some cowboy operation. Samad isn't just another target. He's Rahmani's successor. He knows where the missile teams are, and we haven't bagged a single one. We need him alive. With all due respect, sir, throwing a dozen boots on the ground won't help if he's already slipped across the border. Moore countered. Big teams mean big noise. Towers and I move fast, stay invisible. You send a parade down there, and Samad vanishes before we even hit the tarmac. O'Hara exhaled sharply. Mexico, then. Where exactly? Moore's jaw tightened. That's need to know. And if we're grabbing him, it has to be clean. No red tape, no political babysitters. Slater leaned in, his voice dropping. Keep the suits out of it. We get first crack at him, no interruptions. O'Hara suddenly stood, his chair scraping back. I didn't hear any of this. He gave a curt nod and stepped out of frame, leaving the unspoken truth. Hanging rendition was back on the table. But officially, it didn't exist. The U.S. didn't do black sites anymore. Not on paper. Slater, though, had no such reservations. You bring him in. I'll make sure you get your time with him. Moore smirked. Deal. No teams, no paper trail. Just us. Because if Washington gets wind of this, Samad ends up in some legal limbo, and we never get the answers. He paused, then added darkly, and trust me, we'll get them. One way or another. We take him down, extract every last piece of intel he's got, then hand him over in a carefully staged arrest. Letting the hire. Ups think they've won, while we've already squeezed him dry. The bottom line, if we don't plan this perfectly, grabbing him is pointless. The information in his head is worth 10 times his life. Towers let out a low whistle. Damn, just damn. Slater leaned in. You still sure you want in, Towers? This could blow up in your face like lose your badge and pension ugly. Towers scoffed, glancing at his watch. Sorry, sir, but I've got a plane to catch. We'll talk on the way. Moore cut in before Towers disconnected. Call me from the car. The line went dead, leaving Moore and Slater in silence. Slater exhaled. Last chance to back out. You sure about this? Moore's jaw tightened. Absolutely. Stay the course, no cold feet. Remember what we've sacrificed to track these guys down. If Samad can crack their network open, we take the shot. His eyes drifted to the balcony, where he'd once sat with Rana, dreaming of this moment. Time to finish what we started. Rocky Point, Mexico, the gated luxury enclave of Las Conchas, hugged Mexico's western coastline, its manicured estates staring out at the Gulf of California. 400 miles from Joe Rez, the property Wazir had flagged was a sprawling compound, 3 villas, 11 bedrooms, and a price tag of $2.7 million. Ocean views, private beaches, the works. The owner, David Almont Borgia, brother-in-law to cartel kingpin Ernesto Z9 Iga, and, according to intel, the Sinaloa cartel's next, in line. But here's the twist: Borgia had been hauled off by federal cops 2 days prior, facing charges from murder to drug trafficking. Inspector Jiki Mez had flipped informants, unraveling Borgia's ties to the cartel. The timing wasn't luck. It was leverage. Las Conchas private security didn't blink when Moore and Towers flashed their credentials. The guards confirmed the house had been empty since Borgia's arrest. No showings, no visitors. Give your team the night off. Moore told the security chief. We'll handle the bill. Next stop the realtor, a sharp-dressed woman in her 50s who could have passed for Sophia Loren's twin. She handed over the lockbox codes without hesitation, her mood soared by the lost commission. Moore almost wished she'd made him pick the lock. Some habits died hard. By 5 p.m., satellite surveillance confirmed the coast was clear. Dressed as guards, Moore and Towers rolled up in a golf cart. Towers checked the power. Still on, while Moore punched in the code. The front door swung open, revealing a mansion rigged with 3 security panels. Game on. The absence of any alarm was eerie. No warning chime. No electronic beep signaling a breach. Just silence, as if the system hadn't just been disabled, but gutted entirely. Moore's instincts were sharp. The keypad's dead status light confirmed it. Wires snipped clean. Strange. They stepped inside, boots silent on the intricate mosaic of a zodiac wheel sprawled across the grand foyer's floor. The house was a clash of sleek modern and rugged Southwest decor, every piece screaming luxury. Somewhere deeper in, a TV murmured. Moore signaled Towers, who hung back, still nursing his shoulder injury. Ironman dreams would have to wait another year. Gripping his suppressed Glock, Moore advanced. The hallway stretched ahead, a mirror reflecting flickering TV light. 2 more steps. The bedroom door yawned open, the scent of something savory, maybe grilled meat, hanging in the air. Then he saw it. His reflection wasn't alone. He locked eyes with Towers in the glass, mouthing the order, "Don't move." His mind raced. Distances. Reaction times, the split-second advantage he'd need. Years of field work had sharpened his instincts to a razor's edge. Overthinking would paralyze him. Time to act. A toilet flushed. From the master bath, a woman's slurred giggle. "I'm so drunk now!" Moore jerked his chin at Towers. "Your turn," then burst into the bedroom. And there he was. Bashir Wassoff, or as his fake had read, Bobby Gallagher, lounging in boxers, a half-empty bag of tortilla chips in his lap. America's most infamous traitor froze, his Beretta just inches away on the side table. Moore had already mapped the grab. The draw, the shot. Gallagher's stunned expression said it all. He had no idea Borgia was in custody. A fatal oversight. "Hold it!" Moore barked. But Gallagher's hand was already darting for the gun. Moore fired twice. Shoulder, leg. But the traitor was faster. The Beretta's muzzle jammed between his own teeth. "No," Moore lunged. Too late. The aftermath was chaos, local cops swarming. A terrified escort hauled away. The estate turned inside out. In a back bedroom, 11 crumpled Hershey's Kisses wrappers gleamed like tiny silver trophies on a nightstand. 6 hours later, parked outside Ministerial Federal Police HQ in Mexico City, Moore and Towers braced for their interrogation of Borgia. Gallagher's suicide had buried Samad's location. The surviving terrorists. Useless, compartmentalized cells meant they knew nothing. One, pulled from the San Antonio wreckage, was too charred to speak. But Borgia, he'd been Gallagher's shadow. Those wrappers tied him to Samad. The evidence was undeniable. And this time he wouldn't walk away. Moore exchanged a quick glance with Slater, both men nodding in silent agreement. This situation called for some serious negotiation. Borgia, despite his intimidating appearance with a shaved head and sleeves of tattoos that would impress any cartel enforcer, spoke with the polished tone of someone who'd spent years in corporate boardrooms. That was a good sign, considering the high-stakes conversation about to unfold. The interrogation room reeked of bleach, a not so subtle reminder of the messy fate of its last occupant. Moore cut straight to the chase, locking eyes with Borgia. "Gallagher's dead. Took his own life at your place in Las Conchas." Borgia crossed his arms, feigning ignorance. "Ooh, listen carefully," Moore said, leaning in. "You're looking at life behind bars unless you cooperate. I can arrange a deal. Full amnesty, no strings. You walk away clean, but only if you tell me everything about Samad's whereabouts." "Never heard of him." Towers slid his laptop across the table, revealing damning ENSA intercepts. Calls between Borgia and Romani, all time-stamped within the last few hours. "Still playing dumb?" Moore asked. "We know you were in contact." Borgia exhaled sharply, then leaned forward, chains clinking. "If you want me to talk, I need guarantees. In writing. My lawyers vet it first." "Fine, but time's running out." Moore snapped. "Samad's on the move. Help us catch him and you walk." Borgia scoffed. "Like I trust a gringo's word." Moore stood abruptly. "Your call." He motioned to Towers. "Start the extradition. Let's see how he likes a U.S. prison." They turned toward the door, and Borgia lurched up, his cuffed hands straining behind him. "Wait." Gulfstream IE. En route to Belize, the threat of extradition worked like a charm. Borgia cracked faster than a cheap safe. He spilled the details. Romani had hired him to smuggle Samad and 2 lieutenants to a safe house in San Jose, Costa Rica. They'd been holed up in Borgia's vacation home until last night, then flown to Belize on one of his private jets. From there, a Zodiac had taken them deep into the jungle along the New River Lagoon, where cartel mules usually stashed Colombian coke bound for Cancun's party scene. Borgia had even arranged a helicopter pickup, an R-44 Raven, piloted by some guy from Guatemala, with a fuel stop in Nicaragua. The plan was to grab Samad's crew near Lamanai's ancient ruins after dark, far from the tourist crowds. Moore grilled him on every detail. The pilot's name, the chopper's specs, even the exact clearing where the bird would land. Midnight was the deadline. 5 targets. Samad, his 2 men, plus Borgia's hired muscle, waiting in the jungle. Moore smirked. For once, luck might actually be on their side. The 2-man team approached the safe house with precision, though Slater had already lined up some unconventional reinforcements just in case things went sideways. Weapons and vehicles were prepped and ready. As their plane touched down at Goldson International Airport near Belize City, Moore glanced at his watch. 9:12 p.m., the humid night air clinging to them like a second skin. "Welcome to paradise," Towers muttered, fanning his shirt. Moore smirked. "You say that like you've got fond memories of this place." A wiry kid in his early 20s, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in black, bolted from a waiting taxi and heaved a heavy duffel into the back of a Jeep Wrangler. Meanwhile, the Jeep's driver, who looked like the kid's older twin, switched places, sliding into the taxi without a word. "You're good to go, sir," the kid said in a crisp British accent. "NVG's up front, G-piece locked in. Just follow the sultry voice. She'll get you where you need to be." Moore shook his hand, and the kid shoved a satellite phone at him. "This isn't the end, right?" Towers climbed into the Jeep, chuckling. 5-star service in the middle of nowhere. Moore gunned the engine. "Had to make sure you felt special." Towers fiddled with the G-piece, and the smooth-talking navigation system announced they had 30.41 miles to go. "One thing's bugging me," Towers said. "What if Borgia fed us a lie? You think the safe house is empty, that they bolted before we even got here?" "Exactly." Moore tightened his grip on the wheel. "Nose had eyes on the place since we got the intel. Between NASA's satellite sweeps and local recon, they spotted 2 guys hanging around the dock. They're there. And Borgia knows he gets nothing if we don't bring Samad in. That punk's rooting for us harder than his own freedom." The Jeeps chimed, directing them onto a pothole, riddled side road. The headlights cut through swarms of insects, illuminating the skeletal power lines that looked like grave markers in the dark. Baboons watched from the trees, their eyes glinting in the shadows. A police checkpoint waved them through, courtesy of their British contacts. And soon they reached the turnoff for Howler Monkey Resort. Moore pulled on the night vision goggles and killed the lights for the final stretch. The road turned rough, forcing Moore to swerve around the carcasses of unlucky turtles. No other cars in sight, just them. the jungle and the weight of what came next. Somewhere, Slater and a room full of analysts tracked their every move, holding their breath. Towers stayed silent, lost in thought. Moore wondered if he was praying or just accepting the chaos of the universe. For Moore, it was simpler. This was for the ones who didn't make it. This was for Samad's reckoning. And finally, after all this time, the trail was burning hot. Moore brought the Jeep to a stop about a mile from the safe house, killing the engine as gravel crunched beneath the tires. He exchanged a quick fist bump with Towers before they both stepped out into the humid night air. The faint hum of a classic rock tune caught Moore's attention. His boss was quietly singing along to Guns N' Roses' Welcome to the Jungle. With a tired grin, Moore popped open the tailgate, and they began unloading their gear. The New River Lagoon in central Belize stretched out before them, dark and still. After changing into tactical gear, black cargo pants, shirts, Kevlar vests, and balaclavas, Towers inspected the arsenal they'd been given. 2 L115A3 sniper rifles with Schmidt-Bender scopes, Browning pistols, Steiner binoculars, and Fairbairn. Sykes' knives glinted under the dim light. Towers twirled one of the blades between his fingers. "The Royal Marines don't skimp on equipment," he remarked. Moore nodded. It was lucky that 45 Commando, a Royal Marines battalion, had units training nearby. Slater had arranged for them as backup, though the Brits only knew they were CIA operatives tracking drug runners. Moore tapped the satellite phone clipped to his vest. "One call, and they come running. Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Towers muttered. They adjusted their night vision goggles and moved out, skirting the jungle's edge. The cacophony of unseen creatures, chirping insects, rustling leaves, the occasional screech of a howler monkey, was unnerving. Moore wasn't worried about the wildlife itself, but the noise they'd make if startled. The Brits had at least packed bug spray, a small mercy against the swarms of mosquitoes and biting flies. Some might call it overkill, but Moore knew better. Distractions got people killed. By the time they reached the water, sweat dripped down Moore's face, the salt sharp on his lips. The ground turned to thick mud, tangled roots breaking through like twisted veins. He signaled Towers toward a cluster of trumpet trees, warning him to steer clear. The trees housed aggressive wasps, like ants that attacked at the slightest disturbance. 30 meters ahead, the target house stood on stilts, its tin roof reflecting faint moonlight. Heavy wooden shutters sealed the windows, and the only signs of life were 2 Zodiac boats tied to a short dock. A narrow bike trail snaked behind them, while a wider path, likely used for vehicles, cut north toward the main road. Back in the States, this place might pass for a quiet fishing cabin, but Moore knew better. He ripped off his NVGs, wiping away sweat. Towers cursed under his breath, doing the same before passing him the binoculars. His expression was grim. Something wasn't right. A figure emerged onto the dock clutching a flickering kerosene lantern in one hand and a 5-gallon gas can in the other. Could this be one of Borgia's hired guns assigned to watch Samad? Or maybe Samad himself? Even through his scope, Moore couldn't tell for sure. The shirtless man in khaki shorts moved cautiously into a Zodiac inflatable, pouring fuel into the outboard motor's external tank. O'Hara's orders had been crystal clear: bring Samad in alive. That's why they'd requested gas grenades from the Royal Marines, who'd delivered a full case along with 2 respirators now packed in their gear. The plan was simple: breach gas, contain. But Moore spotted a golden opportunity unfolding before him. "I'll handle this guy, then meet you behind the house. We'll save time this way." Towers hesitated. "You positive about this?" Moore gave a sharp nod. With Towers' assistance, He stripped down to his underwear and belt holster in seconds. He bypassed the British-issued sidearms, opting instead for his trusty Glock 17, the one he'd packed specifically for jungle ops. The pistol was outfitted with maritime spring cups to prevent hydraulic lock in wet conditions, and his NATO spec ammo had waterproofed primers. Knife in hand, he slipped into the murky river like a shadow. The water was warm, almost syrupy, with tangled vegetation brushing against his legs. He guessed the depth at about 8 feet here. Moving silently, he followed the dim glow of the lantern reflecting on the water's surface. This was his element, the same shadows where Carmichael had once thrived. Then it hit him. Crocodiles. A chill ran down his spine as he surfaced beneath the second Zodiac, careful not to make a sound. Their target was in the lead boat, farthest from shore. Peering around the hull, Moore confirmed it wasn't Samad. Just one of Borge's young enforcers, wiry, with tribal ink across his shoulders. The guy paused as the gas can gurgled, checked the fuel level, then resumed pouring. Moore glanced back at the silent house, the only sound the relentless buzz of insects. He ducked under again, positioning himself for the strike. New plan: eliminate this guy first, then regroup for the main assault. One less threat to worry about. But speed was critical. If this guy vanished, the others would notice. Gripping the combat knife in a reverse hold, Moore counted down. 3, 2, 1. He exploded from the water, locking an arm around the man's waist, while driving the blade deep into his chest, yanking him overboard before he could scream. Every detail mattered. The razor, sharp tip, the clean slice through arteries, the weight of the body dragging him under. A dull blade could let a target survive. A clean kill meant lights out fast, and drowning only sped up the process. The takedown was flawless, swift, silent, lethal. Just like he'd been trained. Moore could have been back in Rhode Island giving lectures at the Naval War College instead of wrestling a man overboard in the dead of night. The target barely made a sound, just a sharp gasp and a muted groan as Moore lowered him into the water, with deliberate control. The splash was barely noticeable, but in that split second as the river swallowed them both, Moore caught movement from the corner of his eye. The back door of the house swung open, and a shadowy figure stepped onto the dock. They'd seen everything. Moore emerging from the water, dragging their comrade under. His pulse skyrocketed as he fought to keep the man submerged, his muscles burning with the effort. The guy thrashed violently before going still. Just as Moore let go, gunfire erupted, bullets tearing into the river behind him. He dove deeper, hugging the dock's pilings as automatic fire strafed the water and wide, punishing arcs. The familiar thump of AK-47s sent a chill down his spine. Gasping for air, he surfaced just enough to breathe, forcing himself to steady his racing heart. Then, boom. Tower's sniper rifle cracked from the tree line, dropping a man on the dock with a gut-wrenching scream. A calculated wound, not a kill. But the shot had given away their position, and now the return fire was relentless. The dock shuddered under the weight of running footsteps. More AKs joined the fray, their sharp pops drowning out Tower's slower, methodical shots. Then a brief lull.
Tower! Niazi!
Get in the boat, now. Moore's blood ran cold. That was Samad's voice, barking orders in Arabic just above him. 3 against 1. If the mission had been to eliminate Samad, Moore would have lunged from the water and taken his shot. But discipline won out. He couldn't afford another mistake. The Zodiac rocked as the men clambered aboard, the outboard engine roaring to life. Moore's mind raced. He couldn't disable the motor without exposing himself, but maybe he could cripple the boat before they realized what was happening. The Zodiac's tough, Chambered tubes were designed to stay afloat even if punctured, but Moore wasn't about to let that stop him. He pushed off the piling, submerged again, and swam beneath the idling boat. With a quick thrust, he drove his knife into the first air chamber. A loud hiss erupted as bubbles surged toward the surface. Before the men could react, he stabbed another section. The engine roared as the boat lurched forward, forcing Moore to dive deeper to avoid the propeller's deadly spin. As the Zodiac passed overhead, he surfaced pistol drawn and fired twice at the remaining tubes. A gunman at the stern returned fire, forcing Moore back under. He swam hard for the dock, hauling himself up just as Towers sprinted toward him, jeer in hand. "What the hell was that?" Towers shouted, eyes wide. Moore just grinned, adrenaline still coursing through him. Improvising, Moore shouted,
"Second Zodiac!"
as Towers flung their gear into the boat and scrambled in after it. "Keys, where are the damn keys?" The man Towers had taken down was sprawled across the dock, groaning, one hand clamped over his bleeding hip. Moore crouched beside him. "Boat keys. Where are they?" The guy just glared, jaw clenched in pain. A quick pat down turned up nothing. Moore hesitated. Should he risk running back to the house? No time. Then it hit him. The other guy, the one floating face, down in the water. Moore sprinted to the dock's edge and plunged in, cutting through the dark water until he reached the body. If the first outboard had keys, maybe this one did too. His fingers fumbled over soaked fabric until he felt the hard jingle of metal. Got them. He swam back, tossing the keys to Towers, who nearly dropped them in his rush to start the engine. "Let's move." Towers yelled as Moore hauled himself aboard. The motor roared to life, and with a sharp tug, Moore freed the line. They shot forward, the dock shrinking behind them. Towers adjusted his night, vision goggles with one hand, squinting ahead. "They've got a head start." He called over the engine's growl. "But that's them. Samad's in a light shirt. The others are in black." Moore's hands shook as he dug out the sat phone, adrenaline making his breath ragged. He scrolled to the only contact, Bootneck 5, and hit call. A crisp British voice answered. "Rever team here," Moore barked. "Package is moving north by Zodiac. We're in pursuit. Need intercept at the rendezvous." "Copy that." "We'll be waiting." Moore shoved the phone back into his pack and tightened his grip on the Glock. The wind howled around them, and along the shore, flickering lights morphed into shadowy figures. "Did you check the fuel?" Towers suddenly yelled. Moore's stomach dropped. He knocked on the tank, hollow. A quick penlight check confirmed the worst. They were running on fumes. "Just keep pushing it," he muttered. A gunshot cracked, pinging off their outboard. "Down." Moore dove for cover, then scrambled forward with a sniper rifle. 3 more shots whizzed past, one punching a hole in the bow. He braced against the bouncing hull, trying to line up a shot, but the erratic motion made it impossible. One wrong move, and he could hit Samad. Game over. Swearing, he grabbed his Glock instead. Samad had to be calling for backup. They were running out of time. The Nensa had been tracking the pilot's phone, which meant Moore's team would be alerted the moment he received that call. A glance at his phone confirmed it. Slater's message flashed on the screen. Choppers inbound to the ruins for the meet. But so was a British Sea King loaded with nearly 30 Royal Marines, ready to fast, rope into position and lock down the area. If Samad caught sight of that bird, he'd bolt into the jungle before they could stop him, and that kind of recklessness could get him killed. Moore checked their GPS. His shoulder implant fed real, time coordinates to agency satellites, pinpointing their location within 3 meters. They were 5 miles upriver, with 4 to go, less than 10 minutes by boat. Then came the sound, rhythmic thumping, followed by the distant flicker of navigation lights. Not the Guatemalan pilot's ride, but the Marines arriving like a damn parade. If Sam had missed that, he was blind. Behind Moore, their outboard coughed, the bow dipping as the Zodiac slowed, the tubes losing pressure. Samad's boat had also reduced speed, the pilot distracted by the unexpected helicopter. They'd been expecting something small, not a flying fortress. Moore hadn't planned for that. As their engine sputtered on fumes, he shot a glare at Towers, who muttered, "Guess it's the Marines' show now. Hope they remember we wanted these guys breathing." Moore scoffed. "Rules go out the window if they take fire. I just needed them to block the exit." A higher, pitched whir joined the Marine's heavy rotor noise. Moore raised his binoculars and spotted the tiny R-44 helicopter, its twin blades spinning above a sleek frame. Built for 4, and that's exactly what the pilot intended to carry. But how would he react when armed soldiers dropped into his landing zone? He'd run, and Samad would see it. Through the lenses, Moore tracked Samad's Zodiac. The man was pointing frantically at the second chopper, then yelling at his helmsman to veer toward the riverbank. When the guy hesitated, Samad grabbed the tiller himself, jerking the boat hard to the right, until the portside tube slammed into something submerged. The impact sent the outboard lurching, half out of the water, flinging Samad and one of his men overboard. The helmsman, still gripping the tiller in a death grip, shouted and swung the boat wide, trying to circle back. Moore spotted the culprit, a fallen tree barely visible beneath the dark water. Samad's pilot had hit it dead on. Their own engine gave a final wet gasp and died. They drifted toward the chaos. 20 meters out, then movement at the shoreline caught Moore's eye. Splashes. Glints of eyes in the shadows. The man in the Zodiac saw him, raised a pistol, but Moore was faster. The sniper rifle cracked once. A clean headshot. The pilot slumped, lifeless. A prisoner might have been useful, but right now, Samad was the priority. They needed him alone. The unmanned Zodiac boat surged toward the shore as Samad and his companion, either Tower or Niazi, frantically swam back toward it. Their shouts cutting through the air. They knew something lurked beneath them. Samad fought against the current, but his partner let out a blood-curdling scream before being dragged under. Towers grabbed his rifle, using the stock like a paddle, desperately trying to close the gap between them and the other boat. Just 10 meters away now. The water rippled ominously. Moore caught sight of a massive shadow rising behind Samad and fired 2 shots. The shadow twisted away. Samad, more accustomed to deserts than open water, flailed wildly, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he started to sink. Towers fired again at another shape darting near Samad, and Moore knew what he had to do. He dropped his rifle, checked his Glock, then plunged into the water. Towers, now wielding both pistols, laid down suppressing fire around Samad, creating a protective barrier. Moore surfaced and powered toward the drowning man. "Stay still. I've got you," he urged in Arabic. Samad, lost in panic, kept thrashing, nearly knocking Moore unconscious with a wild elbow. Seizing an opening, Moore grabbed his wrist, just as Towers maneuvered the Zodiac closer.
"Move! The boat's right here!"
Moore barked, shoving Samad toward the hull. Towers hauled him aboard, dripping and wide-eyed, before leveling his pistol and muttering, "Allahu Akbar." Samad shot him a venomous glare. Moore clung to the boat, exhaustion and adrenaline crashing over him. Relief, fury, grief, it all blurred together. For a fleeting moment, everything made sense. He wished Frank could have seen this. The water, whether ocean or pool, had always been their domain. Towers tossed Samad a pair of cuffs. "Secure yourself," he ordered. Samad complied, wrists locked behind his back. "Can't help you up," Towers said, guns still trained on their prisoner, covering him. No sweat. "I'm coming." Then the satellite phone rang. Moore twisted toward the boat, reaching for the edge, when the water shifted unnaturally. In a flash, he drew his Glock, thrust it underwater, and fired. Black Coffee Starbucks, McLean, Virginia. 2 weeks later, the Chesterbrook Starbucks, nestled near the George H.W. Bush Center for Intelligence, was quieter in the late afternoon. Moore hated the morning rush, waiting forever for overpriced coffee, so he'd scheduled the meet for 4. He lounged near the entrance, mentally dissecting every customer, their careers, their hidden frustrations, even their voting habits. It was a habit from the job, but today, it was just a way to steady his nerves. The hum of the espresso machine was almost soothing. Almost. Moore's body ached in every muscle, a constant reminder of the firefight with those cartel thugs. When he'd complained to Towers, the veteran had just shrugged it off. Getting shot, it was practically part of the job description for a Bordic operator. Their farewell at San Diego International had been rough, both men fighting back emotion as they clasped hands one last time. Moore meant what he'd said about keeping in touch. Towers was solid. Now, shifting uncomfortably in his seat, Moore checked his phone for the 10th time in 5 minutes. Punctuality was drilled into SEALs, but showing up early just gave his nerves time to spiral. No cancellation, though. She was still coming. He pictured her gliding through the doors. Elegant dress, killer heels, one of those delicate necklaces European women wore like second nature. A vision. That voice like something out of an old jazz record. Mr. Moore. The voice snapped him back to reality, but it wasn't her. Instead, some guy with scruff and wild curls stood there, looking like he'd rolled straight out of a noir film. Handsome, sure, but not in a way that screamed arrogance. Dominic Caruso. The stranger introduced himself. Moore exhaled sharply. Slater's cryptic call about this guy had been vague at best. Some ex-B type who wanted a chat. Moore had zero intention of spilling operational details to a stranger, no matter how many times Slater insisted he was good people. When Caruso extended a hand, Moore left it hanging. "How'd you find me?" "Slater mentioned you'd be here. Gave me a description." "Well, I've got plans. And they don't involve you." Caruso flashed a guilty smile. "Just need a quick word." "Yeah."
About what?
For a second, Caruso hesitated, then shook his head. "Never mind. We'll talk later." He dipped his chin and walked off, leaving Moore baffled. What kind of game was this? Before he could call Slater, his actual date arrived. No designer dress, just a sweatshirt and sneakers. Still, the way her dark hair framed those cheekbones. Damn, she spotted him, lit up, and waved. "Hey," she said, her accent curling around the word, finally letting me repay that favor, huh? Her handshake was soft against his callous grip. Lucky timing, he admitted. Upstairs, they claimed a couch near the fireplace. Some pretentious year, round gas thing, and ordered black coffees like a pair of hardened caffeine addicts. Around them, Marymount students hunched over laptops, oblivious. "Were you ever that focused?" she murmured. "Not until the Navy got hold of me." She smirked. "And now you're all intensity." He laughed, reaching for his cup. The fire crackled, and for the first time in weeks, the tension in his shoulders eased. Just coffee. No agendas. The tension between them crackled like static. "So, how much do you actually know?" she asked, swirling her coffee. "Enough to surprise you," he shot back. "I meant about Samad. I was referring to you." She leaned in, lowering her voice. "You should have seen his reaction when that plane touched down in Belize. The Israelis helped us extract him. Il Al Jet. Massive Star of David on the tail. He lost it, like we were dosing him in holy water. She frowned. We don't operate black sites in Israel, right? His grin was infuriating. Black sites. Never heard of 'em? Then where is he? She pressed. I've dug everywhere, and nobody's talking. It's like he vanished into thin air. Honestly, no clue. Romania's Kogolnicianu, Poland's Ster Kijkuti, Diego Garcia, all too exposed now, could be on a damn cargo ship for all I know. We've done it before. She exhaled sharply. Word is the president's special task force wasn't even briefed. That means maybe a dozen people on the planet know the truth. Moore nodded, keeping his own cards close. After all the chaos since 9/11, they're playing this tight. Last thing we need is headlines screaming about secret CIA torture sites. Also Samad's in some ghost prison. And now Congress is whining about eroding public trust. She rolled her eyes. Spare me. What would you have done? I'd have put a bullet in him when I had the chance, she said flatly. Damn, surprised you didn't. Thought crossed my mind. But he's got intel we need. A beat passed. So you read my file? He smirked. If I say no, you'll call me a liar. If I say yes, you'll slap a restraining order on me. She shrugged. Don't care. My parents already disowned me over this job. My dad still worships Rojas. Took us 2 years to dismantle his empire. Can't imagine what that cost you. She pulled out her phone, feigning distraction. Let's see. Moore, former Daya, resigned his commission. Navy Cross downgraded to Silver Star. That must have stung. His jaw tightened. I don't discuss it. Let's just say the Navy and I had creative differences. Politics got complicated. And yet they sent you to the point, she mused. I've requested that training 3 times. 3 denials. Total BS. The Harvey Point facility in North Carolina was the CIA's best, kept secret. A brutal playground for paramilitary ops. Moore had aced it, leaving the instructors slack, jawed with his SEAL precision. Trust me, you don't want to go there. Because I'm a woman. Because what you do. Political ops is 10 times smarter and deadlier. Those knuckle-draggers couldn't handle it. Her gaze drifted, voice barely audible. I don't know if I can keep doing this. What's the hardest thing you've ever done? She barked a laugh. This. Living the lie, so deep I started believing it. Dreaming about Miguel like he wasn't a criminal's son, like we had a future. Everybody cracks, sometimes. Her fingers trembled around the cup. I'll never forgive myself. He was good, and I destroyed him. A tear escaped. She swiped it away angrily. It'll fade, right? He really believed that. He met her eyes. Yeah, and what about you? The question hung between them heavy as a verdict. Moore paused, his breath catching as he searched for the right words. When he finally spoke, his steady tone wavered, and the tears that followed didn't bring shame, just relief. She moved closer, resting her head against his shoulder. All these people, she murmured, they don't have a clue what it costs to protect them. Don't hold that against them, he said softly. She sighed. Easier said than done. You need a real break. I just took one, and it didn't fix anything. Maybe you need a change of scenery, or a new distraction. He flashed a playful grin. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Sure, he said, feigning innocence. Something, or someone, to shake things up. A slow smile tugged at her lips. Is that so? Well, answer me this. Have you ever wandered through the streets of Barcelona at midnight?